Open your eyes, and you become Chen Huai'an, a herbalist from Fengling County, seeing only a man-eating world. The world is perilous, and as a lowly commoner, he struggles to survive. One day, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, he finds a baby girl who is not yet a year old. In his mind, a cave appears, and from then on, he cultivates flowers and plants, completely changing the gears of his destiny. In the central state's Immortal court, the female Empress Luo Yunshuang is betrayed and reborn in the mountains of Fengling County, where she's picked up by the kind-hearted herbalist. Following this lowly person, the dignified female emperor endures countless torments until one day she is astonished to find that this mortal has already reached the pinnacle of strength. Chen Huai'an, daughter, support my ambition to soar high, and one day help you ascend to the throne. Luo Yunshuang, I am already the female emperor. Chen Huai'an, you're talking nonsense again, you are still a child. Luo Yunshuang, wait until I regain my strength. Chen Huai'an, the beast's milk is ready. Luo Yunshuang, coming. Chapter 1. The previous generation cut trees. The later generation is exposed to the sun. Chidian Prefecture, Fengling County. It is September, with the scorching sun blazing down on the 800-mile Fulong Mountain, steaming with heat. Chen Huai'an wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, sitting on a piece of bluestone, taking out a hard biscuit that was extremely difficult to chew even after being soaked in water. In my previous life, I had biscuits with beef filling, pork filling, and lamb filling. Chen Huai'an shook his head, biting into the biscuit, reminiscing about his past life. He has been in this world for some time now, but he still cannot adapt to everything around him. This life has no hope at all. People are divided into ranks, and no matter which world it is always the same. Here, the top rank consists of immortal families, court officials, and royal relatives, which are existences that Chen Huai'an cannot even look up to. The middle rank includes scholars, self-sufficient farmers, and merchants, while Chen Huai'an is at the bottom of this six-rank system as a roaming household. Though at the bottom of the six ranks, is still much better than the bottom 9 ranks of beggars, servant slaves, and lowly courtesans. In this place, people's identities are hereditary and unchangeable. The son of a farmer is still a farmer, and the son of a beggar must beg. Chen Huai'an's father was a herbalist who fell to his death while foraging in Fulong Mountains 6 months ago. Before his crossing, Chen Huai'an was a student at a traditional Chinese medicine university and had some knowledge of herbs. Even though they are two different worlds, ordinary medicinal materials are still quite similar. Furthermore, with his father's notes left behind, as long as he follows the clues, he could gather a few precious herbs and not have to enter the mountains for half a month. However, he has already been in this mountain for 2 days, yet his hands are still empty. If this continues, he will likely fall to the bottom 9 ranks. The upward path is completely locked, but the downward path is wide and spacious. After waiting for more than half a month, there is no golden finger, and I have no grand ambitions. I just want to save some money, buy some property, and marry Erhua to have a warm family with wife and children. Chen Huai'an took another bite of the biscuit, puffing his cheeks, and slowly chewed. Before his father died, he arranged a marriage for Chen Huai'an with the second daughter of the Wang fishing family next door, who is 18 years old, a bit plump, but with a good figure for childbearing, which Chen Huai'an found acceptable. The mid-autumn has passed, and winter is approaching, with heavy snow blocking the mountains. As an ordinary person, he cannot go into the mountains to forage for herbs anymore and must prepare money for the winter. The current environment is getting worse and worse. After hundreds of years, Fulong Mountain is almost stripped bare. The previous generation cut trees, and the later generation is exposed to the sun. After finishing a biscuit, Chen Huai'an felt his throat was sore. He opened his gourd, took a sip of water, and stood up again. What is that smell? A gentle breeze mixed with a hint of fragrance stirred in the hot air, and Chen Huai'an quickened his pace, following the scent. 7-leaf lotus, at the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff. Chen Huai'an carefully looked down. On the sheer cliff 3 or 4 feet below, a pure white lotus was blooming in the wind. This is a once-in-3 years bloom. It can feed me for 3 years. With his previous medical background, Chen Huai'an had long memorized the herbal compendium left by his father, which recorded the 7-leaf lotus, a very rare medicinal material. If he could sell in the county town, it would be enough for his expenses for a month or 2. The 7-leaf lotus grows in the cliffs and is not only rare, but also difficult to pick. Chen Huai'an carefully tied a hemp rope around the root of a nearby tree, pulling it a few times to ensure safety. Then holding the rope, he slowly descended along the cliff. The mountain wind swept through the jagged rocks, emitting a mournful howl. Chen Huai'an successfully picked 3 7-leaf lotuses and was just about to return when he noticed a cave nearby. Could it be another unexpected gain? After a brief thought, Chen Huai'an carefully shifted his body and then jumped into the cave. In movies or novels, protagonists often encounter adventures in caves or at the cliff's bottom. Chen Huai'an held a similar thought, but more so, he wanted to see if there were any unusual flowers or herbs inside. Such places are the hardest to discover and are most likely to contain undiscovered medicinal herbs. If he could gather more, he could directly go to the county town to buy property, and then he wouldn't have to eat such hard-to-swallow biscuits anymore. Crack! Chen Huai'an lit a fire stick and entered the dark cave. Unscientific. Why is there not a single blade of grass on the ground? Chen Huai'an stopped in his tracks. A cold wind blew from the depths of the cave. Compared to some adventure, he valued his life more. If there were a big monster inside, he would probably be reduced to bones. Wow! Just as he was about to turn back, the sound of a baby's cry broke the silence. What the hell? Does this world have ghosts too? Just as Chen Huai'an was about to flee, he discovered a swaddled baby beside him. Something unusual must be a demon. What kind of good person would abandon a child here? Damn, no adventures, no immortal herbs, but I found a golden beast. Originally, Chen Huai'an wanted to leave, but hearing the baby's heartbreaking cries, he couldn't help but place the swaddled baby in the medicine basket on his back. What should I do? How do I explain this to her? Right, I have 3 7-leaf lotuses. Once I exchange them for money. Chen Huai'an pondered as he pulled the hemp rope and returned to the cliff. With 3 7-leaf lotuses, he no longer intended to continue foraging for herbs. The outermost part of Fulong Mountain had no more herbs, while the interior had many spiritual herbs but even more ferocious beasts. With his ability, he would basically be delivering free takeout to the beasts. Taking advantage of the sun not yet setting, Chen Huai'an quickly walked towards the village. I didn't expect that the dignified female emperor, would actually be reborn in this wild land. In the medicine basket on Chen Huai'an's back, the baby had stopped crying and opened her spiritual eyes, her thoughts racing. She is Luo Yunshuang, the supreme female emperor of the central state, who was betrayed and, before her fall, used forbidden techniques to be reborn as a baby. Thinking that heaven had not favored her, she was reborn in a cave on a cliff. Even though she was once the female emperor with supreme cultivation techniques, her physical form was just a small infant, and no matter how great her powers were, she could not exert even a bit. Just when she was in despair, this ordinary herbalist stumbled into the cave. Chen Huai'an became her last lifeline. As the one who acts, repay the kindness of a meal, and avenge the slightest grievance. Today, you saved me, and in the future, I will surely grant you an opportunity. Starving, she struggled a bit, stretching out her tender little hand from a swaddle to grasp the 7-leaf lotus. When Chen Huai'an excitedly returned to his simple mud house and opened the medicine basket, his smile froze and his body stiffened, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. You ungrateful little one, my 7-leaf lotus. Chen Huai'an suddenly raised his hand, looking at the adorable infant, ultimately failing to lower it. She's just an ignorant baby. Chen Huai'an tried to convince himself. Wow, the infant suddenly burst into tears. What are you shouting about? It's just a piece of rotten grass. If I weren't in such a dire state, I wouldn't even spare a glance at this lousy grass. To shout at me over a piece of rotten grass. Once I regain my strength, I'll make you a celestial servant, working 3 hours a day, with only 8 days off a month, drinking inferior celestial brew, and you'll suffer greatly. Chapter 2. Taxation under the pretext of suppressing bandits. As the sun set, Chen Huai'an carefully stored the last 2 pearls of 7-leaf lotus in his medicine basket. He also gathered some twigs he picked up on the way back, used the earthen stove to boil water, and soaked the flatbreads to make complimentary food for the infant. When a tiger falls to the plains, even the lowest slave in my Zhongzhou celestial court wouldn't eat this stuff. Luo Yunshuang looked at the food Chen Huai'an brought to her mouth, hesitating for half a second before opening her mouth. There was no way she couldn't let herself starve to death. Only by living could she return to Zhongzhou and take revenge on those traitors. This the legendary four-legged golden beast. Half an hour later, Chen Huai'an looked incredulous. The infant had eaten 3 days' worth of his rations in one go. Poof! Oh no! Ate too much. Luo Yunshuang's expression froze instantly. Damn! So smelly? It must be because she ate too much. Her stomach is having issues. Chen Huai'an frowned slightly. He knew a bit about medicine and could take pulses and perform acupuncture, but this infant was still too small for him to do anything. Hey! What are you doing? How dare you be disrespectful to me? I want to kill you. Luo Yunshuang struggled wildly, but unfortunately, her infant body had little strength. Chen Huai'an was sweating profusely. He had never been a caregiver, and more importantly, there were no diapers in this world. Fortunately, it wasn't too cold at the moment. Chen Huai'an placed the infant in a wooden basin and went to clean her urine ring. I forgot, I'm still an infant now. Since you don't know any better, I'll let you off this time, but you must be punished for being so rude to me in the future. Luo Yunshuang's notebook added another entry for Chen Huai'an. Uncle Wang, why are you here? Suddenly, Chen Huai'an's voice sounded outside the earthen house, and Luo Yunshuang immediately perked up her ears to listen. My dear nephew, your father's mourning period isn't over, so I shouldn't be saying this now, but Uncle Wang, just say it. Normally, this is a good time for fishing, but we haven't caught any fish for half a month, and we're about to run out of food. The county has started collecting taxes, and all fishing households must supply a blockade fish. That thing can only be caught in deep waters. At my age, I truly can't do it anymore, and winter is approaching. Just as it happens, the Lin family manager came by slaves, so I let Erhua. Erhua has entered the slave registry. Once entered into the slave registry, one is a slave for life. Forget about freedom. Life and death are at the whim of the master, living perhaps worse than livestock. Of course, if one ends up in a good household, they might be treated a bit better, but that possibility is minuscule. Chen Huai'an couldn't say much about this after all. He was also a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to put together his life-saving money. Uncle Wang, my father is gone, so I will decide. This marriage proposal is off. My dear nephew is truly understanding. By the way, I heard that a tiger demon has appeared on Fulong Mountain, eating a lot of herbal gatherers. You should be more careful recently and avoid going into the mountains if possible. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Uncle Wang, and all wandering household will be taxed. You herbal gatherers must pay too. More taxes again? How much will it be? I'm not sure about that. You can ask Air Guzi. As the conversation ended, Luo Yunshuang heard a sigh. First, my father dies and then I get dumped? That's pretty tragic. Luo Yunshuang shook her head, surveying the room. An earthen Kong, a nearby earthen stove, a wooden table, and 3 stools, just the total possessions. She had never seen such a level of poverty in her previous life. After all, you saved my life. Once I regain my strength, you won't have to endure this anymore. Luo Yunshuang seriously contemplated as Chen Huai'an twisted the urine ring, lifted the straw curtain, and walked into the room. Chen Huai'an took the marriage dissolution lightly, but this taxation matter was crucial to his livelihood. He casually hung the urine ring and the belly band on the rope next to the earthen stove, the belly band also holding a jade pendant, which he hung on the rope too. Chen Huai'an fished the infant out of the basin, dried her with a piece of cloth, and directly placed her into the bedding. Such a strong smell. I'm going to suffocate. Luo Yunshuang struggled. The straw mat on the earthen Kong was covered with 2 layers of already tattered thin cloth, and this bedding hadn't been washed in a long time, not because Chen Huai'an was lazy or slovenly, but because the thin cloth was in such poor condition that it would fall apart as soon as it was washed. Chen Huai'an sat on the stool at the table. In the past, he loved to use pen and paper to record or summarize, but with limited conditions now, he had to close his eyes and think in his mind. Liang rice costs 400 coins per stone, coarse salt is over 70 coins, but it tastes very bitter and has slight toxicity. This is all I can buy right now. Now with this burden, I need to find a way to get some hemp and charcoal and prepare before winter. Prices are going to rise soon. Adding all this up, it will cost at least 3,000 to 5,000 coins, but I only have less than 400 coins right now. If I sell these 2 pearls of 7-leaf lotus and conserve my spending, it might barely cover the winter expenses, but if they impose additional taxes, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Chen Huai'an felt a headache coming on. In his previous life, he had read many novels where transmigrators arrived in a new place and directly used their golden fingers to dominate, but now he was troubled by the mundane. Matters of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The novels were all lies. First, let's go find Guzi and ask about the situation. Chen Huai'an glanced at the infant on the comm. Perhaps tired from playing, she had already fallen asleep and was sleeping soundly. If it were just me, I would feel like there's no hope in life, but with this little one around, it gives me some motivation. He tucked in the bedding and walked outside. This village was called Chenjia Village, with over 200 households, about 70 or 80% of which were surnamed Chen, while the rest were later migrants. About 30 miles west was Fengling County, the largest county within a 1,000-mile radius, where wandering households sold their goods. Herbal gatherers like Chen Huai'an had to sell their herbs to the Shilin Medicine Workshop. If they engaged in private sales, the Lin family behind the Shilin Medicine Workshop would make sure the herbal gatherer disappeared without a trace. The last ray of sunlight was blocked by the green mountains, but it was still bright. Chen Huai'an walked to Chen Go's home with ease. Chen Go was 5 or 6 years older than Chen Huai'an, and their family situations were quite similar 2 or 3 years ago. Chen Go's father went into Fulong Mountain and was reportedly eaten by a tiger demon. After that, Chen Go became the new herbal gatherer. Tai Dan, why are you here so late? Chen Go was squatting at the door, drinking water and eating rice. Tai Dan was the name given by Chen Huai'an's father in this world. Most people in the village had similarly lowly names, easy to nurture. Brother Guzi, I heard the county is taxing wandering households. What's going on? There was a bandit disturbance not long ago, and the county magistrate plans to send the town military division to suppress the bandits. Once the town military division moves, a large sum of grain and military pay is needed, so of course, they will impose taxes. Now, whenever we gather herbs and enter the city, we must pay taxes, regardless of whether we are selling anything or not. Chen Ergu shook his head. How much tax do we have to pay? 200 coins. So much. Isn't that a death sentence? We can only earn 50 or 60 coins, if we are lucky when we go into the mountains. Who says otherwise? But most herbs can't be stored for long, and after a while, the Shilin pharmacy won't want them. Today, the Lin family sent a group of people to the village. What for? Chen Huai'an frowned and asked. To buy slaves. Many of the young men and women in our village have been taken away. Old Master Lin is still kind-hearted, giving a lot of money, much more generous than the Zhou family. But unfortunately, I don't meet the Lin family's requirements otherwise. I would be the first to enter the slave registry. Once you enter the slave registry, you'll be a slave for life. So what? It's better than starving to death. Besides, the Lin family treats their slaves pretty well. Some who in the favor of the young masters have even been freed. Better to be a rich man's concubine than a poor man's wife. Chen Ergu sighed again. Now, we can only take the risk and make a trip to Ghost Cry Gorge. Ghost Cry Gorge is a canyon in Fulong Mountain, with treacherous terrain, and it is infested with bandits that harass Fengling County. You want to go to Ghost Cry Gorge? There are not only fierce beasts there, but also bandits. What else can I do? It's death either way. It's worth a shot. If I can gather some top-quality herbs, I won't have to worry for 3 to 5 years. By the time Chen Huai'an returned home, it was already completely dark. He originally planned to take 2 7-leaf lotuses to the Shilin pharmacy in the county town to exchange for money tomorrow, but now he could only give up that idea. Just the entry fee for the city nearly equaled 1 7-leaf lotus. Tomorrow, he'll go to Fulong Mountain again. I must prepare enough money for the winter. This time, when I enter the city, it'll stock up completely, and before spring next year, I won't have to enter the city again. If he only sold 1 7-leaf lotus, it would be too much of a loss. After much consideration, Chen Huai'an decided to take another chance. But he wouldn't choose to go to Ghost Cry Gorge like Chen Ergu did that place, while having plenty of herbs was too dangerous. Nothing is more important than life. Chapter 3. A mere tiger demon dares to act recklessly before me in the early morning. The morning mist of the Fulong Mountain range had yet to disperse. Chen Huai'an had already shouldered his medicine basket and entered the vast mountains once again. He was truly fed up. Luo Yunshuang was on the verge of tears in the medicine basket. As an infant, what she needed most was ample sleep. Yet before dawn, she had been awakened by this man, randomly stuffed with a mouthful of paste, and then tossed into the medicine basket. The mountain path was rugged and bumpy, making it impossible for Luo Yunshuang to sleep even if she wanted to. This body was still incapable of cultivation, and the spiritual energy in this wilderness was too thin. Now, apart from her strong spiritual sense, and slightly better physique than an ordinary infant, she had no other advantages. As she pondered, she suddenly noticed the jade pendant in the swaddling cloth. Back when she was about to ascend to the emperor level, she entered the sacred ruins' secret realm for training and found this jade pendant among the ruins. She sensed that this pendant was extraordinary, but she had never known how to use it. If someone were to harm her without the protection of the pendant, she would undoubtedly perish even if she used the secret techniques of the Celestial Court. In the Celestial Court, there were countless unparalleled treasures, but only this jade pendant had been worn close to her since she obtained it. How on earth was it supposed to be used? Luo Yunshuang was at a loss. Beneath a towering tree, a small pink-purple flower was slowly blooming. In the past, this herb was abundant, but now it had become somewhat rare, especially the aged purple-backed Tian Kuei, which could sell for 3,000 coins. The one in front of Chen Huai'an, however, was at most a year old and worth only about 100 or 200 coins, which was not too little for him. Roar! Before Chen Huai'an could step forward to pick it, a tiger roar suddenly echoed, shaking down many leaves. A tiger spirit. Chen Huai'an looked in the direction of the sound, his pupils suddenly contracting. He had never faced such a dangerous moment since his arrival in this world. Would I still get a chance to cross over? Chen Huai'an focused his gaze, and the creature appeared completely snow-white, with 3 clusters of golden fur on its forehead forming a character for king, and its claws were surrounded by dark blue flames. He quickly drew out his medicinal hoe, but the tiger spirit merely flared its nostrils, not even attempting to dodge. The hoe struck the tiger spirit hard, yet it showed no signs of pain. Damn it, this time I'm really going to die. Just as Chen Huai'an turned to flee, the tiger spirit swiped a claw, hitting the medicine basket, causing Chen Huai'an to tumble to the ground, and the infant was thrown out of the basket. A mere tiger demon dares to act recklessly before me. Luo Yunshuang was furious, although she couldn't use any techniques. Her spiritual pressure had a strong deterrent effect on the tiger spirit, which had just begun to glimpse the path of cultivation. The tiger spirit trembled violently and immediately fled in panic the moment the pressure descended. Cough, cough, why did it run away? Chen Huai'an covered his head. He had just hit a rock, and both his arms and forehead were bruised. Little guy, ignoring his own injuries, Chen Huai'an hurriedly ran to the medicine basket to check on the infant. Wow, the baby was crying loudly, seemingly greatly frightened. The small body was not yet capable of supporting Luo Yunshuang's divine powers. She had merely used her spiritual sense briefly and was met with a strong backlash, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. After soothing the baby for a while, it gradually calmed down. Where's that jade pendant? Chen Huai'an discovered that the pendant was missing from the swaddling cloth. It was the only token on the infant and looked extraordinary. If things got tough, it could be sold for some money. After searching for a while, Chen Huai'an found the broken jade pendant in several pieces beside a stone. Oh no, now I can't sell it. Chen Huai'an felt a chill in his heart, placing the infant back in a medicine basket and carefully picking up the pendant, which could not be reassembled. What a pity. Forget it. This place isn't safe. If the tiger spirit returns, I'm really finished. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to leave, the jade pendant in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding light, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably, and his vision gradually blurred. Where's this? Chen Huai'an looked around in a panic. Wasn't I just under a big tree in Fulong Mountain? How did I end up in a cave? Also, where's the little guy? Feeling a bit lost, Chen Huai'an quickly calmed down and began searching for an exit. The cave was large, with a plowed patch of land, and beside it stood a stone tablet with 2 crooked characters inscribed, Spirit Garden. Behind the Spirit Garden were 2 stone chambers, one a pill chamber and the other a scripture pavilion, both empty and devoid of anything. Soon, Chen Huai'an returned to the vicinity of the Spirit Garden, where he found a medicinal hoe and 3 herbs, 2 7-leaf lotuses, and 1 purple-backed Tian Kuei. What does this mean? Am I supposed to grow herbs now? Unable to find an exit, Chen Huai'an picked up the medicinal hoe. He was herb gatherer, but he also understood something about transplanting herbs. Some precious herbs couldn't be left for long and needed to be transplanted into pots for sale at the pharmacy after being found. In just a few minutes, Chen Huai'an planted the 3 herbs in the Spirit Garden and fetched half a bucket of water from a nearby, pond to water them. Wow, that was fast. The 3 herbs began to grow at a visible rate. The 7-leaf lotus directly grew into a 9-leaf lotus, increasing its value by at least 5 or 6 times. The purple-backed Tian Kuei was slightly less impressive, but still more than doubled in value. Could it be that I'm dreaming? Chen Huai'an still found it hard to believe. But this thing can't be eaten. I need to get out now. As soon as he finished speaking, everything went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back under the big tree, with the baby sleeping soundly in the medicine basket. What has happened? As Chen Huai'an was puzzled, he noticed 3 herbs beside him. A 9-leaf lotus, a 5-year-old purple-backed Tian Kuei. This isn't a dream? Did my golden finger arrive? Chen Huai'an picked up the herbs and hurried back to Chen family village. On the way, he kept recalling everything that had happened over the past 2 days. All the changes began when he found the baby girl, and even this golden finger was related to the jade pendant of the baby. The baby's background must be extraordinary. However, his understanding of this world was very limited, confined to the small area of Chen family village, with only vague memories of Fengling County. How do I get in? Upon returning home, Chen Huai'an began to think about how to re-enter that cave. Perhaps this is a place that exists within the spiritual sense. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy. Back to the cave. After several attempts, Chen Huai'an was able to freely enter and exit the cave. And the next step was to study the spirit garden. Unfortunately, with only these 2 types of herbs in hand, replanting them in the spirit garden did not yield any further changes. It seemed he would need to go into town to buy some herbs to try out. Chapter 4 Kindness doesn't last long, and good people are often bullied. The fish belly was turning white, and the thin mist had not yet dissipated. Chen Huai'an, carrying his medicine basket, arrived at the east gate of Fengling County. At the city gate, 2 tables were set up, and 6 guards were sitting there. At this time, there weren't many people entering or exiting the city. Pass. Chen Huai'an quickly pulled out a somewhat worn wooden token, on which his father's name and status were engraved. My father's mourning period hasn't ended, so this token hasn't been changed. Guard leader took a glance and didn't care. Tax collection, herbal gatherers entering the city. Pay 200 coins. Chen Huai'an nodded. He had counted the money before leaving home. Sir, here's exactly 200 coins. As a wandering household, he was only slightly above the 9th rank, so when in the city, he had to address anyone as sir. That's 190 coins. Not enough for 200. Lida directly pocketed 10 coins right in front of Chen Huai'an. The young one miscounted. I'll make up for it. Chen Huai'an was going to the city to sell medicinal herbs, so he could prepare for winter supplies. Although 10 coins were not a small amount for him, there was no need to create unnecessary trouble over it. Just then, Li Dagong was about to let him pass when Li Er, not far away, suddenly shouted to stop him. What are you carrying on your back? This is a medicinal basket, and it contains herbs. Open it, let me check. As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers stepped forward, and one of them directly used a spear to pry open the lid of the basket. Is this what you call herbs? Lida glared, pointing at the baby girl inside the basket. The little woman gave birth prematurely and died, leaving a baby girl with no one to take care of her, so she could only. No need to explain, 200 coins. Lier said coldly. This infant is not even a year old, and the little one has no money at all. No money? Aren't you going to the city to sell herbs? Where are the herbs? Use the herbs as payment. Lier pressed aggressively. These bullies taking advantage of their power. Once I regain my strength, I'll make you all regret it. Luo Yunshuang in the basket clenched her tiny fists in anger. After using her divine sense yesterday, she only recovered by morning, and she was still holding on to her bad mood. If it weren't for the concern that the backlash would be even stronger and affect her future cultivation, she would have used her divine sense to turn these soldiers into idiots. Taidan, you also came to the city? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind Chen Huai'an. It was his fellow villager, Chen Ergu. Brother Ergu. Chen Huai'an turned around and greeted him. What happened here? Chen Ergu stepped forward. Chen Huai'an briefly explained the situation. Li Ge, this is my cousin. Please make an exception. Chen Ergu took out a few plants of Rehmannia from his own basket, bowing and handing them to several soldiers. Then he walked to Li Da's side and continued. His father just passed away not long ago, and he has no abilities to collect herbs. This time, he came to the city using his father's funeral money to buy some winter supplies. What does his life or death have to do with us? However, Since it's for your sake, I'll let it go this time, but don't let it happen again. All right, thank you, Li Ge. My family's medicinal wine will be ready before winter. I'll bring a few jars for you then. In the past, it was Chen Huai'an's father who would go to the city alone. Chen Huai'an rarely accompanied him. After his father's death, Chen Erge took on the role of the herbalist and had been to the city several times, dealing with these soldiers often. To survive, one must not offend those above, and also be careful with those below. A slight misstep could cut off the path to survival. All right, let's hurry and leave. Don't linger here. Chen Huai'an took a deep breath and followed Chen Ergu into the county town of Jiangling. You know where the Sherlin apothecary is. Go there yourself. I need to stop by the dock first. Thank you, Brother Ergu. We're all relatives. No need to be polite. Once you're in the city, be careful with your words and actions. It's not like in the village. The hearts of people here are more treacherous than a beehive. Besides, no one can help you for a lifetime, not even your parents. We are of low status. Retreat when you can, yield when you must. Otherwise, if you get killed, you won't even make a splash. Chen Ergu felt that Chen Huai'an's experiences were quite similar to his own, both being unfortunate souls, so he reminded him a bit more. Okay, Brother Ergu, I will remember. By the way, where did you get this burden? Our village is so small. I haven't heard of anyone's daughter being pregnant. Could be from Widow Wu. I haven't seen her for a while. No, I found her on the mountain the day before yesterday. Found her? Really? Why would I lie to you? In this world, good people don't live long. Look at yourself. You still want to take care of her? Once we get into the city, find someone suitable in the market. Chen Huai'an didn't say much, just nodded. If it weren't for the incident with the tiger spirit yesterday, he indeed had thought about such things. The jade pendant, the cave, the strange spirit garden, all could be related to the infant. If utilized properly, it could be his leverage to turn his life around. Such matters, even with close family, should not be easily disclosed, and Chen Huai'an naturally would not explain to Chen Ergu. Moreover, he currently only had 3 herbs, without strength, status, or wealth. So he needed to be cautious. Chen Ergu, I will remember this name. You have already paved your own path to death. Originally, at the city gate, Chen Ergu helped Chen Huai'an out of trouble, and Luo Yunshuang thought this person was quite good. If she recovered in the future, she could conveniently bring him back to the central state Immortal court, where he could enjoy half a lifetime of glory. However, after hearing this, Luo Yunshuang wished she could kill Chen Ergu right now. Compared to being with someone like Chen Huai'an, who was at the bottom of society and had no resources, her recovery would be much longer. But because he was at the bottom, he wouldn't attract attention, giving her a chance to develop. The dock was in the northern suburbs, while the Sherlin apothecary was in the southern market of the county town. After entering the city, Chen Huai'an and Chen Ergu split up and walked in different directions. The entire Fengling County town was quite large, divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city was located in the northwest corner of the entire town, where the high-ranking officials and nobles lived, which ordinary people could not enter. The outer city had 15 streets interwoven, with orderly blocks and rows of peach and plum trees along the roads, as well as 3 major markets and 5 granaries. The entire Fengling County was also located at the confluence of 3 rivers, the hub of the Grand Canal, with waterways flowing throughout the city, making it the most prosperous economically despite being the weakest in terms of strength among the 7 counties of Jiangling Prefecture. Chen Huai'an followed the street towards the southern market. Having seen too many skyscrapers and various commercial streets in his previous life, he didn't find the prosperity of the county town surprising. He didn't expect that this wild place would have such a flourishing city. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy here was thin, not suitable for cultivation. Even if he had the Immortal court's cultivation methods, returning to his peak would not be easy. He had to find a way to leave this place early. Luo Yunshuang lay in the medicinal basket, looking through the gaps at the street scene outside. She had wanted to speak for a long time, but her language ability had not matured yet. She could only babble, unable to form a complete word. As for using divine sense to communicate, Chen Huai'an was still an ordinary person, without any divine sense at all. When will I grow up? I'm really fed up. In the past, when she was the Empress, she always felt too tired and wanted to return her childhood, but now that she was in her childhood, she was eager to grow up. What made Luo Yunshuang even more anxious was that precious jade pendant. Although she didn't know how to use it, it was definitely a supreme treasure. She never expected it would shatter. At that time, when the tiger's spirit appeared, Luo Yunshuang was thrown away, and she immediately used divine sense pressure to scare the tiger's spirit away. Before she lost consciousness, she saw the jade pendant turn into fragments, and then she lost her awareness. When she woke up again, she had already been carried back home by Chen Huai'an, and as for that jade pendant, it was nowhere to be found. He probably didn't bring it back. Fortunately, I remember that place. Once I can walk, I'll go there myself. Even if it's shattered into pieces, it's unlikely anyone would pick it up. That was a divine artifact. Even at my peak, I couldn't even leave a scratch on it with all my strength. Why did it shatter so easily this time? Chen Huai'an had no idea about Luo Yunshuang's doubts and was following his memory to find the Sherlin apothecary. Now he had 2 9-leaf lotuses and 1 purple-backed daylily in hand. The purple-backed daylily could still sell for a decent price, but what to do with the 9-leaf lotuses? It wasn't that no one wanted the 9-leaf lotuses, but they were too precious. With his status, taking them out would probably attract unnecessary trouble. However, this 5-year-old purple-backed daylily was worth at most 400 to 500 coins, not even enough for a couple of silver coins, let alone buying winter food and charcoal. Before he could come up with a solution, Chen Huai'an had already arrived at the Sherlin apothecary. The shopkeeper was a somewhat thin old man who originally had the surname Zhang, but later became a servant of the Lin family and changed his surname to Lin. "You are Chen Tieju's son?" Lin Xiang sized up Chen Huai'an. During this time, he had been in the mountains, and the wind and sun had darkened Chen Huai'an's skin. Although he couldn't be considered weak, he was far from being robust. After all, the staple food is only a type of flatbread, and occasionally eating some fruits from the mountains barely fills the stomach. Naturally, he is quite thin, but his facial features are relatively well proportioned, at least not unpleasant to the eye. Returning to Lord Lin, I am the son of Chen Taiju, Chen Huai'an. Chapter 5. Named an adopted son, but actually a house slave. In a Sherlin medicine shop, Chen Huai'an took out a purple-backed Tian Kuei and respectfully handed it to Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang did not move, still staring intently at Chen Huai'an, as if he were looking at prey. "I had a good relationship with your father before, and I was very sad when your father passed," Lin Xiang said, a hint of a smile on his face. "The name Taidan doesn't sound good. I remember you the 6th in line, so I'll call you Chen Lu." Chen Huai'an's mother was weak and sickly. She had a hemorrhage during childbirth and ultimately passed away. His father had no money to find a wife, leaving Chen Huai'an as the only son in the family. However, according to the rules of Chenjiakan, family rankings are counted among all male peers in the clan. Originally, Chenjiakan was also thriving, but decades ago, many died during the canal excavation and labor, with some of their bodies even left in the canal. After that, Chenjiakan fell into decline, and by Chen Huai'an's generation, the entire village barely had 3 young men, counting outsiders. "Don't call me Lord, just call me Uncle Lin." Chen Huai'an couldn't figure out what this old man was planning, but he remained extremely vigilant. "Uncle Lin, if there's anything you need, just tell me. Lu can only gather some herbs. I have no other abilities. On the outskirts of Fulong Mountain, besides trees, how many herbs could there be? Continuing as a herbalist, you would starve. Your father should have told you that I have no sons. I previously discussed with your father about taking you as an adopted son, but your father left so suddenly that it was not finalized." Upon hearing Lin Xiang's words, Chen Huai'an had some vague memories. His father indeed had mentioned it before. For someone like Lin Xiang, who had entered into slavery, there was no qualification to buy slaves, including those commoners. However, they had a loophole, which was to take an adopted son. Although Lin Xiang had no sons, he had a nephew, and even though he had saved some money over the years, it would ultimately go to that nephew. This so-called adopted son, Chen Huai'an, was actually meant to be used as a house slave. No matter how high his status in the Lin family, he would merely be a servant, not even comparable to a dog of the Lin family. If the Lin family's master were in a bad mood, Lin Xiang might not even know how he would die. Taking him as an adopted son was less direct than entering into slavery, and naturally, Chen Huai'an would not agree. "Uncle Lin, my father's mourning period has not yet passed. Please allow me some time. Once I finish handling family matters, I will come to serve you as an adopted son." Lin Xiang frowned slightly, feeling that Chen Huai'an had a point. "All right, Let's wait until after winter. It's not too late. Lin Xiang had also learned about the situation of Chen Huai'an and his father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed the idea of adopting him. If nothing unexpected happens, their family might not even survive the winter. When they reach a dead end, bringing up this matter would be a natural progression. With that in mind, Lin Xiang took the herbs from Chen Huai'an's hand. Purple-backed Tian Kuei? It's been a long time since I've seen one. Is this a 5-year-old plant? Did you go to Longzhuo Ridge? Lin Xiang looked at Chen Huai'an in surprise. Fulong Mountain stretches for 800 miles, with more than 30 peaks. Ordinary herbalists only dare to pick herbs on the outskirts. In fact, passing Longzhuo Ridge is considered entering Fulong Mountain. However, fierce beasts roam there, and even with some martial skills, it could be a life-and-death situation. Given Chen Huai'an's current strength, he naturally wouldn't dare to cross Longzhuo Ridge. I went a bit past Longzhuo Ridge, but didn't go deep. I was lucky to pick this herb and immediately turned back. Hey Lu, you're really like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Do you know how dangerous it is there? You won't dare next time. Nothing is more important than life. If you lose your life, no matter how valuable the herbs you gather, you can't bring them back. This purple-backed Tian Kuei is of good age, but it's only worth 400 coins. Considering your father's kindness and the fact that you will become my adopted son after the new year, I'll give you 450 coins. Lin Xiang spoke with an extremely generous tone. But Chen Huai'an had heard from his father that this 5-year-old purple-backed Tian Kuei was worth at least 500 coins. And the market price at Shilin Medicine Shop could reach 1 tael of silver, which is 1,000 coins. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Chen Huai'an carefully put away the less than half a guana copper coins and exited the Shilin Medicine Shop. Gulu gulu. Hungry? I didn't feel it. Chen Huai'an touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten much in the morning, but he had walked less today, and the road was flat. Unlike the mountain paths that consumed more energy. Gulu. Another sound came, and Chen Huai'an turned to look. It was from the herb basket. This little guy had already eaten 2 flatbreads soaked in water this morning. It's really becoming too much to support. Chen Huai'an felt increasingly that this baby girl was unusual. Besides being a good eater, she was also extremely quiet, not crying or making a fuss, hardly resembling a typical infant. Therefore, he paid more attention to her. There's still 2 pearls of 9-leaf lotus. If sold to the Lin family's medicine shop, it would attract attention and be hard to explain. But it can't be sold privately either. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. First, let me feed this little one. She has followed me for so long and hasn't had a proper meal. Chen Huai'an walked for a long time on the street, with various taverns and restaurants dazzling his eyes. More importantly, the prices. This half guana money could probably only buy a bowl of rice and 2 pickled vegetables. This was almost a month's worth of food for him, and spending it like this was indeed too extravagant. Wow, hungry. This emperor is starving to death. Although this emperor hasn't started cultivating yet, it's the time for growth, and if this continues, I might really fall. Hearing the baby's cries, Chen Huai'an took her out of the herb basket and held her in his arms, patting her gently. Don't worry, I'll look for food. Something delicious will come soon. I'm about to starve to death. Didn't we just get some money? Hurry up and buy food for this emperor. The baby girl cried nonstop, making Chen Huai'an break into a sweat. Tiadeng, did you sell your herbs? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. It was Chen Ergu, who had just returned from the northern suburbs. Yeah, did you finish your business? Finished. Chen Ergu nodded. Then let's find a place to feast. I happen to have money. I'll treat, Chen Huai'an said. Sure, I know a place. It's large and cheap. Chen Ergu led the way, with Chen Huai'an following behind. Beside the stinking stream of the Qingchuan tributary, nestled between a coffin shop and a mule market, a half-rotten boat plank served as a sign, with a few illegible characters written on it. An overturned earthen wine jar acted as a table, with 4 stool legs tied together with hemp rope. In the corner, there was a pile of moldy straw, with a few drunk men curled up in the straw, snoring. The environment was a bit poor, but the drinks here are still good, Chen Ergu said with a smile. This is called a poor environment? Luo Yunshuang's eyes widened, and she even dared not breathe. The stench mixed with the foul smell of the sewage, the rancid smell of low-quality grease, and the sour odor of unwashed foot wrappings were almost unbearable even for Chen Huai'an. Old Wang, 2 bowls of Yanshan noodles. Chen Ergu shouted. The waiter was a one-eyed, limping old man with a cleaver at his waist, but he moved quite briskly. Chapter 6. Fengling Crossing. Handsome young man, Zhao Xiaoqi official. Fengling County has a total of 7 counties, with Fengling County being the weakest in strength but the most affluent. Firstly, it is backed by the Fulong mountain range, and it can rely on the mountains for sustenance. Even in famine years, one can survive by eating tree bark on the outskirts of Fulong Mountain. Secondly, the convergence of the Fulong River, Qishui River, and Qingchuan makes water transport convenient and trade prosperous. Finally, Fengling County is the most stable of the 7 counties, having not seen significant conflict for over 100 years. The 4 major families within it get along quite harmoniously. In the entire Fengling County, the lives and deaths of all people are inseparable from these 4 prominent families. Grain, oil, meat, vegetables, pharmacies, and fish stalls are mostly properties of the Lin family. The taverns, brothels, gambling houses, and inns are all run by the Li family. On the Qishui River, there are even dozens of pleasure boats specifically catering to high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants who need to find connections to board. The textiles and cosmetics are all owned by the Sun family. Among the 4 families, the strongest is the Zhao family. They are outsiders who came to Fengling County not long ago, and through martial skills, they gained a reputation. Later, the head of the Zhao family took over as the county magistrate, and his son gradually took control of the town's military affairs. It was also through the Zhao family's mediation that the other 3 families worked together to rapidly enrich Fengling County. Chen Huai'an sat on an unstable stool, glancing at his bowl of Yangchun noodles. The gray buckwheat noodles sank in the meaty broth, with a couple of yellowed vegetable leaves floating on top, seemingly rotten, while 3 drops of oil floated on the surface. "Do you want to add salt?" Chen asked. "No need." Chen Huai'an shook his head. Adding 3 coins could allow for a pinch of coarse black salt in the noodles. The old man serving also brought 2 bowls of murky liquor that was similar to the noodle soup. The industrial alcohol Chen Huai'an smelled in his previous life was dozens of times better than this stuff. "Did you find good stuff in the mountains this time?" "I went to Longzhao Ridge." "What? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "There was no choice. Winter is approaching. But luckily, I found purple-back Tian Kuei, 5 years old." "That's still not bad." Chen nodded. Chen Huai'an took a bite of the noodles. Although they looked a bit dirty, they indeed did not taste good. After a few mouthfuls, he had no issues and decided to feed a strand to the baby girl in his arms. At first, Luo Yunshuang resisted, but she was too hungry and eventually opened her mouth. Just as bad as I imagined. Luo Yunshuang held back the urge to vomit and finished 1 bowl. Then 2 bowls, then 3 bowls. "Damn, what did you pick up?" "You should hurry and toss it into the Qishui River." Chen Ergu's eyes widened. "When I was collecting purple-back Tian Kuei, she was crying beside me. Without her, I might not have even found the purple-back Tian Kuei. She's a lucky star." "Lucky star my ass. The purple-back Tian Kuei is only worth a few 100 coins. The way she's eating, it'll cost you your life. Listen to me. Throw it away quickly, or before winter even hits, you'll starve to death." Chen Ergu said seriously. Wait a bit longer. I want to find her a good family." "Give it up. What good family can afford to feed such a glutton? Is she a mountain spirit in disguise?" "Stop talking nonsense. There's no such thing as mountain spirits." Chen Huai'an shook his head repeatedly. "Exactly. I am the Empress of the Central Plains Celestial Court, not some mountain spirit. You look more like a mountain spirit. Your whole family is made of mountain spirits. Once I recover, you'll be the first one I sacrifice to the heavens. I swear I won't rest until I crush your bones to dust." Luo Yunshuang turned her anger into appetite and ate 2 more bowls of noodle soup. "Hey, you're as stubborn as a mule. I can't advise you." Chen Ergu shook his head. "Ergu, what were you doing at the North Suburb dock?" Chen Huai'an changed the subject. "My dad went to Longzhao Ridge once and collected a root of the Earth Yellow King. At that time, I asked around, and the Sherlin pharmacy only offered 3 taels of silver. It's worth at least 5 taels now. Later, the Earth Yellow King disappeared, and yesterday, I was looking through my dad's notes and found out that the Zhao family's official, Zhao Xiaoqi, was seriously ill and needed Earth Yellow as a guide. My dad sent the Earth Yellow King to Zhao Xiaoqi, establishing a connection. Zhao Xiaoqi gave my dad a token, saying that if there was trouble in the future, I could find him. Half a year ago, my dad fell off a cliff, and I didn't have a chance to tell him. Following my dad's instructions, I found a token in the rafters and went to see Zhao Xiaoqi today. The Zhao family is very trustworthy and immediately let me enter the town's military affairs as a miscellaneous worker. Although it's a bit hard, surviving is not a problem. Chen Huai'an spoke earnestly. Brother, you're on your way to success. Here, I'll toast you. Chen Huai'an raised his bowl. Alu, don't worry. When I have a chance to rise, I won't forget you. After all, we are from the same family and should help each other. There aren't many descendants of the Chen family left. We should be more united. What you said is right. Chen Huai'an nodded. Chen Huai'an became a bit excited, ordering a plate of cold dishes, which was just half a plate of slightly old shredded radish, but it was cheap. Only 2 coins, less than a pinch of coarse salt. Today I also heard Zhao Xiaoqi say that the third young lady of the Zhao family is seriously ill and has been for some time, needing 7-leaf lotus as a medicinal guide. This herb was very common back in the day, but now, even on the side of Broken Dragon Ridge, it might not be found. The Zhao third young lady is likely in grave danger. Chen Huai'an sighed and shook his head. 7-leaf lotus. Chen Huai'an's heart stirred. He had 2 beads of 9-leaf lotus in his hand, which were dozens of times more effective than the 7-leaf lotus. Selling them to the Shilin pharmacy would at least mean losing half, and he couldn't sell them privately. Chen Huai'an knew how powerful his cave was. 1-year-old herbs quickly matured into 5-year-old ones, which was even more effective than cheats. However, he neither had the ability to consume them nor a way to cash them in. No matter how powerful the cheat, it was useless. However, after hearing Chen Huai'an's words, Chen Huai'an felt inspired. If he offered the 9-leaf lotus to the Zhao family, perhaps they would give him a reward, and he wouldn't have to worry about this winter. Glancing around, he whispered to Chen Huai'an, Brother, I do have 7-leaf lotus, but I have no way to offer it. You have 7-leaf lotus? You didn't sell it to the Shilin pharmacy? I thought you sold it for money. But they can't offer a reasonable price. All the pharmacies in Fengling County belong to the Lin family, and others wouldn't dare accept it. If you offer that 7-leaf lotus to the Zhao family, even if the Lin family finds out, they won't say much. In that case, I'll go find Zhao Xiaoqi and help you investigate thoroughly. That would be a great help, brother. If this works out, no need for more words. If I have trouble in the future, I believe my brothers will do the same. It's difficult for us poor folk to make a living. Helping each other is what we should do. Chen Huai'an downed the last of his drink. Chen Huai'an immediately paid for the meal, placed the baby girl in a medicine basket, gently carried it on his back, and followed Chen Huai'an toward the north suburb. The longest Qishui River in Jiangling County runs through Fengling County, forming a delta where it converges with the Fulong River, which originates from the peak of Fulong Mountain, and the Qingchuan River, which flows through Chongping County. At the confluence of the 3 rivers, a small plain was formed due to the alluvial deposits, named Longu Beach because of the discovery of something resembling dragon bones. Not far from Longu Beach is the largest ferry, Fengling Ferry. In front of Fengling Ferry, crowds gathered, with shipyards, piers, and warehouses. On the west side of the beach, lime was used to draw a grid, and bare-chested men waited to occupy different areas according to their ranks, tying colorful ropes around their ankles. These are the lower-class laborers. The east bank was more chaotic, with corpse retrievers covered in river mud and water ghosts diving into sunken ships to search for gold. In the shipyard, there were merchant ships, escort ships, and along the shore were fishermen's rafts. In the distance, the tallest ship was the town's military affairs ship, 3 stories high, with 7 iron chains hanging a fierce beast skull from the bow. At the end of the pier stood an octagonal pavilion made of black iron, where a young man draped in black rhino leather and bearing the emblem of the town's military affairs stood. He looked young, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, like a jade tree in the wind. If placed in Chen Huai'an's previous world, he would definitely become an ancient costume idol. Don't move here. I'll go greet him first. After reminding Chen Huai'an, Chen Huai'an bent down and jogged along the somewhat wobbly pier towards the octagonal pavilion. Lord Zhao, Huai'an, why are you back again? Facing the cold inquiry from Zhao Xiaoqi, Chen Huai'an still wore a flattering smile. Lord Zhao, that is my cousin, also a herb collector, named Chen Lu. I heard the third young lady is seriously ill and needs a 7-leaf lotus, so he risked his life to venture into Broken Dragon Ridge. He is also quite fortunate. Not only did he survive and return, but he also managed to harvest the 7-leaf lotus. If Chen Huai'an picked the 7-leaf lotus and presented it to the Zhao family, that would be overstepping, and it would be difficult for him to continue living in Fengling County. However, if Chen Huai'an risked his life to enter the mountains to gather herbs to help the Zhao family in their time of need, then the Lin family wouldn't be able to say much. 7-leaf lotus? Really? Sir, how could I dare to lie about such a thing? Bring him over. Upon hearing this, Chen Ergo quickly turned around and waved to Chen Huai'an. Chapter 7. The head of the herb-gathering team, smiling Yama Lin Fu. On an autumn night, the river mist wrapped around the half-moon, and the mountain shadows on the opposite bank transformed into inky blotches. Chen Huai'an sat in a patched-up boat canopy, with the bamboo door missing half a panel. It seems that we will have to spend the night here. Before meeting the Zhao junior official, he plucked 2 leaves from the 9-leaf lotus, turning it into a 7-leaf lotus. The medicinal effect and age remained unchanged. Only an experienced herb gatherer or physician could tell the difference. This way, it would only convince the Zhao junior official that it was a 7-leaf lotus. After receiving the 7-leaf lotus, the Zhao junior official immediately returned to the Zhao residence, while Chen Huai'an was assigned to this fishing boat. Until the Zhao family's third young lady fully recovered, Chen Huai'an could not leave even for a moment. If the young lady was cured, he would be rewarded. But if her condition worsened or remained the same, Chen Huai'an's life would be forfeit here. This feeling of being at the mercy of others was very uncomfortable for Chen Huai'an, but countless wandering households in the world lived this way. They had to rely on the whims of heaven and the moods of the powerful. Wow, I am hungry. Suddenly, Luo Yunshuang began to cry. You little one, are you perhaps a starving ghost reincarnated? Chen Huai'an smiled bitterly. Where could he find something to eat in a place like this? Just as he was worrying, the boat captain brought over a large bucket of fish soup. When fishermen cast their nets, they could catch anything. Some fish had a very strong, earthy smell, and no matter how they were prepared, they would never taste good and couldn't be sold, so they became their own food. Boiled over a fierce fire until even the fish bones dissolved, then seasoned with coarse black salt, paired with hard flatbreads. Eat up. The boat captain tossed this remark before turning and jumping onto another large boat. What are they feeding me? With this, I can't even build a foundation. Luo Yunshuang was somewhat annoyed. The fish soup indeed lacked nutrition, but could stave off hunger. Following you, I've been suffering greatly. While eating, Luo Yunshuang complained her heart. Just as Chen Huai'an finished feeding Luo Yunshuang and was about to start eating himself, a very noisy sound came from outside. Through the hole in the boat canopy, he saw a group of people boarding the dock, led by none other than the Zhao junior official. Chen Huai'an quickly set down the ladle and placed Luo Yunshuang back into your basket. Sir, as soon as he stepped out of the boat canopy, the Zhao junior official had already lightly leaped to the bow of the boat. Your 7-leaf lotus worked wonderfully. The Zhao family has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Since you have made a contribution, you will surely be well rewarded. The tension in Chen Huai'an's heart finally found some relief. Lord Zhao, may I also join the Town Marshal Division? The Town Marshal Division? Although you have made a contribution, do not forget your own identity. The Town Marshal Division is not a place for someone like you to enter, right? The Zhao junior official frowned slightly. Chen Ergo did indeed enter the Town Marshal Division, but he was at the very bottom level, mainly responsible for cleaning up filth. Even so, it was still a coveted position for many. Since the Zhao family's third young lady's condition improved significantly due to Chen Huai'an's contribution, they would certainly not let him take on the lowest position. Given his identity, it was even less likely that he could become a member of the Town Marshal Division. You were originally a herb gatherer. The Sherlin Pharmacy has a herb gathering team, and the master has already spoken to the Lin family to let you join their herb gathering team. With the Zhao family support, they will not mistreat you. Before Chen Huai'an could respond, the Zhao junior official turned and left. By the way, the Zhao junior official added without turning around, the most important thing in life is self-awareness. Erase those unrealistic thoughts from your mind, or it will only harm yourself. After finishing his words, the Zhao junior official dropped a wooden token, lightened his body, and lightly stepped across the water surface back to the octagonal pavilion. An unskilled martial artist in the Central State Immortal Court. People like you're not even worthy of being registered as slaves. Yet you still put on airs in front of me. Little six, once I recover my strength, I will let you beat them down. Although Luo Yunshuang had always been dissatisfied with Chen Huai'an's rudeness, she could not stand others belittling him. Without spiritual herbs and elixirs, I don't know when I will be able to recover. Every day, I endure this humiliation. If I haven't recovered yet, I will die from anger. Chen Huai'an was unaware of Luo Yunshuang's thoughts and bent down to pick up the wooden token. The class system in Fengling County was far stricter than he had imagined, but the current situation was already much better than before. The herb-gathering team from Sherlin Pharmacy was the most coveted place for herb gatherers in the entire Fengling County. Only the most experienced herb gatherers qualified to join, and to truly become part of it, one had to pass very strict assessments. Being able to join the herb-gathering team of Sherlin Pharmacy effectively meant that one had shed the identity of a wandering household. I didn't expect you to have this opportunity. It seems my fortune is running thin. Lin Xiang looked at the wooden token in Chen Huai'an's hand, his eyes full of regret. If he had forcibly kept Chen Huai'an this morning, this wouldn't have happened. Now that he was about to join the herb-gathering team, the matter of adopting him would likely fall through. Alu, you must cherish this hard-won opportunity. Lin Xiang patted Chen Huai'an on the shoulder. I must thank Uncle Lin for your past care. If there is anything I can help with in the future, please feel free to ask. Chen Huai'an politely replied. He hadn't forgotten the debt from the purple leaf Tian Kuei, nor did he overlook the difficulties this old man had given to his father over the years. However, since he had just joined the herb-gathering team, he didn't want to stir up trouble, but these debts would eventually have to be settled. After waiting in the pharmacy for a while, a middle-aged man with a round face and thin eyebrows, wearing a silly smile, walked into the pharmacy. Master Fu. Upon seeing the man, Lin Xiang immediately changed his demeanor, nodding and bowing respectfully. So this is the Chen Lu? In response to Master Fu, that would be me. The man scrutinized Chen Huai'an for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Not bad. Looks quite clever. No wonder you could get close to the Zhao family. Lin Fu, known as Smiling Yama, was the head of the Lin family's herb-gathering team. His birth mother was a lowly prostitute, and he survived as a child abandoned in a mass grave by feeding on decaying flesh, later rescued by the Lin family's drug slaves. At the age of 15, he was adopted as a son by Lin Baiyong, a branch family member of the Lin family, and given the name Lin Fu. In his 10 years of leading the herb-gathering team, the membership had changed 73 times, with only 2 of his trusted subordinates lasting more than 3 years. Come with me, Lin Fu said without any further ado, then turned and walked directly outside the pharmacy. The herb-gathering team's residence was located in the southwest of the outer city, adjacent to the southern market herb street, backed by a tributary of the Qingchuan River. From the Zhuke Gate, head east through 3 alleys, past 2 slanted streets filled with crooked jujube trees, and you would see the gray-tiled courtyard walls adorned with wind-resistant torches. This was where the Lin family's herb-gathering team was located. The black lacquered wooden door was wrapped in iron sheets, with a plaque hanging above reading, "All herbs return to the forest," and a string of dried snake skins hanging from the corners of the plaque. This is your room. Lin Fu spoke with a still friendly smile, but Chen Huai'an felt a chill. There were 4 or 5 other people in the room, but it was too dark to see clearly. The long pinewood floor was covered with 3 layers of reed mats, much better than Chen Huai'an's own home. As for the head Lin Fu, he had his own courtyard. He is the new Chen Lu, who gathered a 7-leaf lotus and cured the Zhao family's 3rd young lady. He came in through the Zhao family connections, so don't hold it against him, Lin Fu said before turning to leave. Chapter 8. The town's Wu Division Guard team collects medicinal herbs. Chen Lu makes a military pledge in the blink of an eye. Chen Huai'an had been part of the Lin family's medicinal herb collection team for some time. He was the youngest in the entire team and had entered through the back door of the Zhao family, bringing along a burden. Naturally, he faced a lot of exclusion in the team. However, the conditions here were far better than at home, and the cold jests and sarcasm were insignificant compared to having enough to eat. This place was referred to as the 100 Herbs Residence. In the front yard, the ground was paved with blue bricks, and a 3-legged bronze medicinal cauldron stood in the center. Dried angelica and astragalus hung in the western corridor, while 20 clay jars lined the eastern wall, soaking various herbs. The courtyard consisted of 6 shared sleeping areas arranged in a nonlinear shape, with nameplates nailed above the doorways. Chen Huai'an was assigned to the number 1 sleeping area. Each area housed 5 people, and currently, there were 7 members in the herb collection team, excluding the leader Lin Fu. They occupied 2 sleeping areas, with Lin Fu's 2 trusted aides in separate rooms, while the remaining 5, including Chen Huai'an, shared 1 room. The other 3 sleeping areas were converted into a bathhouse and a storage room. Beyond the courtyard was the back warehouse, which contained 4 storage rooms for coarse herbs and 2 cellars for precious medicinal materials, accessible only to the leader. On the west side, there was a stable housing for prize horses, which only the leader could ride. After breakfast, Chen Huai'an was responsible for cleaning the courtyard. Just as the clock struck the 3rd hour, he quickly put down his broom and headed to the large cauldron in the front yard. All members of the Lin family's herb collection team practiced the 5-animal play every day. Strengthening their bodies was essential for herbalists, as each time they ventured into Fengling Mountain, they would be gone for 3 to 5 days. Those with poor physical condition would definitely not endure. Previously, Chen Huai'an often entered the mountains, but he always returned home before nightfall and never dared to stay overnight. Although he was young, his physical fitness was far inferior to that of the herb collection team members. These team members would also soak in herbal baths daily, using herbs they grew themselves, which are not worth much. Chen Huai'an had put in considerable effort to obtain a recipe for a soaking bath. The 100 Herbs residents never lacked herbs, but what he could get was limited to the leftovers that others did not want. For Chen Huai'an, as long as the herbs could survive, they were good herbs. After several days of experimentation, he discovered that various herbs could be grown in the cave's spiritual garden, but low-quality herbs had a limited growth period, generally stopping after 3 to 5 years. This was sufficient. After soaking in the medicinal liquid for 3 days, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Yesterday, he had also placed the infant girl in the medicinal bath barrel, and she seemed quite happy. He even named her Meng Meng, Chen Meng Meng. The infant reacted somewhat strongly, seeming to resist, but since she could not speak, Chen Huai'an took it as her agreement. Half an hour later, everyone finished their 5-animal play, and the leader Lin Fu cleared his throat. Cough, cough. I have an announcement. In half a month, it will be the start of winter. According to the annual tradition, we need to go into the mountains to collect herbs once before winter. The next time we go into the mountains, we will have to wait until next year. We haven't had much success in the past 2 months, so this herb collection trip is extremely important. If we come back empty-handed again, no one will have an easy winter. Moreover, this time we will not have Lin family swordsmen. Hearing Lin Fu's words, everyone tensed up. Fengling Mountain was exceptionally dangerous, especially since they had to venture deep into Dragonclaw Ridge each time. A large number of swordsmen were needed to escort them, or else it would be a life-or-death situation. Don't worry. The people protecting us this time are 100 times stronger than Lin family swordsmen. They are from the town's Wu Division. The crowd was somewhat incredulous. The town's Wu Division is actually coming to protect our herb collection? Lin Fu did not keep them in suspense and explained directly. The town's Wu Division will send a large flag into the mountains, primarily tasked with eradicating bandits, and will also escort us to collect herbs. The profits from the herbs will be split 70-30. Therefore, this time into the mountains, you all need to be fully alert. If anyone returns empty-handed, Lin Fu still wore a smile, but it appeared somewhat sinister. You all prepare well. Bring all your tools. We will set out tomorrow at the 4th hour. After Lin Fu finished speaking, everyone dispersed and busied themselves. Chen Lu, come here. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to go and dry the herbs, Lin Fu called him over. Lin leader. This was how the members of the herb collection team addressed Lin Fu, and Chen Huai'an followed suit. I want to repeat the importance of this trip into the mountains. Just don't bring that burden along. It might affect the herb collection. As Lin Fu spoke, he glanced at the herb basket behind Chen Huai'an. A few days ago, while cleaning the courtyard, Chen Huai'an had left Luo Yunshuang on the bed, and when he returned, she was gone. After searching for a while, he found her by the Qinchuan River. It was unclear who played the prank of throwing Luo Yunshuang into the river, but driven by a strong survival instinct, She managed to climb back to the shore, nearly facing death again. Since then, no matter where Chen Huai'an went, even to the restroom, he kept Luo Yunshuang by his side. Lin leader, I guarantee that during this herb collection trip, I will at least collect herbs worth over 2 taels. If I can't, I will immediately withdraw from the herb collection team. However, this girl must come with me. Upon hearing Chen Huai'an's military pledge, Lin Fu said nothing more and turned to walk towards his private courtyard. Collecting herbs worth 2 taels was not a problem in the past. But now even seasoned members of the herb collection team could not guarantee it. Chen Huai'an was prepared. He had previously planted a few ordinary herbs in the cave's spiritual garden, and after 5 years, their value would double. It wouldn't be too difficult to reach 2 taels of silver. Busy all day after dinner, Chen Huai'an carried his herb basket to the corner of the eastern wall in the courtyard and began brewing the soaking medicinal soup. Other herbalists were in the know. 5 sleeping area, placing large barrels for herb baths in a sheltered spot to avoid catching a cold, which also enhanced the effects. Chen Huai'an, however, was chased out due to lack of space. But he was glad for this. After all, the herbs he used were all 5-year-old ones, exclusive to the spiritual garden. Those people soaking for a year wouldn't necessarily have results as good as Chen Huai'an's 3-day soak. After the soup was ready, he poured it into a barrel taller than a person. Chen Huai'an sat in the barrel with Luo Yunshuang, then sprinkled some low-quality herbal residue on the water surface. So if someone saw it, it wouldn't raise any suspicion. This feels great. Although it's not any spiritual herb, it's better than nothing. Where did this kid get these herbs? I've been by his side all along. How does he always manage to inexplicably produce some precious herbs? What has he been doing behind my back? Feeling very comfortable, Luo Yunshuang even paddled a few times in the medicinal barrel. Chen Huai'an closed his eyes slightly, letting his relaxed body fully absorb the medicinal effects. He knew very well that with his situation and the limited resources of the herb collection team, everyone was excluding him. He couldn't stay here for too long, especially since Lin Fu seemed to be secretly targeting him. After witnessing the skills of the Zhao young official, Chen Huai'an had been thinking about how one day he could also become such a person. With strength at his side, no one would dare to easily take advantage of him. However, Fengling County was different from other counties. It prohibited weapons. Learning any martial arts for self-defense was as difficult as climbing to the sky. All martial skills were controlled by the town's Wu Division. Furthermore, anyone who was eliminated or retired from the Wu Division would enter a security agency, and their martial arts skills were not allowed to be passed on, not even to their own children, or they would face severe punishment. But rules are dead, and people are alive. As long as there are enough interests, there will always be someone willing to turn back. The problem was, Chen Huai'an did not have much spare money. The herb collection team provided food and accommodation, and to earn any income, he could only rely on going into the mountains to collect herbs. Chen Huai'an wanted to acquire some martial skills, so he was counting on the harvest from this trip into the mountains. I still need to prepare more herbs. That would be safer, Chen Huai'an thought to himself. Chapter 9. The Silent Ant Give a Map. The water dragon reveals its demon. Before dawn, the herbal gatherers at the Baichao residence had finished their breakfast and, led by the team leader Lin Fu, set out for the Fengling Ferry in the northern suburbs. This time, they were to venture deep into the Ghost Cry Gorge of the Fulong Mountain. If they were to walk, it would take half a month to reach. Thanks to the town's martial division, the herbal gathering team could ride on the luxury boat of the town's martial division, navigating upstream against the Fulong River, passing through the Dragon Claw Ridge and the Broken Dragon Spine, and stopping near Long Bay Mountain upstream of the Fulong River. After more than a day's walk, they would reach the Ghost Cry Gorge. There was still 3 to 5 days' journey to the core area of Fulong Mountain, where it was said there were numerous rare, spiritual herbs guarded by fierce beasts. Even if the town's martial division sent out all their forces, it would still be a one-way trip. Adding Chen Huai'an, who was carrying the herb basket with Luo Yunshuang. The herbal gathering team totaled 8.5 people as they boarded the ferry. The town's martial division's boat was quite large and luxurious. Unless it needed repairs in the dock, it usually stayed moored far away, requiring a ferry to get on board. This was Lin Fu's first time boarding the boat. Be careful. This boat is very precious. If you damage it, Even 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. Lin Fu warned coldly. Yes, everyone responded. And Chen Huai'an echoed with a word. It's just a broken boat. In my Zhongzhou Immortal court, even a lowly slave would disdain to ride this. Luo Yunshuang, hidden behind Chen Huai'an's herb basket, glanced at the boat through a gap, feeling quite disdainful. As for Chen Huai'an, he remained calm. In his previous life, although he rarely rowed boats, he had seen various information about cruise ships and aircraft carriers, and, compared to those, the luxury boat seemed quite ordinary. The 3-story-high boat was adorned with carved beams and painted pillars, with portholes embedded with dragon-shaped glass, shining brilliantly in the sun, making it quite a spectacle. 72 strong men exerted their strength to lift the anchor. A thick hemp rope, as thick as an infant's arm, was pulled taut, and the ferrymen on both banks sang the Slashing the Dragon song, their voices resounding through the sky, evoking an inexplicable surge of energy in Chen Huai'an. With no outlet for it, the boat began to move, gaining speed, cutting through the waves like a plow through snow. Beyond the visible 3 layers above, there were 2 more layers beneath the water surface, one for drainage and another for storing miscellaneous items. The herbal gatherers were arranged in the cabin for storing miscellaneous items, given a few oil lamps for light. In the eyes of ordinary herbal gatherers, joining Lin's herbal gathering team was a mark of distinction. But in the eyes of the town's martial division, they seemed little different from household slaves. Of course, as Lin Baiyang's adopted son, Lin Fu was treated differently. He rested in a private room on the upper layer. The place where gathering herbs this time is at the Broken Dragon's Spine, where fierce beasts abound. Even with the protection of the town's martial division, it is a perilous area for us, so we must gather herbs quickly. To save time, we should split up. Alu, you came late and probably don't have the map of the Broken Dragon's Spine. 1 or 2 silver per map. Do you want one? This man was one of Lin Fu's trusted subordinates. Chen Huai'an didn't know his name, but heard others call him Ghost Hand 7. He was the most skilled in herb gathering in the entire team, and had once gathered a top-grade Tian Kuei herb from the Broken Dragon's Spine, which remained fresh for 10 days without wilting, and brought it back intact to the Sherlin pharmacy. 7th brother, can I get on credit first? No way. This time in the mountains is extremely dangerous, and no one can guarantee they'll come back in one piece. If you die in there, who should I ask for the money? Ghost Hand 7 coldly snorted, putting back the cowhide paper he had just taken out. Alu, I do have spare money. If you want to borrow, just return 2 taels to me after you come back. Old 7 said rightly, you don't even know if you'll come back alive this time. I'm also taking a huge risk. One-eyed AC chimed in, having encountered a snake spirit while gathering herbs years ago, which blinded his right eye with venom, and he replaced it with a dog eye. He was skilled at climbing cliffs and was somewhat petite, with iron scales growing on his fingers. Having the map would surely save Chen Huai'an a lot of detours, but 2 taels of silver was indeed a sky-high price, and with this group of people's character, would they really provide an authentic map without tampering? Abba. Just as Chen Huai'an hesitated, a woman who had been sitting in a chair suddenly stood up, pulled away one-eyed AC, and took out a piece of cowhide paper from her sleeve, handing it to Chen Huai'an. The herbal gatherers all called this woman Silent Ant. She was mute and was said to have silenced herself while testing poisons. She was the only person in the entire herbal gathering team capable of gathering poisonous herbs. Those deadly poisonous plants were something even Lin Fu dared not approach, but Silent Ant could handle them with ease, without any issues. Abba. Silent Ant gestured, and through their interactions over the past few days, Chen Huai'an could barely understand her meaning. Is this a map? Thank you very much, Ant. Abba. Silent Ant shook her head, then glanced at One-Eyed AC and Ghost Hand 7. The outer area of the Broken Dragon Spine was also surrounded by a poisonous fog forest, relying on Silent Ant's detoxification pills, and she was a master of poisons. So no one dared to offend her easily. Cough, Ant, could you distribute some detoxification pills to everyone? Lame Old Wu said with a smile as he looked toward Silent Ant. He spoke in a muffled voice, which was somewhat uncomfortable to hear. Usually, he stuffed his nose with medicinal cloth and only took it off when entering the mountains. He was the person with the keenest sense of smell in the herbal gathering team, able to identify the exact location of herb from over 10 miles away. And when closer, could even specify the types of herbs and their precise age. Abba Abba. Silent Aunt took down a gourd from her waist and poured out 6 black pills, distributing them to the other 6. The oil lamps flickered, dimming and brightening, unable to fully illuminate the cabin. In the darkness, the scar-faced Zhou Laoda and humpbacked second master remained silent, quietly sitting in the corner, resting with their eyes closed. Suddenly, the cabin, which had been as stable as walking on flat ground, tilted sharply, causing everyone to lose their balance and fall to the floor. The oil lamps tumbling off the table and extinguished by the falling debris. What is going on? Scar-faced Zhou Laoda's expression changed drastically. A water monster. We've encountered a water monster. Humpbacked second master, who was blind, showed no signs of panic. His hearing was extraordinary, and he immediately deduced that a water monster had blocked the town's Marshal Division's boat. On this luxury boat, the people had no ability to escape, and most of them were not good swimmers. Bang! Oh no! The lower cabin is leaking. Humpbacked second master's voice showed a hint of panic. We need to find a way to get upstairs. It's too dangerous here, Ghost Hand 7 said. Without the orders of the town's Marshal Division, directly going up would make Humpbacked second master hesitate. At this point, staying here is a faster way to die. One-eyed, AC quickly made his way to the hatch, breaking it open with a punch and escaping. The others exchanged glances, and Chen Huai'an already felt the water rising above his ankles, so he immediately ran out. Chapter 10. Those who go to the deck behead. The lower cabin of the town's Marshal Division's boat was quite spacious. By going up the steps and opening the upward flipping hatch, one would reach the deck. One-eyed, AC relied on his memory to find the hatch and broke it open. Escaping, Chen Huai'an followed closely behind and also went out. Thud! A bloody head rolled to Chen Huai'an's feet. This was indeed one-eyed AC's head, still wide-eyed in shock. Those who go to the deck behead, the flag guard of the town's Marshal Division said sternly. The sound of the blades slicing through the air rang in Chen Huai'an's ears. He was startled and wanted to dodge, while Luo Yunshuang in the herb basket prepared to retaliate with her spiritual pressure. Wait! A somewhat lazy voice spoke up, the sharp long knife stopping right in front of Chen Huai'an's neck. He remained motionless, and Luo Yunshuang promptly retracted her spiritual pressure. You're that Chen Lu? At your service, my lord. I am Chen Lu. Chen Huai'an saw Zhao Xiaoqi, who was sitting on the deck with a small table in front of him, but he had changed into a more imposing outfit. Come here. Zhao Xiaoqi waved his hand. The flag guard, expressionless, stepped aside, while Chen Huai'an slowly walked to the low table. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a massive headless serpent floating on the river. On Zhao Xiaoqi's table, there was a small bowl that seemed to contain serpent brain matter, which occasionally twitched slightly. Do you know that on the warship of the town Marshal Division, without orders, no one is allowed to move freely? I know. Before boarding, Chief Lin Fu made this very clear. Then why did you knowingly break the rules? There was a sudden change, and I was truly panicked, only thinking of surviving. Under the Celestial Court, among billions of subjects, who doesn't want to survive? But if everyone disregards the law just to survive, won't the world descend into chaos? If the world is in chaos, there will be more people unable to survive. Zhao Xiaoqi picked up a piece of brain matter, dipped it in some sauce, and swallowed it in one bite. Chen Huai'an understood well that strength was the real truth, even if he was right and the other party was wrong. With a significant difference in power, anything he said would be wrong. Seeing that Chen Huai'an did not respond, Zhao Xiaoqi put down his chopsticks. I could tell at first sight that you were full of rebellious spirit. If you were incompetent, it would be fine. But what if you gain power? You will surely cause unrest. I dare not. I am just an ordinary wanderer of lowly birth. I do not dare overstep. What a good I dare not overstep. Stepping out of the cabin just now is a death sentence, but seeing as you have merits in gathering herbs. If you eat this bowl of serpent brain, I will spare your life for now. Upon hearing this, Chen Huai'an did not hesitate at all, directly using his bare hands to grab the serpent brain in the bowl. It was sticky, slippery, and extremely foul-smelling. Any ordinary person would have already begun to vomit. But Zhao Xiaoqi had a taste for this. Without chewing, the serpent brain slid down his throat and into his stomach, immediately causing a turbulent reaction like crashing waves, continuously rolling up, the intense stench rushing straight to the crown of his head. Chen Huai'an used all his strength to tightly close his mouth. His teeth almost grinding to dust, his fists clenched, veins bulging. During this time, he had been soaking in medicinal baths, and his strength had become comparable to that of someone who had trained for over a decade. After a while, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit, but his body felt somewhat exhausted. Originally, Zhao Xiaoqi had not regarded Chen Huai'an highly, but just now, when he was about to kill him, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger, as if his own life was hanging by a thread, and this feeling was very strong. He was not old, but he had experienced life and death situations and had naturally developed a keen awareness of crises, which had allowed him to survive many times. He was unsure if this inexplicable intuition was related to Chen Huai'an, so he wanted to test this serpent brain. This serpent brain could temporarily stimulate a martial artist's true energy. If Chen Huai'an was truly a trained fighter, consuming the serpent brain would surely cause his true energy to overflow. True energy was a prerequisite for martial artists. Most people would never find the existence of qi in their lifetimes. Zhao Xiaoqi considered himself exceptionally gifted and had spent 7 or 8 years cultivating a trace of true energy in the entire Fengling County. Those who could achieve this were no more than a handful. He carefully observed, and indeed, a faint trace of true energy appeared on Chen Huai'an, but it was extremely weak, far from being at the entry level. However, this was enough to surprise him because Chen Huai'an was just a wandering herbalist. How could someone like him show signs of true energy? He felt a bit uncertain, always sensing an inexplicable oddity in front of him. Killing a wanderer was no more difficult than stepping on an ant. That fleeting sense of crisis was the key to his hesitation. Moreover, due to his merit in providing medicine, he had been promoted from a small flag officer to a big flag officer. Of course, with his abilities, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to a big flag officer. But being promoted early meant he would receive several times more resources, making him the first person in his 20s to be promoted to a big flag officer since the establishment of the town marshal division. You can go back now. Any further violations of orders will result in execution without mercy. In the end, Zhao Daqi decided not to punish him for now. They had just entered the mountains, and there was still a long time ahead for him to observe slowly. Chen Huai'an immediately stepped back and returned to the cabin below. Meanwhile, some strong men had come to repair the bottom of the cabin, and before long, all the damaged areas were restored to their original state. It was as if nothing had happened, except that a serpent was missing from the Fulong River, and the herbal gathering team was missing a one-eyed Aussie. Ugh! Chen Huai'an stood in a dark corner, retching continuously but unable to vomit anything. The foul smell filled his mouth, making him very uncomfortable, but there was a warm current flowing through his limbs. His mind was filled with the image of the serpent's corpse from earlier. From the moment the serpent attacked the warship to Zhao Daqi's swift killing, it took only a few breaths. What immense power was that? If one day he could possess such strength. Previously, Chen Huai'an had only operated within Chen family village, encountering only the lowest of the lowly people. But now that he was in the county town, his horizons had broadened, especially after his 2 meetings with Zhao Daqi. Last time, Zhao Daqi walked on water with ease. This time, with a flick of his hand, he killed the serpent, completely igniting Chen Huai'an's desire for martial prowess. With such strength, he wouldn't have to look at others' faces or grovel. Even when gathering herbs in the mountains, he wouldn't fear any tiger spirits or snake demons. That serpent was only 100 years old. It was still far from becoming a spirit, and this serpent brain was naturally just ordinary. However, for the uninitiated Xiaozi, it was still quite beneficial. What did that pretty boy mean? He always felt like he wasn't a good person. If only I could speak. I could pass on some martial arts formulas to Xiaozi. The techniques from the celestial court of Zhongzhou, even the lowest level ones, would ensure he had no rivals in this unremarkable county. But if I give him the techniques directly, will it scare him? My identity might also be exposed. And if those traitors come after me, I currently lack the strength to deal with them. Sigh, Xiaozi, you better take care of yourself. Once my strength recovers. Glug, glug. No, I can't think about things. Once I start thinking, I get hungry. Wow, The silence of the cabin was suddenly broken by the sound of a baby crying. Chapter 11. Taking the examination to become a scholar, marrying and having children. Isn't that a good life for a rich man? At night, the half-moon reflected on the river, and, as the warship sailed by, it shattered the moonlight on the water. Who is Chen Huai'an? I am. Chen Huai'an, who had been dozing under the cabin, heard the flag guard call for him and immediately woke up, responding. The big flag officer wants to see you. Follow me. After the flag guard finished speaking, he turned to leave. Chen Huai'an did not dare to delay. Quickly slinging the herb basket over his back and following closely behind. The town marshal division of Fengling County had a strict hierarchy. Every 10 people formed a flag, overseen by a small flag officer. Every 10 small flags formed a big flag, overseen by a big flag officer who was accompanied by 2 flag guards. Every 10 big flags formed a total flag, overseen by a total flag officer. Currently, the town marshal division had 5 total flags, totaling over 5,000 people. On the second floor of the warship, in a lavishly decorated large room, Zhao Shi, who had just been promoted to big flag officer, was sitting cross-legged at the table, picking up a slice of sashimi. Sir, Chen Huai'an has arrived. Let him in. As Zhao Shi's voice fell, Chen Huai'an cautiously walked into the room. Sir. Chen Huai'an stood with a bow. Come, sit down. I dare not. Then you can leave. Then I will sit. Chen Huai'an carefully sat down opposite Zhao Shi. On the table were 6 plates filled with sliced seafood, along with a few bowls of sauce. Have you eaten? Zhao Shi glanced at Chen Huai'an. This was something Chen Huai'an was very familiar with. In the world he came from, it was called fish sashimi in ancient times, and later known as sashimi. Without cooking methods such as frying, steaming, or boiling, it's eaten raw, so the nutrients are almost all retained. However, from a health perspective, this can easily lead to various infectious diseases. The little neighbor is a fisherman and once tried eating raw fish with me. What a terrible experience. It was hard to swallow. Give us a try. Chen Huai'an was full of doubts and couldn't figure out what kind of scheme Zhao Daki was running. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Anyway, I've already come. If it really comes to harming myself, I have no strength to fight back. Chen Huai'an started eating. How is it? Fresh. Try it with the dipping sauce. Eating raw fish is all about the original, pure flavor. Such deliciousness shouldn't be wasted with sauce. Chen Huai'an shook his head. That makes sense. Try this treasure I brought from the Sun family's flower boat. Ordinary people don't even qualify to smell it. Chen Huai'an didn't hold back upon hearing this. It was smooth on the palate and went down easily. Good wine. Chen Huai'an took a small sip and nodded. Unexpectedly, as a mere transient, you also understand wine? You flatter me. A few simple words made Zhao Shi look at Chen Huai'an in a new light. How could an ordinary wanderer have such insight? In fact, Chen Huai'an didn't really know much about wine. He had seen many advertisements for it in his past life and could fake a conversation or two. He wanted to create an impression of being inscrutable to Zhao Shi. This method was somewhat dangerous, but for someone like Chen Huai'an, who had no background, there was no better way. The cave and the spirit herb garden were very powerful, but the question was how to monetize the herbs he cultivated. The hierarchical system in Fengling County was strict, and the influence of the 4 major families penetrated every aspect. Even if he disguised himself and tried to sell some herbs on the black market, he would be found out the next day. As for the origin of the herbs, he wouldn't be able to explain. The best use of this spirit herb garden was to obtain low-year herbs, create some alchemical formulas, cultivate herbs and refine pills to enhance his own strength, and occasionally take out a few herbs to exchange for some pocket money. That would be a delightful life. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity to hold onto Zhao Shi's line and gain more opportunities. Do you know about dragon scale vine? Dragon scale vine grows on the sheer cliffs of the Broken Dragon Ridge. Its vine covered in silver scales, and when struck, it rings like gold and iron. The leaves grow in 9 veins, colored like dark ice, glowing with a faint purple light at night. Chen Huai'an recited it, as if he were reciting a treasured collection. This was also recorded in his father's pharmacopoeia and is extremely rare. Zhao Shi nodded. Take 3 inches of the vine and boil it. The soup will turn amber. Immersing the body for 3 hours will cause pain like being entangled by 100 serpents. But once the process is complete, it solidifies and coagulates blood. guiding the spirit into the orifices. "Do you want this dragon scale vine, my lord?" Chen Huai'an asked. This dragon scale vine is extremely difficult to harvest. Over the years, the Shilin apothecary has only had half a piece, and it has long been inflated to a sky-high price. Even the flag officer of the town marshal division lacks the financial means. If you manage to harvest it and hand it over to the apothecary, you will receive some silver, and even if you receive more, within Fengling County, you're still a wanderer. You will never qualify to enter the taverns, brothels, or flower boats outside the city. Zhao picked up the wine cup and spoke softly. The herbal collectors in Fengling County rely on the Lin family for their livelihoods, and such private transactions are absolutely forbidden. Moreover, Zhao Shi's actions also break this unwritten rule. If exposed, even a prodigy would have no reason for mercy. Otherwise, everyone would follow suit, throwing Fengling County into chaos. Previously, there was a legitimate son of the Sun family who, for a medicinal herb to replenish yang, bypassed the Shilin apothecary and directly approached the herbal collection team. The result was that the herbal collector was executed by 1,000 cuts, while the Sun family's legitimate son was left intact. Before Chen Huai'an offered his herbs to the Zhao family. The Zhao family had inquired about the 7-leaf lotus from the Shilin apothecary several times, and after Chen Huai'an offered his herbs, the Zhao family immediately sent treasures worth several times more than the 7-leaf lotus to the Shilin apothecary and added Chen Huai'an to the Lin family's herbal collection team, especially since the 7-leaf lotus is a life-saving herb. However, the dragon scale vine that Zhao wanted Chen Huai'an to collect is not only priceless, but also cannot be negotiated with the Lin family, which is the biggest taboo. He previously said that Chen Huai'an was a restless person, full of rebellious spirit. In reality, Zhao was the same. The saying goes that scholars are poor, while warriors are rich. The talent of a warrior is certainly important, but resources are even more crucial. Zhao has talent, but he is a bastard. In the town marshal division, reaching the rank of flag officer is the limit, and the resources he can acquire due to his status are insufficient for him to continue to advance. Previously, he had thought about seeking herbal collectors, but ordinary collectors do not have the ability to harvest dragon scale vine. This requires experienced members of the herbal collection team, and those people are almost impossible to betray the Lin family to find herbs for Zhao. "My lord, I want to learn some martial skills to protect myself." Martial skills cannot be taught to outsiders. This is the iron law of Fengling County. Zhao expression was stern. "Being able to help you shed your status as a wanderer is already a great favor. I have some properties in the city, and I can first help you become a farmer, then find a private tutor. With your cleverness, you can take the exam to become a scholar, marry, and have children. It wouldn't be bad to be a wealthy man." Zhao seemed to have arranged everything for Chen Huai'an clearly. But bypassing the Shilin apothecary to find herbal collectors is also taboo. Chen Huai'an looked at Zhao. Zhao frowned slightly and hesitated. The dragon scale vine is extremely difficult to harvest. Among the entire herbal collection team, only Ghost Hand possesses that capability. I do know some techniques, but my strength is a bit weak, so I might not be able to skillfully extract that 3-inch vine. In the end, Zhao still shook his head. Martial skills cannot be taught, even if I pass on the mental methods and formulas to you, without a master to guide you. It would be useless. However, I can give you some methods for training. If you can get started, then it wouldn't be too late to think about martial skills. Please, my lord, instruct me. Before entering the realm of martial arts, there are 4 stages: training muscles, bones, skin, and chi. The so-called external training focuses on muscles, bones, and skin, while internal training focuses on the chi. Completing these 4 stages means you have taken the first step. Only when the chi is formed can you truly enter the realm of a cultivator. Zhao had completed the training of qi and even reached the perfect stage of blood coagulation, with only a small distance remaining to the next realm. But it is precisely this small distance that blocks countless martial cultivators, including Zhao. The dragon scale vine is his only shortcut. Although the methods of the 4 training paths differ, they all lead to the same goal. My method may not necessarily suit you. Regardless of whether you succeed, we must agree on this. This matter is known to heaven and earth, you know, and I know. If a third person finds out, I will take your life. Additionally, if you cannot bring back the dragon scale vine this time, I will also take your life." As soon as Zhao Shi finished speaking, a baby's cry came from Chen Huai'an's medicine basket. "Wow. Huh? Who? That's my child." Chen Huai'an was suddenly speechless. He had just fed her, so why was she crying again? He took the baby girl out, and it turned out she wasn't hungry. She had soiled herself. What a smell. Zhao Shi quickly covered his mouth and nose. The incense in the room even went out. "Please forgive me, my lord. The child is small and doesn't understand." Chapter 12. Muscles like a green python entwine around bones. Fists can break through the air. Chen Huai'an turned around, flustered as he cleaned the baby girl, finally calming her down. "My lord." Chen Huai'an's face showed a bit of embarrassment. "Don't forget our 3 agreements. You know, I know." Zhao Shi looked at the baby Chen Huai'an was holding. The child is so small, she can't understand human speech. Luo Yunshuang instinctively nodded in agreement with Chen Huai'an's words. She really can't understand? Zhao Shi was somewhat skeptical. "Yes." Chen Huai'an answered firmly. "Forget it. This 4-stage training is not achieved in a day. However, I have some shortcuts. Give it a try, and it shouldn't be a problem for you to harvest the dragon scale vine." Zhao Shi stood up and took out 2 boxes from a cabinet. "Before I entered the realm, I practiced muscles by suspending a 1,000-pound bronze bell on my limbs daily and using tiger bone grass to steam my muscles. About half a year, the muscles tighten like a green python wrapping around bones, and the sound of punches breaking through the air can be heard. This would count as mastery, and thereafter, punches and kicks move swiftly, climbing walls as if walking on flat ground. Following that, rolling on a bed of nails while bathing in a medicinal bath made from red sun sand mixed with the juice of the heartbreaking grass. Also took half a year, with bones cracking like bells. Even if falling from Tenjiang, the bones would not break. When it comes to skin training, one stands in the blazing sun, being whipped with iron thorns all over, while wrapping oneself in ice silk armor, taking just 3 months, mosquitoes and flies slipping off the skin, and sensing airflow 3 inches away with body hair. Ordinary swords and knives can hardly pierce the skin, and hidden weapons give warnings when approaching. As for cultivating qi, I spent a full 2.5 years. You must first complete the first 3 practices before talking. Those who practice qi before training muscles will inevitably have their meridians shatter in 3 months. And those who force qi before their skin is ready will bleed as if sweating. Therefore, it is essential to lay a solid foundation and avoid aiming too high. These are the herbs left over from that year. Perhaps they still have some efficacy. You can soak them later, in half a day. You will reach the broken dragon spine. How much you can absorb in this half day depends entirely on your fortune. I will stay at the broken dragon spine for 3 days, so you only have 3 days to gather herbs. After Zhao Shi finished speaking, he lightly tapped the table 3 times with his index finger, and the flag guard opened the door, taking Chen Huai'an to the next room. "Do you need someone to come over and prepare the medicine for you?" The flag guard asked coldly. "No need to trouble the Lord. I can do it myself." Chen Huai'an replied. After the flag guard left the room, Chen Huai'an carefully closed the door. Since ancient times, to achieve a leap in social status, one must have great opportunities and also risk their life. For Chen Huai'an, who had already seen the world, if he were to return to being a herbal gatherer, it would be better to start anew. He could not escape the identity of a wanderer, nor could he maximize his advantages. Dragon scale vine. Chen Huai'an had made up his mind. He was determined to obtain this dragon scale vine. Zhao Shi had given him herbs. Not the kind of herbal dregs that looked half dead. If planted in the spirit garden, it might still have salvation. He took the infant girl out of the herbal basket. She was sleeping very soundly. Chen Huai'an carefully placed her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, holding the herbs, slowly closing his eyes. If only I could soak in a medicinal bath here. Chen Huai'an opened his eyes and found himself in a cave. After some experimentation, so far, he could only bring herbs in. All other items could not be brought in. He walked to the spirit garden, picked up a herb hoe, and started digging. Time here was much faster than outside. While only a quarter of an hour had passed outside, more than half a day had gone by inside. He had yet to calculate the exact time span. Splash! A scoop of pond water was slowly poured onto the newly planted herbs. and the originally wilted yellow grass leaves gradually revealed vitality. Before long, they became lush and green. The 3-year-old tiger bone grass had grown to 10 years and stopped, while the 5-year-old heartbreaking grass had grown to 12 years. Seeing that they had stopped growing, Chen Huai'an felt it was about time, picked them, and with a thought, exited the cave. In the center of the room, there was a wooden barrel, and beside it stood a stove. Chen Huai'an first boiled the tiger bone grass. When the time was about right, he poured the herbs and medicinal soup directly into the wooden barrel, adjusting the temperature to a moderate level. Wow! Just as Chen Huai'an was about to enter the bath, the infant girl suddenly began to cry loudly. I ate and I also pooped. What are you going to do now? Wow! The infant could not speak, only crying out loudly. Do you want to take a bath too? You can't really understand what I'm saying, can you? Chen Huai'an looked at the infant, both of them staring at each other. It seemed that in the future, he should avoid doing anything in front of her. What if she really was some reincarnated spirit? Chen Huai'an's thoughts drifted far away, and he suddenly shivered. To prevent the little one from crying, he had no choice but to wear a thin shirt, hold the infant, and enter the bath together. The medicinal soup was at a suitable temperature, and soaking in it was very comfortable. I love bathing. My skin is so nice. Oh, I love bathing. The turtle fell down. La 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 la. What nonsense is this singing? It's so off-key. Can you stop singing? If you keep singing, I'll kill you. I love bathing. My skin is so nice. Chen Huai'an was unaware of Luo Yunshuang's thoughts, soaking in the bath, humming a tune from his past life. How was this possible? Outside the door, Zhaoxi looked through a hole in the window paper, watching the room. Chen Huai'an was soaking in the tiger bone grass bath. Although the tiger bone grass had been stored for quite some time and its efficacy had diminished greatly, it was still something that ordinary people could hardly endure. Back then, Zhaoxi had used 1,000 gene copper bell to bind his limbs, completely stretching his muscles and bones, and had then conditioned for a long time before daring to soak in this tiger bone grass. The pain of this muscle training process was something that most people could not bear, and many who used tiger bone grass for medicinal baths ended up dying directly due to their bodies being unable to withstand the efficacy. Yet Chen Huai'an looked extremely relaxed, especially since he had even put the small infant into the wooden barrel. Could it be that the efficacy of the tiger bone grass had expired? Impossible. This tiger bone grass can be stored for 5 years without rotting, with a maximum efficacy reduction of 30%. If Zhaoxi knew that Chen Huai'an's tiger bone grass not only retained its efficacy, but had even transformed from 3 years to 10 years, he would probably directly conclude that both Chen Huai'an and the infant in his arms were transformed from a demonic beast. What a fall from grace. Not only did he have to endure the little one's wails, but there was also a pervert outside spying on him. I'm a dignified empress. Empress! Luo Yunshuang took a deep breath to gradually calm the anger in her heart. This 10-year-old tiger bone grass was indeed something Chen Huai'an could not endure. He had no foundation whatsoever. At most, he had soaked his body for 2 days with the herbal formulas from the gathering team, and his physical quality was far from being able to use tiger bone grass. It was because of Luo Yunshuang's presence that she absorbed a large amount of the medicine's efficacy, transformed it within her body, and then returned it to Chen Huai'an in a gentler form. Otherwise, he would have already turned into a corpse. Of course, Luo Yunshuang gained even more benefits. Before she was even a month old, she had completed her initial muscle training, something that even the previous Luo Yunshuang had not achieved. Not to mention Luo Yunshuang. Throughout the continent, there had been no one who could complete muscle training before the age of 1. Whoa. Luo Yunshuang placed her thumb at the base of her ring finger, while the other 4 fingers formed a fist, her tender little fist splashing against the water surface. Now that her body had completed muscle training, the lowest tier of techniques from her previous life could be practiced. Although they had no practical effect, they could strengthen the body and lay a good foundation for future cultivation. Is this muscle training? It doesn't seem as difficult as Zhaoqi once said. Chen Huai'an stretched lazily, his muscles cracking, and suddenly threw a punch forward, the force nearly blowing out the candle 2 to 3 meters away. Cough. Little 6. What are you acting up for again? You've completed your muscle training. If you use a bit more strength, this wooden barrel will fall apart. I really have suffered greatly with you. For Chen Huai'an's sudden outburst, Luo Yunshuang could only mentally scold him dozens of times. Chapter 13. The Empress's appetite just after the hour of the rat. A very brief, heavy rain fell. After an autumn rain comes the cold. After the rain, the cold wind blew across the river, making people shiver. In the warm room, Chen Huai'an felt not a hint of cold. He poured out all the tiger bone, grass, medicinal soup from the wooden barrel and began to prepare a new medicinal bath. By noon tomorrow, he would reach the broken dragon spine. He had just tried it, with his current strength, combined with his family's techniques. Gathering the dragon scale vine was no longer a problem. But to be safe, he decided to press on and take it a step further. He thought this cultivation would be very difficult, almost scaring Zhao Qiguan, but it wasn't that hard at all. Chen Huai'an boiled the heartbreaking grass soup and poured it into the wooden barrel. According to Zhao Shi, for bone training, one still needed to roll on a bed of nails, but Chen Huai'an was indeed afraid of pain and felt that this method of self-mutilation was a bit too outrageous. Using a medicinal bath was much safer and more convenient. Come on, little baby, let's take a bath. What despicable thing? Who are you calling despicable? Moreover, if you sing that I love bathing again, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts and turn you into ashes. Little baby, what kind of look is that? Are you wanting me to sing for you? This time, let me teach you a nursery rhyme. Little rabbit, be good, open the door. Destroy it. I'm tired. Splash. Chen Huai'an jumped into the wooden tub with the baby girl in his arms, splashing the medicinal soup onto the floor outside, which began to emit a wisp of light smoke. Wow, this is a bit exciting. Chen Huai'an frowned slightly. How can it not be exciting? This soul-snatching grass must be over 10 years old. I can barely handle it. Where did you get such old herbs? I just took a nap. And that little pretty boy outside couldn't possibly be that generous, right? Luo Yunshuang was full of doubts, but she didn't have much energy to think about it now. She had to focus all her energy on absorbing the medicinal effects to the greatest extent while ensuring her body could handle it. Maybe it was just a bit uncomfortable when she first came in, but it's much better now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going up the mountain to catch a tiger. The tiger is not at home. Under Chen Huai'an's enchanting nursery rhyme, Luo Yunshuang, having absorbed all the medicinal effects, fell asleep. Not long after, Chen Huai'an also entered dreamland. Who are you? Suddenly, a woman appeared before Chen Huai'an, resembling a celestial fairy, but with a full aura of killing intent that seemed out of place with her image. The Empress of the Central State Celestial Court. Central State Celestial Court? I've heard Zhao Qiguan mention this place. What do you want from me? Do we know each other? I'm here to kill you. Crazy. D. Chen Huai'an jolted awake, gasping for breath. The palpable killing intent seemed to be right in front of him. Even though he knew it was a dream, he was still shaken. That was close. If I had woken up a bit later, I would have been killed. But getting killed in a dream shouldn't actually mean death. Wow. The first thing the baby girl did upon opening her eyes was to eat. Not seeing food made her start crying. Ancestor, stop crying. I will take you to eat. Chen Huai'an picked up the baby girl, jumped out of the wooden tub, found a piece of dry cloth, quickly wiped himself down, and walked to the door. Right? No orders, no going out. Chen Huai'an reached the door, but hesitated. Before he could act, the voice of a flag guard came from outside. The Grand Flag Officer has order to see you. Yes. Chen Huai'an left the room, following the flag guard back into Zhao Shi's large chamber. This time, the small table had been replaced with a large one, filled with all kinds of delicacies, many dishes that Chen Huai'an had never seen in his previous life. In an hour and a half, we will reach the Broken Dragon Ridge. According to the original plan, the Jinwu Division's boat was to dock at the more northern Longbei Mountain, but on this boat, Zhao Shi is like God. Changing the medicinal gathering location to Broken Dragon Ridge would not raise any objections. The medicinal gathering team will basically act separately. Each gatherer will have a small flag sent by the Jinwu Division for protection. Your protective team will withdraw shortly after entering the mountain. You will go look for the dragon scale vine after they leave and must return to the boat before sunset on the third day. This ice silkworm silk armor has been with me for over 3 years. As long as you don't encounter those few ferocious beasts at the core of Fulong Mountain, the rest of the beasts won't be able to take your life. Zhao Shi took out the ice silkworm silk armor and handed it to Chen Huai'an. I will do my utmost to serve the master. Good. Let us eat. Zhao Shi nodded in satisfaction. Master, do you have any noodles? Chen Huai'an glanced at the table full of delicacies and awkwardly asked, Noodles? The little girl is not yet a month old, and her teeth are not fully grown. She probably can't eat those. Chen Huai'an replied, I have some beast milk on this boat, which can be used as a cooking ingredient. I will have the servants bring it. The little girl has an exceptional appetite, eating more than a typical baby. I'll have them bring it all. How much can a baby drink anyway? Zhao Shi lightly tapped the long table, and a flag guard entered the large chamber. He instructed, and soon 2 large barrels of freshly boiled beast milk were placed in front of Chen Huai'an. Slurp! The baby girl licked her rosy lips. After being reborn for so long, she and T truly had a full meal. Master, let me feed the little girl first, then no need to rush. I still have documents to handle. You can eat slowly here. If you need anything, let Zhang Qiwai get it for you. Zhao Shi said and directly got up and walked out. At first, Chen Huai'an fed the baby girl with a spoon, 1 scoop at a time, but later found it cumbersome and felt the baby girl was still unsatisfied, so he switched to a large bowl. Burp! The baby girl burped. Chen Huai'an thought she was full, but unexpectedly, she had just begun. The 2 large barrels of beast milk were emptied without a drop left, making the nearby flag guard widen his eyes. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Qiwai made a difficult swallowing motion, looking at the baby girl who seemed no different from an ordinary baby, just a bit cuter with very lively eyes, but he didn't expect her to eat so much. Could it be a transformed, ferocious beast? This Fengling County hasn't seen a fairy for hundreds of years. No, if that were the case. How could the Grand Flag officer let her stay here? Zhang Qiwai pondered for a while, then finally closed his eyes. Just pretend I didn't see anything. Since the master hasn't given an order, it must not be a problem. I didn't see anything. Burp. That felt good. Looking at the baby girl's satisfied expression, Chen Huai'an knew she was full, and he could finally eat his breakfast with peace of mind. However, before Chen Huai'an could make a move, he suddenly felt a warm sensation in his arms, followed by a wet heat. Drip, drip. Are you a straight shooter? Eating and then pooping, drinking and then peeing? Chen Huai'an was a bit speechless. The baby girl glanced at him. If you drank 2 barrels of beast milk, you'd definitely pee faster than me. Looking around and not finding a potty, Chen Huai'an directly pulled over the bucket that had just held the beast milk. She peed half a bucket before stopping. All done. Chen Huai'an looked at the baby girl, who had already fallen asleep. Serving this little ancestor is really not easy. Chapter 14. The dragon stranded on the beach being teased by shrimp. Creak. The door on the deck of the boat was slowly raised, and Chen Huai'an, carrying the medicine basket, walked into the cabin below. Chen Lu. He is still alive. How is that possible? The members of the medicinal gathering team, seeing Chen Huai'an walk in, were all incredulous. Although they hadn't left the lower cabin yesterday, they knew that the one-eyed AC had been killed for acting independently, and his body had been thrown into the Fulong River to feed the fish. The fate of Chen Lu, who had gone out with AC, should have been no different. But unexpectedly, a whole day had passed, and Chen Lu had actually returned alive. The door closed again, and everyone was astonished, but no one stepped forward to inquire. The lower cabin returned to silence. Chen Huai'an, having eaten and drunk enough, found a corner and closed his eyes to rest, practicing muscles and bones. What would take an ordinary martial artist years to achieve, Chen Huai'an accomplished in just one night, something that had never happened in Fengling County. If it were only herbs. Even if Chen Huai'an were exceptionally talented, it would have been impossible. The key was Luo Yunshuang, of which Chen Huai'an was unaware. His entire understanding of cultivation was limited to Zhao Shi's few words. He thought it would be difficult, but now it seemed rather simple. Boom! Not long after, the anchor slowly sank into the river, and the boat came to a stop. The 72 warriors lowered a bamboo raft to ferry. Manager Lin, please. On the deck. Zhao Shi, clad in Jinwu Division armor, looked imposing as he addressed the gaunt Lin Baiyang, a branch member of the Lin family. The Lin family owned countless properties, and the Lin medicine shop had always been managed by Lin Baiyang. In the past, before sending gatherers into the mountains, the swordsmen had to carefully check and search them. Zhao Qiguan laughed, saying that the martial law in Zhenwu was strict, and the martial flags were upright and incorruptible, so there was no need for a body search. It was precisely because our martial law is strict that we should act according to the rules. Zhao's face showed no expression, and his imposing aura made Lin Baiyong feel a hint of fear. Well, then I must apologize, Lin Baiyong said apologetically, instructing his subordinates to simply do a body search on the martial flags of the Zhenwu division, which was more of a symbolic glance than an actual search. When a medicine gathering team was released from the hold, the body search would be much stricter. They would have to strip completely, and every item would be thoroughly inspected. Even though the medicine gatherers were from the Lin family, Lin Baiyong still didn't feel at ease recording their personal belongings. And when they returned from the mountain to gather medicine, there would be an even more detailed and strict inspection. What is going on with this baby girl? Upon seeing the baby girl taken out from the medicine basket, Chen Huai'an furrowed his brows and asked angrily. In response to the Lord, the lowly wife gave birth and died from complications, and the young girl is still too young and has nowhere to be placed, which is why she was brought along. You went into the mountain to gather medicine and still brought such a thing. Doesn't that delay your proper work? Someone, throw that baby girl into the river to drown. Even if they were part of the medicine gathering team, their status was still that of itinerant residents. In Lin Baiyong's eyes, these people's lives were not worth as much as a dog he raised. The medicine gatherers indeed could bring profits to the Sherlin Medicine Workshop, but there were too many of them. If one died, there were thousands waiting behind. The medicine gatherers in Fengling County had nowhere else to go. The dragon stranded on the shoal could provoke any stinky fish or rotten shrimp. Chen Huai'an's heart burned with anger at the baby girl in his arms. But using mental pressure over such a small person was not worth it. The backlash from last time still had some lingering effects. Having just completed the muscle and bone training, even if thrown into the river, it wouldn't be a big deal, but when has the dignified empress ever suffered such humiliation? Chen Huai'an's body was no longer what it used to be. Even without martial skills, just flailing around, those big men wouldn't be able to withstand it. He chose to endure. If he really reached a dead end and fought with these people, taking down a few would be a profit. But with the spirit garden by his side, his future was promising, and it wasn't worth it to fight to the death with these people. Chen Huai'an held the baby girl tightly, and 4 big men surrounded him, unable to budge him even a bit, just as they were at a stalemate. Zhao cleared his throat. Master Lin, it's just a baby girl. Considering her circumstances, it is indeed not easy. Moreover, it is almost noon. We should prioritize going into the mountains. Zhao Deqiguan is right. For the sake of Zhao Deqiguan, let this matter be noted for now, and we will discuss it again when we return to Baikeju. Lin Baiyong signaled with his eyes, and several strong men retreated. After the search was completed, the group boarded the bamboo raft. Lin Fu glanced at Chen Huai'an, revealing his characteristic smile, while pondering inwardly. People from the Zhenwu division are known for killing without blinking, and their methods are far more brutal than the Lin family. Could it be that this Chen Aliu really has a connection with the big flag officer? Lin Fu's peripheral vision took in Chen Huai'an. Alu! Lin Fu suddenly patted Chen Huai'an's shoulder. Lin Head, what is your command? As long as we seize this opportunity to enter the mountains, there is a possibility of turning things around. If we can find 1 or 2 spirit herbs, we could buy land and houses in the county. Be sure to be careful. Yes, I will not let Lin Head down. Chen Huai'an replied confidently. He was suddenly a bit surprised. He hadn't been in this medicine gathering team for long, but had encountered quite a few schemes. If it weren't for having lived 2 lives and being cautious everywhere, he would have lost his life long ago, especially this smiling tiger. Seemingly kind on the surface, but secretly targeting Chen Huai'an, he didn't seem to have offended Lin Fu, yet he was inexplicably targeted. Something strange must be afoot. Today, he suddenly shows such concern for him, which must involve hidden circumstances, and Chen Huai'an became even more cautious. Strange, has he already reached bone training? Could it be my illusion? I observed it carefully not long ago, but I can't worry too much. A C is gone, and we need someone. I'll just use him. Even if it's only muscle training, he is still stronger than the others. Lin Fu was secretly amazed. Retracting his hand from Chen Huai'an and taking out several pieces of cowhide paper, distributing them to the other members of the medicine gathering team. This time, the location for gathering medicine has been temporarily changed to Duanlong Ridge. To improve efficiency, we acted separately a few days ago. On each person's map, I made different markings with chicken blood. So proceed to the corresponding locations and gather as many as possible. On the third day, we will meet at Yinlong Gorge and go together to Zhanglongyuan. It is speculated that there are a few spirit herbs there, but fierce beasts guard it, making it impossible to approach. Now, with the protection of the adults from the Jinwu division, we can give it a try, regardless of success or failure. We must return here before dark. Before the bamboo raft reached the shore, Lin Fu had already arranged the gathering process. Yes, everyone responded. As the words fell, the bamboo raft reached the shore, and the group stepped onto Duanlong Ridge, disappearing into the vast mountains under the escort of the various small flags of the Jinwu division. Fulong Mountain stretches for 800 miles, and Chen Huai'an was sure that this was just a nominal figure. The actual range was far beyond 800 miles. Just this Duanlong Ridge alone was at least 300 to 400 miles. The area marked on Chen Huai'an's map was located in the northwest region of Duanlong Ridge, while the dragon scale vine was located in the north at Zhanglongyuan, which was the place they were to go after meeting on the last day. If Chen Huai'an wanted to fulfill the agreement with Zhao Zhe, he had to arrive there before everyone else. After walking about 3 to 5 miles along the mountain path, the flag guard protecting him fell back, and half an hour later, no one was in sight. Having completed muscle and bone training, not only had his explosive power significantly increased, but his endurance and speed also showed marked improvement. At his speed, he could reach Zhanglongyuan in 10 hours. To be safe, he planned to take the dragon scale vine first, and then see if there were any other herbs to gather. This journey had not encountered too many complications. Even when he ran into 3 to 5 fierce beasts, Chen Huai'an directly beat them to death with random punches. So brutal, indeed a wild land. Even killing beasts was so savage. Luo Yunshuang was a prodigy, and the Luo family was respected in the Central Plains. She had endless resources from the moment she was born, and her path to becoming an emperor was exceptionally smooth. Having gone through several life-and-death battles, she passed through them unscathed. She had not seen much of this kind of bottom-level struggle and bloody combat. Back then, she killed without shedding blood. A deafening sound came from afar. Ahead, it should be Zhanglongyuan. Chen Huai'an looked up, seeing the towering cliffs, a white ribbon hanging down from the clouds. That was the famous silver dragon waterfall of Fulong Mountain, with water cascading down from a 100-foot-high mountaintop, plunging into the Zhanglongyuan below, creating splashes that turned into mist. Beside the silver dragon waterfall, a platform shaped like an eagle's beak jutted out from the rock face. At the edge of the platform, a vine entirely black swayed with the mist. Dragon Scale Vine. Chapter 15. 3 shocks, 7 spins, 9 wraps. Chen Lu skillfully obtains the dragon scale vine. The autumn is high and refreshing, with no clouds in the sky. On Duanlong Ridge of Fulong Mountain, Lin Fu, the head of the Shilin Medicine Workshop's gathering team, was crouching on the ground, carefully picking an unknown herb. Suddenly, a few zhang away behind him, a small flag officer of the Jinwu division responsible for protection unexpectedly fell to the ground. Sun Flag Officer. The remaining martial flags quickly drew their sabers. But before they could react, a gust of wind swept through, and 10 martial flags fell to the ground simultaneously, unconscious. According to the agreement, wasn't it supposed to be at Longbei Mountain? Why was it changed to this place? From the dense forest, a person wearing a beast-shaped mask slowly walked out. This time, Zhao Zhe led the team, and he changed the location temporarily. Lin Fu remained crouched on the ground, facing away from the masked man, and replied, "This is the most critical step if something goes wrong." "I know." Lin Fu picked the herb and placed it in the medicine basket, turning to face the masked man, taking out the cowhide paper map. The positions of the 6 marked individuals are shown above. If they cannot be found, use the scent-seeking insect. I've tampered with all of them. When I arrived, I heard that a member of the medicinal herb collection team died. One-Eyed Asi is dead. However, there is a newcomer who can take his place. Lin Fu replied. A newcomer? Those 6 sacrifices have been soaked in medicinal baths for 3 years. How long has the newcomer been soaked? Don't worry, I've checked. He has already reached the bone training level, and the medicinal bath he used is even better than ours. Since you have checked, I will start my actions here. These people are easy to deal with, but that one surnamed Zhao has already reached the perfected coagulation realm. Even if you personally take action, you may not be able to kill him. I have my own plans for Zhao Shi. You just need to do your part." As the words fell, the masked figure flashed and vanished into the forest. Lin Fu didn't linger much, turning and heading towards the direction of the Dragon Burial Abyss. At the same time, in front of the Dragon Burial Abyss, Chen Huai'an changed into cloud-climbing shoes, the soles made from stone-toad skin, and the spikes made of meteor iron. He took out the Xian Jiao flying claws, which were claw hooks made of dark iron, with 100-year-old Jiao snake tendons as ropes, soaked in iron bone juice, making them incredibly tough. Even Lin Fu didn't have such equipment. His whole outfit was given by Zhao Shi. If he fails this time, given Zhao Shi's situation, he would likely remain at the perfected coagulation realm for most of his life. Even if he were to break through by chance in the future, there wouldn't be much time left, perhaps only slightly longer than an ordinary person's lifespan. And that would be it. Zhao Shi was all in, and so was Chen Huai'an. If he couldn't seize this opportunity to turn his life around, he would lose the qualification to be a medicinal herb collector in the future. Not to mention whether Zhao Shi would take his life. Just Lin Fu would not let him off. Although, up to this point, Chen Huai'an still didn't understand how he had offended this smiling tiger. He had already felt Lin Fu's killing intent several times. Even if he didn't die and was expelled from the medicinal herb collection team, it would be very difficult for him to have a source of herbs again. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. No matter how strong this spiritual garden is, without herbs, it is just a wasteland. Chen Huai'an gathered all his strength, swung the Xian Jiao, flying claws, and the spinning speed increased, creating a gust of wind that blew up the sand and stones on the ground. Go! The flying claws shot into the air. Clang! The hooks of the Xian Jiao, flying claws embedded into the rock wall. Chen Huai'an pulled a few times to ensure it was secure, then wrapped it around himself, took out 2 sharp cones, and began to climb the nearly vertical cliff in his cloud-climbing shoes. Just for a dragon scale vine? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Luo Yunshuang quietly lay in the medicinal basket. She was in the central state Immortal court, backed by the Luo family, with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures readily available. Seeing Chen Huai'an, someone from the bottom tier, risking his life for herbs that, in her eyes, were worth less than garbage, she couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, it was him she met. In this wild land where there is no education, everyone only sees the pursuit of profit. If I were picked up by Chan Ergao, Lin Fu, or that Zhao Shi, my fate would probably be dire. At present, Luo Yunshuang was still in a baby-esque body, lacking both ability and value. Not yet 7 or 8 years old. She wouldn't even be kept if sent to a brothel. If she hadn't met Chen Huai'an, who had soul transmigrated and received 9 years of compulsory education, retaining a shred of conscience, and saved her, her rebirth would soon have come to an end. Clang! The sharp cone was fiercely inserted into the rock wall, creating sparks. If he hadn't reached the bone training level, with Chen Huai'an's capability, it would have been impossible to climb such a steep cliff. In the entire medicinal herb collection team, only someone like Ghost Eye Ah-Si, who seemed like a reincarnated monkey, would have such ability. After nearly half an hour, Chen Huai'an felt somewhat exhausted. Having finally climbed to the platform that extended out, carefully shifting his body, he first stepped on the platform a few times to ensure its solidity before standing on it. The dragon scale vine was within reach, but Chen Huai'an did not rush to pick it. He first recalled the picking method. Then instead of picking from 3 inches of the dragon scale vine, he knocked and leaped, pressing his ear against the rock wall to listen and locate the main root buried deep in the rock wall. He had already memorized the herb compendium thoroughly, but lacked some practical experience. This herb compendium contained detailed methods for picking dragon scale vines, requiring 3 shakes, 7 rotations, and 9 wraps. Otherwise, the vine would quickly wither if separated from the root. In the past, there were brutes who used brute force to pull the vine, and when it broke, the poison splashed on their faces, turning into blood water within 3 days. There are 2 types of medicinal herb collectors. One collects ordinary herbs, which is completely manual labor, and the prices at the Shilin Herb Workshop are very low. Often a basket of herbs can only be exchanged for 20 or 30 coins. The other type relies on real skills to earn a living. Most of these people are drawn into the Sherlin Herb Workshop's collection team to specifically pick some precious herbs or spiritual grasses that can aid warriors in their cultivation. The picking of these herbs has many subtleties, including techniques, force, and so on. Chen Huai'an's ancestors once produced a herb-picking genius that shook the Fengling County. Unfortunately, it was just a fleeting moment. As soon as he gained fame, he met with an untimely death, but fortunately left behind a herb compendium that detailed various picking techniques. Yet no descendants could comprehend it until Chen Huai'an, combining his past life experience, understood the herb compendium even more thoroughly. Ordinary herbs can be transplanted into the spiritual garden, so the dragon scale vine should be no problem. Chen Huai'an not only wanted to take a section of the dragon scale vine, but planned to take the whole plant away. What is this for? Digging it all out? Can this rope hold? And how to take such a big plant away? It might fall. Although he completed bone training, falling from such a height could turn him into minced meat. In the medicinal basket, Luo Yunshuang watched Chen Huai'an's movements with trepidation, not even daring to breathe. Chen Huai'an's movements were slow and gentle, and in the blink of an hour passed with nearly zero progress, causing Luo Yunshuang in the medicinal basket to feel drowsy. After yawning several times, she fell asleep in a daze. Previously, her foundation was too weak. She couldn't even use the techniques of yin softness and yang strength from the herb compendium. After completing bone training, she surprisingly didn't need to practice much. These techniques came out naturally, which was truly miraculous. After Chen Huai'an found the main root of the dragon scale vine, he used the techniques recorded in the herb compendium and successfully removed the dragon scale vine by its roots. Chapter 16. It's easy to kill and silence, but hard to destroy the corpse and erase the traces. In the dragon burial abyss, on the 100-foot rock wall, Chen Huai'an sat cross-legged on the extended platform, his eyes slightly closed. Why is there no change? At this moment, he had been standing in front of the spiritual garden for a while, and the dragon scale vine implanted in the spiritual garden showed no changes. He even used 2 wooden sticks crossed to create a simple rack to support the vine, but it still had no effect. Chen Huai'an planned to transplant the dragon scale vine into the spiritual garden for future use when he breaks through. Although the dragon scale vine did not continue to grow, it also did not show signs of withering. At least it could survive here. Chen Huai'an took a deep breath and adjusted his breath. His 5 fingers clutched the vine 3 inches down, his palm pressing the wrapped silk force, the palm patterns fitting into the gaps between the scales. The thumb pressed against the scales against the grain, and the remaining 4 fingers spun with the scales 3.5 rotations, causing the vine to tremble. He was like an old craftsman carving jade flowers, his force penetrating the scales without injuring the meridians, completely removing a section of the dragon scale vine, which was to be given to Zhao Shi. Next, he found a fork and used the same method to remove it, bringing it out of the cave. There was only this one dragon scale vine on the entire rock wall. Chen Huai'an carefully inserted the fork he had taken out back into the original position of the dragon scale vine. If enmity is formed, one must act decisively. If one is to move, they must eradicate the roots. But for these naturally nurtured things, leaving a line is also a way of preserving a retreat for oneself. After doing all this, Chen Huai'an took out the sharp cone again. As the saying goes, going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. It took Chen Huai'an more than an hour to return to the bottom of the cliff. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and it was the most dangerous time. Even with the ice silkworm armor sent by Zhao Shi, Chen Huai'an did not dare to let his guard down. He did not start a fire, but simply began to gnaw on a light cake. As for the infant girl in the medicine basket, she had already drunk all the beast milk from the pot. Chen Huai'an found some juicy wild fruits, squeezed out the juice, and fed it to the infant girl. Meng Meng, hold on. We can go back tomorrow. With this, I can turn my life around, and then I'll make sure you have plenty to eat. Chen Huai'an glanced at the dragon scale vine in the medicine basket. Wait a minute. He should have pulled the entire vine out. How come there's only a small piece left? Where are the others? Luo Yunshuang was somewhat suspicious, but it had nothing to do with her. She licked the fruit juice from the corner of her mouth and planned to sleep. Right now, the most important thing for her was to sleep so that her body could grow faster. Once she reached 4 or 5 years old, she could start practicing qi, and by 6, she could enter the blood condensation realm. This time, she was determined to break through the shackles of her past life and return to the Central Continent's Immortal Court to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. After consuming 2 light cakes, although they lacked nutrition, at least she wouldn't feel hungry. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to find a big tree to rest on, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance, accompanied by heavy and hurried breathing. Chen Huai'an's figure flashed, and he quickly climbed up the nearest tree using both hands and feet. Having reached the bone refinement stage, his hearing and sight were sharp. Aunt Dum? Chen Huai'an saw Aunt Dum below the tree, her tattered clothes stained with blood, staggering and falling down. Don't run. The whole mountain is filled with people from the Black Dragon village. Lin Fu's face wore his signature smile as he slowly approached Aunt Dum. Lin Fu, you colluded with these bandits. If the Lin family finds out, colluded with the bandits? The 4 major families of Fengling County, Zhao Lin, Sun, and Li, who hasn't colluded with the Black Dragon village, including this anti-bandit operation, it was all arranged in advance. Lin Fu snorted coldly. Chen Huai'an, hidden in the tree, held his breath and concentrated, feeling a surge of doubt. It turned out that Aunt Dum was not a mute, though that wasn't important. What mattered was that the town marshal division was also colluding with the bandits of Fulou Mountain. What about Zhao Shi? While he was still puzzled in the tree, Lin Fu raised his hand, and a sleeve arrow flew out, piercing through Aunt Dum's arm. Since she's going to be a sacrifice anyway, why not have a little fun before she dies? Sacrifice? Lin Fu stepped forward, and before Aunt Dum could react, he forcibly pinned her down and ripped off the human skin mask from her face. Wow, this medicine gathering team really has some capable people. Chen Huai'an did not expect that Aunt Dum, who looked extremely ugly, had such a beautiful, true face. Achoo! The night wind was chilly at such heights, especially in late autumn, and Luo Yunshuang in the medicine basket couldn't help but sneeze. Who? Although Lin Fu couldn't practice martial arts like the people from the town martial division, he had learned some hand-to-hand combat skills from years of medicinal baths and secretly following the bandits. His skills were more than enough to deal with 10 or 8 ordinary people, and he had many weapons for self-defense, with his skill in ambushing with hidden arrows being superb. Whoosh! A sound of air breaking came from above. Before Lin Fu could look up, the flying claws of the Xian Jiao descended, and Lin Fu's vision went dark as his entire face was clawed into a bloody mess, with even his jawbone faintly visible. Ah! Lin Fu screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Who are you? Lin Fu roared in anger. This is my first time killing someone. I'm not very skilled yet. The flying claws of the Xian Jiao descended again, this time aiming directly for his throat, instantly ending Lin Fu's life. To avoid dying due to excessive talking, Chen Huai'an had no hesitation in killing Lin Fu. Moreover, he had just said that this place was full of people from the Black Dragon village. If it weren't for Luo Yunshuang's sneeze, Chen Huai'an wouldn't have acted at all. Who is it? Aunt Dum came back to her senses, looking around but seeing no one. Chen Huai'an used the treetop to conceal himself, intended to deal with Aunt Dum as well. Those who often kill know that killing is easy, but disposing of the corpse is difficult. This was Chen Huai'an's first time killing someone, but in his past life, he often watched some legal programs. There's a hidden river below Zhanglong Yuan that leads directly outside. I know where it is. Seeing that this mysterious person wouldn't speak, and sensing a wave of killing intent approaching, Aunt Dum quickly spoke up. Since you could kill Lin Fu, then you're not a comrade of the Black Dragon village. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to throw the flying claws of Xian Jiao again, his movements suddenly stalled. He remained cautious of Aunt Dum's words. If a large number of mountain bandits really came from the Broken Dragon Ridge, with his current abilities, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Handle the corpse and lead the way ahead, Chen Huai'an whispered. Even so, Aunt Dum recognized Chen Huai'an's voice immediately, but had to pretend not to know. Okay. Aunt Dum took out a wooden box from the already tattered medicine basket, filled with bottles and jars, first sprinkling some medicinal powder on her wounds to stop the bleeding and pain. Then she took out a small jade bottle, struggled to get up, and walked to Lin Fu's corpse, first checking him over and collecting all the hidden weapons, herbs, and some homemade medicines from him. Finally, after putting on a mask, she opened the jade bottle and, As the liquid dripped onto Lin Fu's body, it quickly emitted black smoke. In a matter of moments, Lin Fu's corpse turned into a puddle of blood, seeping into the soil. Aunt Dum used a medicinal shovel to cover it with some dirt, stamping it down. Senior, it's taken care of. Put his gear and all your medicines 3 meters away. Senior, there's not much time left. Those mountain bandits have dealt with the other medicine gatherers and will be coming. Aunt Dum followed Chen Huai'an's instructions, piling all her belongings not far away, leaving only a white inner garment on her body. Chen Huai'an was still worried that Aunt Dum might be plotting something, but he heard faint footsteps from a distance. After some consideration, he said, "You lead the way. If you make any small moves, Senior, I'm seriously injured right now, and you're right behind me. If I make any outrageous moves, you can act at any time. Let's talk, lead the way." Aunt Dum had a tendon cut and one shoulder pierced. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and dragged herself forward to lead Chen Huai'an. Chen Huai'an carefully picked up 2 medicine baskets from the ground, following Aunt Dum at a distance of 3 to 5 meters. The so-called Zhenglongyuan was actually a small pool beneath a waterfall. Wait! Just as Aunt Dum was about to jump down, she was stopped by Chen Huai'an. Chapter 17. Exiting the hidden river, seeing the light again, contemplating the path ahead. Vast and unclear. In the deep night, before Zhenglongyuan, the waterfall crashed down with a rumbling sound. In the distant, dense forest, shadows were rapidly approaching. Once we jump in, how long do we have to swim? Chen Huai'an stood behind Aunt Dum, holding the sleeve arrow commonly used by Lin Fu. Carrying 3 medicine baskets, one of which contained an infant girl, he really didn't have much confidence in staying in the water for too long. If they were good swimmers, they could reach the entrance of the hidden river in about 7 or 8 breaths, which led to a water cave directly connecting to Fulong River. Chen Huai'an glanced back. The moonlight was cold, and the shadows became clearer. Let's go. He stopped hesitating and said to Aunt Dum, "Splash." The roaring waterfall completely masked their entry into the water. Chen Huai'an leaped into Zhenglongyuan, and the cold pool water pierced like 1,000 needles. When he opened his eyes, he saw a cave opening 3 zhang below the water, and the rushing current pulled him toward the entrance of the hidden river. The hidden river was no wider than 10 feet, with stone stalactites hanging down, covered in spiderweb-like water plants. Whoosh! This time was much shorter than he had imagined, perhaps due to his improved coordination after reaching the bone refinement stage. Climbing up the bank of the hidden river, it wasn't completely dark. The phosphorescent stones on the cave walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. The first thing Chen Huai'an did after getting on land was to open the medicine basket and check on the infant girl. "Achoo! I'm freezing to death. Following you is truly a suffering." Luo Yunshuang shivered all over, and Chen Huai'an had no dry cloth. He had suspected before that this baby girl might have an extraordinary background, not an ordinary infant. But no matter how extraordinary, she was still too small. After being frozen by the cold water of the pool, if she wasn't dried off in time and caught a chill, even a deity couldn't save her. Shao Yozi, if you keep playing like this, you really might kill me. This was also the reason why Luo Yunshuang, who had undergone medicinal bath for muscle and skin training, couldn't withstand such torment compared to a few days ago. "Brother Chen, could you pull me up?" Aunt Mu was still in the water, her injuries too severe, and her other foot had also cramped in the cold water, almost drowning her. Still not out of danger, Chen Huai'an reached out with force and directly pulled her up. "My wooden box is waterproof, and the bottom layer has dry towels. Don't worry, that's for my personal use. I haven't poisoned it. When it comes to life and death, I definitely won't harm you." Aunt Mu had never seen such a cautious person, but that was normal. In this man-eating world, those who weren't cautious were long dead. In the end, Chen Huai'an opened Aunt Mu's wooden box, took out the towel, and dried off the pool water on Luo Yunshuang's body. "This dark river twists and turns for over 100 miles to get outside. We need to hurry, or the warship of the town guard might set sail." Aunt Mu, wearing only a thin, short-sleeved shirt, was also shivering. It wasn't that Chen Huai'an didn't understand the importance of cherishing women. It was just that this woman was very skilled in using poison, and he had to be cautious. "Continue leading the way." Chen Huai'an shouldered the medicinal basket again. While Aunt Mu took some medicine and leaned against the cave wall, moving along with the current of the dark river. What is a sacrificial offering? After a while, Chen Huai'an suddenly asked. It's using people to feed medicinal herbs. Lin Fu colluded with the Black Dragon village to kill us, using our flesh and blood as fertilizer. The four great families in the city have long secretly colluded with the people from Black Dragon Village. The so-called bandit suppression is just Black Dragon Village wanting to deal with some people and conveniently sending them to the four great families as a favor. While the four great families also take this opportunity to collect taxes and profit from it. However, the people from Black Dragon Village have become more ambitious, wanting to change their identity and move into the county, which the four great families absolutely won't allow. Therefore, Black Dragon Village secretly bribed some of the servants of the four great families, including this Lin Fu. There are many soul-devouring herbs raised in Black Dragon Village. Once the soul-devouring herbs fully mature, they will use them to attack Fengling County. The fertilizer conditions for cultivating soul-devouring herbs are extremely harsh, requiring these sacrificial offerings to undergo medicinal baths for a long time, or after reaching the strength.Chen refining or above. After the Zhao family took control of Fengling County, they began to ban martial arts, only allowing martial practitioners to be found in the town guard. So, Black Dragon Village had to use the first method. Although it takes longer, it is safer. This sacrificial offering had some rumors in the past. I don't know much, but I just thought of it when Lin Fu mentioned it earlier. The four great families in Black Dragon Village have long colluded, but I didn't expect Lin Fu would also poison the people of the medicinal gathering team. I'm afraid others are already in grave danger. Aunt Mu sighed. Since that's the case, can Zhao Qiguan not be trusted either? Chen Huai'an asked. Seeing Lin Fu go to such lengths, Zhao Qiguan should be unaware. Otherwise, he would have acted directly on the warship. After this, what are your plans? If you don't kill me, I'll leave Fengling County and go somewhere else. Continuing to live in hiding. Chen Huai'an really wanted to know Aunt Mu's identity, but it was irrelevant to him. As for Aunt Mu, she didn't ask much either. Why would a common medicinal gatherer like Chen Huai'an have such strength? The two walked and stopped for a long time in this dark river cave. It was impossible to tell the time. After about half a day, the exhausted Aunt Mu stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Chen Huai'an carefully approached to check. Her body was very hot, and the wounds on her shoulder and calf had already become infected. Aunt Mu. He called softly several times, but Aunt Mu showed no response. I have no grievances with you in the past, and no enmity recently. Leaving these things here, whether you can survive, depends entirely on your own fortune. Grievances have a head, debts have a master. This matter was caused by Lin Fu. I could be considered to have helped you take revenge. If you encounter Lin Fu on the way, you can settle the score with him. As Chen Huai'an spoke, he took out some rice cakes from the medicinal basket and found some healing herbs, placing them beside the unconscious Aunt Mu. Then, he organized the 3 medicinal baskets, keeping Lin Fu's 3 hidden weapons on him, while the herbs and various medicines along with Aunt Mu's wooden box were placed in his medicinal basket. He then tied the baby girl to his chest and continued walking quickly along the current of the dark river. After a long while, they reached the end, and the baby girl in his arms had fallen asleep. Chen Huai'an shook her awake. Ming Ming, we're about to go out. It should be soon. Don't get choked by the water. Talking like this to a baby less than a year old was a bit strange. But Chen Huai'an felt that the baby in his arms could understand his meaning. Splash! Chen Huai'an jumped into the water again. The narrow part could only allow one person to pass, and the current was very swift. Chen Huai'an's swimming skills weren't very good, relying entirely on his body control to get through the narrow mouth of the dark river. Fish leaped into the stream, and suddenly it opened up. Who? Chen Huai'an surfaced, gasping for air. Wow! The baby in his arms seemed to have choked on a couple of mouthfuls of water, but fortunately, she looked fine. At least her crying sounded loud and clear. What crime has this body committed to endure such suffering? Not enough to eat, not enough sleep, lying in the medicinal basket, getting tossed around every day, never having a moment of peace. When will this end? Luo Yunshuang recalled her past high and mighty life, then looked at these inhumane experiences, and a fire of anger ignited in her heart. Chen Huai'an climbed up the riverbank with great effort. It was noon, and the autumn sun was out, not too cold. The warm sunlight on him gave Chen Huai'an a feeling as if he was in a different world. The tall warship was anchored in the distance, and a team from the town guard was patrolling the shore. The baby girl in his arms cried incessantly, and Chen Huai'an soothed her for quite a while. Ming Ming, stop crying. Once you get rid of your lowly status, I promise you will eat well every day. 100 or so rice cakes in one meal will be enough. Hearing this, the baby cried even louder. You just know how to paint big cakes for me, and really big cakes at that. Forget it. I have a big heart and won't argue with a small person. As long as I endure for another 5 or 6 years, I can start cultivating. By then, Luo Yunshuang was a bit tired from crying and fell into a drowsy sleep. If the town guard colluded with Black Dragon Village, then Zhaoxi must also have issues. But if I don't return to the warship, how can I return to the county? I can't just swim back along the Fulong River, right? Seeing the baby in his arms asleep, Chen Huai'an began to ponder. To get out of the mountains, we can only take the water route. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave this big mountain before winter. Plus, without Zhaoxi leading the way, returning to the county on his own would also be a dead end. As for going to other places, regardless of the dangers of crossing mountains and rivers, he had no relatives, and seeking refuge anywhere would be equally dangerous. To his knowledge, the counties were far apart, with fierce beasts roaming in between. Even if he reached the blood condensation realm with Zhaoxi's skills, he wouldn't be able to ensure his safety. Only the official roads were feasible, but taking this route, with his identity, he wouldn't be able to get past the layers of scrutiny. While Chen Huai'an was calculating, shadows moved in the forest, and soon dozens of arrows flew towards him. The guards on the shore were caught off guard, and several people were shot and injured. These were specially made black feathered arrows from Black Dragon Village, coated with deadly poison. Anyone below the Qi refining level would die upon contact. Oh no, these guys are serious. Chen Huai'an's expression turned grim, no longer hesitating. He jumped back into the water, holding his breath, and taking advantage of the chaos between the guards and Black Dragon Village, he quickly swam towards the warship. Chapter 18 didn't show my face but exposed my backside. The warship, first floor, large room. On the long table, various sashimi was laid out. Zhaoxi took a sip of wine, picked up a piece of brain matter from an unknown sea creature, and before he could put it in his mouth, a standard bearer rushed to the door. Sir, it's bad. The people from Black Dragon Village are attacking the martial flag on the shore. What? The people from Black Dragon Village? Have they grown bear hearts and leopard guts? Zhaoxi threw the piece of brain matter back into the jade bowl. Sir, they are numerous, and our martial flag set up on the shore has nearly suffered casualties. Get the strength warriors to weigh anchor. Zhaoxi finished speaking and stood up, heading towards the deck. At the shore, the sound of killing filled the air. The patrolling martial flags had all been cleared, and a large number of people from Black Dragon Village dragged bamboo rafts hidden in the woods, starting their assault on the ship. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to weigh anchor, which was enough for Black Dragon Village to get closer to boarding. Release the bamboo rafts, Zhaoxi shouted. As his voice fell, he heard a call for help from the river. Sir Zhao, it's me, Chen Huai'an. The voice was drowned out by the roaring river and distant shouts. But Zhaoxi, having reached the perfected blood condensation realm, had keen hearing and immediately threw a thick hemp rope into the river. Seeing this lifeline, Chen Huai'an grasped it with all his might, and Zhaoxi easily pulled him up with one hand. What on earth happened? The medicinal herb gathering team was led by Lin Fu and colluded with the bandits from Black Dragon Village, intending to sacrifice the members of the team. Most of the other herbalists have already been killed, including the martial flags and flag officers from the town martial division. Chen Huai'an replied, unaware of the sky and the earth. Zhaoxi glanced at the situation on the shore as several martial flags came to report from the ship. Sir, the enemy's attack is too strong. We are outnumbered and cannot counterattack. Sir, someone is drilling holes in the ship below. Sir, the lower hold is leaking. Zhaoxi immediately issued orders. After weighing anchor, all strength warriors go to the lower hold to repair. The rest of the martial flags all dive underwater and kill the water thieves. It's dangerous here. You lack the ability to protect yourself. Go to the cabin and hide. The last sentence was directed at Chen Huai'an. Having said that, he picked up a spear, leaped up, and landed firmly on the bamboo raft that had just been released. using his invisible force to propel the raft toward the shore. As the sun set, it painted the entire river red. Arrows rained down like a dense shower towards the ship. One person, one spear, one bamboo raft. Facing the sky, full of arrows, there was no fear at all. The scene of battle was spectacular, but Chen Huai'an had no mood to watch. Having just reached the bone training stage, he was not suited for such combat. Nothing was more important than his own life. Those black, feathered arrows could turn him into a sieve in an instant. He entered the main cabin of the ship, dried himself off, and sat at the long table. Were these bandits preparing to confront him? He was on the verge of becoming a landowner, only to stumble upon this mess. With his limited abilities, Chen Huai'an could not influence the course of events and could only go with the flow, struggling desperately in the whirlpool. Everything was due to a lack of strength. Chen Huai'an sighed. If he could return to Fengling County this time, he would do whatever it took to learn some martial arts and quickly complete his qi training. Burp. Why does Zhao Shi always like to eat raw food? But it does taste good. In the past 3 days, Chen Huai'an had been eating only dry pancakes and was about to vomit, with not a drop of oil in his belly. While others dealt with the bandits outside, Chen Huai'an began to rummage through the main cabin. He used to think this wine tasted terrible, but now it was acceptable. Still, the soda was better, but unfortunately, there was none. Chen Huai'an drank a few more sips of wine. In the current situation, the best he could do was fill his belly and conserve energy. In case Zhao Shi was defeated, he would have some strength to escape. Thud, thud, thud. When he brought back the baby girl, Zhao Shi ordered someone to fetch beast milk, and Chen Huai'an directly placed the baby girl into the barrel filled with beast milk. Refreshing. So satisfying. Sometimes, when a person has nothing, they can become particularly easily satisfied. Back in the Central Plains Immortal Court, she only drank the beast milk of the demon emperor. The beast milk of those unawakened ferocious beasts was not even worthy of washing her feet. Yet now, for a barrel of low-grade beast milk, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Following you is lower my status. Once I regain my strength, I'll make sure you see the world. Luo Yunshuang licked the corner of her mouth with beast milk. Drowsiness overtook her, and her eyelids fought fiercely before she finally fell asleep in the milk barrel. Bang! The cabin door was suddenly pushed open, and a blood-soaked Zhao Shi walked in, holding his spear, exuding a fierce killing intent. Sir, Chen Huai'an thought Zhao Shi was going to die in battle. Cough, cough. These people from Black Dragon Village are much stronger than before. Zhao Shi took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. Have you resolved it? Yes, I killed about 100 of them, and they stopped pursuing. But since I led the town marshal division, the casualties were heavy. I fear the chief flag officer will punish me. I promise to fulfill the promise I made to you, but it will take some time. Zhao Shi sighed. He rose to the position of chief flag officer not only due to his exceptional talent, but also because he had recently contributed medicine and saved the Zhao family's third miss. However, he lacked achievements. This time he led the town marshal division to eliminate bandits, hoping to gain some merit. Who would have thought that what was meant to be a show of face would instead expose his shortcomings? The people of Black Dragon Village harbored ill intentions, and the Sir fought bravely against the enemy. The higher-ups wouldn't care about that. Of course, you don't need to worry. At most, I'll be detained for a while. After some time, everyone will forget this matter, and I will soon be restored to my position. Zhao Shi seemed accustomed to it. Here are 10 taels of silver. It will be enough for you for a while. After the dust settles, I will help you arrange things. Thank you, sir. You can leave now. I need to heal. Chen Huai'an had already eaten and drunk his fill, and the baby girl was even sound asleep, so there was naturally no need for him to stay. By the way, sir, the dragon scale vine, having been disturbed by the people from Black Dragon Village, Zhao Shi even forgot the most important matter. Did you really gather it? Whatever the sir entrusts, I would brave mountains and seas. I would never hesitate to die. Moreover, the dragon scale vine is extremely rare. I was fortunate to find it, and it was thanks to Sir Zhao's blessing. I believe Sir Zhao will soon break through the blood condensation realm. Although Chen Huai'an was a college student, he had some understanding of human relationships. After all, to graduate smoothly, he had to maintain good relations with his mentor. Humans are inherently social animals. Smooth social skills can work anywhere. This principle applies throughout history and across cultures. If one understands human relationships but still struggles, it only indicates a lack of standing. In many countries, the lower classes do not even have the qualifications for social skills. Before his crossing, Chen Huai'an had encountered many obstacles, which gradually matured him. One can ride a horse, but not be trampled. Hearing Chen Huai'an's words, Xiaoxi was quite pleased. Although he was a flag officer, he was young and inexperienced, and few came to flatter him. Once I break through the blood condensation realm, there will be heavy rewards. Thank you, sir, and I wish you success soon. After saying that, Chen Huai'an picked up the medicine basket and the milk barrel and retreated. Chapter 19. Returning to the city to offer medicine and being promoted to Chen Batu. Rummaging and accidentally discovering new martial skills, the ship sailed swiftly downstream and returned to the Fengling County Fengling ferry in just one night. The ship went directly into the shipyard. This time, it was severely damaged, with the hull needing major repairs, and the deck nearly shot to pieces by those black feathered arrows. She led people to the town marshal division, while Lin Baiyong returned to the Shilin pharmacy with his subordinates and Chen Huai'an. This time, not only did the town marshal division suffer heavy casualties, but the Shilin pharmacy was also in a dire state. The team of elite herbalists gathered from Fengling County had been nearly annihilated, leaving only Chen Huai'an as the last survivor. But how did he even enter the herbalist team? Through the Zhao family's connections. Even if he himself was a herbalist, he was far inferior to the others. In Lin Baiyong's view, Chen Huai'an was likely scared after entering the mountain and found a place to hide. So what herbs could he have gathered? He was even too lazy to search him. What do you have? Take it out. Yes. Chen Huai'an responded and opened the medicine basket. On the way back, Chen Huai'an threw Lin Fu's 3 hidden weapons into the river. Although he was somewhat reluctant, if they were discovered during a search, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Bloodwort, 5 plants. Common herbs for stopping bleeding and promoting tissue growth. Priced at 20 coins each. Qingshu vine, 3 segments. After being air-dried and boiled, it treats internal injuries, each segment worth 35 coins. Iceling flower. For blossoms. Specifically counteracts cold entering the body. These 4 are of excellent quality. Each can sell for around 100 coins, but none of these caught Lin Baiyong's eye. He felt looking at these was simply a waste of his time. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Chen Huai'an took out another herb from the basket. Ironbone grass, 1 plant. Warriors can chew it to alleviate pain during bone training, worth 500 coins. This one is pretty good. Just as Lin Baiyong was about to get up again, he sat back down. Snake saliva fruit, 2 pieces. Used in medicine. Can detoxify severe poisons, worth over a tael of silver, but one was bitten by a rock rat, so it can only be discounted. Still, they add up to 1.5 taels of silver. Purple textured he shou wu, 1 plant. Looks like a baby, glows purple at night. The best herb for replenishing qi and blood, starting at least from 3 taels of silver. It seems to be 10 years old, if you find a suitable one. Asking for 5 or 6 taels wouldn't be a problem. Dragon breath moss, 1 box. Collected from the crevices of dark river stones. It aids in qi training and stabilizes the mind, starting at 5 taels of silver. This time, Chen Huai'an went into the mountains. He only gathered dragon scale vine and this dragon breath moss. As for the other herbs, they naturally came from Lin Fu and the mute ant sand. Last night, while in the cabin of the boat, Chen Huai'an had already transplanted these few herbs into the spirit garden. But those low-level herbs could only grow to 10 years old, so they wouldn't sell for much. Lin Baiyong's eyes widened at what he saw, combined with his dry face and lean body. He looked just like a newly resurrected corpse. I didn't expect you to have some skills. My ancestor was once a herb-gathering genius, leaving behind some skills. A herb-gathering genius? Could it be Chen Qingshan? Lin Baiyong frowned slightly. As the person in charge of all herbal businesses in Fengling County, Lin Baiyong was naturally very familiar with herb gatherers. Over the past 100 years, it seemed that only one person with the surname Chen could be called a herb-gathering genius. Exactly, Chen Huai'an replied. No wonder you have such abilities. Well, the herb-gathering team suffered heavy losses this time, and it's just the right time to lack manpower. You will temporarily take on the role of the leader and recruit some more herb gatherers. Your Excellency values me, and I will do my utmost. Chen Huai'an responded. Lin Baiyong currently had no one else to use, and as for Chen Huai'an taking on the role of leader, it was only temporary. After all, he was not a trusted subordinate he had cultivated himself. and sooner or later, he would need to be replaced. Let us keep these herbs for now. Lin Xiang. Take 3 taels of silver to give to a Lu. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang hurriedly fetched 3 taels of silver. Chen Huai'an took the silver and returned to buy Keiju. What a pity. Such a clever person. Lin Xiang looked at Chen Huai'an's departing figure, secretly sighing. Now that he had risen to the position of leader of the herb-gathering team, he was almost on equal footing with himself and could no longer become his adopted son. What do you think of this person? While Lin Xiang was still lamenting, Lin Baiyong asked nearby. In response to the master, Chen Lu is quite clever. Being able to come back alive shows good luck, but he is still young, and when it comes to handling affairs, he might be somewhat unstable. He needs to be tempered before he can be useful. Lin Xiang nodded at this remark. Who would have thought that just a few days ago? Chen Lu was still worried about making a living, and even surviving the winter was a challenge. Now he has turned around and become the leader of the herb-gathering team at Shilin Pharmacy, which is quite a prestigious thing among herb gatherers. The more crucial point is that Chen Huai'an is still so young. If he were to change his surname and join the Lin family, wouldn't his status then be higher than Lin Xiang's? Lin Xiang had served the Lin family for over a decade before his surname was changed. Having done all sorts of hard work, gradually gaining recognition from the Lin family and becoming the manager of the Southern Market Pharmacy. But Chen Huai'an, in just a few days, accomplished the status that Lin Xiang had worked hard for over a decade. Chen Huai'an was unaware of their conversation and quickly returned to buy Keiju. Feeling somewhat regretful, had he known that the Lin family wouldn't conduct body searches, he wouldn't have needed to throw away Lin Fu's hidden weapons. What a big loss. He didn't enter by Keiju through the front door, but went through a side door to the leader's private courtyard. This place was originally Lin Fu's residence, and now that Chen Huai'an had become the new leader, the house naturally needed a new master. What he had lost before must be made up for here. Chen Huai'an began rummaging through boxes and cabinets, even searching through the floor seams. Goodness. So being the leader is so lucrative? Lin Fu, you're rich. Chen Huai'an found 5 books on herb gathering, a dozen precious herbs. Though these herbs were mostly dried and could no longer be transplanted, various bottles and jars containing medicines, around 30 to 40 bottles, and over 30 taels of silver. If this were in his previous life, it would be equivalent to getting rich overnight, going from a slum to becoming a millionaire. But for Chen Huai'an, these were not the important things. He knocked on the wall, his fingers nearly bruised, and finally discovered a hidden compartment. Breaking through the wall, he found a brocade box inside, which contained a book. Martial arts skills. This old man actually hid martial arts skills. This martial art was given to Lin Fu by the 3rd head of the Black Dragon Village. But Lin Fu had poor talent, and after practicing for 3 to 5 years, achieved nothing, eventually leaving it to gather dust. Return of the Swallow Through the Woods. What a ridiculous name. It looks quite unreliable. Although Chen Huai'an was somewhat dismissive, he still began to read. This indeed belonged to the lowest level of martial arts. If one had talent, it wouldn't be too difficult to practice. The technique only had 3 forms: spread wings, peck wood, and swallow return. Chen Huai'an's favorite was the swallow return. It seemed very useful for escaping. Indeed, this is a wild place to have such rubbish techniques. Practicing this stuff is simply a waste of time and life. Luo Yunshuang saw Chen Huai'an excitedly mimicking the moves from the manual and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. When the real body can speak, I will let you see what true martial arts really are. Chapter 20. Gratitude and Revenge. Chen Lu. In the blink of an eye, winter was approaching, and the temperature was dropping. Chen Huai'an enjoyed the solitude of Baikidu, undisturbed, planting herbs, drying herbs, reading the notes, and practicing his martial arts, living quite comfortably. Ming, the weather is nice today. Let us take you out for some fresh air. After breakfast, Chen Huai'an carried the infant girl and walked out of Baikeju. He planned to make a few flower clothes for the baby and buy some food. As the saying goes, wealth should not be displayed openly. Even though he had some money in hand, he had to be frugal with his spending. Spending too much could easily attract attention. Apart from the 3 taels of silver given by Lin Baiyong, he couldn't explain the source of any other money. Besides shopping, he also wanted to inquire about Zhao Shi's news. In addition, Lin Baiyang had instructed him to find some herb gatherers to replenish the herb gathering team. This wasn't an urgent matter, but as the leader, he needed to pay attention to it. Moreover, Baikeju was quite large, and he couldn't manage it alone. The courtyard hadn't been cleaned for several days and had grown wild grass. As winter approached, more people had started to enter the city to purchase goods. ISNT that Alu? I haven't seen him in a while. Sure, now we should call him Chen the leader. What? Your news is way too outdated. The last time I went into the mountains to gather herbs, I was bitten by a poisonous snake and stayed at home for over half a month. I had no idea what happened. Previously, the third young lady of the Zhao family fell seriously ill, and Chen Huai'an risked his life to enter the mountains to collect 7-leaf lotus for her. As a result, the Zhao family sent him to the Lin family's herbal collection team. Later, when the herbal team entered Fulong Mountain, they were escorted by the troops of the town military division. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by the Black Dragon stronghold, suffering heavy casualties. Only he returned alive from the herbal team, and not only did he survive, but he also brought back many valuable herbs. The Shilin pharmacy, overjoyed, made him the head of the team, although he is still just a figurehead for now. So many things have happened in just a few days. Indeed, the family is so poor that they can barely afford to eat, and his father died while collecting herbs after falling off a cliff. He is also weak in health, but heaven has shown him mercy, and he has indeed made a name for himself. Who would have thought that a herbalist from Chun family village could become the head of a herbal collection team? What a regret it is not to have help back then. Regret what? When his family had no rice to cook. If he had offered some help, he could have benefited from it today, right? Can you even have this awareness? Not thinking about the dire situation is already a good conscience. You're right. Chen Ergu has a decent relationship with him, but why haven't we seen him? You don't know this? I don't know. A few days ago, Chen Ergu used connections to enter the town military division as a handyman, but he accidentally knocked over a jade cup belonging to a martial flag. Although the cup did not break, the martial flag was furious and was about to execute Chen Ergu. Later, upon hearing he had some connections with Zhao Daqi, they decided to imprison him instead. What happened after that? Zhao Daqi led the town military division to exterminate bandits, but was ambushed instead, suffering severe losses. He has lost his official position and has been imprisoned, and as for Chen Ergu, without his backer, he is likely in great danger. While the two were whispering, they suddenly bumped into something. You, Chen Head, how did you come here? Fifth uncle, did you just say Chen Ergu was imprisoned? Chen Huai'an asked in a deep voice. I dare not, just call me Haiwazi. It is said that they want to execute Ergu. The person replied in fear. This person also came from Chun family village and is related to Chen Huai'an, but according to the family hierarchy, Chen Huai'an should address him as fifth uncle. So he just knocked over a martial flag's cup? Chen the Head, that's not a new thing. It's quite common in the town military division. Another herbalist from Chun family village is named Chen Huai'an. Chen Huai'an had been staying in the village and learned about the news in the city from his father's accounts. And his father spoke the least about the town military division, so Chen Huai'an knew the least about it. Chen the Head, although you are now the esteemed head of the Shilin pharmacy's herbal collection team, you must not offend the martial flag lords of the town military division, or your life will be in danger. Chen Huai'an reminded him, and Chen Haiwazi quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to say less. For Chen Huai'an, after coming into this world, his father passed away before he could meet him, and the only person who truly helped him was Chen Ergu. If it weren't for Chen Ergu's repeated arrangements and reminders after entering the city, Chen Huai'an would not have been able to establish a connection with Zhao Shi, let alone join the herbal collection team and ultimately become the head. As a person, one should be grateful and repay kindness. This is human nature. Moreover, in this county town, to gain a foothold and mix in a higher social tier, one must also have a good reputation. Even the people from the 4 major families care about their reputation. They regularly donate rice and porridge. And the head of the Zhao family is even known as Zhao the Great Benefactor. If he could also have a reputation for being righteous and a timely reign, it would make things much easier in the future. For whatever reason, Chen Huai'an cannot turn a blind eye to Chen Ergu's danger. However, wanting to rescue someone from the town military division is as difficult as a herbalist from Chun family village who cannot afford to eat. suddenly transforming into the head of the Shilin pharmacy. Ordinary people cannot achieve this. But Chen Huai'an is no ordinary person. He bought some flour cloth, food, and booked all the animal milk in the South Market, hiring several porters to deliver the items to the Baijiao Hall. By the afternoon, Chen Huai'an arrived at Lin Baiyang's residence, where the black wooden gate stood 3 to 4 meters high, adorned with many glass lanterns, and 2 doormen stood at the entrance. Chen Huai'an stepped forward, took out 20 coins, and handed them to the 2 doormen. Please inform Lord Lin that Chen Aliu from Baikeju requests an audience. After about 15 minutes, one of the doormen came out. Follow me closely, don't get lost. Thank you, young master. Chen Huai'an followed the doorman into Lin Baiyang's residence. Well, the first thing he saw was a shadow wall carved with 100 ghosts gathering herbs and jade, with a figure holding a scale and human bones as a guide. After passing the shadow wall, he entered a courtyard filled with various precious herbs, and the corridor pillars were covered with over a decade-old Hisho vines. It was like a maze here. Without a guide, one could easily get lost. There are many mechanisms here, so do not touch anything. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Huai'an became more cautious. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the main hall, which was very spacious, with 12 grandmaster chairs, a censer in the corner, and 36 bronze medicine cauldrons hanging from the beams. Lin Baiyang, dressed in a purple patterned robe, was playing with a string of beads made from various herbs. Why did you come today? Most people from the lower classes are short-sighted. However, when Lin Baiyang saw Chen Huai'an for the first time, he noticed that he was not an ordinary person. Throwing a baby girl into the river was also a test of his character. He originally thought that after Chen Huai'an became the head, he would come to pay his respects the next day, but 4 or 5 days passed without any sign from him. He didn't even leave Baikeju. He neither showed the short-sightedness of becoming arrogant after sudden wealth, nor revealed any ambitions by immediately coming to pledge loyalty, which made Lin Baiyang somewhat uncertain. Reporting to the Lord, after returning to Baikeju, I moved into the independent courtyard that originally belonged to Lin Fu. After a few days, I discovered some items and do not know how to handle them, so I would like to ask for your decision. Chapter 21. Remember the milk giver while drinking milk? The Empress handwrites the Qi cultivation technique. In Lin Baiyang's residence, in the hall, Chen Huai'an carefully placed the precious herbs on the ground. For ordinary people, these are rare items that replenish kidney energy, strengthen yang, revive the dead, and restore flesh and bones. Chen Huai'an has already practiced bone training, and he is only a short time away from completing skin training. These herbs needed by ordinary people do not have much effect on him. Especially healing medicines like Shui Jian Shou, even those that are 10 years old, are optional for him, but they can sell for a high price in Fengling County. There is also this, the ledger left by Lin Fu from his collusion with the Black Dragon Stronghold, which records many herbs that Lin Fu secretly sent to the Black Dragon Stronghold, with the lowest prices reaching over 10 taels. Chen Huai'an respectfully presented the ledger, and Lin Baiyang flipped through it a few times before placing it on the tea table beside him. Lin Baiyang was somewhat aware of Lin Fu's small maneuvers, but he did not expect the amounts involved to be so huge. After sizing up Chen Huai'an, he realized that it was the first time he had seen someone who had struggled from the bottom, yet remained so clear-headed in the face of such a huge temptation. After a few days of recuperation, Chen Huai'an had transformed completely, looking very spirited. If a person has spirit, even if their appearance is somewhat lacking, they will not be unpleasant to others, and Chen Huai'an's foundation was not bad to begin with. Lin Baiyang was surrounded by old servants, and seeing such a likable young man who was also quite shrewd, he began to consider using him. Lin Fu was an idiot. He relied on the power of the Lin family to act tyrannically, oppressing both the upper and lower classes, and I couldn't be bothered with him. Now that he is dead, it's peaceful. Your background is also quite clean. I have no sons. In recent days, Lin Baiyang had sent many people to investigate Chen Huai'an thoroughly. His ancestors were all herbalists, so his identity was indeed quite clean. He intended to take Chen Huai'an as an adopted son, which also meant that he truly wanted Chen Huai'an to continue being the head of the herbal collection team. After all, without the identity of an adopted son, Chen Huai'an would not be able to shoulder such burdens. Chen Huai'an had no psychological burden regarding the matter of adopting a righteous father. Since ancient times, There have been many heroes who rose to prominence relying on their righteous fathers. To become bigger and stronger, one needs a backing. Moreover, Chen Huai'an did not consider himself a hero. He was merely a lowly wanderer, albeit with a status much higher than an ordinary wanderer, able to connect with the Lin family, which was something many people longed for but could not attain. Grateful for the Lord's kindness. But my father passed away not long ago. If I were to now, it might be disadvantageous to you. It would be better to wait for another 6 months, and I will definitely. Are you treating Lin Xiang in the same perfunctory manner? Lin Baiyong was not angry. Instead, he smiled. He was increasingly interested in this Chen Lu, like a wild horse that, if tamed, could become his most capable aide. Unfortunately, his own health was deteriorating day by day, and no amount of precious herbs would help much. I wouldn't dare. I genuinely want to serve you. Well then, you can go back for now. In a few days, I will send someone. Cough, cough. Lin Baiyong had already decided on the selection of the herbal gathering team. If Chen Huai'an did not perform well, he even had candidates for the head of the team. My lord, I have learned some medical skills from my father. Your body has blocked meridians. Do you have a way to treat it? It can be tried. Lin Baiyong frowned. He did not fully trust Chen Huai'an yet. But after a moment's thought, since his body was nearing its limit, he might as well try this dead horse as a living horse. What is it? Chen Huai'an took out a few silver needles, which were hidden weapons left by Lin Fu in the courtyard. Seeing these hidden weapons, Lin Baiyong became more vigilant. This is a family heirloom silver needle technique, originally created by my ancestor Chen Qingshan. Silver needle technique? How come I have never heard of it? There is no acupuncture method in this world. Lin Baiyong had never seen this method before. This was created by my ancestor Chen Qingshan and is not passed down widely. Later generations either did not master it or focused on herbal gathering until my father passed this technique to me. I had some interest and practiced it since childhood, so I have some insights. I see. Then you may perform the technique. Chen Huai'an took a deep breath, gently rubbed the silver needles, and pierced them into Lin Baiyong's meridians. My lord, if it hurts, please inform me. It doesn't hurt. Lin Baiyong was somewhat curious. The silver needle pierced half an inch in, yet he felt no pain at all. Chen Huai'an continuously applied dozens of needles, almost turning Lin Baiyong into a hedgehog. My lord, how do you feel? It has indeed become much smoother. Lin Baiyong nodded. Wait a moment, just a quarter of an hour, and you can remove the needles. Once a day for 3 to 5 days, along with some herbal soup, you will see results. Really? If there are no effects, let the Lord punish me. His body was indeed too weak, and although he took many supplements, his body could not process them, causing all the meridians to become blocked. With Chen Huai'an's acupuncture, the blood and qi were unblocked, and he naturally recovered a lot. On the 3rd day, while receiving acupuncture, Lin Baiyong suddenly mentioned Chen Ergo. Your cousin seems to be in danger of being executed by the town marshal division. I haven't been out these past few days, so I don't know about this. Back when I was in Chen family village, Chen Ergo often helped me and was kind to me. I hope the Lord can. Saving his life is not difficult. It just requires some silver to grease the wheels. How much can you take out? When I entered by Keiju, I had no money. Only brought my daughter. Now all my possessions are given by the Lord. If the Lord needs it, I can bring it all. Hearing Chen Huai'an's answer, Lin Baiyong nodded in satisfaction. In Fengling County, the most important thing is backing and background, and the second is reputation. I will help you save Chen Ergo. As for what happens next, you can handle it yourself. After saying this, Lin Baiyong walked slowly to the doorway of the hall. Looking at the scenery, this year is bound to be a harsh winter. Who knows how many lives will be frozen to death? In the eyes of the 4 great families, lives are as insignificant as grass. No one truly cares about the lives of the lowly. In the past, when winter came, the Zhao family would open their granaries to distribute grain. The Li family would donate some rags. And our Lin family would open shops to distribute medicinal soups to ward off the cold. Hey Lu, here I am. This year, I will leave this matter to you. This is definitely a lucrative job. The profits in between are unimaginable to ordinary people. The Lord trusts me. I wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After leaving Lin Baiyong's residence, Chen Huai'an had already memorized the routes in the courtyard over the past 3 days. Even without a doorman to guide him, he would not make any mistakes. Head Chen. Upon returning to Bai Keiju, 5 new herbal gatherers respectfully welcomed him at the door. The courtyard was spotless. Chen Huai'an nodded and went to his own courtyard. Now that Chen Ergo's matter was settled, he felt somewhat troubled. He had reached the 4th level of practice, but had hit a wall at the Qi refining stage and had not even mastered the first move of the martial arts he found. Could it be that I really have no talent? Am I a cultivation waste? Chen Huai'an was originally confident, but after such a long time without any progress in Qi refining and martial arts, he began to doubt himself. Regardless, I am determined to be a practitioner. If my talent is insufficient, I'll make up for it with herbs. It may not even be my lack of talent. It could be that Zhao Shi's cultivation method does not suit me. Doubting myself is not as good as denying others. Chen Huai'an prepared to seek another method, but where to find one was a significant problem. Indeed, the method was not suitable. Even if he succeeded in self-harm, it would be hard to improve afterward. Luo Yunshuang lay in the tub, finishing off a bucket of beast milk. Unlike before, braving the wind and rain and unable to sleep peacefully, she now ate and slept every day, growing very quickly. However, her consumption of beast milk was somewhat astonishing. There were rumors in Fengling County that Chen, the head of the medicinal workshop, bathed in tons of beast milk every day, making his skin more delicate than a young maiden, which led to the emergence of a new term, beast milk youngster, making Lin Baiyong think that Chen Huai'an had some peculiar hobby. Given how well you take care of this revered one, I shall bestow upon you a top-level Qi refining method. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. Just then, Chen Huai'an pulled Luo Yunshuang out of the wooden tub with one hand. Good heavens, you're drinking faster and faster. You've drunk all the milk, and I'll take the blame. Chen Huai'an increasingly felt that this little one was the offspring of some beast, just taking on a human form. After giving her a simple wash, he covered her with a new floral quilt. Damn, this esteemed one hates this floral fabric the most. Wow, what is wrong? Are you too happy? Do you know this floral fabric is very expensive? This kind of large floral fabric is indeed unaffordable for ordinary families. After all, besides the fabric, the dye is not cheap either. Chen Huai'an chose a floral fabric with the most colors and bought 10 bolts in one go, making quilts, clothes, cotton jackets, and even prepared a very small pair of floral shoes, though Luo Yunshuang was still too small to use them for at least another year. Little girl, you must wear colorful clothes to be cherished. After coaxing her for a while, Luo Yunshuang cried herself to sleep. That night, Luo Yunshuang opened her eyes and pushed away the arm pressing on her. Fortunately, this emperor has already completed bone training. Otherwise, you would have crushed me to death. Struggling to crawl out, she rummaged through the medicine basket for some purple herbs, her delicate little hands dipped in the purple leaves, writing many crooked characters on a piece of coarse cloth. Chapter 22. Sending you off 1,000 miles. We must part. What is this? Who wrote this ghostly scribble? What the heck? In the early morning, Chen Huai'an just got up and found that the medicine basket he had placed by the bed was overturned. He thought someone had entered the room and hurriedly checked his small vault. Finding the silver intact, he felt relieved enough to tidy up the medicine basket. While using his sweat towel, he noticed some crooked characters written on it. The ugliness of the handwriting was shocking, making Chen Huai'an feel an impulse to throw it away immediately. However, this towel had been in use for 3 or 4 days, and there were originally no characters on it. Chen Huai'an felt a chill in his heart and looked closely again. It seemed to be the Qi cultivation technique. Could it be a method for cultivation? How did it end up here? Did it come from the cave, or was there a new lucky break? Is the heavens feeding me? After pondering for a while without any clarity, Chen Huai'an decided not to dwell on why the Qi cultivation technique appeared on the towel. Anyway, he would practice first. Take the universe as a grain of rice. Regard the dantian as a furnace. Draw an energy like silk, wrapping, and cocooning, breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly, and only then glimpse the cosmos. Let the Ren and Du meridians serve as the main channels, while the 8 extraordinary meridians are the wefts, achieving the net of chaos. This was the first volume of the Qi cultivation technique, the foundation of the great Tao and the method of Qi cultivation. As long as one cultivates Qi, they could be considered to have entered the door. So Qi cultivation is the foundation of cultivation and the most crucial step. The extent of future achievements would depend on this first step, which determined the lower limit. Chen Huai'an sat in a wooden tub filled with dragon breath moss. He had collected a lot of it from the dark river, but only a small portion was handed over to Lin Baiyong. It shouldn't be. With the qi cultivation technique and the assistance of dragon breath moss, he should be able to find qi. Chen Huai'an practiced all day, but felt no presence of qi. Luo Yunshuang lay quietly on the bed, looking as if she was daydreaming. This was a top-tier qi cultivation technique, and the difficulty was naturally much higher. Back then, the emperor had also spent more than half a year on it. For someone who started late, had a weak foundation, and lacked talent, unless they had heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist them, it would take at least 5 years to complete this first volume. Of course, once the first volume was completed, the rest would be smooth sailing, and even if there were some bottlenecks, it would be easier to break through than for ordinary cultivators. Chen Huai'an was unaware of Luo Yunshuang's thoughts, and thought there was something wrong with his own cultivation. The process of cultivation was inherently long and tedious. Many people practiced uninterrupted for decades before completing the training of bones and skin. At just over 20, Chen Huai'an had already started qi cultivation, which was quite rare in Fengling County. However, since martial arts were banned in Fengling County, he dared not show it, otherwise it would bring life-threatening danger. Here, genius was worthless in the face of rules. The four great families wanted to maintain their control over Fengling County forever, so they had to enforce their rules. Otherwise, their authority would be shaken. If Chen Huai'an wanted to cultivate openly, he had to join the Jinwu division. The composition of the Jinwu division was quite simple. 40 were from the Zhao family, and the remaining 60 were made up of 2/10 each from the Sun, Li, and Lin families. Therefore, Chen Huai'an had to acknowledge Lin Baiyong as his father, change his surname to Lin, and join the Jinwu division as a member of the Lin family. People of low status were not allowed to keep slaves, so they would take in some household servants in the name of adopted sons. However, the people from the four great families looked down on this. Most of the adopted sons they took and were given quite a few benefits. After all, there were only so many family members, many of whom were being supported, and they needed some trustworthy people to do their work. Those doing the work had to change their names and become adopted sons or daughters of various families. With this layer of identity, it was much easier to get things done. Now, with cultivation techniques and martial skills in hand, Chen Huai'an was in charge of the entire medicine gathering team, so he had no worries about resources and was naturally not in a hurry to join any Jinwu division. However, the lack of progress in qi cultivation was quite frustrating. Chen Baotou, someone is here to see you. Who? Self-proclaimed Chen Ergu. Ergu, please bring him to the inner hall. I will be there shortly. Chen Huai'an replied, quickly standing up from the wooden tub, taking a good quality soft towel to dry himself, changing into slightly thicker clothes, and carrying the still daydreaming infant girl to the inner hall of Baikeju. Chen Baotou. Chen Ergu looked even thinner than before, with a scruffy face, tattered clothes, and messy hair. Brother Ergu, calling me like this feels too distant. Now that our statuses are different, it's only proper to address you this way. Don't break the rules, and besides, you'll be managing the medicine gathering team in the future. You should pay attention to your authority. Chen Ergu took 2 steps back. If it weren't for Brother Ergu's help, I wouldn't be where I am today. We are still brothers. Nothing should change between us. Chen Huai'an stepped forward and patted Chen Ergu. That won't do. The good intentions of Chen Baotou I will remember in my heart, but rules cannot be broken. I am of low status, and I cannot bear great wealth. Chen Huai'an thought that having lived 2 lives, he was better at handling matters than ordinary people. He didn't expect Chen Ergu to have such a mindset as well, but unfortunately, he was born into a lowly household. However, even if he was from a lowly household, what of it? Chen Huai'an was originally the same, and now he had already risen to the position of the head of the medicine gathering team. Brother Ergu, go wash up first, and then I will host a welcome dinner for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ergu followed a medicine gatherer to the backyard to bathe. Then, he ordered someone to book a large table of food and drinks at the Fenghua building, and the deposit alone was 2 liang of silver. Such extravagance could only be done by people from the 4 great families. However, he still had the identity of a lowly household and did not dare to be too ostentatious, so the ordered food was brought back to Baike. If they went to Fenghui building and made a big show of it, it would inevitably cause envy. And if they accidentally ran into some young master from a big family looking for trouble, it would lead to a heap of trouble. As the sun set in the west, although the sun was not visible, it was still bright outside. In the courtyard of Baikeiju, charcoal fires were lit around for warmth, and 2 large tables were set up. 5 medicine gatherers, along with Chen Huai'an and Chen Ergu, totaling 7 people, ordered more than 20 dishes. These dishes, Chen Ergu had never even heard of, let alone seen. Of course, Chen Huai'an's knowledge was also quite limited. He usually could not afford to be so extravagant. As for the 5 medicine gatherers, they had never seen so many dishes in their lives. Today you are all enjoying the benefits of being my brothers. Too much. Too much. Chen Baotou, I toast you. No, I want to toast you first. Without Brother Ergu, there would be no today's Chen Baotou. Chen Huai'an drank happily, and the others ate joyfully. After a few rounds of wine and dishes, Chen Huai'an put down his chopsticks and looked at Chen Ergu. What are your plans for the future? After this experience, I have come to understand many things. Remember when you first entered the city, I told you that nothing is more important than one's own life? I think I should go back to my old profession, gathering medicine. That's even better. You can come to the medicine gathering team. It's just a word for me. Chen Huai'an said, No, I'd rather be an ordinary medicine gatherer. You know, serving a master is like serving a tiger. One must be extra careful. Chen Ergu wanted to remind Chen Huai'an to be cautious of the Lin family and not to be too ostentatious. But thinking of their vastly different statuses and the many people present, he swallowed his words. Chen Huai'an understood Chen Ergu's meaning. Being here was like walking on thin ice. If one day he accidentally violated the taboo of the big shots, it might even implicate Chen Ergu. It would be better to give Chen Ergu some silver. Let him go back to the village to be a medicine gatherer, take care of him usually, at least he wouldn't have to worry about making a living. And after a while, he could find a marriage partner, get married, and have children, which would be quite joyful. Thinking this way, Chen Huai'an shook his head and smiled. Wasn't this the life route that Zhao she had planned from back then? After staying at Baikeiju for 2 days, Chen Huai'an found 3 donkey carts filled with enough charcoal to burn for 2 or 3 winters, a large cart of grain, half a cart of fabric, and half a cart of miscellaneous supplies, personally sending Chen Ergu to the city gate. In the future, if there is anything you need, just let me know. No matter what my identity is, you will always be my ergo-gu. All right, Chen Ergu said little more and just nodded. This medicine basket is specially customized for you, very lightweight, and inside are the herbs I've sent you. You're weak, so soak in a medicinal bath from time to time. Contrary to when they entered the city, this time Chen Huai'an became the chatterbox, constantly giving reminders. He prepared several portions of the herbs he previously practiced with, placing them in the medicine basket, and worried that Chen Ergu might not be able to withstand the effects, so he replaced them with annual herbs that have much weaker effects. Chen, take care. Parting ways after sending you off 1,000 miles, we bid farewell here. With that, they parted ways, and Chen Ergu nodded. Dong 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 dong. Just as Chen Ergu left, a dull bell suddenly rang out in Fengling County. 3 long and 2 short. Is this a sign of bandits attacking the city? Chapter 23. Bandits' night raid on Fengling County. Lu investigates in the morning after bidding farewell to Chen Ergu. Chen Huai'an hurried back to Baikeiju. He was completely in the dark about the situation outside the city, but inside the city, people were already in a state of panic. It had been over 100 years since Fengling County experienced a bandit attack, and this alarm hadn't sounded in a century either. Chen, should we prepare something? Asked Shihouzi. He was one of the 5 herbal collectors sent by Lin Baiyong, known as Ho Sanlang, but everyone liked to call him Shihouzi. Shihouzi was originally an abandoned baby, left on the outskirts of Fulong Mountain, and was said to have been raised by monkeys. When he reached his teenage years, the Lin family's herbal collection team entered the mountain, initially mistaking him for a beast, but later realizing he was human, so Lin Baiyong kept him around. He was short, about 5 feet tall, with arms that reached his knees, skin like bronze, and pronounced brow bones like a monkey. He was barefoot year-round and not used to wearing shoes. He could climb barehanded as if walking on flat ground and had learned some herbal collection techniques from the one-eyed AC. Those bandits are all strong and robust. Some of them are trained fighters, And we're just ordinary herbal collectors. What can we prepare? Just go back to sleep and rest. Nobody is allowed to leave by Kaiju. Chen Huai'an said coldly. As the head, he should have the authority of a leader. He was not just a figurehead, and he needed to maintain appearances. Lin Fu was a smiling tiger, while Chen Huai'an was a cold-faced man. It was hard to say which one was more frightening. In fact, Chen Huai'an was quite anxious himself. After all, if the bandits really took the county, he would lose his position before he even got comfortable in it. If it were any other county, a small band of bandits would naturally be nothing to worry about. But Fengling County was a very special case. The ban on weapons meant that its combat power was limited, with the 5,000 Zhenwu Division being the entire military strength of Fengling County. If they were defeated, the county would change hands in an instant. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Thinking about this was useless. My current abilities can't change anything. If those bandits really charge in, the two of us will just run away. Chen Huai'an glanced at the baby girl drinking beast-s milk, opened his small money chest, wrapped all the silver in hemp cloth, and put it in the medicine basket. In the hidden compartment, there were also the hidden weapons collected by Lin Fu, and Chen Huai'an put them on, fully arming himself. If he sensed any danger, he would take the baby girl and exit the city through the south gate, hiding in the countryside for a while. It's a pity I haven't reached Qi training yet. Otherwise, I could have more strength. Chen Huai'an was constantly frustrated by not feeling any Qi, and Luo Yunshuang couldn't bear to see him like this. The night before, she had left words on his newly changed sweat towel, warning him to avoid arrogance and impatience, and left a name of a herb that could assist in Qi training, which Chen Huai'an had never even heard of, leaving him even more confused. That night, Chen Huai'an hardly slept, while Luo Yunshuang slept soundly. Until dawn, it was still very quiet outside. I can't wait any longer. I can't get any news here. If the bandits really take the county, they will surely block all exits, and then it will be too late to escape. Chen Huai'an picked up the still-sleeping Luo Yunshuang, placed her in a medicine basket, strapped it on his back, and walked out. The 5 herbal collectors also hadn't slept all night. And when Chen Huai'an saw them huddled in the courtyard, he said, "I'm going to scout for news. You all stay here and don't wander around. After I leave, lock the main gate." After giving instructions, Chen Huai'an left by Kaiju. In the early morning, the cold wind blew, and the streets were desolate. Chen Huai'an made his way to Lin Baiyang's residence with ease, but the main gate was tightly shut. He knocked lightly, but no one answered. Could it be that this old man has already run away? No, I have to run too. If I wait any longer, it might be too late. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to leave, the main gate slowly opened. "Chen, you're here so early today?" The doorkeeper, looking sleepy and confused, glanced at Chen Huai'an at the door. Recently, Chen Huai'an had been coming every day to give Lin Baiyang acupuncture, so the doorkeeper was used to it. But coming this early was indeed unusual. Today I need to change my method. It has to be done at sunrise. I wonder if the master is at home. The master went out last night and just returned before dawn. He might be resting now. Then I'll come back later. Chen Huai'an nodded. Wait a minute. Didn't he the master just say? If Chen comes, let him in and wait. Another doorkeeper walked out. Oh, is that so? I was a bit dazed just now. Please forgive me, Chen. It's fine, it's fine. I'll go to the side hall to wait. Chen Huai'an didn't need the doorkeeper to lead the way and went directly to the side hall. He had just sat down for a short while when Lin Baiyang, wearing a purple patterned robe, walked out slowly. Compared to a few days ago, he looked particularly energetic, and his previously dry palms had a bit more flesh on them. "You came so early today. Are you trying to inquire about the bandits?" Lin Baiyang seemed to see through Chen Huai'an's little thoughts. "Master, Fengling County is guarded by the Zhenwu Division, so there is no need for me to worry. However, today is already the 5th day of acupuncture for you, and I need to use fire therapy at sunrise to help boost the yang energy in your body." What fire therapy? What yang energy? It was just an excuse Chen Huai'an came up with on the spot. Fire therapy? What is fire therapy? It's similar to cupping and acupuncture, where acupuncture cannot reach. Moxibustion should be applied. The ancient Chinese medicine practitioner BNK said, even if one does not attain immortality through regular moxibustion, one can still ensure a longevity of over 100 years. Master, the key to this fire therapy is the medicinal rope, which is soaked with over 20 kinds of herbs. It's placed on the back, covered with 2 layers of wet towels, poured with strong liquor, and ignited, forming a fire dragon according to the shape of the medicinal rope. Chen Huai'an explained in detail. This fire therapy sounds simple, but it's not. Knowing what illness is at which acupoint and controlling the burning time are crucial. Then you may proceed. Lin Baiyong nodded. In reality, the effects of fire therapy were merely minimal. It was just a pretext for Chen Huai'an. Seeing Lin Baiyong so calm, Chen Huai'an understood that the bandit attack was not a big deal. You were scared by the bell ringing last night, right? Lin Baiyong lay on the specially made bed, feeling the warmth on his body, which was indeed comfortable. He had been busy for most of the night without any rest, and if it hadn't been for Chen Huai'an helping to adjust his condition a few days ago, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Nowadays, he grew fonder of this Chen Lu, although adopting him as a son wouldn't allow him to inherit his estate. Giving him some benefits was still an easy task. I was indeed a bit scared, but with a person like you protecting Fengling County, the sky won't fall. Thinking of this, he no longer felt afraid. Being with a powerful person is like being with a tiger. The offspring of big families are even worse than fierce tigers. Saying some insincere words makes those above comfortable, and I can live a bit better. With some spare energy, I can also help those below. Before having strength, one should naturally be cautious and think twice before speaking and acting, planning before taking action. You certainly know how to speak. Lin Baiyong took a deep breath and changed the subject. The Zhao family raised their own troops, but in the end, they played with eagles and got pecked in the eye. The people of Heilangzai have been nurtured for over 100 years, and they have built up their ambition, thinking that by acquiring some poison and learning some inferior martial arts, they could become lords in the city. How wishful thinking. However, this time the town martial division suffered heavy losses, and the citizens of Beicheng, who haven't seen war for so many years, suddenly heard the alarm bells ringing. When they saw Heilangzai directly attacking Fengling by boat, everyone panicked, and the stampede resulted in many casualties. Heilangzai was repelled, but the mess left behind is difficult to clean up. Lin Baiyong sighed, while Chen Huai'an stood respectfully beside him, quietly listening without saying a word. How many herbs for treating internal and external injuries are left in the Baikeiju pharmacy? Replying to the Lord, there are 3,000 stones on the surface, but in reality, not a single stone can be taken out, as 90% of the medicinal materials have been exchanged for withered grass by Lin Fu. After becoming the head of the herbal gathering team, Chen Huai'an went to check the storage of Baikeiju, and this account is also recorded in Lin Fu's ledger. The Shilin Medicine Workshop has 5 major storage places for herbs in Fengling County, one in each of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest cities, with the largest being here in Baikeiju, where the lowest grade and common herbs are stored. These herbs are easy to pick and are consumed less on ordinary days. So Lin Baiyong doesn't care much. But this time, with the injuries mainly affecting civilians, these herbs are precisely what is needed. The head of the Lin family ordered the Shilin Medicine Workshop to open a shop to brew medicine and distribute herbal soups for free to the injured citizens of Fengling County. This also serves to enhance their reputation. After all, one of the 4 great benefactors of Fengling County, such an incident must elicit a response, and moreover, those herbs are not worth much. That Lin Fu, cough Lin Baiyong, then remembered the ledger sent by Chen Huai'an and suddenly felt a rush of anger. My lord, you must not get angry. Your body has just been adjusted, and if you become angry, there's nothing I can do. The head of the family asked me to open the shop and distribute medicine, but now there are no herbs left. How can I distribute them? I can't do like the Sun family, mixing half sand into the porridge when distributing. In Fengling County, even beggars won't go to receive relief food. And the Sun family also wants to be seen as benefactors, but unfortunately, they have gained a notorious reputation throughout the city. Besides, this herbal soup is for treating illnesses and saving lives. If it is adulterated, then the business of the Shilin Medicine Workshop will be finished. Although the Lin family also has many shortcomings, they have always emphasized the authenticity of medicinal herbs, which is recognized in Fengling County. Authenticity is also the Lin family's golden signboard. The business of the Shilin Medicine Workshop is not limited to Fengling County. Relying on the mountains for resources and having the unique conditions of Fulong Mountain, The Lin family's herbal business spans 7 counties in Jiangling Prefecture and below Qitian Prefecture. There are 5 major prefectures. Besides Jiangling Prefecture, there are also a small amount of Lin family's business in other counties. Therefore, compared to the other 3 major families, the Lin family needs a good reputation that can be spread. Otherwise, they wouldn't frequently distribute free medicine to the people of Fengling County. In addition to the medicinal herbs for treating injuries, there are also no stocks left for medicines to keep warm this winter. My lord, these ordinary herbs are not precious. There are plenty in the outskirts of Fulong Mountain. It should still be possible to send people to gather them now. Possible? Where are we going to find so many herbal gatherers? Although there are many herbs, if there are no knowledgeable gatherers, we might end up bringing back poisonous herbs, which would make things even worse. Alu is willing to relieve the Lord's worries. Do you have a solution? In fact, Lin Baiyang knew how to solve this. Purchase various ordinary herbs at a high price. With heavy rewards, all the herbal gatherers in Fengling County would flock to it, and within 2 days, enough herbs could be collected. But then, the cost would be excessively high. However, for the reputation of the Lin family, and to maintain this goodwill, Lin Baiyang had no choice but to grit his teeth. Alas, I really misjudged Lin Fu, that beast. Alu, calculate how much silver is needed. I will have the shopkeepers in various places tally this year's surplus. If it's not enough, I will think of another way. As the head of the herbal gathering team, it is my duty to manage the gathering and scheduling. How can I still ask the Lord for silver? What do you mean? Lin Baiyang was taken aback, and didn't he respond for a long time. The entire supply of herbs in Beicheng is at least several hundred stones, not counting the herbs for keeping warm, which would require over 1,000 gatherers to go into the mountains to collect enough within 2 or 3 days. Even without considering labor, these several hundred stones of herbs would still be a huge expense. My lord, so many herbs absolutely cannot just disappear into thin air. If you want to transport them out of the city, the guards at the checkpoint won't let them pass. I suspect that these herbs must still be in the city. Can you find them? Everything has traces to follow. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely find out where the herbs went. Chapter 24. Dark Movement of Herbs. All for Fulong's herbal gathering plan. Fengling County, outside the Zhuke Gate, in the South Market Herbal Alley. A group of low-ranking laborers were squatting on the ground, waiting for employers. It had been a few days without business, and with winter approaching, if they couldn't sell their strength, they would have a hard time surviving the winter. Cough, cough, your injury hasn't healed yet. Without herbs, and with the weather getting colder, I fear we won't survive this winter. It's all the fault of those murderous bandits. There's really no way to live now. I heard that the former head of the herbal gathering team colluded with the bandits and gave all the herbs from Baikeaju to Hailing Zai. And the new head Chen has made a military order to solve the herb issue for the injured citizens of Fengling County within 3 days. Is this true? That's what everyone is saying. It seems credible, not like a lie. What ability does this Chen head have? I'm not sure about his abilities, but I heard he's a righteous person. When he was in Chenjiakin, his father died on Fulong Mountain, and he relied on neighbors for help. Later, he became successful, but that neighbor fell into trouble and offended the martial flag of the town martial division and was about to be executed. Offending the town martial division? That is certainly a death sentence. Who would disagree? But guess what? This Chen head managed to save that neighbor, even giving him a lot of silver and countless food and clothing. So, he is indeed a righteous person. I just don't know how he will manage to get the herbs. It's been 2 days already, and there is still no news. Ahead, even if he has connections, can't possibly gather so many herbs in such a short time. I think this matter is also doubtful. In this day and age, righteousness can't fill your stomach. Good people don't live long. Stop sighing about others. We are struggling ourselves. The low-ranking laborers were quietly discussing when a rough man dressed in coarse cloth walked over slowly. Digging pits, how much per day? These low-level laborers earn 30 coins a day for strong work. Older ones earn 20 coins. Or they can also be paid 5 to 6 jin of coarse rice per day. 25 coins. A strong man quoted, "I can do it for 20 coins." Everyone rushed to shout. The lower you are, the more competitive it is. Not because they want to. If they have no income, they might starve to death this month. 25 coins, no limit on the number of people. Those willing, come with me. After the rough man spoke, he turned and headed south, and everyone hurriedly followed. "My lord, where are we going?" One laborer couldn't help but ask. "To buy Kaiju," the rough man replied. He is one of the members of the Shilin medicine workshop gathering herbs, named Guadachuan. Although he has no training in strength or bones, he is naturally strong and is called a bull. After passing through 3 markets, everyone followed Guadachuan into Bai Kaiju. About this position dig, Chen Huai'an drew a large circle on the ground, and the laborers immediately got to work. "Not bad. They're all working hard. If we can finish today, I will give you some extra reward," Chen Huai'an generously said. After hearing this, the laborers all put in their utmost effort. Chen Huai'an also had the herbal gathering team prepare some nourishing porridge. These laborers had never experienced such treatment. A few men, after tasting a few spoonfuls of porridge, had tears welling up in their eyes. "All right, this isn't charity. If anyone is caught slacking off, not a penny will be given," Chen Huai'an added, turning to return to his secluded courtyard. The plan to attack Fengling County by dangers.The was meticulously crafted. The soul-biting grass could inflict fatal damage on martial cultivators at the blood level, intended for use against the town martial division. Simultaneously, they bribed the servants of the 4 great families, such as Lin Fu, secretly burning batches of herbs. And much of the grain from the Sun family was also secretly destroyed by the servants. All of this was aimed at swaying public opinion, waiting for the next spring when a large number of poor people would freeze or starve to death, while outside dangers.The would attack the city, and the bribed individuals would cooperate to create public sentiment, easily taking Fengling County. However, when it came to the soul-biting grass, unexpected events arose, leading to divisions within dangers.The. Otherwise, Fengling County might have truly changed hands. At present, hundreds of stones of herbs had turned to ash, which ordinary people could not produce, but Chen Huai'an had Ling Pu, allowing him to plant those ordinary herbs and harvest them after 3 to 5 seconds, then recultivate them with tender leaves. In just half a day's time, he managed to produce several hundred stones of herbs. As the sun set, Chen Huai'an excitedly headed to Lin Baiyang's residence. "Sir, the herbs have been found." "Found them? How did you manage to find them?" Lin Baiyang, half reclining in a grand chair, immediately sat up upon hearing this. With so many herbs, it was difficult to concentrate and destroy them, and Lin Fu could not transport such a large quantity of herbs outside the city. It was very likely they were buried nearby. Based on my speculation, this burial site should be nearby Kaiju. So I searched in that vicinity until I discovered that the soil texture in the backyard was somewhat off. The surface soil differed slightly from the soil several meters deep. After confirming a few possible locations, I found some laborers and began digging. After digging 4 to 5 meters, we discovered the herbs. Chen Huai'an had those laborers dig nearly 6 meters deep, and while they were excavating, he tossed a few herbs in and claimed to have found the herbs, giving each of them 35 coins before sending them out of Kaiju. Taking advantage of the fact that the backyard was unguarded, Chen Huai'an retrieved the herbs from the cave and placed them in the pit, then had the herbal gathering team come to the backyard to pack the herbs. He knew that his actions were somewhat rough, and if someone were to scrutinize, they could discover the oddities, but as long as Lin Baiyang did not pursue the matter, there would be no problem. "Good, courageous, and wise. You truly are my lucky star." In reality, Lin Baiyang was not at all interested in how Chen Huai'an found the herbs. He only cared about the result. "Speak. What kind of reward do you want?" "Gold and silver treasures. Choose as you wish," Lin Baiyang asked with a smile. "Sir, I am just the herbal gathering head of the Lin family. I'm only interested in gathering herbs." "Gathering herbs? Then I will get you some gathering equipment." The equipment left by Lin Fu was already sufficient. "I just want to take a look at the Fulong herbal gathering map." The herbal gatherers of Fengling County have a heritage spanning hundreds of years. When they enter the mountains, they rely on experience and the maps passed down through generations. The most comprehensive and detailed herbal gathering map is within the Lin family. Even Lin Fu had only seen a corner of this Fulong herbal gathering map. Upon hearing this, Lin Baiyang's face showed hesitation. This was the most confidential matter of the Shilin apothecary, and each time the herbal gathering team entered the mountains, they were only given a map of a certain area, which would then be updated with new information. They had never allowed anyone outside the Lin family to see the complete map. However, since Chen Huai'an had cured his ailment and now resolved the issue of the herbs, letting him take a look was also permissible. Follow me. I can only give you half a stick of incense worth of time, Lin Baiyong said in a deep voice. Chapter 25. Observing the map to seek herbs. Waiting for the right moment. Lin Baiyong's residence was heavily guarded. In addition to the traps in the front courtyard, there were more than 20 swordsmen patrolling the back courtyard in shifts. These swordsmen were all highly skilled, most of them having reached the skin training stage. Some of the top swordsmen had even reached the Qi training stage. They were all former members of the town martial division who had retired. This was an unwritten rule in Fengling County. Those who retired from the town martial division either died or entered one of the 4 great families. And these individuals were not allowed to teach martial arts or cultivation methods to anyone, including their children. Lin Baiyong brought Chen Huai'an to the back courtyard, and Chen Huai'an kept his head down, not looking around. The sky was dim, and he could not see the surrounding scenery clearly. Creak! Lin Baiyong opened a door, allowing half of his body to enter. The Fulong herbal gathering map is in here. Remember, you only have half a stick of incense worth of time. Lin Baiyong reminded again. Yes, sir. Chen Huai'an stepped into the room, which was filled with over 1,000 everlasting lamps, making it indistinguishable from daytime. The room was very large, almost the size of the entire Baikeju, and the Fulong herbal gathering map was supported by many wooden frames, standing in a fan shape on the ground. In the center of the room was a long table occupying half the space, atop which was a sand table of Fulong Mountain. So detailed. This map truly astonished Chen Huai'an. He immediately leaned forward to start searching for a herb. The dragon beer grass. This herb's leaves and stems were of no effect, but its roots were high-quality medicine to assist in Qi training. The Fulong herbal gathering map was vast, and except for the very center area, which had not been explored, the other areas introduced the distribution of various herbs. Marked the fierce beasts appearing in each area, paths, shortcuts, etc., including the hidden river beneath the burial dragon abyss, which was also illustrated. Where's the dragon beer grass? Time slowly passed, and Chen Huai'an still could not find the marked location of the dragon beer grass. The map was simply too large, and with the dense markings, only careful discernment could reveal the details. A map of such size could not be fully examined in a day. And with only half a stick of incense's worth of time, Chen Huai'an quickly scanned the map, growing increasingly anxious. Wow, this little guy really knows how to pick his moments. Usually quiet and unbothering, but at such a critical time, causing me trouble. Behind him, the baby in the basket was crying incessantly, forcing Chen Huai'an to first take her out. Damn, another one. In the spacious room, which was once filled with the fragrant scent of herbs, as soon as Chen Huai'an opened the swaddling, it was as if someone had thrown a lit firecracker into a public toilet. Chen Huai'an's tears flowed uncontrollably, not out of sadness or anger, but purely from the smell. After all this time, you haven't changed at all. The smell of poop is still the same. So noisy. If it weren't for giving me that low-quality beast milk, would I have produced such a stinky poop? Now, Chen Huai'an was quite skilled and quickly changed the baby into a clean diaper. Before he could get up, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 3 small characters at the bottom of the map. Dragon beer grass? This is the burial dragon abyss. The dragon beer grass has a peculiar fragrance. Chen Huai'an recalled that when he was at the burial dragon abyss, he did not smell anything unusual. Thus, he carefully studied the map again. It turned out that behind the silver dragon waterfall, there was a curtain of water cave where the dragon beer grass grew. Damn, how was such a hidden place discovered? Chen Huai'an chuckled bitterly. Before he could take any action, Lin Baiyong's voice came from outside. Alu, time's up. Come out. Chen Huai'an did not dare to delay, immediately placing the baby back into the basket and walking out. What strange smell. Lin Baiyong frowned. Sir, I smelled it as soon as I went in. Perhaps the herbs in the incense burner have gone a bit off. Chen Huai'an replied. Those servants are so unreliable. If I had more people like you, I would have recovered from my illness long ago. Lin Baiyong sighed. It is my honor to serve you, sir. Chen Huai'an replied with a smile. Sherlin Pharmacy is in the business of herbal medicine, and the most important thing is reputation. Providing medicine for the benefit of the people is paramount, especially those from Highlang Zai, who might secretly create obstacles. having seen you handle matters reliably these past 2 times. If this task goes smoothly, I will help you get rid of your status as a wandering household. When spring comes next year, you can go into the mountains twice more, change your surname to Lin, and then you can either manage a pharmacy or go to the local martial arts school to learn some martial arts. Whatever suits your fancy. Lin Baiyong has a great appreciation for Chen Huai'an, and this treatment is far better than that of other adopted sons. Thank you, my lord. I will not let you down. You should address me as your master now. Yes, master. All right, you'll be busy with the medicine distribution for a while. The 5 people I gave you can be fully trusted. You may recruit some additional help, but their backgrounds must be clean. Go. After bowing, Chen Huai'an left Lin Baiyong's residence and headed straight back to Baiketa. Man Yozi, gather everyone. As soon as Chen Huai'an stepped into Baiketa, he saw Guadachuan moving bags of herbs. Guadachuan responded and immediately called the other 4. Before long, everyone had gathered. The front yard of Baikeaju was spacious. Chen Huai'an stood with his hands behind his back in front of the 3-legged bronze medicine cauldron. You've been in Baikeaju for a few days now, and you should be well acquainted with the rules of the herb gathering team. It's winter now, and the most important task is to distribute medicine for the benefit of the people. Anyone who delays this will lose my leadership position, and your heads will roll too. As Chen Huai'an spoke, he glanced over the group. Chun, there are only 5 of us in Baikeja now. We are indeed short-handed, Ho Samlang said with some difficulty. In previous years, we also had only 6 or 7 people, but we had more preparation time, and they were all veterans of the herb gathering team. Now, the team is all newcomers. They only have experience in gathering herbs, and this is their first time distributing medicine to the people in the markets. Yin K, go check the backgrounds of the dozen or so laborers who came today. If they are clean, bring them to Baikeju as helpers. Yes, Chun. Yin K, whose real name is Wu Yu, is slender like a willow, with long braids tied with copper bells, a hawthorn hoe at her waist, and her footsteps silent, leaving no trace in the snow. She is the youngest in the entire herb-gathering team, aside from Chen Huai'an. By noon tomorrow, finish counting the herbs and transport them to the north of the city, where the injured citizens are most numerous. Shahuzi will accompany me to distribute medicine in the north, while the rest of you will deliver the herbs to the other pharmacies. Yes, everyone responded in unison. No one is allowed to miss the nightly herbal baths. I've already divided the medicine bags and placed them in the backyard warehouse. You must take them at fixed times and in fixed quantities, and if you run out, Man Yozi, let me know. After giving his instructions, Chen Huai'an headed to his private courtyard. He had no connections with Hailang's Zai, so he naturally Wu-Ti used the previous formula, which indeed could strengthen the body but was somewhat lacking in effect. Chen Huai'an directly gave them a year-old tiger bone grass, mixed with various other herbs to balance the medicinal properties, which was 100 times stronger than any previous formula. The main issue was that tiger bone grass was quite expensive, and Lin Fu was unwilling to give it to the herb-gathering team, as he saw them as people who were already on the brink of death. Chen Huai'an, however, was different. He hoped these few people would gather more top-quality herbs in the mountains. According to convention, the herbs obtained by the herb-gathering team had to go through the leader first. Chen Huai'an didn't need to line his own pockets. He just needed to plant the top-quality herbs in the spirit garden, and after some time, he would return a share of the herbs, while the surplus he cultivated would be entirely his own. These herbs, whether for personal use or sale, were a good choice, far better than laboriously gathering herbs himself. Back in his room, Chen Huai'an held the infant girl and began the herbal bath using dragon's breath moss. That so-called energy still felt completely absent. It seems I'll have to rely on that dragon whisker grass. But now that winter has set in, there are no boats to Fulong Mountain, and if I walk, I might not return until the new year. I should wait a bit. When spring arrives, I can go into the mountains to gather herbs. I've been rushing from muscle training to skin training too quickly. My foundation is still unstable, and I haven't mastered the Chuanlin Yinfan technique yet, biting off more than I can chew. With a clear direction, Chen Huai'an no longer felt anxious. He calmed his mind and sensed the changes in his body. Chapter 26. Life is hard. The Empress size the Red Sky Mansion encompasses 5 prefectures and 35 counties, most of which have a summer-like climate year-round, extremely hot. Only Fengling County, backed by Fulong Mountain, has distinct seasons, especially in winter, when there can be severe cold. In winter, Fulong Mountain can be covered in heavy snow, with ice 3 feet thick. Based on past experience, the hotter the summer, the colder the winter will be. This year, in Fengling County, countless citizens died from the heat and thousands of cattle and horses perished. This is why Lin Baiyong told Chen Huai'an that it would be a harsh winter. Just after the beginning of winter, a cold wave swept down from Fulong Mountain, engulfing the entire Fengling County. Even though Chen Huai'an had reached the skin training stage, he could still feel the biting cold. He wrapped himself in 2 layers of cotton clothing before going out, with a medicine basket on his back stuffed full of quilts, the infant girl nestled in the middle, her small head poking out. Burp. Luckily, I've reached the bone training stage, where all this would crush me to death. If you have a kid in the future, you'll definitely end up playing them to death. Due to the unlimited supply of beast milk during this period, Luo Yunshuang was growing rapidly. The only issue being that the quality of the beast milk was too low. Luo Yunshuang also knew that this was the best beast milk Chen Huai'an could obtain within his capabilities. The current situation was much better than her previous days of barely being able to fill her stomach with flatbreads, and she had complained little during this time. She realized that following Chen Huai'an had its advantages. At least she wouldn't have to worry about the most basic herbs when she began her cultivation, allowing her to smoothly break through to the blood condensation stage. With the strength of the blood condensation stage, she could leave this godforsaken place and seek opportunities according to her memories. It wouldn't be long before she could return her peak, and then she would storm back into the Central State Immortal Court to reclaim everything that belonged to her, while also helping this little Liuzi. While Luo Yunshuang was lost in thought, Chen Huai'an had already left Baikeju. Before dawn, more than a dozen donkey carts had stopped in front of Baikeju, and the hired laborers had already loaded bags of herbs onto the carts. "Let us go," Chen Huai'an said, and the donkey carts began to move. Guo Dachuan stayed at Baikeju. Chen Huai'an and Shihuzi headed north to the city, while the other 3 members of the herb-gathering team went to the eastern, western, and southern markets respectively. Near the hour of C, Chen Huai'an and the others arrived at the northern market of the city. Before they could distribute the medicine, a cavalry unit thundered past. "Everyone, get out of the way." A whip cracked through the air as it swung fiercely, overturning 2 donkey carts, scattering herbs everywhere, while the following cavalry trampled over them without stopping. The carter, unable to dodge in time, was knocked down by a heavily armored warhorse. His entire ribcage caved in, clearly left with no chance of survival. Watching the destruction of the herbs and the death of a man, Chen Huai'an looked up at the cavalry. "Chief, those are the people from the town marshal division. We can't afford to offend them," Ho Sanlang said in a low voice as he pulled Chen Huai'an back. At this time, Chen Huai'an had not yet shed his status as a lowly household. Even without the shackles of a lowly household, he still could not provoke the people of the town marshal division. For such trivial matters, all he could do was endure. Taking a deep breath, Chen Huai'an nodded. "Distribute the medicine. Don't delay the main task. For the 2 carters who died, each family will receive 3 taels of silver." Losing a couple of carts of herbs wasn't a big deal, and the medicine distribution would take 3 or 4 days. Tomorrow they could bring a few more carts. As for the lowly lives worth less than a few hundred coins, Chen Huai'an taking out 3 taels of silver as compensation was already a high price. Ho Sanlang was quick to act, immediately finding someone to clear the bodies and gather the scattered herbs. There are rules at Shilin Pharmacy. These trampled herbs must be destroyed and will never be distributed. Chen Huai'an had been in this world for quite some time, but seeing these actions still felt uncomfortable. After all, 9 years of moral education had taken deep root, making it difficult to change. "Old man, these are useless herbs. You can't pick them up. There are good ones over there. Go get them." Ho Sanlang's voice reached Chen Huai'an's ears. He turned to see a hunched old man, propped up by a broken bough, about to pick up the herbs on the ground. "These herbs are useless. It's better to give. This cannot do. The pharmacy has its rules." Ho Sanlang shook his head repeatedly. Seeing the old man, Chen Huai'an felt a surge of suspicion, his gaze restrained, his temples slightly bulging. He was definitely a practitioner. However, such a person was either still in the town marshal division or had entered one of the 4 major families as a private soldier, or had already passed away. "Old sir, what do you need these herbs for?" Chen Huai'an stepped forward to inquire. Cough, I'm getting old. My body is too weak. And I want to brew some medicinal soup. Shahozi, take a bag of herbs and send 2 people to deliver them to the old man's home. Chen Huai'an commanded. Yes. The herbs were already insufficient, and 2 carts had been ruined. According to the rules of dispensing medicine, each household could only receive half a gene at most. Yet Chen Huai'an directly sent out a bag. But as he was the head, Ho Sanlang dared not question it and quickly agreed. A bag? That's too much. I won't need that. The old man waved his hand. It's not too much. If you need more tomorrow, you can come back. My name is Chen Lu. I'm the head of the herb collection team at Sherlin Pharmacy. If you need anything, you can come directly to me. All right, thank you, Chen Head. The old man cupped his hands, propping himself on his broken bow, and turned to leave. This little Lu has a good eye. It seems that the old man had reached the Qi realm before. Unfortunately, his Dantian was ruined, and he has lost his energy. Luo Yunshuang, who had been living with Chen Huai'an in Fengling County for some time, had only met Zhao Shi, who was in the blood condensation realm, and it was her first encounter with someone in the Qi realm. Chen Huai'an did not know the old man's background, just wanting to create a good connection. As evening approached, most of the herbs had been distributed without any incidents. Chen Huai'an asked Ho Sanlang to watch the stall while he went to the North Market behind Changle Street, the most prosperous market in Fengling County, selling a wide variety of goods, though the prices made ordinary people hesitant. Fresh first-grade beast milk, drinking it can strengthen muscles and bones, prevent all diseases, dispel cold and warm the body, reasonably priced, fair to all. Chen Huai'an initially wanted to buy some meat for a treat, but he didn't expect to find beast milk, and it was first grade. These naturally bred beasts had a complex ranking system, similar to martial cultivators, but ordinary people couldn't understand the realms, so they were simply classified from 1st to 4th grade. As for above 4th grade, they were quite rare in Fulong Mountain. How much is this beast milk? Chen Huai'an asked as he approached the stall. 1 pot for 1 tael of silver. So expensive? Chen Huai'an picked up a pot, opened the lid, and smelled it. This has a bit of a sour smell, and it's still fresh. Worth 1 tael of silver? Chen Huai'an frowned slightly. This was brought from Anyang after a long journey. The transportation cost alone is more than 1 tael of silver. If it weren't for the time, I wouldn't sell it for 2. The other 6 counties in Jiangling Prefecture were stronger than Fengling County, and many places raised 1st and 2nd grade beasts, while Fengling County lacked this capability, making the 1st and 2nd grade beast milk much more expensive. These merchants were selling other items and happened to bring along some beast milk, which was not easy to sell. How much do you have in total? 4 pots of 1st grade beast milk, 1 pot of 2nd grade beast milk, 3 taels for the 2nd grade beast milk. 5 taels. I'll take them all. No way. That's too much of a loss. The merchant quickly shook his head. Then forget it. Take your time selling. Chen Huai'an turned to leave. Hey, wait a minute. How about 6 taels? Consider it a free trip for me. Just 5 taels. Chen Huai'an didn't budge. This is too much of a loss. Chen Huai'an took out a few herbs. I have some herbs here, worth a few hundred coins. If you're willing, we can make a deal. If not, then forget it. You are from Sherlin Pharmacy? Yes. Chen Huai'an did not hide it. All right, let us do it this way. The merchant reluctantly handed over 5 pots of beast milk to Chen Huai'an. Little guy, let us improve your diet today. Chen Huai'an carried the 5 pots of milk and went to the butcher, buying 10 jin of fine meat and casually picking up a rattle drum. Dong dong dong, meng meng. Smile. Chen Huai'an brought the baby girl out from the herb basket. Childish. Hee hee hee. Luo Yunshuang thought of the 5 pots of beast milk in Chen Huai'an's hands and managed to squeeze out a cute smile. Life is not easy. Even the Empress has to sell smiles. Luo Yunshuang sighed inwardly. Chapter 27. A Lu is just a stubborn guy, too sincere. At Baikaj, the smell of meat wafted through the air, not to mention how long the servants had gone without eating meat. Even Guadachuan and others had not tasted meat for quite some time. The herb collection team's income was much higher than that of ordinary laborers, but even so, they had to budget carefully. Unless it was a festival, no one was willing to eat a few bites of meat. In the past, when Lin Fu was still around, the herb collection team's meals consisted solely of vegetables. If it weren't for each person having some skills to eat their own food, they would have long since been unable to continue. Chen Huai'an bought the fine meat, but did not take it to his own courtyard. Instead, he directly gave it to Wu Yu. Although he had been busy all day, Wu had no complaints about having a good meal. The dumplings were thin-skinned and large, and biting into one was all meat filling, something they couldn't even dream of. Chen Huai'an had Ho Sanlang bring over the medicinal wine from his courtyard, pouring a large bowl for everyone. This medicinal wine was carefully brewed by him, dispelling cold and warming the body. Taking a sip of the freshly heated wine felt refreshing and very relieving. Everyone has worked hard today. In 2 or 3 days, the herb distribution will come to a close, so let's hold on a bit longer. Chen Huai'an raised a large bowl. This is all part of our responsibilities. Why should Chen Head spend so much? A table full of dishes and rice would cost at least 1 to 2 taels of silver, especially that medicinal wine, which was priceless. Recently, benefiting from Chen Ergu's influence, everyone had improved their meals, and just after a few days, they had had a meal of meat-filled dumplings. They had never heard that the herb collection team had such good food before. Guidachuan was previously very close to the Camel Second Master and had originally planned to join the herb collection team next year. He knew the situation well and felt that changing the head was like changing the world. Wealth is just an external thing. I'm also from a poor background and understand that it is not easy for everyone to make a living. In the future, as long as you all work hard, there will be no need to worry about food and expenses. Chen Huai'an said generously. At another table, those servants who had now become long-term workers at Baikeja were so excited they could hardly speak. Originally, they didn't have much feeling for this rumored Chen Lu, but after 2 days of contact, they understood the weight of the word benevolence. As long as they worked hard, Chen Head would not treat them unfairly. Soon, the table was cleared and all the dishes and rice were cleaned up. Everyone left to start counting the herbs to be distributed the next day. Chen Huai'an went to his own courtyard, lit the stove, heated the beast milk, skimmed off the top layer of milk skin, and fed the warm beast milk to Luo Yunshuang. This beast milk is great. Luo Yunshuang drank with great relish, her watery eyes turning into crescent moons. Seeing her satisfied expression, Chen Huai'an sighed. This pot of beast milk is enough for an ordinary household's expenses for 1 to 2 months. Even I can't afford it. Unless he became the manager of the pharmacy and privately sold some herbs he cultivated, it would still be difficult to realize. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain more high-quality beast milk, he still needed to think of some ways. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not completely dark yet, Chen Huai'an went to Lin Baiyang's residence. Was the herb distribution smooth today? Lin Baiyang asked lazily while half reclining on the recliner. Thanks to the boss, nothing unexpected happened. That's good. Lin Baiyang nodded. Boss, how do you feel today? Much better than before, but still a bit tired. Recently, I was looking through the notes left by my ancestors and recorded a method to condition the body, but Chen Huai'an's words suddenly stopped. What is it? It requires a large amount of beast milk, and the higher the quality of the beast milk, the better. Then, add some herbs to condition the body, and it has remarkable effects. Is this true? Lin Baiyang opened his eyes and looked at Chen Huai'an. Alu started trying it out a few days ago, and only today, after buying some first and second-tier beast milk in the North City, did he successfully prepare it. Chen Huai'an took out the milk mixed with herbal decoction. The taste was a bit strange, barely drinkable. Lin Baiyang frowned and drank it. The taste was lacking, but after entering the stomach, there was indeed a warm current. This needs to be consumed for a long time to be effective. Conditioning the body is a slow process. But unfortunately, this beast milk is really hard to come by. Chen Huai'an sighed. I heard you recently got a nickname called something like Beast Milk Young Man. Going around collecting beast milk. You should have explained. Lin Baiyang suddenly remembered. The mouth is on someone else, and not many would listen to the explanation. So it's better to use this time to think about herbs. Alu, I told you before, if you want to mix in Fengling County, reputation is important. You are too stubborn and too straightforward. Although you're now the head of the herbal picking team, in essence, you're still a floating household, a herbal picker. You should first keep your own duties. Chen Huai'an replied accordingly. You may be a bit foolish, but you have some smart points. You don't need to buy this beast milk anymore. I've had someone collect some during this time, and will send it directly to Baikeja. As for the herbs used, you can use them freely, but make sure to keep a record. If this method really works, I'll help you promote it, let others in the family try it. And maybe there will be a considerable profit. Lin Baiyang has always been good at business, Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken over the entire Shilin pharmacy with his illegitimate status. It's a pity that he has no children, and after 100 years, this Shilin pharmacy will still have to be returned to the legitimate Lin family. Lu has a narrow vision. Everything depends on the boss's decision. All right, it's getting late. You should go back first. Tomorrow you still have to busy yourself with distributing the medicine. Chen Huai'an quickly left Lin Baiyang's residence, and he no longer needed to worry about the beast milk. After the medicine distribution was over, he would focus on building a foundation and hopefully master that martial art as well, so that he could have some self-protection ability. Behind him, Luo Yunshuang had been feeling a bit less sleepy these days, becoming particularly energetic, and had been paying close attention to Chen Huai'an's actions. She was surprised to find that Chen Huai'an was very astute in handling matters, and he got things done efficiently. As a lowly commoner, having such ability was extremely rare. Back then, if I had such a trusted aide in the Central State Immortal Court, I wouldn't have had to do everything myself, wasting so much time on cultivation, only to end up letting the treacherous rise to power and fall into their schemes. Once my strength recovers, I will cultivate this little Yozi into a trusted aide and bring him back to the Central State Immortal Court. That would save me a lot of worry. Chen Huai'an walked slowly, not realizing that while he was raising her like a daughter, she was preparing to cultivate him as a trusted aide. The cold wind howled past, and Chen Huai'an tightened his collar. This cold winter, I fear many people won't make it through. Ha! I'm just a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, and I still have this leisure. Meng Meng, this is a world that eats people. It's better for us to live well than anything else. Chen Huai'an turned his head and glanced at the medicine basket behind him, whispering, "This little guy is asleep again? It's good to be this small, without any worries. Just eat and sleep, sleep and eat." Chapter 28 Night, Meeting the Old Man. In the early morning, the frost on the ground had already frozen. Winter seems to have arrived in the blink of an eye. "Auntie, did you cook the medicine you picked up yesterday?" "Yes, when the bandits moved south. My husband was fishing in the Chishui River, and the boat was overturned. He almost lost his life and got injured all over. How is he now?" "It's strange. Normally, such serious injuries should take at least 3 to 5 months to heal. But after drinking the medicinal soup from Shilin Pharmacy yesterday, he recovered quite a bit overnight. And today he could get up and walk around. Such miraculous medicine is unbelievable." "Really? I picked up the cold-dispelling herbs yesterday, and after drinking them, my body has always been warm. In such cold weather, I can withstand it even in just one cotton coat. What's going on? Why is the medicine from Shilin Pharmacy so miraculous? It is said to be related to the new head, Chen, the herbal picking team? What does that have to do with him? It seems like he added something. Anyway, the boss of Shilin Pharmacy, that sickly person, has become lively after being conditioned by this Chen, and it is said he wants to take a concubine. Is that true? So miraculous? That's how it's being said. It might be a bit exaggerated, but I believe there must be some connection. Recently, rumors about Chen Huai'an being the beast milk young man have been circulating in the southern part of the city, but that was limited to a small area. Now, as he distributes medicine to the entire city, his reputation has completely taken off. Plus, with Lin Baiyang as a living example, Chen Huai'an is on the verge of becoming a medicine saint. As Chen Huai'an walked outside, others saw him carrying a medicine basket with a child inside and respectfully approached him, calling him Sixth Master. The title Master is only qualified for members of the 4 great families, and of those adopted by these families, very few can be respectfully called Master. Each Sixth Master did not make Chen Huai'an feel proud. Instead, it made him more cautious. Creating a god is an easy task, but pulling them down from the pedestal is even easier. On the 3rd day of medicine distribution, Chen Huai'an simply stopped showing up and stayed directly in Baikeiju. He never expected that the herbs grown in Lingpu would be so effective. Clearly, they were only 1 year old, yet their potency was stronger than normal 2 or 3-year-old herbs. These ordinary herbs, once planted, instantly became 1 year old, making it impossible to control the timing. Chen Huai'an felt troubled. He never anticipated such a situation would arise. This matter also caught the attention of others in the Lin family. Lin Baiyang felt there was no problem. If Chen Huai'an could bring him, a sickly person, back to life and improve the original prescription to enhance the medicinal effect, what could be wrong? The reputation of Shilin pharmacy rose dramatically, which was something to be desired. At the same time, he took this opportunity to promote Chen Huai'an's miraculous acupuncture and the soup made from beast milk to the 4 great families. Originally, he wanted to produce it in bulk, but Chen Huai'an said that this is a case of 1,000 people, 1,000 prescriptions, as physical conditions vary greatly. And the prescriptions are vastly different. Chen Huai'an had some basic medical knowledge, but it was merely basic. It was sheer luck that he cured Lin Baiyang. The next person might not have such good fortune. And besides, how could such a method of wealth and prosperity be easily handed over? The door of Baikeju was tightly closed, and Chen Huai'an was in his own courtyard, pondering over the skills of Chuan Lin Yin Fangong. Most martial arts require a master to inherit. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. So a guiding master is needed. Otherwise, knowing only the superficial formulas without understanding their meanings. One can only mimic the postures drawn by little figures without knowing how to circulate their energy. Even the top genius, given a martial art, would find it difficult to train alone. This is even more challenging than creating a martial art from scratch. However, all martial arts lead to the same goal. After learning several types, when learning new martial arts, having one's own understanding speeds up the process significantly. The beginning is always the hardest, and this first martial art is also the hardest to learn. This is not a solution. If martial arts cannot be mastered, even if dragon whisker grass is collected and chi training is completed, it would still only be brute force without any skill to use. Chen Huai'an paced in the courtyard, and Luo Yunshuang, watching nearby, inexplicably felt anxious as well. The first martial skill is fundamental. It's essential to find someone capable of teaching it. When I learned my first martial skill back then, it took me several years. Unfortunately, I still can't speak now. And passing on martial skills requires both verbal instruction and personal demonstration. Otherwise, I could leave him a note tonight, asking him to wait for me for 8 years. And then I could personally teach him the martial arts methods. Just as Luo Yunshuang was pondering this, the small door of the courtyard was gently knocked on. "Who is it?" "It's me, Shahuzi. That old man said he wants to see you." Ho Sanling's voice rang out, and Chen Huai'an opened the door. "Old man? Is it the one I saw the other day in the north of the city, leaning on a broken bough? He came looking for medicine again yesterday. According to your instructions, I gave him a bag, but today he said he doesn't want the herbs anymore and wants to see you. Where is he?" "He has gone home, but I followed him when I delivered the medicine these past 2 times, so I know where he lives. Give me the location." After Chen Huai'an finished speaking, Ho Samling wrote down the specific location and then stepped back. That old man is definitely not an ordinary person, Chen Huai'an thought as he returned to the house. He donned all the hidden weapons left by Lin Fu and concealed the various poisons from Aunt Mu in his clothing. Finally, he selected some top-quality herbs before leaving Baikeju. Lamudi Alley is located in the northwest corner of Fengling County. 90% of the county's poor people live here, including that old man. By the time Chen Huai'an arrived, the last rays of sunlight had completely vanished. Ugh, what was that smell? So disgusting. Luo Yunshuang, who had been sleeping soundly, retched a few times but managed not to vomit. After all, she had just drunk the last pot of first-grade beast milk today and didn't want to waste it. Where is this? What a strong smell. The surroundings were dim, and apart from the faint, cold moonlight, he could vaguely see the muddy road, but nothing else was visible. Meanwhile, Anning Street, a few alleys away, was brightly lit and bustling with noise. It should be around here. The third horse hitching post at the end of the alley had rotted into a honeycomb, and the stinking ditch under the post emitted an unpleasant odor. However, Chen Huai'an's keen sense of smell detected a unique medicinal fragrance. The door was made from a coffin lid. The copper lock rusted to a greenish hue, and the keyhole was blocked. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to push the door, a half-verse of a disjointed play script floated out from inside. "I once saw the Golden Palace in Jinling. The Orioles singing at dawn." He was certain the voice belonged to that old man. Pushing open the door, he found the old man sitting on a rotten wooden root in the small courtyard, looking up at the sky. "Old sir, sorry to disturb you." Chapter 29. Only by being willing to sacrifice can one rise. "Do you know who I am?" the old man asked slowly, sitting in the dark courtyard. "I don't know," Chen Huai'an replied straightforwardly. "You don't even know my identity. Yet you delivered medicine for 2 days? I just found the old man familiar and thought my grandfather, so I took care of him. The old man smiled, propping himself up with his broken bow as he carefully scrutinized Chen Huai'an. Taking shaky steps, he walked in front of Chen Huai'an. Chen Huai'an instantly became alert. Before he could react, the old man's claw-like withered hand swiftly grabbed Chen Huai'an's right arm. His movement was sharp, like an unstoppable force, and even Chen Huai'an, who had reached the level of practicing skin, couldn't break free at all. So strong? Chen Huai'an felt a chill in his heart. The old man looked nearly exhausted. Yet unexpectedly, he was incredibly strong. You have potential, and you've laid a good foundation. In Fengling County, martial arts are banned. How did you find a way to practice? The old man squinted his eyes, staring at Chen Huai'an, making him feel as if he was being seen through. Private instruction is forbidden, and it's not convenient for me to disclose. Having only met the old man twice, he naturally couldn't sell out Zhao Shi. The old man nodded and stopped pressing further. I can tell you are ambitious. I, with this frail body, have killed bandits and quelled invasions. With my broken bow, I have shot at heavenly wolves. I know some cultivation methods. If you're willing to be my apprentice, I can teach you. Old sir, please follow me to Baikin. I will immediately serve tea to pay my respects. You young lad are still too naive. The old man chuckled bitterly. Was the old sir just joking? Chen Huai'an frowned. Not entirely. I do indeed intend to take you as my disciple, but those formalities are unnecessary. Moreover, once you leave this door, we are just strangers. You must not mention this to anyone, or your life will be in danger. Hearing the old man's words, not only Chen Huai'an, but even Luo Yunshuang in the medicine basket felt a bit curious. The old man cleared his throat and began to introduce himself. I was born into the Zhao family, blessed with some talent. I entered the town martial division and rose smoothly, considered young achiever, but I offended many people. Later, I tried to destroy the Black Dragon camp multiple times, but ultimately I was crippled and expelled from the town martial division. The old man spoke simply, but Chen Huai'an could guess that there must have been many hardships in between. I couldn't stand them colluding with thieves, but felt powerless. After leaving the town martial division, they sent people to keep an eye on me until recently when the Black Dragon camp attacked, and those hidden guards were withdrawn. So, if you want to learn from me, you must bear significant risks. If you are afraid, it's not too late to regret now. The old man coughed a couple of times and looked at Chen Huai'an. Private martial instruction is forbidden, and no matter who it is, it could cost one's life. Joining the town martial division could take an eternity, and it's possible that Lin Baiyong is just painting a dream for himself. As a lowly person, if you want to climb up but lack the courage to sacrifice everything, it's better to live honestly as a commoner. Since I am here today, I am naturally prepared. I thank the old sir for not abandoning me. I am willing to become your disciple. No need for too much formality. I had no expectations for my life. Recently, I heard some rumors about you, as if you're someone who knows gratitude and repays it. Taking you as a disciple is also to have you help me with something in the future. If you're truly a conscientious person, then I can rest my eyes. As Chen Huai'an began to take charge of dispensing medicine, the effects were remarkable. His past deeds started to spread widely, especially his reputation for kindness. Everyone praised him when mentioning Lu Yi. In this world, there are too many ungrateful wolves, and even more who repay kindness with enmity. Chen Huai'an became the leader of the herb-picking team, yet did not forget old favors. The generous silver, which seemed worthless, was given to Chen Ergu, and the goods filling 3 large carts made everyone envious. Recognized by the ailing Lin Baiyong, it wasn't long before he nearly cured Lin Baiyong's illness, and he excelled at dispensing medicine, earning everyone's praise. In Fengling County, no one had emerged like this in over 100 years, especially someone who climbed up from the bottom. After their previous meeting, the old man also concluded that Chen Huai'an was an ambitious person. Master, what do you command? You haven't even entered the realm of cultivation yet, so there's no rush for that. For now, follow me in training. Lin Baiyong treats you well, and you have gained a reputation. Sooner or later, he will take you as a godson, and then you can use this identity to enter the town martial division. At which point you won't have to hide your martial skills. Starting today, come to me every night at the 2nd hour. I will teach you for 2 hours. The winter nights are long, and Chen Huai'an began to learn some theoretical foundations of martial arts from the old man. He had completed muscle, bone, and skin training, but now he only had brute strength without the ability to unleash it, and he completely relied on the effects of herbs to enhance his strength, leaving his foundation weak. Even if he reached the Qi training stage, his strength was far inferior to martial artists of the same level. The old man first helped him sort out theoretical knowledge, and then solidify his foundation. This process was quite monotonous, but Chen Huai'an did not show any impatience, as he could clearly feel the changes in his body. He was indeed getting stronger. Meanwhile, the most astonishing was Luo Yunshuang in the medicine basket. In this wild land, how could someone understand martial arts so thoroughly? The Central State Immortal Court had countless cultivation methods, all summarized by strong experts. Luo Yunshuang had also rapidly improved her strength by following in the footsteps of her predecessors. Like Chen Huai'an, her progress was fast but somewhat superficial. This old man had developed his own system, which seemed a bit clumsy, but was able to solidify the foundation more firmly. Chen Huai'an listened to the old man's explanations every day, and Luo Yunshuang also learned a lot. It wasn't until half a month later that Chen Huai'an's foundation was completely solidified. His talent was quite good. The old man was surprised by Chen Huai'an's rapid progress and was very restrained in his praises, fearing he might become complacent. Chen Huai'an's progress, apart from some talent, was also due to his daily use of medicinal herbs from the spiritual garden to soak his body. He wasn't in a hurry to practice qi. Instead, he was using herbs for muscle and bone training for medicinal baths, which naturally solidified his foundation quickly. There was no need to rush the qi training. I will first teach you some martial techniques to have on hand. Once you reach a small level of mastery, we can get some herbs, and it will be easier to break through to qi training. You should have seen some martial techniques before, right? The old man asked. There is a book called Returning from the Forest, but unfortunately, after practicing for a long time, I still achieved nothing. Chen Huai'an replied. Returning from the Forest. How did you get it? The old man asked. Chen Huai'an quickly recounted the process of obtaining it, feeling no need to hide anything. This martial technique was something I created when I was idle back then. Its practical ability is average, but it's quite good as an introductory martial technique. If you master it completely, you can apply it to learn other martial techniques much faster. Chen Huai'an didn't expect that this chance encounter with a martial technique would turn out to be created by the old man. Ahem, Gome, I will teach you the first move. Ahem, remember the essentials. Master, I have prepared some herbal soup for you. Drink it before you practice. During this half-month, the old man had indeed put in a lot of effort, which made his already exhausted body even harder to sustain. Now, he relied entirely on a breath and a single thought to teach Chen Huai'an martial techniques. In the future, there's no need to do this anymore. It's a waste of herbs, and my body can't take it anymore. Chapter 30. Killing and Arson, Golden Belts, Building Bridges and Roads Without Corpses. Although you're the head of the herbal gathering team, you can't keep giving me these precious herbs. What if something goes wrong? Wouldn't you ruin your future? At first, the old man had no feelings for Chen Huai'an. It was purely a trade of benefits. But as time went on, the old man grew fonder of this cheap disciple. Usually, Chen Huai'an spoke appropriately and occasionally brought some herbs, each one being over 10 years old and worth several taels of silver. Even though the old man was once a member of a prominent family, living in luxury, he wouldn't squander so much. However, for Chen Huai'an, it was just a small effort. In the past half-month, he had treated many officials and nobles, coming into contact with more and more herbs, and he would casually bring some back to his cave and plant them in the spiritual garden. In no time, he cultivated a dozen or so plants, returning one and keeping the rest for himself. However, the one he returned had a somewhat uncertain age, even if the age didn't change. Its medicinal effect had improved a lot. It was rumored that Chen Huai'an had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Even though his medical skills were not precise, relying on the strong effects of the herbs, he cured many stubborn ailments, leading others to believe he possessed extraordinary medical skills. Chen Huai'an's prescriptions varied, and the doctors studied them for a long time. The same prescriptions didn't yield such good results for others. Chen Huai'an explained that while the decoction played a part, his skill with silver needles was the key. Countless doctors wanted to apprentice under Master Lu. But this silver needle technique was really too difficult. Some learned only a bit and ended up injuring people, leading Chen Huai'an to announce that he would no longer take apprentices to avoid quack doctors harming others. This made his medical skills unique, and in half a month, he earned a considerable amount of silver, most of which he offered to Lin Baiyong. Thus, Lin Baiyong turned a blind eye to Chen Huai'an's actions. It was still winter, and the herbal gathering team couldn't enter the mountains. Chen Huai'an making some money was not a bad thing for Lin Baiyong, and it could also enhance the reputation of the Shilin Herbal Workshop. Master, these herbs aren't worth much. Don't worry about it, they're fine, Chen Huai'an said nonchalantly. Having been in this world for so long, he was still somewhat unaccustomed. Unfortunately, he became a low-level wanderer, but fortunately, he hadn't encountered any truly wicked people. Only Lin Fu, who was now a corpse. The others, like Chun Ergu, Zhao Shi, Lin Baiyong, and the old man in front of him, regardless of their motives, had played a significant role in Chen Huai'an's journey forward, especially this old man, who taught him everything without reservation. Chen Huai'an was a grateful person. So since he had the ability to provide these herbs, he naturally did not hold back. The cultivation of martial techniques could not be accomplished through shortcuts. It relied on personal comprehension and diligent practice. Without the old man's guidance, even if Chen Huai'an practiced for another 10 or 8 years, he wouldn't achieve much. But now, he was making rapid progress every day. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to come anymore. I've taught you all the techniques. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to you. How far you could go depends on yourself. The old man took a sip of the herbal soup, looking at Chen Huai'an, who was standing in the courtyard practicing. No need to come anymore, but I feel like there's still a lot missing. The missing parts require you to comprehend on your own. I have nothing else to teach you. Today, the officials issued a notice, calling for all able-bodied men from every household to go to Fulong River to build bridges. I will be going tomorrow. The old man coughed lightly a few times. He had spent a lot of effort recently, but with Chen Huai'an's herbs supporting him, he could still last a year or so. However, this time to build bridges, he might truly not return. I have heard about the bridge construction, but at your age, you should be exempt from labor. Chen Huai'an frowned. The Zhao family got the news that when spring comes next year, those from Heilingzai will make some moves. The town martial division was severely weakened and had not yet recovered. So they planned to build several long bridges on the Fulong River to block the bandits from descending the river. They would then set up hidden sentries in the woods on both banks to intercept them layer by layer. Once the town martial division had recovered, they would look for an opportunity to wipe out Heilingzai and then support a new batch of bandits. The so-called killing and arson for gold belts and building bridges and roads without corpses. Fortunately, Chen Huai'an was among those exempted from labor in the herbal gathering team. If I live, there will always be those who are uneasy. This is also my fate. You must not act impulsively. If you get involved, all my hard work will be in vain, the old man instructed. Chen Huai'an understood that the old man was likely to face great danger on this journey. In my life, the only one I owe is Ayao. If you have the chance in the future to come into contact with the Li family. Ahem. Master, don't worry. Recently, I treated the young master of the Li family and learned about the news of the mistress. I'm 90 sure I can cure her old illness. I just don't have a reason to meet her yet, but I will definitely find a way. Chen Huai'an immediately promised. All right, with your word, I can rest easy. You should go back early tonight. Yes. Chen Huai'an nodded, and under the dim night, he returned to the independent courtyard of Baikeju. As soon as he opened the door, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. How can one withstand this weather? Chen Huai'an frowned tightly, tossing and turning all night, unable to fall asleep until just before dawn when he finally dozed off. Meanwhile, taking advantage of his napping time, Luo Yunshuang struggled to leave her warm bed. During this time, drinking first and second grade beast milk every day, Luo Yunshuang's body grew rapidly, looking like a chubby doll that had walked out a New Year painting, particularly endearing. The old man is indeed a good person. Listening to his insights, I have gained new understanding. It would be a pity if he were to just disappear like this. Luo Yunshuang pondered, climbing to the nearby medicine basket and rummaging through some colored herbs. There isn't much I can do. The rest depends on your fate. Luo Yunshuang dipped her delicate finger in the herb juice and wrote a prescription on Chen Huai'an's sweat towel. At dawn, Chen Huai'an woke up groggily. preparing to take the infant to breakfast, only to find the medicine basket overturned, with herbs scattered everywhere. Is this another miracle from the heavens? Chen Huai'an stepped forward, picked up his sweat towel, which still bore the illegible writing. Gui Zixin Dan? Is that how immortals write? Chen Huai'an examined it closely for a while. Nonsense. Isn't it because my body is still too small? Being able to write like this is already a miracle. And what is this Zixin? It should be she. Gui Shidan. Is my handwriting really that hard to read? This was the first time Luo Yunshuang had been mocked for her handwriting. She secretly vowed never to write for this little brat again. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Huai'an figured out the content on the sweat towel. This is a formula for a pill that, when refined according to it, can put a person into a state of false death for 10 hours. Chen Huai'an's eyes lit up, and he immediately went to Shilin Pharmacy to find the herbs according to the prescription. Chapter 31. Master Chen distributes medicine. The old man freezes to death. Master Chen has arrived. Uncle Xiang, are you teasing me again? Aren't you making me lose years off my life? Chen Huai'an said with a smile in front of Shilin Pharmacy in Nanshi. I wouldn't dare. You are now the favored one in front of the boss. Who would dare to tease you? Lin Xiang's face showed some panic. In less than a month, this poor wanderer who couldn't even afford a meal had transformed into the head of the Lin family's herb-picking team, a favored person in front of boss Lin Baiyang. Many of the lords above had asked him to see them for treatment. Lin Xiang no longer dared to entertain the thought of adopting Chen Huai'an as a godson, not even daring to feel jealous. I'm here to get some herbs. Please calculate the price. Chen Huai'an handed a slip of paper to Lin Xiang. These aren't too expensive. I'll go get them for you right away. Lin Xiang glanced at the prescription and hurried to gather the herbs. How much? They aren't rare herbs. Sixth master, just take them. This is the boss's business, not ours. Of course. I'll cover you later. Lin Xiang quickly said. Chen Huai'an looked at the packaged herbs, which were worth about a bit more than a tael of silver, and casually placed 2 taels of silver on the counter. Alu, that's too much. Before Lin Xiang could chase after him, Chen Huai'an donned his felt hat and quickly left with the herbs. In one night, the heavy snow had reached over his ankles, and there were suddenly far fewer people in the streets and alleys. It might be due to the cold weather, or perhaps most had been taken to serve. Chen Huai'an returned to Baikeju, first checking the herbs, then combining them with several ingredients he had prepared in the morning, and directly began refining the elixir. This low-level elixir wasn't too difficult to refine. It took about an hour to complete. He made a list of supplies for winter and gave it to Guadachuan to prepare. These items would require at least 3 donkey carts to transport. Afterward, he skillfully went to Lin Baiyang's residence. In the hall, with 3 or 4 stoves burning, Chen Huai'an, dressed in thick cotton clothes, stood for a moment, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. On such a cold day, why aren't you staying at Baikeju, but coming to see me? Lin Baiyang walked out from the back hall, hands tucked into his sleeves, moving with a lazy gait. His body had mostly recovered by now. The originally emaciated figure had gained some weight, and his complexion looked much healthier. Boss, I heard they are repairing the bridge over at Fulong River. With such heavy snow outside, how can those laborers endure? I was thinking whether to bring some herbs over to check on them. You're too kind-hearted. In Fengling County, those with kind hearts don't live long. You really have nothing better to do than to worry about those laborers' lives? Lin Baiyang shot a glance at Chen Huai'an. Boss, this bridge repair is also to defend against the bandits from Black Dragon Village. If the work is delayed, and given that the Jinwu division hasn't recovered yet, if the people from Black Dragon Village come, it would be a disaster. My perspective may be limited, but I'm worried about collateral damage. Moreover, sending some herbs over at this time would also earn a good reputation. I calculated that for a day's supply, it would only cost 3 to 5 taels of silver, using only low-quality herbs. Chen Huai'an explained in a gentle tone. Do as you wish. You are good in every way, except that you like to be a do-gooder. You'll eventually suffer for it. Lin Baiyang sighed. When my father was still around, he taught me that suffering is a blessing. In my opinion, your father taught nothing but fallacies. Lin Baiyang shook his head. Yes, if not for that, I would have been a wanderer for life. If it weren't for your support, I probably wouldn't survive this winter. Chen Huai'an nodded. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have 2 things to inform you. First, in 3 days, I plan to take a concubine, and we'll hold a simple family banquet. So come early. The second matter is more important. In less than 2 months, it will be the new year, and the Zhao family will hold a banquet in the inner city. The direct descendants and illegitimate children from various families will attend. You are quite clever in handling matters, so I plan to take you with me. Prepare in advance, get yourself a nice outfit, and a simple gift would be fine. The head of the Zhao family will also give some rewards. You definitely won't suffer a loss. Lin Baiyong briefly instructed. Yes, I'll start preparing soon. There's no rush. There's still more than a month. After obtaining Lin Baiyong's consent, Chen Huai'an took Ho Samlang and a dozen donkey carts filled with herbs, along with all the long-term workers from Baikeju, and headed for Fulong River. The heavy snow fell from the sky without any sign of stopping, and the river surface had already frozen. Even using horse-drawn carts was not an issue, but it was very easy to slip. This bridge repair was expected to mobilize over 100,000 people, and the first batch had already started transporting materials with just over 20,000 people. Chen Huai'an personally boiled a large pot of medicinal soup and first delivered it to the supervisors. Master Chen, in this cold weather, you even came to check on us personally. Thank you for your hard work. Most of the supervisors were servants from the 4 great families, and they were very polite upon seeing Chen Huai'an. I'm just doing what I can. You are the ones truly working hard. These are selected for you. High-quality herbs that are very effective for warding off the cold. There's more after this, so don't hold back. After some small talk, Chen Huai'an's gaze swept over to the distant laborers. In the wind and snow, those emaciated bodies seemed to sway precariously. After some twists and turns, the old man learned of Chen Huai'an's plan and received a bowl of his special medicinal soup. In this freezing winter, the number of deaths while repairing the bridge was uncountable. The bodies of the deceased were usually discarded into nearby pits, and every 7 or 8 days, they would be burned together. After all, with the cold weather, there wouldn't be any outbreaks of disease. The old man took the medicine not long after and collapsed while transporting stones. The supervisor checked and confirmed he had lost his breath, so they ordered him to be taken to the pit, waiting to be burned together. Master Chen is truly benevolent. In such cold weather, he still sends us warming medicinal soup. Isn't that right? In previous years, there was no such good deed. At most, they would distribute some medicinal soup to the commoners at the beginning of winter. We aren't better off than the lowly, all being the boss's servants. If one dies, there are 10 more waiting behind. Who would care? Master Chen has climbed up from the bottom. He knows how hard it is. Nonsense. Which of the boss's subordinates isn't from the bottom? After climbing up, who isn't using their power to bully others? Personal grudges in public matters. If you bring up past kindness, it's as if you're a million miles away, fearing a bit of trouble for yourself. In our Fengling County, there's only one Master Chen. Master Chen Lu is benevolent, but we have no way to repay him. If Master Chen Lu were truly selfish, he wouldn't come to deliver us any soup or medicine. We just wish him well and hope he lives a long and stable life. By the way, that old man mentioned by the higher-ups seems to be gone, right? Yes, he's gone. His body is frozen stiff, dead beyond any doubt. Let's go burn him. It's good to report back to the higher-ups. All right, let us go. Late at night, several overseers headed towards the mass grave. Chapter 32, A Lifetime, 2 Brothers. The old man had long been a useless person, but he was once a prodigy. Too dazzling for the Zhao family not to keep him under surveillance for over 20 years, until recently when they finally relaxed their watch. Moreover, with the Black Dragon village attacking the county, there weren't enough people, and the dark guards monitoring the old man had been withdrawn. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Zhao family. The head of the family wanted him to fend for himself, but some others felt uneasy about it. By late night, the laborers on the riverbank were still transporting stones, and the overseers arrived at the mass grave, holding torches to take a look inside, but it was unclear. I've checked. He is definitely dead. Hurry up and burn him. This place is too ominous. One overseer urged. The others agreed, so they set fire to it. Chen Huai'an, dressed in night clothes, had been watching from the distant forest for a long time before he carried the old man's corpse and disappeared into the darkness. Just after dawn, Chen Huai'an arrived at the East City Gate, followed by 3 carters driving 3 donkey carts. Master Lu, out so early? Leaving the city? Yes. This cold winter, rare in decades, I want to go back to Qinjia village to take a look. Bringing so much stuff? Are you going to see Brother Ergo? Yes, it's been a long time since I last saw him. I want to see how he is doing. Chen Huai'an nodded with a smile. All right, then go early and come back early. Has the cart been checked yet? What is there to check about Master Lu's cart? Let us go. It might snow heavily later. Master Lu should return to the city early. When he distributed medicine, Chen Huai'an personally delivered high-quality herbal soup to these guards, knowing that there were patients at home, even providing free house calls for treatment. Their attitude towards Chen Huai'an was more respectful than that of some aristocratic families, reflecting genuine respect from the heart. On ordinary days, Chen Huai'an showed no air of superiority, joking and laughing with these lower-class people, as if they were brothers. Chen Huai'an smoothly passed through the East City Gate and reached Qinjia village before noon. The village was already sparsely populated, and not many chimneys were puffing steam in the middle of the day. Chen Ergo's house was one of the few that were. Drive the cart into the yard and wait outside. At the entrance of Chen Ergo's house, Chen Huai'an said to the 3 carters and gave each of them an extra 100 coins. Alu, why are you back on such a cold day? Chen Ergo, wearing a cotton coat, ran out upon hearing the voice. It's been a long time since I came back. I wanted to see how things have been during this time. Everything is fine. I've even repaired the house, and the yard has been expanded a bit. We lack nothing in terms of food and clothing. Come on, let us go inside. It's cold outside. Chen Huai'an did not enter the house, but lifted the cotton blanket off the donkey cart. Who is this? Chen Ergo asked, somewhat surprised. Let's go inside. Chen Huai'an picked up the frail old man and entered Chen Ergo's house. Compared to more than a month ago, the changes were indeed significant. Many pieces of furniture had been added, and the fire in the stove was burning brightly. The old man had a faint breath, but was still unconscious. Brother Ergo, I shouldn't have involved you in this matter. It's a head-losing affair. If you're unwilling, Alu, what is our relationship? A lifetime, 2 brothers. I have no skills. Whenever you need help, just let me know. What head-losing affair? I come from a lowly background. When has my head ever been my own to decide? Chen Ergo smiled, picked up the kettle sitting on the stove, and poured Chen Huai'an a cup of hot water. Warm yourself up first. Chen Huai'an took it, drank a small sip, and said, This is my master. He offended the higher-ups. The people in my Baichao residence are too talkative, so I wanted to settle him here for now. That's nothing. It's just a few more mouths to feed. My life is quite comfortable now. I have no issues. Chen Ergo readily agreed. That's good. I brought some winter food and supplies this time. Don't hold back. I'll send more when spring comes. No need. I still have a lot from last time. Even if 5 or 6 more mouths join, we won't run out. Well, during this time, has anyone caused you any trouble? Who dares? There aren't any bullies in our small village, and now everyone knows my relationship with you. They wouldn't dare disrespect me. Chen Ergo puffed up his chest. You've done well with the repairs here, but you're missing a wife. I'm not in a hurry. Now that I have enough to eat and drink, I don't lack anything. Naturally, I'll pick someone suitable who can bear children. As the 2 brothers chatted, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Where's this? Master, this is my brother Chen Ergo's home. You will stay here for now until the storm passes, and when it warms up, I'll find you another place. Chen Huai'an explained as he stepped forward. I wanted to say something. The old man finally just shook his head. I'm closer to Alu than my own brothers. You are Alu's master, so you're also half my master. I will serve you carefully. You can stay here at ease. Chen Ergo stood behind Chen Huai'an. It's getting late. We need to get back before dark. I'll leave now. After Chen Huai'an settled everything, he prepared to leave. All right, I want to keep you. Ergo sent Chen Huai'an out of the yard. Suddenly, Chen Huai'an felt the urge to take a look at the earthen house where he once lived. It was only a few steps away from Chen Ergo's house. Did you clean this place up? Chen Ergo followed when he saw Chen Huai'an not heading directly back. No matter whether this place is good or bad, it's your old home. I plan to find someone to repair it after spring. So even if you don't live here anymore, you'll have a place to return to when you want to visit. Brother Ergo, you're considerate. I can't do much. You just focus on your adventures in the city. I'll take good care of that master for you. All right, I really have to go this time. As Chen Huai'an spoke, it began to snow outside again. The world is harsh, even with powerful weapons, breaking through layers of shackles is not easy. Chen Huai'an was still accumulating strength. He had not yet stepped through that door, and the road ahead remained winding and long. It's rare to be so affectionate and righteous, but without strength, everything is in vain. That old man had reached a profound state and had been rendered useless. Could there be someone stronger than that in this small county? No, it's essential to get Xiao Lu to practice Qi as soon as possible. Then I can think of a way to pass on some cultivation techniques to him. At least it can save his life. If he gets into danger, I'll suffer too. But without dragon whiskers, it's impossible to enter Qi practice in a short time. Chen Huai'an continued on his way, and behind him, Luo Yunshuang's brows were tightly knitted in worry. Chapter 33. No Good Feast. On the 5th day of the 10th month, the Dingyu Day, it was a rare, auspicious day. And also the day Lin Baiyang took a concubine. Since it was a secondary birth, and he usually acted low-key, this concubine-taking affair was kept simple, just a family banquet. In the dining hall, a large long table was filled with mountain delicacies and seafood. However, the number of people was a bit sparse, making it feel desolate. Including Lin Baiyang, there were only 7 people. Chen Huai'an sat in the second position. He was now Lin Baiyang's favored confidant. Everyone took out their congratulatory gifts. And Chen Huai'an was no exception, preparing a herb that boosts vitality and replenishes the kidney. After some small talk, as everyone took their seats, Lin Baiyang smiled and said, "It's been a long time since we gathered like this." These people were ones Chen Huai'an rarely interacted with. He had seen some of them a few times, but didn't even know their names. Liu, these people are all my capable assistants, just like you, my right and left arms. They're usually very busy, but today they have the time to get to know each other. Lin Baiyang took the initiative to introduce Chen Huai'an. Lin Yang, the blade master of the Shilin Pharmacy, has been out of the town martial division for 6 or 7 years. Whenever the medicinal herb team goes into the mountains, he leads the blade masters for protection. So, you should build a good relationship with him. Sitting next to Chen Huai'an, with a face like a jujube and a black iron 9-ring knife at his waist. He looked robust and like a fighter. Chen Huai'an nodded, saying, "In the future, we will look out for each other." I dare not. In the future, I will need Brother Lin's protection when going into the mountains. Chen Huai'an had seen Lin Yang a few times, but he had always been indifferent towards him and had never spoken. It was said that he and Lin Fu were sworn brothers, and Lin Fu had colluded with the Black Dragon stronghold, even swapping medicinal herbs, getting into quite a bit of trouble. Yet Lin Yang was not implicated at all. He even sat in the 3rd position, which was enough to prove Lin Baiyang's regard for him. This is Bai Suan Pan, the chief accountant. This is Tai Luohan, the guard instructor. Yu Mianhu, the foreign affairs manager. Goei Icho, the physician in the mansion. Lin Baiyang simply introduced the others, and Chen Huai'an exchanged a few pleasantries with each of them. He had been keeping a low profile lately, focusing solely on his medicinal herbs, and did not plan to have too much contact with these people. During the meal, Lin Baiyang chatted a lot with these people, while Chen Huai'an quietly listened, not interrupting. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Lin Baiyang suddenly looked at Chen Huai'an. The eldest grandson of the Zhao family, 20 years old, has been in the town martial division for 5 years and is preparing to break into the Qi realm. This child is highly valued by the Zhao family. After all, the Zhao family is the real leader of Fengling County. I was thinking of sending that dragon scale vine over, but yesterday when I checked the storeroom, half of the dragon scale vine had rotted. How can we present that? Lin Baiyang sighed. Boss, do you mean for me to go into Fulong Mountain to gather dragon scale vine? You are clever, Liu. It is indeed a bit dangerous to go into the mountains at this time, but after the new year, with the Zhao family strength, maybe we can find dragon scale vine somewhere and send it over. It might not be too late. Lin Baiyang nodded. Gathering herbs in the mountains isn't too difficult, but the Fulong River has frozen. If we take the mountain road, we might not be able to return even after the new year. Chen Huai'an asked. You don't need to worry about that. A few years ago, the hunting team from Fengling County brought back a dozen snow wolf cubs from Ningzhou, and they have been tamed. I have rented 3 back. The snow wolves are born with 1st grade strength and can grow up to 3rd grade. The 3 that Lin Baiyang rented are 1st grade, specifically tamed for transporting goods, so they have no combat power. I've made 3 ice sleds that can carry 10 people. You can pick 2 from the herb gathering team, and let Lin Yang choose 6 skilled ones. We can leave the day after tomorrow and return in half a month. With Lin Baiyang's words reaching this point, Chen Huai'an naturally had no reason to refuse. And he also wanted to go into the mountains to gather that dragon beard grass to help him reach the Qi training stage sooner. Then I will prepare when I return today. After the banquet, Chen Huai'an went straight back to Baikeju. Since he found the infant, he had never been away from her for such a long time. After all, it was Lin Baiyang's formal banquet, and bringing the baby over would be somewhat inappropriate. So he temporarily let Wu Yu take care of her. How is it? I've never seen such a well-behaved girl, not crying or making a fuss. Wu Yu was holding the infant. She rarely cries. Chen Huai'an nodded and took the baby. The little one had already fallen asleep. Chen Huai'an asked Wu Yu to call the other members of the herb gathering team over and briefly recounted what Lin Baiyang had instructed. The time to enter the mountains is the day after tomorrow. As for who will go with me, you all discuss it among yourselves and give me the results during tomorrow's morning practice. After Chen Huai'an finished speaking, he directly returned to his own courtyard. The 5 members of the herb gathering team looked at each other. With heavy snow blocking the mountains, wouldn't going into the mountains at this time be a matter of life and death? What can we do? This is the boss's request, and if we disobey, we might lose our lives now. But right now, Chen Huai'an is the boss's favored one. How could he let him go on such a dangerous task? What favored one? They are all just servants. It's just that Chen Huai'an is clever and more useful. But in the boss's eyes, he is still a subordinate. Subordinates are meant to do the work. It's rare to have such a good head for the herb gathering team. What are you talking about? Chen Huai'an has his own fortune. It's not his first time going into Fulong Mountain. The last time the herb gathering team went, many people went, and he was the only one who returned alive. But this time it's Lin Yang as the guard. Everyone knows his relationship with Lin Fu. Lin Fu colluded with the mountain bandits. That was his own doing. Does he want to put this mess on Chen Huai'an? It's hard to say. Lin Yang is Naro mean dead. He had a good relationship with Lin Fu back then, and Lin Fu gave him quite a few tangible benefits. Now that Chen Huai'an has taken the lead, they have no contact, and Lin Yang's funding has been cut off. How can he not resent Chen Huai'an? These are all private matters. Nothing is more important than the boss's orders. Lin Yang has been with the boss for 7 or 8 years and should understand this. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Who among you is willing to go into the mountains with Chen Huai'an? Guodachuan interrupted the discussion. This is a matter of life and death. But if we return alive, the rewards will surely be substantial. The dragon scale vine grows on those steep cliffs. I am good at climbing, so I will accompany Chen Huai'an. Ho Sanlang was the first to volunteer. I may not be a martial artist, but I have some family skills that might come in handy. After a moment, we also spoke up. Then you two will be decided. Prepare well tonight. And don't leave anything behind. Guodachuan instructed. Chapter 34. Night infiltration of the flag officer's mansion. Planning for safety in the mountains Yinfan. In Baikeju, in the head's courtyard, a shadow flashed, and a strong wind blew away the accumulated snow on the ground. Bang! Chen Huai'an transformed his palm into a knife and swung it fiercely, instantly cutting the stone bench in the yard in half. He was now adept at using the woodpecker and Yinfan techniques, especially after solidifying his foundation. His control over strength had become even more precise. With just his energy, he could shatter stones and barely pull the bow of 100 stones. For ordinary people, a 1-stone bow is considered a strong bow. Typically, non-town martial division guards use bows around 7 do. This little Lu has indeed made rapid progress. And this crossing the forest Yinfan technique initially seems nonsensical, but upon careful consideration, there are indeed many subtleties. It's a pity for that old man who was born in this barbaric land. Had he been in my Central State's Immortal Court, he would have been a peerless talent. How many great talents have been buried in this broken place? Once I regain some strength, I must take little Lu away. This place is not suitable for cultivation. Iyaya. Luo Yunshuang tried to speak, but could only make gibberish sounds. Chen Huai'an wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up Luo Yunshuang. You little one, are you hungry so soon? Ming, after the new year, I'll find a way to get you some better beast milk. Chen Huai'an affectionately pinched Luo Yunshuang's cheek. This is the 100th time. What I hate the most now is having my face pinched. This is the 100th time you have pinched my face, and in the future, I will definitely return it double. Pinch again? This is the 101st time. Luo Yunshuang felt a bit overwhelmed. Once the Empress of the Central State's Immortal Court, sacred and inviolable, revered by billions of people, now she could only be at the mercy of others. There was no way. She was still in a baby's body. Just endure a little longer. Endure for the beast milk. Just endure a little longer. Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as Chen Huai'an brought the warm beast milk, Luo Yunshuang drank it without hesitation. I heard that Lin Yang has already reached the qi gathering stage. My skin training strength is no match for him. The person who practices martial arts feels the qi, which counts as entering the door. This practice of qi is divided into 3 levels: guiding qi to the dantian, transforming qi into the organs, and finally cultivating qi to gather the spirit. Once one breaks through the stage of cultivating qi to gather the spirit, they reach the blood condensation realm. Luo Yunshuang often says that this place is a wild land because the spiritual energy is thin here, making it particularly difficult to perceive the qi. In the Central State's Immortal Court, the spiritual energy is abundant, and ordinary people can easily guide qi to the dantian as long as they have a method of cultivation. However, Chen Huai'an, who received the qi cultivation method from Luo Yunshuang, still found it difficult to practice and needed the assistance of dragon whisker grass to sense the presence of this spiritual energy. In such a place, even when one reaches the stage of cultivating qi, continuing to improve is extremely challenging. Therefore, even if the Zhao family does not prohibit martial arts, there are very few who can cultivate on their own. As long as one can sense the qi, they will reach a higher level, which is worlds apart from the skin training realm. Chen Huai'an could sense that Lin Yang harbored murderous intent towards him. For safety's sake, he had to prepare in advance. He entered the house, took a few medicinal herbs, carefully wrapped them up, placed them in the medicine basket behind him, and also put the infant girl inside. The moonlight was cold, and there were hardly any shadows on the street. Chen Huai'an lightly touched the ground with his toes and performed the wings of the forest swallow move. There were no footprints left in the snow. This was real martial arts, entirely different from the trick of leaving no trace in the snow like Wuyu. In the East Market, in Yongchang Alley, there was a separate courtyard with its main gate tightly closed, and a large red lantern at the entrance cast a red glow on the white snow below, which was impeccably clean, showing no footprints, as if no one lived there. Whoosh! Chen Huai'an's body became light as he leaped over the courtyard wall. He saw that the east wing still had candlelight, and a figure was reflected on the paper window, seemingly reading a book. In the dead of night, breaking into the residence of the town's martial arts official could result in death. A familiar voice came from the east wing, and the closed door opened by itself. Chen Huai'an grinned, his figure flashing as he entered the room. A piercing cold air followed him inside, causing the candles to flicker violently, nearly extinguishing them. I thought it was some little thief. It turns out to be Chen Liuye, the renowned and benevolent figure from Fengling County. Zhao Shi sat at the table, holding a book, sitting upright. Zhao Darren, you are teasing me again. Chen Huai'an sat down uninvited and kindly reminded, you are holding the book upside down. I like to read it this way. Convenient for recalling it by heart? Chen Huai'an's lips curled slightly. Enough with the nonsense. The last batch of medicine hasn't been used up yet. You came so soon. Is there something urgent? Zhao Shi put down the book and looked at Chen Huai'an. The candlelight obscured any change on Chen Huai'an's face. I found a few new medicinal herbs. They're stronger than the previous ones. Combined with dragon whisker grass, the effect should be better. Chen Huai'an took out the wrapped medicinal herbs. No, you came here today. You must have something to say. Zhao Shi's eyes narrowed, stating firmly. Ever since returning from Fulong Mountain, Zhao Shi had been imprisoned, and later when the Black Dragon village attacked, due to a lack of manpower, Zhao Shi was forced to fight with a guilty body, eventually gaining some merit, but he was not immediately restored to his former position. Instead, he was confined at home for reflection. Zhao Shi was pleased with this arrangement, as it allowed him to train with dragon whisker grass without interruption. Chen Huai'an learned about this news half a month ago, shortly after he became the disciple of the old man. He came by once and delivered herbs twice. and their relationship grew closer. The first 2 times, the herb were just used up, and Chen Huai'an timed his visits perfectly, never arriving late or early. But this time he visited late at night, which made Zhao Shi suspicious of his intentions. Nothing escapes Zhao Daren's keen eyes. Chen Huai'an got straight to the point and told Zhao Shi the task assigned by Lin Baiyang. With Zhao Tian's talent, even if I give him dragon whisker grass, it would be wasted. Zhao Shi dismissed it, his words laced with personal grudges. Whether it's useful or not is not for a small fry like me to decide. The order came from above, and it must be done regardless of success or failure. That's reasonable. So, your intention in finding me is to have me act as a bodyguard? A bodyguard? I would dare. This time, the person escorting is Lin Yang, who is the sworn brother of Lin Fu, the former leader of the herb gathering team, and he seems to harbor some hostility towards me. Just in case, I would like to trouble Zhao Daren to secretly follow along. When we reach the burial dragon abyss, I will get you some more dragon whisker grass. Hearing Chen Huai'an's words made Zhao Shi's heart race. He originally thought that a single segment of dragon whisker grass would be enough to help him break through to the blood condensation realm and reach the intra-level realm. But he didn't expect that he was just a hair's breadth away from that realm with the dragon whisker grass about to run out. Your plan is good, but I have a condition. If you don't agree, this matter is off. Chapter 35. Lin Dao's head and Chen's head. In the dead of night, the cold wind howled. Chen Huai'an sat in Zhao Shi's room, listening to the conditions Zhao Shi proposed. I'm not that much older than you. In the future, when there's no one around, I'll call you a Lu, and you call me Zhao Ge. We'll refer to each other as brothers, without any distinctions of seniority or status. Zhao Shi said in a deep voice. Fengling County is strict about hierarchy. Any transgression is a grave sin. Chen Huai'an, being from a different world, did not hold strong views about this caste system, while Zhao Shi was not one to follow rules strictly, only worrying that Chen Huai'an would be unwilling. I thought it was something serious. In the future, I'll call you Zhao Ge, and we'll support each other without holding back. As a lowly commoner, who would dare to say they would support the children of prominent families, especially someone from the town's martial affairs office? Yet these words came out of Chen Huai'an's mouth. Good. So straightforward. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew we were of the same temperament. Then my life and fortune will be entrusted to Zhao Ge. Don't worry as long as I'm alive, Don't say such ominous things. However, this dragon whisker grass takes 100 years to grow a segment. Last time, we took such a long segment. Can it grow back in such a short time? Of course not. Chen Huai'an shook his head. Then wouldn't that be for nothing? When I was harvesting, I saw a much older one nearby, but before I could harvest it, Lin Fu and his gang rushed over. The situation was urgent, so I had to abandon it and prioritize my life. I see. Then when do we set off? The day after tomorrow at dawn. All right, you can rest assured. There will be no mistakes. Zhao Shi readily agreed. If you catch up with the team, leave a signal along the way to let me know. Chen Huai'an was still a bit uneasy. After all, Zhao Shi was from the town's martial affairs office, and if there was a sudden task that called him away, he needed to have other plans in mind, knowing he and followed. Understood. Under the cover of night, Chen Huai'an climbed over the courtyard wall and returned to the herbal garden. He took the infant girl out of the medicine basket. She was already sound asleep. Chen Huai'an sat cross-legged by the bedside, his eyes slightly closed. In the cave, the spiritual garden was filled with various medicinal herbs. The dragon whisker grass did not wrap around the rack, but instead climbed along the cave wall like a climbing vine. Currently, this dragon whisker grass was about 130 years old, and the usable portion was enough for over a dozen people to break through to the blood condensation realm. However, Chen Huai'an did not have much confidence in his talent, so to increase the margin for error, he planned to let the dragon whisker grass grow for a while longer. But these would be enough for Zhao Shi or to deal with Lin Baiyang. He directly used the techniques from the herb manual to take down 2 segments of dragon whisker grass, keeping some for Zhao Shi, while the segment that had just grown was for dealing with Lin Baiyang. He needed to leave a spot to plant dragon whisker grass. Chen Huai'an walked around the spiritual garden, planning to pull out a few tiger bone grasses, which were used for muscle training, as he no longer needed them. If sold, they wouldn't be worth much, but after some time, he could send them to Chen Ergu. Even if he couldn't cultivate in the future, they would still be good for strengthening the body. He walked slowly to the stone chamber at the back, where lines of small characters were carved on the walls. These techniques are very familiar to Chen Huai'an. One is Chuan Lin Yin Fan Gong, and the other is Lian Qi Ju. Since he obtained these two techniques, these characters have appeared on the wall. His ability to quickly master Chuan Lin Yin Fan Gong is not only due to the old man imparting knowledge thoroughly, but also because he is cultivating here, seemingly able to comprehend better. Moreover, he can practice here for a longer time. He has been practicing for most of the day, while only a short quarter of an hour has passed outside. Unfortunately, no matter how much he practices Lian Qi Ju, he still cannot sense the existence of qi. Chen Huai'an habitually practiced Chuan Lin Yin Fan Gong here. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, lay down in bed, and began to rest. If only he could sleep in that cave, it would save him more time. Alas, truly, human greed knows no bounds. Chen Huai'an let out a bitter smile and then fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, the stone monkey Ho Sanlang and the cloud-skirting Wei Yu found Chen Huai'an to inform him of their decision after discussion. Chen Huai'an wasn't concerned about who was going on this trip. They were all just there to tag along. After letting the two of them go back to prepare, Chen Huai'an began to make his own preparations. Besides the tools needed for collecting herbs, such as a herb shovel and hoe, he also packed provisions and, most importantly, hidden weapons. Lin Fu had left some behind, and during this period, Chen Huai'an had become financially comfortable, secretly buying some self-defense weapons. Coated with poison from the mute third ant medicine box, which could cause effective harm to martial artists practicing qi. After noon, Lin Yang arrived at Baike. Every time before entering the mountains, this knife-wielding man had to discuss the route and many other matters with the head of the herb collection team. In the past, it was Lin Fu who would go find Lin Yang in advance, but this time Lin Yang waited all day without any sign from Chen Huai'an, and finally, unable to hold back, he came to find him. Head Chen, what a grand demeanor. Lin Yang barged directly into Chen Huai'an's courtyard without even giving Guo Dachuan a chance to announce him. It was a rare good day, with the sun hanging high in the sky and not a cloud in sight. Chen Huai'an was holding a baby girl, basking in the sun in the courtyard. Lin Dao too. Your esteemed presence is unexpected, Chen Huai'an said politely, but did not get up. The muscles at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth twitched slightly. He had never seen such arrogance from the lower ranks. Did the mud-legged folks of Fengling County really think they were something just because they called you sixth master? He dared not, knowing his own identity. Chen Huai'an shook the rattle in his hand, teasing the baby girl in his arms. Lin Yang took a deep breath and nodded. What a self-awareness. Their conversation was unknown to outsiders. They only saw Lin Yang storming out of Chen Huai'an's courtyard, full of arrogance. Don't wave that broken thing in front of me. Annoying. Chen Huai'an was genuinely treating Luo Yunshuang like an infant, which made her a bit restless. But she couldn't express it and occasionally had to cooperate. Gugu, how adorable. When we return this time, I'll buy you a ceramic pig, Chen Huai'an said with a smile. In this world, there are very few toys for children. Common ones are rattles and clay sculptures, while others need to be larger. A ceramic pig is a small pig made of clay, with short limbs and a silly look, lively and vivid, and is one of the children's toys. Head Chen, why did Lin Dao Tu leave? Ho Sanlang's face was filled with panic. It was evident that there was a conflict between the knife-wielding man and the head. And the herb-collecting team relied entirely on the protection of the knife-wielding man to enter the mountains. Their trip was already fraught with danger. And if they fell out with the knife-wielding man, Ho Sanlang did not dare to imagine the consequences. It was just a minor friction. Lin Dao Tu is a person of great vision. He won't hold a grudge. Chen Huai'an appeared to be unconcerned. In fact, after several meetings, Chen Huai'an sensed the killing intent from Lin Yang. He was not like Lin Fu, who would conceal himself. Not only him, but also that ghostly Dr. Cho beside Lin Baiyang. After all, Chen Huai'an had healed Lin Baiyang's illness, and that ghostly doctor naturally felt jealous. As for Lin Yang, it was due to Lin Fu, but more importantly, it was because Chen Huai'an was incompetent in handling affairs, being generous to outsiders while giving so little to him. The knife-wielding man, as if he were dismissing a beggar. After all, Lin Fu used to give Lin Yang at least 5 taels of silver every month, while Chen Huai'an only sent some herbs. Although the herbs were effective, they were not worth 5 taels of silver. Such an incompetent head would eventually be replaced in Lin Yang's mind. Chen Huai'an understood from the moment he agreed to go gather herbs for Lin Baiyang that in this trip to the mountains, only one of him or Lin Yang would be able to return alive. As soon as Lin Yang left by Kit, Lin Baiyang received the news and immediately sent someone to find Lin Yang. I heard you had some unpleasantness with Lu? Lin Baiyang sat in a grand chair, took a sip of tea, and said lightly. In the hall, Lin Yang stood with his body bent, replying to the master, I acted impulsively. Lin Baiyang raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Yang. Chen Lu and you, Lin Yang, one civil and one martial, are my left and right arms. My most important confidants. Especially this time's herb-gathering action, it must succeed. I don't care what grievances you have between you. If you jeopardize my important matter, don't blame me for being unmerciful. Lin Baiyang's voice grew increasingly cold, causing Lin Yang's body to tremble. The subordinate understands. I will go apologize shortly. Lin Yang replied, bowing. No need for apologies. Lu has a broad mind and won't hold it against you. A martial man. This time gathering herbs, I must see the dragon scale vine. Secondly, you must protect Chen Lu with all your might and ensure he returns alive. Lin Baiyang instructed. Yes, master. On the 5th day of the 10th month, Gungzi Day, in the morning, outside the city, the tributary of the Fulong River was frozen several feet thick. 3 snow wolves pulled 3 sleds with wheels replaced by ice blades. Lin Baiyang personally saw them off, and knife-wielding Lin Yang led 6 knife-wielding men. While the head of the herb-collecting team, Chen Huai'an, along with host Sam Lang and Wu Yu, totaling 10 people, boarded the 3 sleds. Crack! The whips of the 3 drivers cracked in the air, and the 3 snow wolves howled simultaneously, running swiftly across the ice. Their speed was several times faster than that of ordinary horse-drawn carriages, and the biting cold wind sliced through like a sharp blade. Even though they wore protective gear, they still felt intense pain. Fulong Mountain, I'm coming again. Chen Huai'an barely opened his eyes, watching the banks rapidly retreat behind him. Chapter 36. Encountering Spirits in Fulong Mountain. Lin Yang reveals his malevolence. In the blink of an eye, 2 days later in the evening, the sled stopped by the frozen riverbank. Everyone disembarked, quickly ate some dry food, and found a big tree to climb to the top, preparing to spend the night. When dawn broke, they would head straight to the burial dragon abyss, while the snow wolves and drivers would wait there. Could it be that something unexpected really happened? Chen Huai'an lay on a sturdy branch, pondering silently. He searched for a long time, but could not find the secret signal left by Zhao Shi. It was very likely that Zhao Shi had not followed. Before obtaining the dragon scale vine, Lin Yang would never act. If Zhao Shi did not come, Chen Huai'an had only completed the skin training. Although his foundation was relatively solid, he was still completely unable to confront someone practicing Qi directly. There was still more than a day's journey to the burial dragon abyss, and Chen Huai'an had ample time. The best scenario would be to wait for Zhao Shi's appearance. Below the level of Qi training, it was not considered entry-level. Without using any martial techniques, it was impossible to tell if someone was practicing. At most, they would just be a bit stronger. Fengling County, including surrounding villages, had hundreds of thousands of households. So it was not surprising to see some individuals with extraordinary talents and innate strength. Everyone knew that the herb-collecting team took herbal baths every day, and with Chen Huai'an's strong physique, no one would suspect anything. Up until now, apart from Zhao Shi and the old man who taught him martial arts, no one else knew he was practicing. Roar! While Chen Huai'an was still deep in thought, a furious roar came from the depths of the mountains and forests, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and the thick white snow on the branches fell to the ground. A woo! The 3-headed snow wolf suddenly stood up, its fur bristling, its body trembling. Behind one of the snow wolves, a large area was already wet. Scared to the point of urinating, Chen Huai'an immediately looked down at the tree. It was over 2 zhang long, with a shoulder height comparable to cattle and horses. Its white forehead was adorned with a red flame pattern, and its eyes glowed with a blue-green light. A tiger spirit? This tiger spirit was much larger than the one encountered when collecting purple-backed heavenly herbs last time. It's a spirit creature. Everyone be careful. Lin Yang, the knife head, whispered to remind everyone. Those who reached the level of martial artists practicing muscles, bones, and skin could only be considered ferocious beasts. If there was qi within, then it was a spirit creature 3 to 4 times larger than its kind, with initial intelligence, and some could even command their kind as a servant. Above spirit creatures were the demonic beings, which were similar to the blood coagulation realm. There were many ferocious beasts in Fulong Mountain, but few could reach the level of spirit creature, and those above the demonic beings were limited to the central area of Fulong Mountain, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. Among spirit creatures, there were many subdivisions, but ordinary people could not distinguish them and generally referred to them as first-tier ferocious beasts. Lin Yang had been a knifehead for several years, escorting countless medicinal teams into the mountains, and could tell at a glance that this tiger spirit was not weak. In his day, he learned the mountain knife technique at the town martial office, which was fierce and often entered Fulong Mountain, earning him the nickname Mountain Tiger. With his martial skills and rich combat experience, he was not afraid of the tiger spirit. Lin Yang drew the dagger from his waist and scanned the distant trees. Where's Chen Huai'an? I clearly remember him being right there before climbing the tree. I've broken through to the realm of qi condensation and can lock onto others' auras. How could an ordinary person disappear right under my nose? Unless... Lin Yang had time to ponder when the tiger spirit suddenly pounced in front of the snow wolves, its claws swinging, directly killing one of the snow wolves, and began to feast. You beast! Lin Yang showed that snow wolf was worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. If it was all eaten, he wouldn't be able to explain to his employer. Without thinking about where Chen Huai'an had gone, he leaped down from the tree, raised his long knife, and slashed at the tiger spirit. As the saying goes, the poor study literature while the rich study martial arts. The silver Lin Yang had obtained from Lin Fu was all invested in cultivation, so his strength was naturally not weak. In his view, if Chen Huai'an were sensible, like Lin Fu before, sending some silver every month, he wouldn't have developed a murderous intent towards him. But Chen Huai'an's own expenses were not small, and he had no contact with Heiling Zai. The medicinal gatherers below were all newcomers, with little profit to be squeezed. Even if he took out all his silver, it wouldn't cover Lin Yang's expenses for half a month. Their relationship was not personal enmity, but merely one lacking money while the other also lacked money. It turned out that he was this fast. Chen Huai'an ran for over 10 miles before stopping. This was his first time fully exerting his martial skills, and the effect was much more powerful than the heroes seen in movies from his previous life. Chen Huai'an was unsure if Lin Yang could defeat the tiger spirit, so running away was definitely the right choice for safety. The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests, making Chen Huai'an's heart race. The fighting over there seemed very intense. It was still unsafe here, he needed to. Before Chen Huai'an could act, the tiger's roar suddenly vanished, and the pressure brought by the tiger spirit disappeared as well. Was the battle over? Chen Huai'an didn't expect that Lin Yang indeed had some skills. As he hesitated on whether to go back, a powerful wind blew in, and a blood-soaked Lin Yang, with a fierce expression, appeared in front of Chen Huai'an. Chen, where are you going? Of course to Zhenglong Yuan to collect that dragon scale vine and return early. Really? I didn't expect you to be a practitioner too, Lin Yang said teasingly. He initially thought Chen Huai'an had reached the qi condensation stage, but after observing him closely, he realized that Chen Huai'an was at most of the skin realm. With such strength, he could crush him with a light raise of his hand. You're joking. How could I be a practitioner? Chen Huai'an denied vehemently. It's no longer important. Today I'll be straightforward with you. If you can give me 20 taels of silver every month, I will guarantee you get out of Fulong Mountain safely. Otherwise, Lin Yang glanced at the blood dripping from his long knife. It turned out that Lin Yang only wanted money. This was easy to handle. A few days ago, I treated many officials and nobles, earning quite a bit. Let alone 20 taels, I could even come up with 40 taels. Chen Huai'an did indeed treat officials and nobles, but he didn't receive much silver. Firstly, there weren't many generous people, and secondly, Lin Baiyong wanted face and connections. Chen Huai'an couldn't even gather 10 taels of silver now. However, this money wasn't with him. Once I return to Baikeju, I will present it immediately. Is this true? Lin Yang, is your big knife made of paper? Moreover, practicing martial arts privately is a capital offense. Even if you don't take action, if I report this little matter, I will have no way to live. Chen Huai'an's words made Lin Yang somewhat tempted. After all, when he had dealings with Lin Fu. Lin Fu only gave him 10 taels of silver a month, and that was because Lin Fu had connections with Heilingzai. He himself was also ruthless, able to squeeze money from those below. Everyone praised Chen Huai'an for his unparalleled benevolence, but it turned out to be this kind of benevolence. One must package a loud reputation to facilitate doing business. That's the principle. If Lin Fu had this mindset, he wouldn't be easily played by the people of Heilingzai. Right now, even if he killed Chen Huai'an, who could guarantee the next medicinal head would provide 10 taels of silver each month? Not necessarily. More importantly, Lin Yang now knew Chen Huai'an's weakness. In the future, wouldn't he be able to manipulate him at will? No. Who did you practice with? And where did this martial skill come from? Lin Yang suddenly thought of a deadly question. How could someone like Chen Huai'an, from the lower class, obtain cultivation resources? Even if he became a head, with some means, what about the martial skills? Who would take the risk to teach Chen Huai'an martial skills? If Chen Huai'an had a master in the blood coagulation realm behind him, and Lin Yang knew this, upon returning to Fengling County, he would be the first to die. Lin Yang appeared to be a reckless man, but he was actually bold and meticulous. Upon realizing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, gripping his long knife tightly. He thought it would be better to kill and silence him. Compared to 20 taels of silver a month, his life was more important. Chapter 37. The cold earth and frozen mountains, seeking spiritual vines before Zhanglonggu in the night was dark and windy, with a chilling gale howling past. Lin Yang stared at Chen Huai'an, his murderous intent rising again. The one who taught me martial skills, I don't even know his identity. He was an old hunchback, and his dantian was ruined. Dantian ruined? Lin Yang's expression froze. In Fengling County, all martial cultivators came from the town martial office. And most of those who retired from the town martial office were allocated jobs, unless they committed serious crimes. Those who committed great crimes were basically executed, while those who didn't deserve death and lacked strength were assigned to the lowest jobs, like being a knife wielder or a guard from a family's illegitimate child. There were very few in Fengling County who had their dantian ruined but were not killed. A figure that sent chills down Lin Yang's spine suddenly appeared in his mind. Do you know which family he is from? The Zhao family. Seems to be a direct descendant. The Zhao family? What martial arts did the direct descendant teach you? Returning through the forest swallowing skill. It's Zhao Wuling. Is he still alive? Lin Yang was slightly taken aback. Why did he teach you martial skills? He had an old ailment, unbearable suffering, and happened to hear that I was distributing medicine in Beishur. He found out I understood medicine. So he indeed had the ability to teach me many things, but unfortunately, a few days ago while working on the Fulong River Bridge, he was conscripted and froze to death that very day. Dead? Really? What reason do I have to lie to you? Once we return to Fengling County, you can investigate thoroughly. Chen Huai'an replied confidently. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good he is dead. Do you know him? We had some interactions back then. Lin Yang casually said. Few people remember the events of those years, and the Chuanlin Yinfan Gong has become a taboo, forbidden for anyone to cultivate. Time can smooth over everything. The hero who guarded a city with a bow has been completely submerged in the dust of time, forgotten by all. Lin Yang sighed to himself, and at the same time, he no longer felt much killing intent towards Chen Huai'an. Since the other party had no backing, it would be easy to control him in the future. Moreover, with a connection to that person and having cultivated Chuanlin Yinfan Gong. This was the reverse scale of the 4 great families of Fengling County. Chen Huai'an's arguments were watertight. After all, most of them were true. Even if Lin Yang had some doubts, the monthly payment of 20 taels of silver was enough for him to take a risk and trust Chen Huai'an once. First, they would rest, and tomorrow they would head to Zhanglonggu together. Subsequently, the two returned to the riverbank, where 6 swordsmen were present, 1 severely injured and 1 dead. 1 snow wolf dead, and there was also the massive body of the tiger spirit. As soon as Chen Huai'an climbed the tree, he heard a tearing sound. Looking down, he saw Lin Yang using brute force to tear open the tiger spirit's abdomen, reaching in for a while, and suddenly showing great joy. Beast core. When a martial artist reaches the Qi training stage, they will gather Qi in their dantian for nurturing, gradually forming an inner core. The inner core of a martial artist is formless and cannot be taken away. After death, the chi within will gradually dissipate. However, these fierce beasts, after cultivating into spirits, will condense beast cores within their bodies. Beast cores are tangible, and when they appear, they reach the demonic realm. This tiger spirit was only a hair's breadth away from the demonic realm. The beast core contained extremely strong spiritual energy. However, due to its violent nature, martial artists could not absorb it directly and needed a large amount of herbs for neutralization. The beast cores of spirits were very important for martial artists at the Qi training stage, especially in this area where spiritual energy was thin. Lin Yang had killed no fewer than 100 spirits in Fulong Mountain, but this was the first time encountering a beast core. What luck! Lin Yang quickly wiped the blood off the beast core and then put it into his sleeve. Chen Huai'an, who was in the tree, saw it clearly, but did not know what the beast core was useful for. After the remaining swordsmen cleared the bodies of the tiger spirit and snow wolves, they all jumped on a tree to rest. A night passed without incident, and soon it was dawn. In the cold winter, Fulong Mountain was exceptionally chilling. Even Chen Huai'an, who had reached the skin training stage, felt the bone-chilling cold. Ho Sanlang and Wu Yu opened their water bags and drank a few large mouthfuls of warming herbal soup. It did not alleviate the cold. Chen Huai'an estimated that the temperature here was at least 20 degrees below zero, while not extremely cold. The cold air in this mountain was somewhat special, and ordinary people simply could not withstand it. It's too cold this morning. Shall we wait an hour before setting off? Ho Sanling looked at Chen Huai'an. Wait for what? If we miss the master's business, can your dog life bear the consequences? Lin Yang scolded and then led 2 swordsmen to scout ahead, while the remaining 2 swordsmen stayed behind. As for the severely injured swordsman, he did not survive the cold night and had already turned into a frozen corpse by dawn. The group of 8 set off towards Zhanglongyuan. The purpose of this trip was clear, and time was pressing. If another heavy snow fell, even fewer people would be able to leave Fulong Mountain. There was no delay on the road, and by evening, they arrived at Zhanglongyuan. Rumbling, the Silver Dragon waterfall had not frozen, and there was no ice in the water pool below. On the cliff, there were some worthless herbs. Ho Samlang and Wu Yu were shivering, concentrating as much as possible. But after searching for a long time, they still did not find the dragon scale vine. Where is the dragon scale vine? Has it been picked? Lin Yang's eyes widened in anger. If they returned empty-handed, it would not be good for him. Losing 2 swordsmen was one thing, but that snow wolf was quite valuable. Without the dragon scale vine, how could he report to the master? It shouldn't be. Lin Yang shook his head. Picking the dragon scale vine required special skills and experienced herbalists. If one wanted to pick it using brute force, they would at least need to be at the perfected Qi training stage or even a powerhouse at the divine sea stage. Such people were few in Fengling County, and they generally would not enter the mountains. Fengling County had its own rules, and Fulong Mountain had its own rules. The rules of Fengling County were set by the 4 great families, while the rules of Fulong Mountain were set by those demons located in the core area. Ordinary martial artists and herbalists could freely enter the mountains, but those at the Qi training stage and above were not allowed unless they entered the mountains without harming spirits or picking herbs. Lin Dao too, before coming here. The master showed me the Fulong herbal picking map. There is 1 dragon scale vine on the cliff and another in the water curtain cave behind the Silver Dragon waterfall. If the one outside is gone, perhaps the one inside is still there. That one is not easy to find. Chen Huai'an's gaze was fixed on the Silver Dragon waterfall, but he did not see where the water curtain cave was. This water curtain cave was inadvertently discovered by the Lin family's herbal picking team decades ago. And the last time it was visited was 10 years ago when the previous head of the herbal picking team, Lin Fu, took people to pick dragon beard grass. This dragon beard grass takes 20 years to be effective, and very few can afford it. Most people train their skin for over a decade to sense the existence of Qi, excluding talented individuals like Zhao Shi. If Chen Huai'an were to train hard for 10 or 8 years, he might naturally sense Qi. But he had a precious weapon and naturally did not want to wait that long. Water curtain cave? Where is it? Lin Yang asked. I don't know either. We need to search carefully. All right, you take your time. Lin Yang knew that it was useless to rush now. He could only place all his hopes on Chen Huai'an and did not dare to urge him like before. Chen Huai'an took out the Xuanjiao Feijiao and hooked it onto the rock wall. Ho Sanlang used both hands and feet to climb up. While Wu Yu could not withstand the severe cold and was unable to exert strength, so he had to wait below. Head, there's an opening. It seems to be the water curtain cave. Chen Huai'an had just climbed halfway when he vaguely heard Ho Sanlang's voice. Chapter 38. Picking spiritual herbs in the water curtain cave, demons appear beneath Zhanglongyuan. The sheer cliffs, the 100-zhong silver waterfall, crashed into the water pool. Like a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, deafening. Chen Huai'an climbed to the middle of the cliff and stopped beside Ho Sanlang. The water curtain became hazy, vaguely revealing a dark outline. Head, the water flow is too strong. If it hits a person, it could smash them to pieces. Even if nothing happens. If we can't get into the water curtain cave and are swept down to the water pool below, it would be certain death. Ho Sanlang made a difficult swallowing motion. The strong wind created by the flowing water made it almost impossible for him to stabilize himself, showing how strong the water's impact could be. Even at the Qi training stage, one would not dare to try easily. This is the master's order. If we don't take the risk, how can we report back? Moreover, we have already lost a snow wolf. Returning empty-handed is also death. I'll go in myself. You wait outside to keep watch, so there will be someone to look out for me. If I haven't come out by midnight or die in this rushing water, you take Wu Yu and leave immediately. Lin Yang might not let it go. There's a dark river below the water pool that leads directly to the Qishui River. The Fengling County is vast. Find another county to settle down and never return to Fengling County. Chen Huai'an gave a brief instruction, as if it was truly a matter of life and death. Head. Ho Sanlang's voice choked. He had been captured from mountains by the Lin family, and although he was smart and good at climbing rocks, the people of the Lin family rarely saw him as a real person. Later, after learning the skills of herbal picking, he dressed himself up a bit and gradually became a reserve member of the herbal picking team. When the herbal picking team, led by Lin Fu, was wiped out, only Chen Huai'an remained. Lin Baiyong allowed Ho Sanlang to join the herbal picking team to monitor Chen Huai'an. At first, Ho Sanlang only felt that Chen Huai'an was a person of loyalty and generosity. As a lowly commoner, he had no energy to think about anything else. He opened his eyes thinking only about how to get a bite to eat. As Chen Huai'an became prosperous, the food at Baikeju rose sharply. From coarse grains and rotten vegetables to polished rice and green vegetables, and eventually they even had fish soup every few days and occasionally ate meat. Sometimes, when Chen Huai'an received rewards, he would share with the herbal picking team, and that money far exceeded what Lin Baiyong secretly gave. No matter whether it's the head or the blade, as long as something goes wrong, selling out the little brothers is a common practice. Like the injured swordsman last night, Lin Yang didn't even pay him any mind. When he realized he had no breath left, he just tossed him aside on the shore, feeling that even burying him would be a waste of time. Right now, entering the water curtain cave is a matter of life and death. Chen Huai'an didn't even blink as he prepared to go in himself, leaving them a way out. Ho Sanlang felt that having such a leader was a blessing that took several lifetimes to earn. Chen Huai'an wrapped the rope of the Xuanjiao flying claw around himself several times and tied a knot. Then, with powerful kicks, he swung toward the waterfall. What incredible strength Chen has! Ho Sanlang's eyes widened as nearby rocks crumbled, especially the stones Chen Huai'an kicked, which turned into dust. Not to mention the swordsmen escorting the herbal gathering team. Even among the martial banners in the town martial division, few had such capabilities. If Chen Huai'an, with such innate strength, entered the town martial division, he could become a small banner officer. In Ho Sanlang's eyes, aside from envy, there was admiration. Following such a person, when they went out to do work in the future, would also boost his confidence. After all, the news of Lin Baiyong wanting to take Chen Huai'an as an adopted son had spread throughout Fengling County. Once he entered the Lin family, given Lin Baiyong's regard for Chen Huai'an, he would certainly go to the town martial division to gain some experience. In the end, whether Chen Huai'an stayed in the town martial division or returned to the Lin family after a few years of cultivation, his status in the Shilin pharmacy would be unparalleled. While Ho Sanlang was still thinking about Chen Huai'an's future glory, Chen Huai'an had already plunged into the waterfall, his figure rushing forward. Under the cover of the waterfall, outsiders couldn't see the martial skills he was using. The cave entrance was 2 or 3 zhang wide. Using the basics of the Chuanlin Yin Fan Gong, Chen Huai'an successfully leaped into the water curtain cave. Inside, he flipped over twice before stabilizing himself. Upon entering the water curtain cave, it was pitch black, and he could only hear the sound of dripping water. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw that the cave walls were filled with crystal clusters, resembling stars in the deep sky. Crack! He lit a fire stick, and the surrounding scenery became clearer. It was much warmer here than outside, so he untied the ropes from his body and wrapped them around a nearby stone pillar. He glanced at the medicine basket. The baby girl was wrapped tightly, but the outer swaddle was a bit damp. The spiritual energy here is quite abundant. It's a rare place for cultivation. Luo Yunshuang, with her dark eyes, looked around. She had been taken out of the medicine basket by Chen Huai'an and placed on a slab of bluestone. The water curtain cave wasn't very large. After walking for a while, he reached the cave's bottom, where several colorful spiritual grasses grew, most of which he didn't recognize. Only the dragon beard grass was familiar to him. It was only 10 years old and couldn't be used yet. He would have to move it to the spiritual garden first. Chen Huai'an took out his herb shovel and got to work. The most important part of the dragon beard grass was the root position, which had to be extracted completely. If the roots were broken, the effect would be greatly reduced. After nearly half an hour, Chen Huai'an finally extracted the complete dragon beard grass. Looking around, there were 3 dragon beard grasses in the water curtain cave. The other 2 were 5 or 6 years old, and Chen Huai'an didn't plan to harvest them. He closed his eyes slightly, concentrated, and instantly appeared in front of the spiritual garden. Digging a hole, burying some soil, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Chen Huai'an planted the dragon beard grass in the spiritual garden and poured a couple of scoops of water. After about a quarter of an hour, the leaves of the dragon beard grass began to tremble slightly. It worked. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. In the blink of an eye, the age of the dragon beard grass reached around 50 years, and then it stopped growing. This dragon beard grass should be able to grow to around 100 years. Perhaps it needs more time to continue growing. For me, 20 years is enough. Chen Huai'an decided not to wait any longer. The herbal gathering team was still outside waiting. He planned to directly break through to the qi refining stage here. As long as he succeeded, even without Zhao Shi, he would have some self-defense capability against Lin Yang. Carefully, he dug up the dragon beard grass again, leaving a branch behind, just in case this one didn't help him reach the qi refining stage. At least he would have a backup. Previously, aside from the name of the dragon beard grass, his sweat towel also contained a formula for refining pills. Chen Huai'an had already prepared the other auxiliary herbs, and this low-level pill was relatively simple to refine, though it was quite time-consuming. Meanwhile, next to the water curtain cave, Ho Samlang watched as Chen Huai'an seemed to jump into the cave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen is a good person. Good people are blessed by heaven, Ho Samlang murmured, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something below, his expression suddenly changing. A giant python, over 20 zhang long and extremely thick, slowly swam out of the dragon burial abyss. Its triangular head was comparable to a ship's deck, and its lantern-sized eyes glowed a faint crimson. "Be careful," Ho Samlang shouted to warn the people below, but his voice was drowned out by the roaring waterfall. Hiss! The giant python flicked its tongue and suddenly lunged out, swallowing a vigilant swordsman whole. Demonic creature. How was there a demonic creature here? Bladehead Lin Yang was taken aback. If it were just a spirit creature, he could handle it, but at the level of a demonic creature, even 100 of them combined would not be a match. Lin Yang did not hesitate at all. His movements had never been so swift as he dashed into the dense forest. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, it was nowhere near the speed of that demonic creature. No, Lin Yang had already caught the scent of blood. Helplessness and despair surged from the depths of his heart. Chapter 39. Breakthrough. Qi Refining Dantian. Is this pill refined correctly? Chen Huai'an looked at the dark pill in his hand. The pills that martial cultivators consume require special methods to refine, and controlling the heat and measuring the herbs must be done precisely. Otherwise, all the hard work would result in a batch of waste pills. Chen Huai'an's qi refining pill was still subpar, as long as there were materials. Most people could refine it. He mixed the dragon beer grass with the auxiliary herbs, rolled it into a thumb-sized pill, and placed it directly on a ceramic pot with a notch in it. Below was dry twigs and weeds, and the pill was continuously stirred in the pot until a spider web-like blood pattern formed on the surface, at which point he could stop the fire. In Fengling County, within the town marshal division, there were many who spent a high price to buy herbs, only to follow old formulas to refine pills, resulting in themselves being poisoned. Previously, when learning martial skills from the old man, he had heard about a colleague in the town marshal division who self-studied medicine and made some progress, only to later write a good formula and die after taking it. These were all aged spiritual herbs that strengthened the body and prolonged life. Even if there was a slight deviation in the refining method, it shouldn't kill me, right? Chen Huai'an muttered to himself. Luo Yunshuang, who had fallen asleep on the bluestone slab, woke up to see Chen Huai'an picking up the pill he had just refined. This thing won't kill you. But what on earth did you refine? If someone didn't know better, they might think it was rat droppings. Having traveled through Central State for over 20 years, the real person had never seen anyone able to refine a pill of such poor quality. Luo Yunshuang couldn't help but secretly complain. In Central State, there are cultivators who specialize in refining pills for others, known as alchemists. Luo Yunshuang had 5 masters, one of whom was revered as the pill saint, the strongest alchemist in Central State. Luo Yunshuang had also achieved some success in pill refining, and seeing Chen Huai'an refine such a pill, she truly found it hard to look at. Meng, do you think this pill is edible? Chen Huai'an held the pill in front of Luo Yunshuang. Take it away. Don't disgust me. Luo Yunshuang closed her eyes. Going to sleep again? Chen Huai'an frowned, but ultimately decided to take the risk. Crunch. It was a bit like fried peanuts, but tasted a bit bitter, probably overcooked. After swallowing a pill, Chen Huai'an suddenly felt a warm current appear in his abdomen. He immediately sat cross-legged and recalled the qi refining technique written on his sweat towel. Absorb the heavens and earth as a grain. Treat the dantian as a furnace. Drawing in qi like silk, entwining and forming a cocoon, breaking free from the cocoon to become a butterfly, thus glimpsing the cosmos. A faint vortex sinks 3 inches below the navel. The originally chaotic dantian separates as if opening the heavens, with turbid qi sinking and clear qi rising, forming a vortex in the middle. According to the qi cultivation method, Chen Huai'an circulated the spiritual energy for 1 complete cycle, taking about half an hour. The 206 bones in his body crackled like thunder. Upon internal observation, black-red, filthy blood seeped from the bone seams, and the newly formed bone membranes gleamed like white jade, with bone sounds ringing like chimes, while the blood boiled like mercury, and the 5 senses became profound. This was the first stage of qi cultivation, drawing qi to the dantian. Before breaking through, Chen Huai'an had already begun practicing the qi cultivation method, and now, with the enhancement of the elixir, everything came naturally. This kid actually managed to cultivate it. It seems he has some talent. Although he started a bit late and has a low upper limit, with proper training, he can at least reach the divine sea realm. Luo Yunshuang was somewhat surprised. She initially thought that even with the dragon beer grass, Chen Huai'an would need a year and a half, but he reached the qi cultivation stage right after consuming it. She had just taken a nap and didn't know that the dragon beard grass Chen Huai'an used had been transplanted to the spirit garden for a full 50 years. For someone not yet at the qi cultivation stage, this dragon beard grass was a heavenly treasure, but in Luo Yunshuang's eyes, it was no different from weeds. This low-level herb doesn't live long. It usually stops growing after 20 or 30 years. And a 50-year-old dragon beard grass couldn't even be grown in the Immortal garden of the central continent. Chen Huai'an's cultivation talent wasn't high. It was only through elixirs and the qi cultivation method that he could break through to draw qi to the dantian. So it turns out that cultivation isn't that difficult. This transformation made his entire aura change. Seizing the moment, he operated 2 more cycles. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshuang furrowed her brows, having followed Chen Huai'an for so long. She had some understanding of Fengling County. Previously, Chen Huai'an had only practiced tendons, bones, and skin, and as long as he didn't use martial skills. No one discovered that he had already begun cultivating. Now that he was at Qi cultivation, with a Qi sea inside him, anyone slightly stronger than him could easily notice. This damned place requires hiding while cultivating, Luo Yunshuang thought to herself, and suddenly remembered a technique. The turtle breathing technique could hide one's aura and strength. This technique was very simple and easier for beginners to master, making it quite practical in the early stages of cultivation. Damn, it's tied so tightly that I can't get out. Luo Yunshuang twisted her body but couldn't break free from the swaddling. During this time, with daily supplementation of second and third-tier beast milk, Luo Yunshuang's body was growing quickly, and her divine sense was becoming more solid. The incantation for the turtle breathing technique wasn't much, and using a bit of divine sense should be fine. Luo Yunshuang thought, her eyes slightly closed. Chen Huai'an was operating the Qi cultivation method when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Qi like a cold pond is still, spirit like an ancient well is deep. Turtle breath hidden in the vast sea, even a true dragon is hard to find. Each word was pronounced clearly and resonated like a bell, somewhat similar to the voice of the old man. Who's speaking? Chen Huai'an's expression turned serious, and he felt a tightness in his heart. It's over. There won't be some ancient monster in this water curtain cave, right? If he gets possessed here. Before he could act, the voice continued. This is the first volume of the turtle breathing technique. After practicing, it can hide your aura and cultivation level. As long as you are not 2 great realms higher, your strength cannot be detected. Who are you? Why are you helping me? The words on the sweat towel were also left by you? Chen Huai'an was like 100,000 whys, a pile of questions, asking incessantly, making Luo Yunshuang feel a bit annoyed. I am. Just as she was about to continue answering, Luo Yunshuang suddenly felt a thunderclap in her sea of consciousness, causing her awareness to momentarily blank out. This is bad. Still not working. This body still can't support the divine sense leaving the body. It's going to backlash. Luo Yunshuang's face turned pale as she hurriedly withdrew her divine sense, maintaining her original mind. As soon as Chen Huai'an heard 2 words, the voice abruptly stopped. What is going on? I also have an old grandpa. Where did he come from? From the cave? Chen Huai'an once suspected that the words on the sweat towel were related to the infant girl. After all, she ate a lot and usually didn't cry or make noise, completely unlike an ordinary child. But the sudden appearance of the voice gave him new speculation. With so many thoughts, Chen Huai'an found it hard to sort them out. After waiting for a moment with no response, he decided to stop operating the Qi cultivation method and instead practice the turtle breathing technique. This technique is quite simple. With the old man's guidance, and having just completed Qi cultivation, Chen Huai'an quickly practiced the turtle breathing technique to a minor success. It was getting late. It was time to go out. Chen Huai'an stood up, placed the sleeping infant back in a medicine basket, carefully stored the 3 remaining pills in the earthen jar. And at the cave entrance, he picked up the rope and leaped up, precisely controlling his body as he jumped out of the water curtain cave. Chen, you came out. Chen Huai'an swung out from the water curtain cave and saw Ho Sanlang, who was trembling with fear. What's wrong? Monster. Ho Sanlang pointed below. Chen Huai'an looked down and saw a giant python coiled in front of the water pool below. Where's Lin Dao to? Chen Huai'an asked. He was swallowed by that monster. Ho Sanlang replied. That monster swam out of the water pool, first eating 2 knife wielders. When Lin Yang saw this, he fled with all his might without hesitation. But the strength difference was too great. In an instant, Lin Yang was swallowed alive by that monster. Then, that monster coiled next to the water pool, not moving at all. It didn't move, and neither did Ho Sanlang, Wu Yu, and the other 2 knife wielders. Thus, a day and night passed, and they were all exhausted, with only despair left in their hearts. And Chen Huai'an, having just drawn Qi to the Dantian, was no match for Lin Yang, who was at the Qi cultivation level, let alone the monster below. Even with martial skills, in the face of absolute strength, any technique was useless. Chen Huai'an held his breath and slowly moved his body. Boom! The giant python suddenly opened its massive eyes, its blood qi surging, and an incredibly powerful pressure pressed down on Chen Huai'an, making him feel like he was carrying 1,000 pounds, tightly pinning him against the cave wall, unable to move. Just reached qi cultivation and I'm going to die? Chen Huai'an felt a bit bitter in his mouth. Meanwhile, the monster below, originally at the perfect realm of monster energy, swallowed Lin Yang, and after a day and night of digestion, directly helped it break through to the peak of monster energy. Hiss! The crimson giant eyes first fixed on Chen Huai'an on the cliff. In the medicine basket on Chen Huai'an's back, Luo Yunshuang had her eyes tightly closed. Her complexion still pale. When it rains, it pours. She shouldn't have easily used her divine sense. Right now, she couldn't care about the damage to her divine sense. Saving her life was the most important. Luo Yunshuang gritted her teeth, and before she could release her divine sense pressure, a powerful sword energy fell from the sky. Beast.The. A point of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear shooting out like a dragon. Chapter 40. Surviving the Calamity, Returning to the County City. Before the burial dragon abyss, the giant python that had just broken through to the perfect realm of monster energy was preparing to eat some food to fill its belly. But before it could open its mouth, a spear came through the air. Zhao Shi, dressed in a moonlight flowing clouds armor, with a snow-white cloak embroidered with golden threaded dragons, moved like waves with his steps, his eyes like cold stars reflecting autumn waters, with a nose like a gallbladder breaking through the long wind, and in his hand, the silver-scaled breaking formation spear was over 10 feet long. The giant python's tail swept with immense force, ancient trees snapping like twigs. Zhao Shi's silver spear transformed into flowing light, striking down. With a spear light past, the python's head was severed 3 feet away, and a fountain of blood spurted up over 10 feet. When he landed, the spear tip pointed diagonally at the blood pool, and the tassels dripped blood without staining. Then, he broke open the snake's head and retrieved a beast core. What a damn fortune! Chen Huai'an sighed inwardly, not knowing when he would have such skills. Stone monkey, let go down, Chen Huai'an said, grabbing Ho Samling's arm with one hand and quickly descending to the ground along the rope. One day, a night later, Ho Samling was completely exhausted. Without Chen Huai'an's help, he would have been unable to continue. As they reached the ground, Zhao Zhe hurried forward. Are you hurt? No. Chen Huai'an shook his head. This place is not suitable for staying long. I'll escort you to the riverbank. The others seemed to have lost their souls. Chen Huai'an glanced at them. Let them recover their strength first. I know a secret path that leads directly to the riverbank. That's good. Zhao Zhe nodded. Chen Huai'an took some food from his medicine basket and distributed it to the others. Having survived a disaster, Ho Samling and the others were still trembling slightly. After a moment, Zhao Zhe called Chen Huai'an aside. I broke my promise and couldn't fulfill my word. Fortunately, you, Chen Liu, are blessed, otherwise I, Zhao Zhe would. He sighed. Brother Zhao, there's no need for that. If it weren't for you, I might be in the belly of a monster by now. Chen Huai'an shook his head. I originally planned to set out half a day earlier and wait for you on the way. I didn't expect the chief officer to summon me suddenly, ordering me to investigate the situation at Heilingzai. Who would have thought the snow wolves would be faster than my feet, which caused the delay? Brother Zhao, haven't you gone to Heilingzai yet? Chen Huai'an asked. Of course not. Once I left the Jinwu division, I followed the traces here. I encountered some unexpected events on the way, which delayed me. Zhao Zhe shook his head. Regardless of the process, at least his life was preserved, and Chen Huai'an did not ask more. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. He still needed to improve his strength quickly. Chen Huai'an thought to himself. Half an hour later, close to noon, the others had also recovered. Chen Huai'an led them into the underground river of Zhanglongyuan. Has Yisangu left? Or has she been eaten by some fierce beast? Following the dark river, Chen Huai'an did not find the body of Yisangu, which had been left here. A flicker of doubt passed through his mind. In any case, that Yisangu should not pose a threat to him, and Chen Huai'an was too lazy to think further. After exiting the dark river and reaching the riverbank, Zhao Zhe wanted to send Chen Huai'an and the others back to Fengling before going to investigate Heilingzai, but this would cause a long delay. Brother Zhao, there shouldn't be any danger on the return trip. You should go take care of important matters first. No, there are dangers lurking in Fulong Mountain. I can't feel at ease unless I see you safely enter the city. Zhao Zhe shook his head. After several discussions, The two decided that Zhao Zhe would first send Chen Huai'an and the others to the outskirts of Fulong Mountain. Once they reached the outskirts, they would hardly encounter any peculiar creatures. As for ordinary fierce beasts, Chen Huai'an could easily handle them. And there were also two sword fighters in the group who could deal with fierce beasts without any problems. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and Zhao Zhe escorted everyone to the outskirts of Fulong Mountain. To save some time and energy, Chen Huai'an privately decided to temporarily lend a snow wolf cart to Zhao Zhe. This move made the others sweat for Chen Huai'an, as the snow wolf cart was extremely valuable. How would he explain it to the employer after returning? However, the other party was from the Zhenwu division and had saved their lives, and since the decision to lend the cart was made by Chen Huai'an, no one dared to say anything. Chen Huai'an called Zhao Zhe aside and took out a section of dragon scale vine, handing it to Zhao Zhe. Ho Sanlang and the others were waiting in the distance, unaware of the conversation between the two, and couldn't see what Chen Huai'an had taken out. Here's the dragon scale vine, Brother Zhao. You can take it for now. Did you really manage to get it? Originally, Zhao Zhe had little hope, as dragon scale vine was very rare. He had already taken a section last time, and this time, Chen Huai'an actually found a new one, and it looked even older than the previous one. Zhao Zhe was at the peak of the blood condensation realm, and after using a section of dragon scale vine, he was on the verge of entering the Qi entering realm. Even if he didn't use it again, he would surely break through in 3 to 5 years. Of course, if he used it once more, he was confident he could break through in half a year. The earlier he reached the Qi entering realm, the more hope he had of entering the revered divine Sea realm in his lifetime, which in the whole Fengling County was no more than a handful. At that time, he could even establish his own clan. Alu, thank you. If we were to call each other brothers in the future, let's skip the formalities. Besides, it was you who saved my life this time. There's plenty of time ahead. I'll go investigate Hailing Zai, and when I return, I'll find you for a drink. Sounds good. Zhao Zhe indeed regarded Chen Huai'an as a brother. This dragon scale vine came from Chen Huai'an's hands. Without him, he would have been stuck in the blood condensation realm for most of his life. At the outskirts of Fulong Mountain, Zhao Zhe and Chen Huai'an parted ways. The snow wolf pulled the ice cart and sped along. After more than a day, they returned to Fengling. Lin Baiyong had sent someone to keep an eye on the bridge repair site, and upon spotting the herbal gathering team's figures, immediately released a homing pigeon to notify Lin Baiyong. When Chen Huai'an and the others arrived at Fengling, Lin Baiyong was waiting at the dock with a dozen guards. Did you manage to gather the dragon scale vine? Lin Baiyong glanced around and saw only one snow wolf left. Lin Yang was nowhere to be found. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Without the escort of the sword head, they likely encountered some monster. If that's the case, then did you get the dragon scale vine, boss? Chen Huai'an spoke, opening his medicine basket and taking out the section of dragon scale vine. You got it. That's good. That's good. Lin Baiyong took the dragon scale vine, examined it carefully, and confirmed it was indeed dragon scale vine before slowly letting out a breath. Although they lost 2 snow wolves and 1 sword head, having this dragon scale vine made it worthwhile. Did you encounter a monster? Lin Baiyong put away the dragon scale vine, his expression serious as he looked at Chen Huai'an. Yes. A giant python at the monster level swallowed sword head Lin Yang whole, leaving no corpse behind. Chen Huai'an nodded. If that's the case, how did you survive? Lin Baiyong asked coldly, feeling that the matter was somewhat suspicious. Chapter 41. The Lower Yuan Festival. Strolling through the market Fengling County, Fengling. Chen Huai'an briefly recounted the events that had transpired along the way. After they arrived at Zhenglongyuan, they found the dragon scale vine, during which a monster appeared and killed sword head Lin Yang. At the critical moment, Zhao Zhe from the Zhenwu division appeared and dealt with the monster with 1 shot. Zhenwu division, Zhao Zhe? Lin Baiyong was very familiar with this name. He was the most talented person among the younger generation in the Zhenwu division, having become a chief officer in his 20s. Full of vigor, he suffered heavy losses when ambushed while eliminating bandits in the mountains before winter and was now relieved of his position, reflecting on his mistakes at home. How'd he end up in Fulong Mountain? I don't know either. It seems he was on some secret mission. I wouldn't dare to inquire too much about the Zhenwu division. Chen Huai'an replied ambiguously. Let's head back first. I'll go to the Zhenwu division and ask for the details. This matter was serious. The loss of two snow wolves and the death of a Qianering martial artist naturally required thorough investigation. It was impossible to rely solely on Chen Huai'an's word. Without Zhao Zhe as a witness, Lin Baiyong might have directly locked Chen Huai'an up. The Jinwu division held an extraordinary status in Fengling County, in Zhao Zhe. Being a branch of the Zhao family, naturally could not be associated with a commoner like Chen Huai'an. Lin Baiyong didn't think much of it. Once he inquired at the Jinwu division, the truth would be revealed. In Lin Baiyong's eyes, Chen Huai'an was a clever person who could get things done and had a reputation outside. Plus, he had real skills that could earn him some extra money. If you were to take action against him, he would be somewhat reluctant. Moreover, Lin Baiyong was in a precarious situation, with the main branch of the Lin family eager to reclaim the Shilin pharmacy, making him in need of talent. As long as Chen Huai'an didn't have major issues, he naturally wouldn't easily abandon him. Lin Baiyong took the dragon scale vine and, under the protection of his guards, left. Chen Huai'an returned to Baikeju with Ho Samlang and Wu Yu, while the other two sword fighters went to the Shilin pharmacy's blade cultivation hall. Chen Huai'an knew that although Lin Baiyong had obtained the dragon scale vine, he wouldn't easily let go of the losses of the snow wolves and Lin Yang. However, with Zhao Zhe around, Chen Huai'an wasn't too worried. His luck was indeed good. After spending so long in the mountains without a single snowflake falling, as soon as he entered Baikeju, heavy snow began to fall gently. Back in the house, he first heated a large pot of beast milk to feed the infant girl, then boiled some hot water to clean himself and the baby. Ever since leaving the burial dragon abyss, the infant had been sleeping soundly, and just after drinking the beast milk, she fell asleep again. Even when Chen Huai'an was washing her, she didn't wake up, which was indeed a bit unusual. Chen Huai'an thought for a moment and realized that the infant had never been normal, so he didn't find it strange. After settling the infant, Chen Huai'an sat cross-legged and practiced according to the qi cultivation method, completing a full cycle. He then contemplated the turtle breathing technique. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was the 15th day of October, the Lower Festival, one of the most important festivals in Fengling County. As the sky darkened, the outside became lively. Chen Huai'an had been diligently practicing these past few days, even having his meals brought to the courtyard by Ho Sanlang, and he hadn't stepped outside the door. His master had said that moderation was key, while his Dantian spiritual energy had solidified considerably during these days of training. His mental state had become a bit clouded. It was time to go out for a walk and balance work with rest. Looking at the infant girl on the bed, who was staring blankly, Chen Huai'an smiled knowingly. Ming, let's go out for a stroll and get you a few pretty clothes. Luo Yunshuang was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Huai'an. She had been backfired by her spiritual consciousness and had yet to recover. As for the colorful clothes Chen Huai'an had bought for her after such a long time, she had even somewhat adapted to them. Without the use of her spiritual consciousness, she felt restricted in everything she did, blaming her weak body. Luo Yunshuang sighed inwardly as Chen Huai'an picked her up and placed her in the medicine basket. 3 taels of silver should be enough. Opening the money box, Chen Huai'an took out 3 taels of silver. Exiting Baikeju and entering through the south gate, the long street paved with blue stones was filled with countless lanterns. Yellow paper and vermilion ink decorated the town water official's talisman, and the wicks were wrapped in ice silkworm silk and shark fat, with flames displaying a tricolor of blue, red, and yellow, making the glazed tiles shimmer spectacularly. Some children rode bamboo horses back and forth, their tails tied with copper bells, creating a series of jingling sounds. Ming was still too young. It was still a bit early to buy her one. Chen Huai'an glanced at the intricately woven bamboo horse and even thought about buying one for himself to play with, but that felt a bit childish. 6th Master. All is well. Along the way, many people recognized Chen Huai'an and greeted him respectfully, making him feel like a big star. Chen Huai'an nodded in response. As they approached the largest market in the southern part of the city, a group of 12 barefoot performers danced on the blue stones, their movements captivating. In this weather, isn't it cold to wear so little? Chen Huai'an watched for a moment, feeling that it was less enjoyable than watching live streams of female deities in his past life. And he found it somewhat uninteresting. Behind the dancers were fire-eating sorcerers and puppet masters controlling paper figures, performing exciting battles and various juggling acts. which elicited gasps from the crowd. It was indeed lively. Chen Huai'an exclaimed, while in the medicine basket, Luo Yunshuang's big, watery eyes gradually became serious. It's someone from the Luo Tian Outer Path. How they end up here? The Luo Tian Outer Path specialized in evil techniques and was extremely brutal due to the influence of their methods. The central state Immortal court, with many clans, led by the Luo family, opposed the Luo Tian Outer Path. Decades ago, Luo Yunshuang's father personally led a 1,000,000-strong army to the northern Yinzhou to engage in a prolonged battle with the Luo Tian Outer Path. In the end, Luo Yunshuang's father perished alongside the Path's Dao Emperor, and the Immortal court sent reinforcements, continuously besieging them, causing the Luo Tian Outer Path to decline. Having just made small progress in her cultivation, Luo Yunshuang was supported to the imperial throne by her father, who left 5 trusted aides to become her imperial instructors, carefully guiding her. Luo Yunshuang was also exceptionally gifted, nearing the Dongshu realm by her 20s. As long as she continued to cultivate, she would surely surpass her father. At that moment, strange phenomena appeared in the western Ningzhou, and 2 imperial instructors went to investigate. Shortly after, remnants of the Luo Tian Outer Path were discovered in the northern Yinzhou, and the other 2 imperial instructors quickly led armies there. Meanwhile, the central state Immortal court had already been infiltrated by the Luo Tian Outer Path. Luo Yunshuang was attacked by several powerful enemies from the Luo Tian Outer Path, and with trusted aides betraying her, she ultimately perished. The Luo Tian Outer Path had taken root in Yinzhou, and with Qizhou being its southern counterpart. How could they appear here? Luo Yunshuang was filled with doubts. The Luo Tian Outer Path's members moved secretly. As long as they didn't act, they seemed like ordinary people, making it hard to detect any clues. However, Luo Yunshuang had followed her father since childhood, dealing with the Luo Tian Outer Path in Yinzhou, giving her a keen intuition about them. There must be a few evil cultivators from the Luo Tian Outer Path among the crowd, but due to her damaged spiritual consciousness, she couldn't accurately identify them yet. Could it be that the 4 major families of this small county have already established contact with the Luo Tian Outer Path? If the Luo Tian Outer Path had developed in Qizhou, the difficulty of encirclement made Luo Yunshuang suddenly feel an ominous premonition. Chen Huai'an passed through the bustling crowd and bought a sugar painting from a small stall. Oh, I forgot. You're still too young to eat this. It's not good for your teeth. Chen Huai'an took Luo Yunshuang out of the medicine basket and waved the sugar painting in front of her. Sai, I bought it, so I can't waste it. Chen Huai'an sighed and started eating it himself. Are you human? Luo Yunshuang looked at Chen Huai'an, who was eating the sugar painting, and asked a soul-searching question. Chapter 42. Breaking the shackles to become a good family child blood condensation realm? Is he from the town martial division? No, he doesn't seem like a local. Chen Huai'an took a bite of the sugar painting, crunching it as he suddenly sensed that a few people's auras nearby were unusual. Within Fengling County, as long as one reached the level of qi cultivation, they could register and become a martial cultivator. Even if they fell into slavery, they could regain their freedom and move about freely within the 7 counties. However, the spiritual energy in Fengling County was thin, and martial cultivators rarely came here. Moreover, it was stipulated that those above the qi cultivation level could move out of the county, but each area had its own circles, and outsiders were often ostracized. Thus, martial cultivators in Fengling County rarely moved away. The ones truly wandering in the counties were mostly merchants or traveling bodyguards and escorts. Chen Huai'an's peripheral vision swept across those few people, who neither looked like merchants nor bodyguards, and they even wore Fengling County's clothing, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice anything unusual. Chen Baotou. While Chen Huai'an was pondering, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. Shahozi? Chen Huai'an turned around to see Ho Sanlang had arrived, looking out of breath from rushing over. Chen Baotou, the boss is looking for you. He wants you to go to the residence to talk. Okay, I'll go right now. Chen Huai'an nodded, placing the infant back into the medicine basket and quickly making his way toward Lin Baiyang's residence. Fengling County had strict registration, with the 4 major families located within the inner city, and only direct descendants had the qualifications. Lin Baiyang was a branch family member, and his residence could only be on Yongchang Street in the north of the city. Among the four major families, some capable branch family members had their residences here, including Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi's residence was at the end of an alley and was relatively secluded, though it was still a large courtyard, only slightly smaller than Lin Baiyang's residence. To reach Lin Baiyang's residence faster, Chen Huai'an took a carriage. At the residence, lanterns were lit and decorations were hung. The entrance lanterns had all been replaced, creating a strong festive atmosphere. Boss, Chen Huai'an entered the hall, where besides Lin Baiyang, there were also the guard instructor Tai Luohan and others present. Lu is here. I heard you've been cooped up in Baikeju these past few days. Tinkering with something? Lin Baiyang, as usual, sat in the Grandmaster's chair. Just practicing some herb-picking techniques. Not a big deal. The young master of a Zhao family has started to go into seclusion. He will likely break through to the blood condensation realm before the new year. The Zhao family is very pleased and has granted me permission to move into the inner city. You are the one who deserves the credit for this. Speak up. What reward do you want? Lu only did what was expected of him and did not dare to take credit. Moreover, being able to return safely this time was entirely thanks to the timely arrival of Officer Zhao Qiguan. Chen Huai'an humbly said, Officer Zhao just returned yesterday. I've already visited him, and he was severely injured. Later, you should bring some healing herbs to visit him, but you will still be rewarded. How about this? I will arrange a house for you in the north of the city. Although you haven't changed your surname yet, with land and a residence, you can shed your lowly status. When you retire from the herb-picking team in the future, you will have a place to settle down. Lin Baiyang pondered for a moment and spoke softly. Thank you for your generosity, Master Chen. Chen Huai'an was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to shed his status as a wandering household so quickly and become a person of good standing. This was a treatment that even the loyal servants had not received. Without the lowly status, at least in Fengling County, he could be considered a person. Compared to the four great families, he was still world apart, but it was 100 times better than those wandering lowly slaves. Many places would be accessible to him, and he would have the qualifications to buy and sell many things. Not long ago, Lin Baiyang wanted to adopt him as a son, but it seemed he had changed his mind now. Chen Huai'an did not quite understand what Lin Baiyang was thinking, but in any case, without the shackles of a lowly status, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. All right, you should go see Officer Zhao now. Lin Baiyang waved his hand. Chen Huai'an responded and took the herbs before leaving the hall. Master, although Lu has made great contributions, does he really deserve to shed his lowly status? Is the master no longer considering adopting him as a son? Tai Luohan frowned tightly. This Chen Lu is a fierce horse. To truly use him, he still needs to be tempered. Moreover, being a son is just a title. Not everyone can be bound by this title. Lin Baiyang said with narrowed eyes. Chen is indeed capable. With the things he has handled recently, others might not have succeeded. Bai Suanpan said with a smile. Just a servant. What's the big deal? A beating will suffice. Why make it so troublesome? Tai Luohan snorted coldly. Last time, when Lin Fu led people into the mountains, even the town military division suffered heavy casualties, yet Chen Lu returned unscathed. This time, when encountering the demon, Dao Tu Lin Yang was swallowed by the demon, but Chen Lu still returned alive. Besides, in Fengling County, how many lowborn people have a reputation like his? Bai Suanpan said. Then he is now also an outsider. Does the master still want to cultivate him? Tai Luohan asked. What does his surname matter? The most important thing is that he could be useful to me. Lin Baiyang's voice just fell when the house doctor, Gue, brought a bowl of medicinal soup to the hall. Sir, it's time for your medicine. Chen Huai'an left Lin Baiyang's residence without any delay and went directly to Zhao Shi's residence, which was much quieter with not a single servant around. He was quite familiar with the way, and when he reached the door of the east wing, he gently knocked 3 times. Officer Zhao, I am Chen Huai'an, sent by the master to visit you. There are no outsiders. Come in. Upon hearing this, Chen Huai'an pushed the door open and entered. In the room, there was no one else but Zhao Shi. Brother Zhao, how is your injury? Chen Huai'an placed the herbs on the table. Not injured, just pretending. Zhao Shi continued to hold a book, pretending to read. Pretending? Why? Chen Huai'an was puzzled. Sit down first. Zhao Shi placed the book on the table. Chen Huai'an was not polite and sat down boldly in the chair. Those thieves from Black Dragon Village have grown stronger and are actually colluding with the Luo Tian Outer Dao. Zhao, she said in a low voice. Luo Tian Outer Dao? What is that? Chen Huai'an had never heard of this name, and not many people in Fengling County knew of its existence. It is not a thing. It is a force that originally resided in the northernmost Yinzhou, specializing in evil practices and being extremely brutal. Later, the Central State Immortal Court went to besiege them, and they were mostly wiped out, but unexpectedly, some remnants came to Fengling County. Listening to Zhao Shi's explanation, Chen Huai'an suddenly thought of the few outsiders he encountered in the market not long ago. Although this Luo Tian Outer Dao took root in Yinzhou, they were infamous. So many in Qizhou had heard of them. Moreover, when the Central State Immortal Court went to besiege the Luo Tian Outer Dao, the Qizhou Qidian Mansion also sent a large team to participate, causing quite a stir. So, this Luo Tian Outer Dao is essentially an evil cult? Of course, the Luo Tian Outer Dao should be eradicated by all. This time, the four great families are really planning to eliminate the bandits, but the town military division lacks manpower. So this bandit extermination is mostly hopeless. Zhao, she shook his head. Then why are you pretending to be sick? The methods of the Luo Tian Outer Dao are brutal. Ordinary martial practitioners of the same realm are simply no match for them. As far as I know, there is also a martial practitioner of the Luo Tian Outer Dao at the entry realm. If I don't pretend to be sick, should I go be cannon fodder? Furthermore, you just gave me a piece of dragon scale vine, and I still plan to break through to the entry realm. It's just right to use this opportunity to recuperate and stay home in seclusion. Chen Huai'an nodded. Brother Zhao is indeed wise. Don't be so yin and yang. In terms of cunning, I can't compare to you. Zhao, she glanced at Chen Huai'an. While the two were talking, the medicinal basket behind Chen Huai'an, Luo Yunshuang, was also deep in thought. Fortunately, Fengling County has no collusion with the Luo Tian Outer Dao. However, the strength of Fengling County will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the Luo Tian Outer Dao. Once they take over Fengling County, Xiao Liuzi will be in danger, and I won't be able to do anything then. I have to find a way to let Xiao Liuzi escape. But I'm currently being backlashed by my divine sense and have not yet recovered. If I use my divine sense again, I might take 1 or 2 years to recover. It's difficult. Chapter 43. Night Road, Ambushed. The night was dim, and Zhao, she invited Chen Huai'an to stay at his home for a meal. The food was all ordered from Fengyue Tower, and when it arrived, all the dishes were still warm. Although Chen Huai'an usually ate well, he would not be willing to spend such money on such a lavish feast. Before I came, I saw a few people acting a bit strangely in the southern market, and they didn't seem to be from Fengling County. Chen Huai'an took a sip of wine and casually mentioned, they should be sent by Black Dragon Village. They're testing each other. At this point, it will be a fight to the death, and there is no way to end it peacefully. Zhao, she picked up a piece of fish sashimi. Then what are your plans? It would be best if Fengling County could hold out. If not, I'll find an opportunity to escape. Give me some more time, and I should be able to break through to the entry realm. In this vast Jiangling County, can I find a place to settle down? Don't worry, I will take you with me when the time comes. With your cleverness, you won't fare badly in a new place. Zhao, she had this thought on the way back. Although he was from the Zhao family, his status as a branch family member made him suffer a lot of unfair treatment. Even if he had some talent, he was still not valued. If it weren't for his master from the town military division protecting him, he would be living worse than a person of good standing. In another 3 to 5 years, his master might also retire from the town military division. By then, his situation would not be much better. For this reason, he often felt confused. The Zhao family also had many branch family members. Those who performed slightly better or had some talent were summoned to the inner city, and their treatment was 100 times better than his. Yet, no matter what he did, he was ignored. The harder he worked, the more he could feel the suppression. If it weren't for his master supporting him from above, he wouldn't even qualify to be a small flag officer, let alone a major one. Therefore, in Fengling County, apart from his master, he had nothing to miss. As for his master, he had already reached the peak of the Divine Sea realm, and no one in Fengling County dared to provoke him easily, so he didn't need to worry at all. Without him, his master would live even better. Chen Huai'an did not expect that a flag officer of the town military division would consider leaving in the face of a bandit attack. However, for him, as long as he could keep his life, it didn't matter where he was. He had only just begun to practice qi and still needed to endure for a while longer. Once he reached the blood condensation realm, he could gather some herbs and rely on taking drugs to break through to the entry realm. By then, he would be like Zhao Shi, able to go anywhere in the vast Fengling County without feeling so fearful and cautious. By the way, a few years ago, my master, worried about my safety, especially gave me some concealed weapons for protection. Now that I have the ability to protect myself, these things are no longer needed. Since you helped me obtain this dragon scale vine, I have nothing to offer you in return, so I'll give you these concealed weapons for self-defense. Zhao Shi got up and took out 2 boxes from a hidden compartment. These were gifts from his master, and he had kept them carefully since he no longer needed them. Brother Zhao, you're being too polite. This is the least I can do. Zhao Shi first opened one of the boxes, which contained 12 3-inch silver needles. These are the ice scale skull needles, made from the tailbone of an ice scale python. They can be activated by a sleeve arrow and can kill a qi practitioner with 1 strike. For those below the perfect blood condensation realm, they can still freeze their meridians and cause heavy injuries. Be careful, don't get pricked, Zhao Shi reminded. Chen Huai'an examined them carefully and took out 3, placing them into his sleeve arrow. This is bone-corroding sand, made from the venom of iron-threaded poisonous snakes and purple iron sand. It can cause instant rotting to the bone upon contact with skin. It's effective against qi practitioners, but its effect is greatly reduced against blood condensation martial cultivators. The bone-corroding sand was wrapped in oiled paper. Zhao Shi didn't know that Chen Huai'an had already reached the qi realm, and Chen Huai'an, didn't he explain? Thinking it was better to keep it for precaution. After safely stowing them away, the 2 continued to drink, and before long, it was deep into the night. Brother Zhao, it's getting late. I need to head back. That's fine. I have many rooms here, but they're all shabby, so I want to keep you overnight. I wish you, Brother Zhao, a swift breakthrough to the entry realm. Thanks for your good wishes. Be careful on your way. Chen Huai'an carried his herb basket and left Zhao Shi's residence. The night wind was sharp, and the once bustling marketplace had long since quieted down. The stalls had already been taken down, and there were hardly any pedestrians to be seen. It's those people again. As Chen Huai'an hurried along, he caught sight of several figures in the distance. Following the principle of avoiding trouble, he acted as if he hadn't seen them. The strong smell of blood spread through the air. If Chen Huai'an had reached the blood condensation realm or the entry realm, he might have taken a look. But being only at the qi realm, self-preservation was already a problem. So how could he care about others' lives? Hey, this city is still better. Outside, they slaughtered 2 villages, and my Luo toad hasn't reacted at all. Here, just killing over 100, and I'm about to break through to a spirit creature. The people in this city eat well. They just devoured a few martial cultivators training their bones. So their cultivation naturally increases quickly. I just don't know when we can cultivate into a demon. We brothers are also out of luck. Being sent to such a desolate place with no spiritual energy, it's even harder to cultivate. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Although this place is bad, it's far from Zhongzhou and Yinzhou, so at least it's safe. Once those Black Dragon Village people take this Fengling County, we can take the opportunity to cultivate our demonic skills. Indeed, it's quite safe here. All right, we should withdraw. This Fengling County has that troublesome Zhenwu division. Let us go back and discuss a strategy with the boss. It's best to make a move before the new year. Third brother, wait a moment. There seems to be someone over there. Forget it. Let us kill fewer to avoid startling the snake. After all, they'll all be ours in the future. That person seems full of vitality. Maybe he can help the Luo toad break through. Yeah, it's just one more kill. It won't take much time. All right, let us finish this and return to the Black Dragon Village. Okay. As soon as the words fell, a group of 5 quickly surrounded Chen Huai'an, who was hurrying with his head down. Swish! A cold light flashed, and a long knife swung down fiercely. The few people were in a hurry to leave the city and didn't waste any words, directly attacking Chen Huai'an. When Chen Huai'an saw them closing in, he had already prepared for the worst. He immediately used the returning swallow technique and dashed back towards Yongchang Street. Damn, he's a Qi practitioner. What cultivation level? Why didn't I sense anything? I don't know, just chase after him. If his cultivation is high, he wouldn't escape before we attacked. Even if he's just a Qi practitioner, feeding him to the Yin Luo toad would be enough for a breakthrough. The group didn't hesitate and immediately chased after him. Chapter 44. Preemptive strike, something's wrong. I clearly saw him run in this direction just now. How could there be no aura at all? This is ridiculous. His speed is too fast. At least he's at the Qi realm. With that level of cultivation, he must be from the Jinwu division. If we let him escape, we expose our whereabouts. He probably just thinks we're spies from the Black Dragon village. We killed over 100 people, and don't we want them to know we were here? Let us withdraw for now. Although I've reached the blood condensation realm, I'm injured, so it's not suitable to stay here long. In a corner at the end of the alley, Chen Huai'an activated the turtle breathing technique, holding his breath and focusing to conceal his presence. This technique is indeed useful. Watching the few people prepare to retreat not far away, Chen Huai'an let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a baby's cry came from the herb basket on his back, echoing loudly in the unusually quiet alley. Oh no, you little rascal sure picked a bad time. Chen Huai'an's heart sank. Without time to scold the baby girl, he dashed out with the oiled paper package in hand. Since he had already been discovered, he had to take the initiative. Aiming at the strongest blood condensation martial cultivator, he secretly exerted force with his wrist and threw the oiled paper package out, scattering the bone-corroding sand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He slightly raised his arm, and 3 arrows shot out in quick succession from his sleeve. The returning swallow technique was executed seamlessly. Thud, thud. The few people fell one after another. Chen Huai'an tightly gripped his dagger and carefully approached, stabbing a few more times to ensure they were dead. He quickly searched their bodies, finding a pile of miscellaneous items, unsure of their use. In any case, he wrapped them all together, tied them in a knot, and tossed them into the herb basket behind him. Little ancestor, you almost got me killed, Chen Huai'an muttered, immediately getting up and heading back to Zhao Shi's residence. You've already reached the Qi realm and learned the Qi cultivation technique and martial skills. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, who told them to carry the Yin Luo toad? If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next one? Luo Yunshuang thought to herself, while her delicate little hand reached into the tightly tied bundle Chen Huai'an had made. Tied so tightly, if it weren't for all the beast milk I've been drinking lately, I wouldn't be able to untie it. Using all her strength, Luo Yunshuang managed to untie the bundle. After searching for a while, she found a wooden box the size of an ordinary person's palm. Inside was the Yin Luo toad, its body a ghostly blue, with 36 barbed spines on its back, each containing potent poison. Many people from the Luo Tian outer path kept toxic creatures. During the life-and-death battle between Luo Yunshuang's father and the Luo Tian Daoist, he was secretly bitten by a Yin Luo centipede he had raised, which ultimately led to his demise. The Yin Luo toad in front of her had not yet reached the spirit creature realm, so its toxicity was limited. However, Luo Yunshuang, having undergone medicinal baths with Chen Huai'an, had already reached the bone refinement realm. If she used the Yin Luo toad for stimulation, she could achieve the effect of the water and fire immortal garment. Originally, Luo Yunshuang planned to wait until she was 5 or 6 years old, when she had the ability to move, to use the cultivation methods of the Immortal court to practice skin refinement, establishing a solid foundation for the true water and fire immortal garment, which would greatly benefit her future cultivation. However, this method required a lot of time. If the Luo Tian outer path had not appeared, Luo Yunshuang could have taken her time to grow up and then proceed with her cultivation step by step. But now, she intended to adopt a more aggressive approach, first raising her strength and later solidifying it. That hurts. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Luo Yunshuang gritted her teeth. Her delicate palm slapped down on Luo Tianshan's back. Quack. Luo Tianshan reflexively released the poison from its back. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Zhao, it's Chen Ali. I'm back. Chen Huai'an jumped into the courtyard and knocked 3 times on the door. Zhao Shi was practicing when he heard the sound from the courtyard and realized it was Chen Huai'an. With a wave of his hand, the door opened by itself. "Why have you returned?" Zhao Shi was somewhat puzzled, but when he sensed the blood energy on Chen Huai'an, his expression became more serious. Chen Huai'an sighed helplessly. "As soon as I left Yongchang Street, I encountered a group of people slaughtering the common folk. In broad daylight, committing such heinous acts. I couldn't tolerate it, so I used the hidden weapons you gave me to kill those scoundrels. It looks like they were all from the Black Dragon stronghold. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with blood energy and acted impulsively. Now that I've calmed down, if the 4 major families investigate and find me, I won't be able to explain how I killed them. Where? Take me to see." Upon hearing this, Chen Huai'an immediately led Zhao Shi back to the place where the killings had occurred. "You should return to Baikeiju first. Let's pretend nothing happened. I will go to the town marshal division later and clarify that these people came to assassinate me and were killed by me. But you are seriously injured? That's why I used hidden weapons." Zhao Shi nodded. "Thank you, Brother Zhao. It's just a small matter. You can rest assured and go back. Then I will return to Baikeiju first." With no one around, Chen Huai'an hurriedly departed, quickly making his way back to his residence. Fortunately, he had hidden weapons for self-defense, and his martial skills had reached a high level. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape unscathed today. Clearly, he needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Chen Huai'an pondered as he opened the medicine basket, preparing to check the items he had seized from those people. "Damn, what is this? Purple sweet potato essence." In the swaddle, the baby girl was entirely purple, looking quite frightening. Has it shown its true form? Certainly not human. Chen Huai'an took a step back and instinctively drew out a dagger. "Wait, that's..." Calming down, Chen Huai'an then saw a green toad being held in the baby girl's small hand. Could it be poisoned? Chen Huai'an quickly found a stick and poked the toad out of the baby's hand. At that moment, the toad had completely lost its vitality, while the baby still had her breath. He didn't know what poison it was or how to detoxify it. What should he do? Chen Huai'an felt anxious, not daring to hold the baby for fear of being poisoned himself. There were some antidotes, but she was too small to take them. Perhaps I can use a medicinal bath. Moreover, I previously used a medicinal bath to complete my muscle and bone training, and she was soaking in it too. Even if she didn't cultivate, her body should be much stronger than an ordinary person's. The toad hadn't fully transformed into a spirit creature, so the poison shouldn't be too strong. Thinking of this, Chen Huai'an immediately set to work, brewing the herbs for the medicinal bath. He was busy until dawn, and when he planned to put the baby into the bath barrel, he found that most of the purple color on her had faded. Is it better now? Anyway, the medicinal bath is ready. I can't waste it, so let's just put her in. Chapter 45. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The biting cold wind howled, and the chill was piercing. After a busy morning, Chen Huai'an entered his room, shaking off the white snow that had settled on him. After giving the baby a medicinal bath, he headed north of the city to handle the deed for his residence. Fengling County was a small county at the bottom tier, lacking even a proper government office. All registration matters were handled by the Zhao family. Every spring and autumn, the officials of Jiangling Prefecture would send people to the Zhao family to collect tax silver. As long as the tax money was collected without fail, they didn't care about other matters. After obtaining the deed and removing the household registration of the wandering household, he also changed his identity from a herbal gatherer to a respectable family member, with a small iron plate engraved with his name and the details of his residence, which served as proof of his new identity. Chen Huai'an even took some time to look at the residence, which was larger than he had imagined, nearly half the size of Lin Baiyang's mansion, but it was in a state of disrepair and uninhabitable. To move in, he would need to spend quite a bit of silver on renovations. Currently, he was still the leader of the herbal gathering team, so it would be impossible to live in his own residence for at least a few years, and he had no plans for renovations. He would wait until he really needed to move in and then plan it out properly. Looks like there are no problems. You little one, you have quite a sturdy life, Chen Huai'an said, looking at the plump little baby. This time I was careless. I can't just put everything in a medicine basket in the future. After teasing the baby for a while, he went to check the items he had seized from the bandits. 2 bottles of unknown pills, a waste token from the Black Dragon stronghold, 3 poison daggers, a few taels of silver, a book on the Luo Yuan technique, and a piece of unknown material with the characters Luo Tian engraved on it. They must be from that Luo Tian sect. Aside from the silver, only that book on the Luo Yuan technique had some value. Chen Huai'an flipped through it briefly, frowning. This is definitely an evil technique. The cultivation methods recorded are extremely brutal, and this is just a fragment. They say that killing and looting is the road to wealth. But I just killed in vain. Chen Huai'an shook his head, tidying up the items and putting them in a hidden compartment when there was a knock at the door. Chen Baotou. Ho Sanling's voice rang out. Come in. As soon as Chen Huai'an's voice fell, Ho Sanling gently pushed the door and quickly walked in. Chen Baotou. The master says the Town Marshal Division is recruiting people and wants you to go to the mansion. The Town Marshal Division is recruiting? Chen Huai'an nodded, put on a coat, slung the medicine basket over his back, and headed towards Lin Baiyang's mansion. The Town Marshal Division usually only selected from the 4 major families. It had only happened once that they recruited a batch of people from respectable families, which was decades ago. However, regarding the Black Dragon Stronghold, the 4 major families were not too concerned, but when it came to the Luo Tian sect, the nature was entirely different, especially after Zhao Xu was attacked last night. Those people were clearly evil cultivators. After a night of discussion, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. First, they would recall those who had already withdrawn from the Town Marshal Division, and then recruit a large number of people from respectable families and poor households. Although these people had no foundation, with some special means, they could still qualify as cannon fodder. After all, not all the people from the Black Dragon Stronghold were martial cultivators. After joining the Town Marshal Division, outsiders would be assigned to various flags for brief training. In the future, if the respectable families achieved merit in the anti-bandit efforts, they would be rewarded with hundreds of acres of good land and could open their own shop in the market, exempt from tax for 5 years. If the poor households achieved merit, they would immediately shed their low status and be rewarded with a house in the city. For ordinary people, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fengling County had no upward mobility, and this could definitely allow someone to turn their fate around. In this wave of recruiting, the Town Marshal Division breaking the norm to accept outsiders, I think you are very suitable. Lin Baiyang said calmly while sitting in a Grandmaster's chair. Master, if I join the Town Marshal Division, what about the herbal gathering team? You don't need to worry about that. The anti-bandit operation will be completed before the new year at the earliest, and at the latest, it won't be after spring begins. Once the Black Dragon Stronghold is eradicated, you will leave the Town Marshal Division, and as for the leader of the herbal gathering team, I will keep it for you. In fact, I originally planned to let you join the Town Marshal Division after dealing with the Black Dragon Stronghold. It would have been much safer then, but now that some changes have occurred, it is more dangerous for you to stay by my side. As for joining the Town Marshal Division, it's not too dangerous either. This morning, the Zhao family has already sent 3 teams to seek help from several nearby counties. If all goes well, reinforcements will arrive within half a month. When going to eliminate the bandits, just be smart, and it shouldn't be a problem to keep your life. After winter is over and everything settles down, you can return, and I will have other arrangements for you. Lin Baiyang said in a deep voice, a cold glint in his eyes. Understood. Alu will go back to prepare. Chen Huai'an now has cultivation techniques and martial skills. After entering the Town Marshal Division, he is still considered a low-ranking individual, unable to access many martial skills, and his improvement will not be significant. However, staying at the herbal residence allows him to come into contact with more herbs, which, combined with his spiritual garden, can maximize his advantages. Nonetheless, if he can enter the Town Marshal Division, he wouldn't need to hide. If his strength is exposed in the future, it could pose a threat to his life. By the way, the Town Marshal Division has 5 main flags. Remember not to go to the Qinglong flag. Lin Baiyang reminded him. Alu kept this in mind. Soon, Chen Huai'an left Lin Baiyang's residence. Going to the Town Marshal Division is indeed a good choice, but the problem is that he still has a baby girl with him. If he were in the herb gathering team, he would be the leader and everything would be under his control. But at the Town Marshal Division, even if he is not a low-ranking person, he will still be treated as such, and bringing a child under a year old makes everything inconvenient. Leaving the baby girl at the herbal residence for Wu Yu and the others to take care of maid Chen Huai'an, somewhat uneasy. This situation is a bit tricky. Chen Huai'an frowned tightly, pondering for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. In the end, he changed direction and headed towards Zhao Shi's residence. Yongchang Street is cleaned daily by the lower ranks, but outside Zhao Shi's courtyard, there was always a thick layer of snow. Chen Huai'an, accustomed to climbing walls, lightly leaped over and entered the inner courtyard. In the east wing, Zhao Shi was standing respectfully, not daring to even breathe. Someone has come, reporting to the master. It should be a friend of the disciple, who previously mentioned to the master the leader of the herb-gathering team from the Shilin Herbal Workshop, Chen Lu. Chen Lu. I have heard this name frequently lately. Not using the front door, but climbing over the wall to enter the garden is not the behavior of a gentleman. It's better to keep such friends at a distance. An old man with snow-white hair and a gaze like the Milky Way, radiating righteousness, was sitting at a wooden table, looking at the book that Zhao Shi often held. The master's teachings are remembered by the disciple, but he has helped the disciple multiple times. He helped you? Then return the favor and end it here. The old man had a powerful aura, and Zhao Shi, upon hearing this, did not dare to say anything further. Chapter 46. The flag officer Zhao's disciple is set. Chen Huai'an's martial skills exposed. In Fengling County, north of the city, Zhao Shi's residence. Just as Chen Huai'an climbed over the wall, he felt an unmatched pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. There are others? How reckless. I should have come at night. Chen Huai'an was startled. Behind him, the baby girl in the herb basket suddenly opened her eyes wide. Divine Sea Realm. In this wild land, there is actually someone who can break into the Divine Sea Realm. It seems they are exceptionally gifted. If this were in my central state Immortal court, they would also rank among the strong. What a pity. Luo Yunshuang sighed inwardly and couldn't help but become vigilant. This person's aura seems unfriendly. If it were before, someone with such strength would not catch her eye, but now things are different. Strength has its weight. If this person acts, even if she uses her divine sense pressure, the effect would be minimal. Chen Huai'an hesitated slightly, but ultimately steeled himself and walked to the door. Lord Zhao, I am Chen Lu. The closed door opened on its own, and a booming voice suddenly rang out. What do you want with Shi'er? I have seen the Lord. Chen Huai'an had already prepared a herb for treating external injuries in his herb basket. If someone was with Zhao Shi, he could take it out to show that he specifically came to deliver medicine to Zhao Shi. But when he saw the old man sitting in the room, full of righteousness and with a piercing gaze, as if it could see through him, he immediately guessed that this person should be Zhao Shi's master, the flag officer of the town marshal division. Originally, climbing over the wall to enter the courtyard would already annoy the other party. And now to pull a small trick like this to lie, it seems he would have no good days in the town marshal division in the future. The master of the Shilin Herbal Workshop, Lord Lin, informed me about the recruitment by the town marshal division and wanted me to enter the town marshal division. Fengling County has remained peaceful until now, all due to the deterrent power of the town marshal division against evil. This matter is of great importance. I am crude and do not understand the rules, thinking that since I have some friendship with Lord Zhao, I would come to inquire a bit to have a better understanding. Chen Huai'an replied honestly. Want to take the back door? The old man asked directly. I dare not. I dare not. It's just that I am bringing a girl with me, which is somewhat inconvenient, so I wanted to ask Lord Zhao for a solution. Chen Huai'an did not hide it. Bringing a girl? How old? The old man was somewhat curious. Chen Huai'an took the baby girl out of the herb basket. Not yet a year old. The old man paused upon seeing the baby girl in Chen Huai'an's arms. And then Chen Huai'an felt a gust of wind rush toward him as the old man had already stood in front of him. A natural martial arts prodigy. Zhao Shi's eyes widened. He knew his master very well. He rarely praised anyone. Even he, someone with exceptional talent among his peers, had never heard the old man praise him even once. You are not blind. My talent is extraordinary. Furthermore, this time of rebirth, I have completed the training of muscles and bones. This kind of aptitude is unmatched. This is not Luo Yunshuang's pride. She indeed has this strength and confidence. In the central state Immortal court, for 1,000 years, she is the first to break into the void realm in her 20s. Even her father took over 50 years of hard practice to barely break through to the void realm with the aid of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It is precisely because of this that the Luo Tian Outer Dao did not hesitate to expose the strong who had been lurking in the Immortal Court for decades just to kill Luo Yunshuang. I have lived for decades and have seen countless people with extraordinary talents, but someone so close to being a demon I have never heard of. The old man was even somewhat excited, and Chen Huai'an instinctively tightened his hold, seemingly afraid that the old man would be unable to resist temptation and snatch the baby girl from him. Unfortunately, she is still too young. I have no time to take care of her. How about this? You can enter the town marshal division, and I will arrange a separate residence for you. But you must promise me one condition. This girl must become my disciple when she turns 8. I want to take her as my closed-door disciple. Hearing the old man's words, Zhaoxu was almost shocked. In the entire Fengling County, anyone wishing to achieve success in martial arts would hope to become a disciple under his master. After all, in such a large county, there are not more than 5 people who have reached the divine sea realm. But after more than a decade, the old man had only taken Zhao Shi as his sole direct disciple. Now, he directly opened his mouth to take a girl under a year old as his closed-door disciple. If this were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Fengling County. And many people would be jealous of this girl. Chen Huai'an was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that one day he could benefit from the baby girl. If the baby girl truly achieves something in the future and gains the Tao, he could follow suit and rise as well. It is a blessing for the little girl to be valued by the Lord. She is cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Chen Huai'an replied, "You seem to have decent roots, but you are too old. Starting to cultivate now is a bit late. Staying in the town marshal division for a few years and then going out to find a livelihood would be enough to make you a wealthy household. The town marshal division has 5 main flags. I'm the flag officer of the White Tiger flag, Zhao Baihu." As Zhao Baihu spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and swung it toward Chen Huai'an. Chen Huai'an was caught off guard and had no time to prepare, instinctively retreating. "Yin Hui?" Zhao Baihu's expression was stern, and Zhao Shi was also stunned. He had known Chen Huai'an for some time, but had no idea that he actually knew martial arts. Moreover, this martial skill looked somewhat strange. Zhao Shi was familiar with all the martial skills in Fengling County, but he had never seen what Chen Huai'an displayed, and he immediately became interested. "Oh no, this bad old man is testing me. It's over. Now I've been exposed." Chen Huai'an's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had been practicing the returning swallow through the woods technique during this time, and just now, when the other party tested him, he reflexively used the martial skill. It was purely muscle memory. The baby girl in his arms was exceptionally gifted. Zhao Baihu might not be willing to kill her, but he was nothing, and if he were to do something like leaving the father and taking the daughter, he would have no capacity to resist. "Shi'er," Zhao Baihu said coldly. "The disciple is here." Zhao Shi answered respectfully. "You go out and stand by the door. Don't eavesdrop." "Yes, master." Zhao Shi is still in a state of confusion. Chen Huai'an's daughter unexpectedly has a higher talent than his own, and master suddenly appointed a closed-door disciple. The Chen Huai'an he has known for a long time actually knows martial arts. For a moment, Zhao Shi's thoughts are in disarray, unable to make sense of anything. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an, standing in the room, is even more troubled than Zhao Shi. "I have lived cautiously for so long, only to find that just as I was about to see the light, relying on my daughter to rise to power, I might die before dawn." Chen Huai'an feels bitter in his mouth. "Who taught you this martial skill?" Zhao Baihu asks coldly. "My lord, I cannot disclose that." "Cannot disclose? If you tell me, I might spare your life." Zhao Baihu's pressure descends again, causing Chen Huai'an to tremble slightly, unable to withstand it. "I'm not afraid of death, but I hope my lord will treat my daughter kindly." Chen Huai'an glances at the infant in his arms, then looks at Zhao Baihu, appearing ready to face death. Now, he can only take a gamble with this old man's demeanor. Even if he quickly reveals the old man's identity, he might not spare him, and could die even faster. Shali cannot die. He is the one I have chosen, destined to become the first war god of my Zhongzhou Immortal Court. Damn, this old man is at the level of the divine sea, and if I reach the blood condensation realm, with a risk of backlash, I might have a chance to repel him. Shao Li Zi, Though that old man is your mentor, you are in danger yourself. Luo Yunshuang is quite conflicted. On one hand, she hopes he will reveal the old man's identity, as that might save his life. But on the other hand, if he does reveal it, she would be greatly disappointed. Seeing Chen Huai'an fearless of death, Luo Yunshuang decides to take the plunge. Chapter 47. Change of residence. A fish enters the dragon gate. So many years have passed, and that old third S vision hasn't changed. In Zhao Shi's room, Zhao Baihu stares intently at Chen Huai'an, suddenly laughing. Sweat beads trickle down Chen Huai'an's forehead as he stands still. If you had really exposed him earlier, I would have acted to clean up his mess. I had heard some rumors about you. I thought you were a cunning person, but I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Back then, Old Third was not wrong, and the Zhao family was not wrong. The fault lies with this world, which no one can change. Zhao Baihu mutters to himself, finally sighing and turning to sit in a chair. When I return, I will order the people from the town marshal division to make a waist badge for you. With the waist badge of the marshal flag, you will truly be a person of the town marshal division. In Fengling County, you will have many privileges. Even the direct descendants of the 4 great families will give you some face. The people recruited by the town marshal division this time only have a reputation for having been in the town marshal division. At most, they will receive a paper certificate, which does not count as truly being a person of the town marshal division. To quickly give them some combat ability, they will use special methods that can reach the level of bone or even skin training, but their lifespan will be greatly reduced. Those with strong bodies can live for another 5 or 6 years, while those weaker may not last half a year. With a martial flag waist badge, Chen Huai'an naturally will not use these methods. Thank you, my lord. Chen Huai'an bows in gratitude. Zhao Baihu thinks for a moment. You don't need to go to the town martial division. Not go to the town martial division? You already have a foundation, and your martial arts are quite good. If you enter the town martial division and are seen by other flags, it will easily raise suspicion. Do you have a place to stay in this outer city? The master Lin Baiyang has given me a residence on Anling Street. Chen Huai'an replies. Anling Street is separated from Yongchang Street by 4 streets, located at the edge of the North City, and the location is rather remote. It's a bit far. Wait for me to have someone tidy up the nearby courtyard, and you can move there to live. Officially, you will be caring for Shi'er, and Shi'er will guide you in your training. This way, you won't need to worry about your cultivation issues. The only thing to be careful of is that your martial skills cannot be easily used or seen by others, unless that person is immediately turned into a dead man. Zhao Baihu reminds. Yes, I will remember. Since you are his disciple, you are my nephew, so there is no need to be so distant. Do not tell anyone about his matters, including me. Alu understands. You are clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed this set of martial skills to you. Seeing how you performed just now, it's clear you have received true teachings. If anything happens in the future, let Shi'er inform me. After Zhao Baihu finishes speaking, he stands up and walks out. I will see you off, my lord. Chen Huai'an bows. Zhao Baihu walks into the courtyard and quietly give Zhao Shi a few instructions. Chen Huai'an sees Zhao Shi's expression is very rich, surprised, shocked, and finally at a loss. Soon, Zhao Baihu leaves, and Zhao Shi walks into the room, carefully examining Chen Huai'an. What is wrong? Chen Huai'an cannot help but ask. It doesn't seem right. Zhao Shi mutters to himself. What do you mean? You aren't the old man's illegitimate son, are you? Cough, cough. Zhao brother, such jokes cannot be made. Then why is he so good to you and your daughter? He even gave you the courtyard next to mine. Let me teach you the cultivation methods, and wants to take your daughter as a closed-door disciple. In the future, your daughter will be my little junior sister, and Zhao Shi furrowed his brow. We are still brothers. Let us keep our matters separate. Chen Huai'an laughs. I feel like I'm the one at a loss. Between brothers, what is there to lose or gain? At worst, I'll just get you more herbs in the future. Stop talking nonsense. You go find some people to tidy up the east courtyard and move over as soon as possible. I still need to visit the town marshal division and have a good talk with the old man. Zhao Shi directly issues the order to leave. Afternoon, Chen Huai'an returns to Lin Baiyang's residence. Have you gone to the town marshal division? Lin Baiyang is still lounging in the recliner, as if he has never moved. Not yet. Why not yet? Lin Baiyang is somewhat displeased. In response to the master, I was originally going to the town marshal division, but I ran into Zhao Shi on the way, and he knew I was going to the town marshal division, so he introduced me to his master, Zhao Zongqi. Zhao Zongqi thinks my roots are decent and asked me to move next to Zhao Shi's villa. Zhao Shi is still recovering from his injuries and has ordered me to serve over there, while also teaching me cultivation methods and some introductory martial skills. Chen Huai'an half-truthfully explains. After all, Lin Baiyong is his master, and during this time, he has taken care of him. Moreover, the Lin family's pharmacy is still a very important place for Chen Huai'an, so he naturally needs to come back to explain, to avoid any misunderstandings or troubles in the future. You met Zhao Zongqi? I didn't expect such an opportunity. Zhao Zongqi's strength is among the top in Fengling County, and if you can attach yourself to him, you will soar in the future. Lin Baiyong is somewhat surprised. Master is joking. Lu is still clear about his identity. Perhaps tomorrow Zhao Zongqi will forget this small character of mine. No matter how it is in the town marshal division, here, Lu is still the master's herbalist, the leader of the herbal gathering team. Chen Huai'an is as respectful as ever, without any sign of a petty person feeling accomplished. If you are a true dragon, I cannot keep you here. If you encounter difficulties outside, as long as you don't provoke a huge disaster, I will always keep a position for you. Lin Baiyong takes a deep breath and speaks slowly. The master's kindness, Lu will never forget. In reality, Chen Huai'an does not have a deep bond with Lin Baiyong, and Lin Baiyong always makes Chen Huai'an feel a bit wary, creating an inexplicable awkwardness in their interactions. But no matter what, Chen Huai'an initially established himself in this county, relying on the Lin family's herbal gathering team and Lin Baiyong's support. Now he comes back, also wanting to secure a way out for himself. Even if he does not return to the Lin family in the future, this action has no loss for him. The guards have all been called back to the town military office, making this place seem even more desolate. As Chen Huai'an stepped out of Lin Baiyong's residence, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. This year's snow is quite frequent. Lin Baiyong looked at the sky outside and sighed. Chen Huai'an returned to Baikeaju and started packing his belongings. In reality, he didn't have much to take, just some silver and a floral coat he bought for the baby girl. As for the medicinal herbs, the valuable ones had already been transplanted to his spiritual garden. After tidying up for a while, he couldn't even fill a donkey cart. "Boss, will you come back?" Ho Samlang stood at the entrance. "You're a grown man. Why are you acting like a woman?" Crying, Chen Huai'an went to the town military office. That was like a fish entering the dragon gate, a tremendous opportunity. Guidachuan said boisterously. "Yes, boss, safe travels. Places like the herb gathering team are not suitable for someone like you." Wu said, "Don't worry. I'm only going for 2 or 3 months. When spring comes and the ice melts, I will bring you all to Fulong Mountain to gather herbs." Chen Huai'an replied with a smile, waving his hand as he followed the donkey cart away. As he entered Yongchang Street at the Shen hour, the yard next to Zhao, she was already cleaned up. There had been people from the town military office living here recently, so a simple cleanup was enough for it to be habitable. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to enter the yard, a group of people slowly walked over from the street. The leader, judging by his attire, seemed to be a junior officer, followed by 10 others carrying boxes of various sizes. Wow, what kind of items are in those boxes? They actually need escort by the town military office? I don't know, but those boxes must be made of 1,000-year-old imperial dragonwood. The contents are surely priceless. Looking at their direction, could it be that they are delivering to Officer Zhao? Very likely. Officer Zhao took a great risk to scout the Black Dragon camp, returned seriously injured, and brought back a lot of information. He's been reinstated. I also heard that last night, people from the Black Dragon camp snuck into the city during the Xiaoyuan festival to assassinate Officer Zhao. And one of them was also at the blood condensation realm, but all were killed by the severely injured Officer Zhao. Officer Zhao is truly strong. Even while injured, he can slay those of the same realm. He must be close to breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. Yes, with Officer Zhao's talent, he will definitely reach the Qi transformation realm before 50. That is the Qi transformation realm. Huh, wait a minute. Why are they stopping? Aren't they heading to Officer Zhao's house? Chapter 48. The General Flag Officer's Generosity. Luo Yunshuang personally writes the Dan recipe. Chen Huai'an was looking at the arrangement in the yard when a group of people from the town military office stood outside the door. "Little Six, I am Zhao Ming, a flag officer of the White Tiger Banner. The leader, whom Chen Huai'an had never seen before, greeted him as if they were longtime friends as soon as he spotted him, dismounting and stepping forward to say hello. I have met Officer Zhao. Chen Huai'an was now just a martial flag, a low-ranking soldier in the town military office, lower in position than the junior officer. Don't be so formal. Just call me Xiao Ming. This is a delivery from the general flag officer. Zhao Ming pointed behind him, where 10 martial flags were carrying large and small boxes into the yard. This is from the general flag officer for me? That's right. The general flag officer instructed that it must be delivered to you personally. Thank you, Officer Zhao, Chen Huai'an said, pulling out 5 taels of silver from his sleeve. If it were a city gate guard, 100 coins would suffice, and for the owner's doorman, 200 or 300 coins would be about right. But the other party was from the town military office and a flag officer. 1 or 2 taels of silver might not even be worth their notice. Little 6. We are comrades now. We need to take care of each other and don't have to be so polite. Zhao Ming quickly declined and did not accept it. Then let's go inside and rest for a bit. No need, no need. We have to register the people coming into the town military office these days. We are very busy and need to head back. As Zhao Ming spoke, the people behind him placed the boxes in the yard and then headed outside. Chen Huai'an personally saw them off to the door, watching them disappear down the street before returning to the yard. The boxes, just looking at the material, were extraordinary, and surely they did not contain ordinary items. After having the driver unload the items from the donkey cart, Chen Huai'an gave him a reward and sent him away, carefully locking the front door before walking over to the boxes. There were a total of 6 boxes, 3 large and 3 small, which Chen Huai'an opened in order. Inside the 3 large boxes were a long knife, a long spear, and a long bow, accompanied by 2 quivers, each containing 30 black iron arrows. Among the 3 small boxes were a martial skill book, a cultivation method, and 3 medicinal herbs. The long bow looked quite imposing. Chen Huai'an picked it up, pulled the string with all his might, and found that even with all his strength, he could only draw it halfway. It was known that he was already at the Qi refinement stage. What great bow! Chen Huai'an muttered to himself. Giving me such a bit of junk is being good to you? When I regain my strength, I'll let you see what real skill is. Luo Yunshuang also saw the items on the ground. Weapons in Fengling County could be considered divine weapons, but in Zhongzhou, they were merely scrap metal. As for that cultivation method, it was far inferior to the Qi refinement method. The power of the Qi refinement method can lay a solid foundation for practitioners, allowing for higher limits, while Zhao Baihu's method, while appearing standard now, will be nearly useless for breakthroughs to the blood condensation stage. The martial skill was also of low quality and could not catch Luo Yunshuang's eye. However, Chen Huai'an treasured it. He currently only had the forest swallow return skill, which he couldn't use in ordinary times, and this martial skill was perfect for self-defense. Iron Mountain Leaning. Chen Huai'an flipped through a few pages, suitable for those above the bone refinement stage to cultivate. Since he had already guided his qi to his dantian, it was not difficult to practice. After organizing these items, he placed them in the eastern side room. This was a 3-courtyard layout, with the front courtyard featuring the main entrance's shadow wall, carved with mountains and rivers, next to 5 rows of gray-tiled backward houses and a horse yard. Then there was the middle courtyard, which was quite spacious, facing the main room, which also had 5 rooms, with 3 rooms on each side of the middle courtyard. The main room had east and west side rooms. Beyond the middle courtyard was the 3rd inner residence, with 7 rows of back cover rooms. A small garden that had been turned into a medicinal garden, but had fallen into disrepair as no one was taking care of it. And the medicinal garden had a well pavilion. In addition, there were also a cellar, secret passages, and so on. With such a large estate, dozens of people could live here, but Chen Huai'an felt a bit lonely on his own. However, he had no intention of hiring servants or maids. It was more convenient to do things alone, just like Zhao Shi, living in such a large courtyard alone. Chen Huai'an replanted the medicinal garden in the back courtyard with herbs, while his spiritual garden in the cave was piled high with various herbs. Although he took medicinal baths every day, he could not use them up. That night, Chen Huai'an moved into the eastern side room. The main room was simply too large and uncomfortable to live in. Even though he was physically tired, he still took a medicinal bath first and then circulated the spiritual energy for 3 cycles. At first, just circulating one cycle would make him feel that his dantian was somewhat full, but now, even after 10 cycles, he felt nothing. It seemed that his talent was still lacking. At this rate, he wouldn't reach the Qi transformation stage for 1 or 2 years. Chen Huai'an sighed. Previously, he relied on medicinal baths to complete the muscle and bone refining, the speed of which was astonishing. Now, with the sudden drop in cultivation speed, he felt a bit unaccustomed, always thinking about using drugs to take shortcuts. Perhaps this was path dependence. If he couldn't use drugs to assist in his cultivation, he felt it was a waste of his spiritual garden. The 3 medicinal herbs given by Zhao Baihu were absolutely priceless in Fengling County. If it weren't for being from one of the 4 major families, he wouldn't even have had the chance to see them. However, their auxiliary effect on Chen Huai'an was somewhat minimal. Chen Huai'an consumed a herb, but it had no effect, so he planted it all in his spiritual garden. What a waste! This herb has already been classified as a spiritual herb and needs to be refined to unleash its greater effects. How could it be eaten directly? In such a remote area, there isn't even a formula for pills. Luo Yunshuang sighed. Chen Huai'an flipped through Iron Mountain technique. Previously, with Zhao Wuling's thorough teaching, Chen Huai'an learned this low-level martial skill with great ease. In just half an hour, he had a preliminary grasp of it, and with 3 to 5 days of practice, he could achieve minor success. The power of this martial skill is average. For Chen Huai'an, it is better than nothing, certainly better than fighting randomly. After the midnight hour, Chen Huai'an lay down to rest. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshuang quietly opened her eyes, and her consciousness swept over, discovering that Chen Huai'an was already fast asleep. The 9 turns Qi refining pill has the effect of purging impurities from the meridians and stabilizing the Qi whirlpool in the dantian. It requires 1 main ingredient, the dragon scale grass, half a cup of blue scale serpent blood, and 2 other supporting materials, 3 pounds of earth fire root and 1 pound of sunflower wood charcoal. The refining process requires alternating between literary and martial fire. When preheating the alchemy furnace, arrange the sunflower wood charcoal in the 9 palace array, and use earth fire root as the ignition material. Luo Yunshuang's small hand, stained with ink, slowly wrote on a piece of cowhide paper. Ever since Chen Huai'an saw the inexplicable characters appearing on the sweat towel, he had prepared paper and ink nearby, in case one day the old man took an interest and wrote down some martial arts techniques for him. However, after he made preparations, no more words appeared. Luo Yunshuang's consciousness had mostly recovered, allowing her to have the energy to leave words for Chen Huai'an. This pill is enough for him to use until he reaches the Qi refining stage. Chapter 49. Do people with thick eyebrows and big eyes also engage in this kind of activity? In the following days, without any snowfall, Chen Huai'an's life became calm. Every day was spent practicing and honing martial skills, and in the evenings he would go next door to find Zhao Shi for drinks and meals. This life was quite comfortable. However, in the cave's spiritual garden, he had planted a large number of herbs, and with his rate of using herbal baths, he simply couldn't consume them all, nor could he easily sell them. After receiving guidance from his master, learning other martial skills indeed became much faster. In just 5 days, he had already cultivated Iron Mountain technique to minor success. However, the spiritual energy grew too slowly. Although the formula came just in time, he still couldn't gather the other necessary items, even if he went bankrupt. Chen Huai'an had long gotten used to the appearance of the 9 turns Qi refining pill on the cowhide paper. Although he still didn't know who was responsible, at least it was currently beneficial to him. Glancing at the baby girl lying on the bed in a daze, Chen Huai'an had a sudden thought. Could the old man be residing in this baby's body? The old man's voice had only appeared once, possibly due to some serious injury. What he could do now was to enhance his own strength and then wait and see what would happen. As the sun set and night fell, Chen Huai'an went to Zhao Shi's courtyard as usual. There was a secret passage between the 2 courtyards, allowing them to connect without using the main entrance, which was very convenient. Zhao Shi's meals were delivered from Fengyue Tower 3 times a day, arriving on time. Chen Huai'an timed his arrival perfectly. Just as the table was set, he pushed open Zhao Shi's door. Don't come over for meals tomorrow. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to pick up his chopsticks, Zhao Shi suddenly said, "What's wrong?" The town military division has recruited over 10,000 people in one go, and all of them need herbs to strengthen their bodies. They've emptied out the Sherlin pharmacy, and there is still a huge gap to fill. Zhao Shi sighed. The main flag officer has decided to send some herb gatherers into the mountains. I'll lead a team to escort them, which will take at least half a month. With heavy snow blocking the mountains, even if we go in now, we probably won't find much herb, right? Who says otherwise? But military orders are like mountains. Can we disobey? Zhao Shi sighed again. I was originally a herb gatherer. If you take me along, perhaps I can help gather more. Chen Huai'an was worried about his herbs having no place to go, and this was a good opportunity to exchange them for silver. Otherwise, he would never be able to gather the items listed in the formula throughout his life. His little treasury had long been empty, or he wouldn't have the nerve to keep coming to Zhao Shi for meals every day. This is a tough job. Are you free? Recently, my finances have been a bit tight. Tight? Zhao Shi didn't ask Chen Huai'an what he needed it for, just shook his head. This year the snow is particularly heavy. Those herbs might be hard to gather, and even if we go, we might come back empty-handed. Chen Huai'an hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Actually, I have some herbs ready. What? Where did you get them? Zhao Shi's eyes widened. Don't spread it around. Do you remember the headman of Sherlin Pharmacy named Lin Fu before? I remember. Before winter, I escorted the herb-gathering team into Fulong Mountain. He was still the headman back then, but later died in Fulong Mountain and had connections with the people of Heilongzai. Zhao Shi nodded. Yes, he was ordered by Heilongzai to hide all the herbs from Sherlin Pharmacy, and I found them later. Exactly, the cold-resistant herbs were sent by you. Zhao Shi continued nodding. In fact, I only submitted half of the herbs. Lin Fu had been the headman for over a decade and collected quite a lot of herbs. Chen Huai'an whispered, Goodness, you look like a person with thick eyebrows and big eyes, righteous and upright, yet you also engage in this kind of activity. Zhao Shi squinted his eyes. As the saying goes, the poor study literature while the rich practice martial arts. Walking the path of martial cultivation is like a bottomless pit. Everything requires money. And I have no choice about my background. All right, I'll think a way to help you with this matter. How many herbs do you have? And how much silver can they be worth? About 20 stone. This batch of herbs is of very high quality, at least 500 coins per pound. If this works out, we'll split it 50-50. In this world, one stone weighs about 100 pounds, so 20 stones would be a ton of herbs, worth 1,000 silver ingots. 50-50? You're too generous. Let us do 30-70. Tomorrow morning, I'll take people into the mountains. You don't need to follow. After I leave, find a way to transport those herbs to my backyard, clean them up a bit, and don't leave any evidence. I'll handle everything else. And depending on the quality of your herbs, if my master is satisfied, I'll get you more silver. You can rest assured about the quality of the herbs. It's absolutely fine. Chen Huai'an raised his cup and toasted Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi casually took out 10 taels of silver. Take this first and spend it. Chen Huai'an was not polite and accepted it directly. Brother Zhao, do you know where I can buy earth fire root and sunflower wood charcoal? West City Firewood Market. Earth fire root is top quality wood, and sunflower wood charcoal is even rarer. In Fengling County, they're the best fuels for heating, and right now, during winter, the prices are exorbitantly high. There are many streets and markets in Fengling County. West City Firewood Market, South City Pharmacy, East City Fabric Shop, and North City Fish Stall are the main directions of the four big families. Only the direct descendants of the four big families can afford these. Do you want to give it a try? I want to buy some. The firewood market is run by the Li family. It's quite chaotic, with more than a dozen gambling houses and 3 brothels. Ordinary people go there. They might end up losing everything. So, the West City Firewood Market is a den of danger? Worse than a den of danger. It's a place where killing doesn't spill blood and devours people without spitting out bones. I have never had dealings with the Li family, so I may not be able to help you. Zhao Shi shook his head. When I was at Sherlin Pharmacy, I once met the young master of the Li family and used silver needles to help him clear his blood. However, I know very little about him. Young master of the Li family? Li Chonglang? You'd better stay away from him. Zhao Shi warned. What's the story? Although he is about the same age as you and me and looks carefree, he is actually ruthless and violent. He once had a nickname called Wandering Tai Sui. The gambling houses and flower boats of the Li family are all managed by him. If he didn't have some means, How could he intimidate the unscrupulous? Zhao Shi, after all, was from the Zhao family S branch and was a flag officer in the town military division. His master, Zhao Baihu, was the chief flag officer of the town military division. Even if he had no contact with the Li family, he had more information than Chen Huai'an. Brother Zhao, do you know anything about the second miss of the Li family? Which second miss? Is it the eldest branch? She is the second daughter of the Li family. It's unclear, but I heard that she was quite a prominent figure a few years ago, and then she retreated into the courtyard. I've never seen her. The second daughter of the Li family is indeed Chen Huai'an's master. Some time ago, Chen Huai'an tried to inquire about her, but it seems that the Li family doesn't have a second daughter, and ordinary people are completely unaware of her existence. After leaving the Shilin pharmacy and losing contact with Lin Baiyong, Chen Huai'an cut off his way to reach the Li family, thinking that Zhao Shi might have some connections. But now it seems that he cannot rely on him either. The next morning, before dawn, Zhao Shi left his residence. As usual, Chen Huai'an first circulated the qi training technique for a cycle, then fed the infant with warm beast milk and had a simple breakfast himself. After the infant was full, Chen Huai'an held her for a while to coax her to sleep, then quietly entered Zhao Shi's courtyard through a secret passage. All the doors were unlocked, and Chen Huai'an walked skillfully to the backyard, his eyes slightly closed. The medicinal herbs in the spirit garden had already piled up like a mountain. As Chen Huai'an focused his thoughts, when he opened his eyes again, there were piles of medicinal herbs in front of him. Chapter 50. Entering the firewood market in the West City, encountering a beautiful woman after returning from Zhao Shi's residence and finishing a set of Iron Mountain support. The infant also woke up. By the time of the SI hour, Chen Huai'an placed the infant into a medicine basket, took the silver Zhao Shi had given him the night before, and left his own courtyard. Without any delays, Chen Huai'an arrived in the West City after half an hour. Hundreds of years ago, this was the largest firewood trading place in Fengling County. Later, the four great families rose to prominence, and the West City came under the jurisdiction of the Li family, which subsequently built gambling houses and brothels. Although the trade of firewood still existed, it was no longer the main business. On the roadside, a broken stone tablet inscribed with the words "Firewood Official Market" is older than the existence of the Li family. The main street resembles a dragon's spine, stretching from the Chongqing Pavilion in the east to the Huaguan Temple in the west, with 3 streets and 6 alleys. Although it is not as prosperous as the North City, it still leaves a strong impression, especially the Chongqing Pavilion, also known as the Wenwu Pavilion. Built by the Li family, is located at the Dragon's Head of the West City, featuring a 9-story octagonal glass tower with 800 copper bells hanging from its eaves. The Grand Hall on the bottom floor houses a Buddhist statue, which looks quite strange with the Buddha's hand holding a die, while the higher-level elegant rooms are furnished with a Hahuan couch, and the window screens depict secret scenes of spring. Of course, all this information was conveyed to Chen Huai'an by Zhao Shi. He had not personally experienced it yet, as it was inconvenient to do anything while carrying an infant, and he did not have the leisure to do so now. Soon, Chen Huai'an entered the firewood market and began searching for 2 important materials. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" An old man approached, around 60 years old, hunched like a bow, with sparse white hair, a face as purple as dried bacon, wrinkles embedded with unclean coal dust, and a yellow, bean-sized mole on his left cheek. When he spoke, the gray hairs on the mole trembled slightly, and he wore a coarse indigo garment patched upon patched. Chen Huai'an's reputation for benevolence had spread throughout Fengling County, but most of the time, he stayed near the South City. After arriving in the North City, he rarely went out, and the people in the West City were more familiar with his name than his face. The old man was so respectful because he immediately recognized the black plaque hanging at Chen Huai'an's waist, the exclusive waist token of the Jinwu division. "Sir, this is freshly split snow pattern wood, 5 coins a load. Look at this white surface. It doesn't produce black smoke when burned. If you're not satisfied, I also have more expensive birch wood, which is crisp and hard for cooking, and the soft poplar from the North Ditch, used for heating, as well as the finest earth fire roots and sunflower with charcoal. Do you need any?" Chen Huai'an asked. If it were summer, some woodcutters could bring some over. But at this time, they are mainly reserved for the employers. "None. If you really need it urgently, I could get some, but the price might be a bit high." The old man quickly changed his tone. "How much?" At least 10 taels of silver for a load of earth fire roots. And the sunflower wood charcoal is more expensive. 1 tael per pound. A load of firewood consists of 8 bundles, approximately 10 pounds each, totaling 80 pounds for 10 taels of silver. I need 3 pounds of fire roots and 1 pound of sunflower wood charcoal. I'm still a novice, so I might fail a few times. And I also need to refine more elixirs. So, how about 3 bundles of fire roots and 10 pounds of sunflower wood charcoal for 10 taels of silver? Chen Huai'an asked. This is a bit too little, and I can't make that decision. I still need to consult the manager of the firewood market. The old man looked a bit embarrassed. Chen Huai'an frowned slightly, realizing he had wasted half a day talking without finding the right person. Could you please ask the manager for me? He took out 100 coins and handed them to the old man. Okay, I will go ask the manager for you right away, but could you tell this old man your name? Chen Liu, the benevolent and righteous Lord, Chen Lu? I don't deserve that. Please wait, I will find Manager Li right away. Chen Huai'an took the infant out of the medicine basket and checked. As expected, she had already soiled her diaper. He quickly changed the infant's diaper. Although the temperature didn't affect him much, could he please not change her in the street? Did he have no shame? After Luo Yunshuang relieved herself, she didn't dare to speak, fearing that Chen Huai'an would change her diaper right there. Even so, knowing her routine well, Chen Huai'an habitually checked again and then sat on a wooden stump by the street to change her diaper. That chubby baby is so cute. Yeah, so chubby, I'd love to pinch her little face. Why is a big man taking care of child? And changing her diaper outside in such cold weather? Won't the child freeze? Man, who would take care of children? That little kid is really pitiful. The woman spoke, noticing the plaque at Chen Huai'an's waist. Jinwu plaque? That man is still from the Jinwu division? Only those from the 4 great families can enter the Jinwu division. He shouldn't be carrying a child himself, right? Recently, they recruited a bunch of good families and slaves, but those types wouldn't be issued a Jinwu plaque. Interesting. The woman stepped forward lightly, standing behind Chen Huai'an. Hello. A sweet voice rang out behind Chen Huai'an. He turned to look. The woman had bright eyes and a snowy complexion, dressed in plain clothes with a fragrant pouch at her waist, exuding a refreshing scent. What is it? Chen Huai'an had a standoffish demeanor, causing the smile on the woman's face to freeze. Is this infant your child? Otherwise, Chen Huai'an retorted. In such cold weather, the child will freeze. The woman replied. What does that have to do with you? You, how rude. Chen Huai'an frowned, thinking this person must be quite bold. Moreover, hadn't she seen his plaque? People from the 4 great families in Fengling County could easily be distinguished from ordinary people. Just looking at their clothing could tell the difference. This woman was dressed plainly, likely just a good family's daughter. Chen Huai'an had waited for a while, feeling a bit annoyed, and while changing the infant's diaper, his attitude was naturally not very good. I am a married man. Do not ruin my reputation. Who has been rude to you? After finishing changing the infant's diaper, Chen Huai'an held her in his arms. Such audacity to speak to our young lady like that. Even if you are from the Jinwu division, a maid behind the woman said angrily. Chen Huai'an was slightly taken aback. The maid's attire was much better than that of the woman in front of him. Was this woman pretending to be weak? This was bad. The young ladies of the West City must be from the Li family. Miss, I was just being presumptuous. Please forgive me. Although Chen Huai'an couldn't change his face like in Sichuan opera, his speed of changing expressions was certainly unmatched. His face beamed with smiles and full of apologies. Catching the woman off guard. What are you trying to do? Chen Huai'an pushed the infant forward, startling the woman into taking 2 steps back. He had just heard the two talking about wanting to pinch the infant's face. Meng, now only you can save your father's life. Luo Yunshuang. Chapter 51 today Miss 7, will pay the bill. What is her name? Meng, Chen Meng. That is a lovely name. Meng, give us a smile. The woman held a baby in one hand and stroked the chubby little face with the other. Don't touch me. I hate it when people touch my face. Once I recover, I will kill you all. All of you. The baby not only didn't smile, but also had a serious expression, as if sulking. What's wrong with her? The woman looked at Chen Huai'an. Meng, smile for the fairy sister. Smile, and I will bring you beast milk when we get home. Hee. The baby suddenly burst into laughter, and it was a joyful, festive laugh that seemed capable of melting hearts and making people forget all their troubles. That innocent laughter and smile were extremely infectious. The dignified empress of the celestial court, the ruler of the 100 clans of Zhongzhou, have actually fallen to the point of selling smiles for beast milk. How pathetic. Don't underestimate a baby. It won TB long before I, at 8 years old, can destroy the entire Fengling County. Kill them all. Not one left. He. The baby cursed the people in front of her, including Chen Huai'an, 1,000 times in her heart, but still maintained a very professional smile. She is so cute, and she is so small, but can actually understand what you're saying. The woman was a bit surprised. This child has been smart since she was in the womb. Chen Huai'an nodded. Fairy? Were you talking about me just now? The girl looks like a celestial being. Even fairies may not have such beauty. Chen Huai'an felt his words were overly greasy, but for that woman, it was very pleasing. Usually, when people meet her, they would praise her a bit, but it was the first time someone compared her to a fairy. On the surface, she seemed indifferent, but inside, she was already overjoyed. Your surname Chen? The woman seemed to recall something and looked at Chen Huai'an. Yes, I am Chen Huai'an. I've heard Sixth Brother mention you. What silver evil technique did you use before? Miss, that's the silver needle technique. Using silver needles to pierce acupoints to help clear the meridians. Chen Huai'an quickly corrected her. Right, it's the silver needle evil technique. The woman quickly nodded. Chen Huai'an gave up on explaining. I am the 7th Miss of the Li family, called Li Ruyue. So, it's Miss Li. I was presumptuous earlier. I hope you don't hold it against me. Chen Huai'an once again bowed. It's fine. You've cured my 6th brother's illness. That little incident just now is nothing. Your daughter is really good and cute. Can I borrow her to play with and help take care of her for a few days? Li Ruyue looked at Chen Huai'an. Wow. The baby in her arms suddenly began to cry without reason, and that cry seemed to want to echo throughout the entire Fengling County, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Startled, Li Ruyue was momentarily dazed, and Chen Huai'an took the opportunity to take her. Miss Li, the little girl looks cute, but she is actually very difficult to handle and has many habits that are hard for ordinary people to bear. If she ends up offending you, my life wouldn't be enough to compensate. Although her crying was loud, it was still bearable. She has a big appetite, her poop smells terrible, and she farts. Chen Huai'an added, how bad could it be? Luo Yunshuang used all her strength to let out a fart, even causing a bulge in the swaddle. And that fart blew away quite a bit of the snow under Chen Huai'an's feet. That is indeed a bit nauseating. Li Ruyue quickly covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief. This is just my little trick. Wait until later, and you'll see if I exert too much force. Luo Yunshuang frowned, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Chen Huai'an held her and moved aside to change her diaper. After a while, the smell dissipated a bit, and Li Ruyue finally dared to take a deep breath. Miss Li, are you okay? It's fine. Li Ruyue took a deep breath. 7th Miss? You're here. Why didn't you let me know? An old man selling firewood brought a man who looked to be in his 50s over. The man was thin like a bamboo pole, with a waxy yellow face, squinting triangular eyes, and thin lips like knives. He was the person sent by the Li family to manage things here, named Li Fu. I was bored at home, so I came out for a stroll. Don't tell my father or brother. Li Ruyue replied lightly while tidying her hair. I would dare to speak too much. Li Fu quickly replied respectfully. I've met 7th Miss. The old man said respectfully, then looked at Li Fu and continued. Manager Li, this is Lord Chen from the Town Marshal Department. He wants to buy earth fire roots and sunflower with charcoal. Li Fu's gaze shifted and saw Chen Huai'an beside Li Ruyue. Could he be acquainted with 7th Miss? That's impossible, but looking at their state, they seem somewhat familiar. Are you here to buy firewood? Li Ruyue asked Chen Huai'an. Yes, buying some to start a fire at home. I remember the Town Marshal Department has dedicated firewood supplies. Why do you need to come out and buy it yourself? I haven't been staying at the Town Marshal Department during this time. I've been following Zhao, the great flag officer, at the residence on Yongchang Street. I see. Then feel free to choose. Today, this firewood 7th Miss, will pay for it. Li Ruyue was very generous. 7th Miss, you're beautiful and kind. I'm truly overwhelmed and don't know how to repay you. Just some firewood. It's nothing worth mentioning. Chen Huai'an's flattery made Li Ruyue feel very comfortable. That small amount of firewood money was naturally insignificant. Lord Chen, you want 3 bundles. Manager Li Fu was about to check the quantity when Chen Huai'an shook his head. Perhaps the wind was too loud just now. The old man didn't hear clearly. I want 3 loads of earth fire roots and 80 pounds of sunflower wood charcoal. If there's a bargain, I want to be a fool. Anyway, this time, it's 7th miss of the Li family paying the bill. Not asking for 30 loads is already very conscientious. 3 loads of earth fire roots weigh over 240 pounds, and the most expensive is that 80 pounds of sunflower wood charcoal, totaling 210 taels of silver. How much? Li Riyue's eyes widened. Returning to 7th miss, it's 210 taels of silver. Why is it so expensive? Didn't he ask for much? Are you guys inflating the price? If that's the case, I'll have my brother come to check the accounts. The head of the Li family, Li Chongshan, had a daughter late in life, almost 70. And only then did he have this little daughter. Although she was a concubine's child, she was cherished greatly. Even so, Li Riyue's pocket money was not much. If she needed something, Li Chongshan would give it directly, and she only brought 5 taels of silver with her. 7th miss, this fire root isn't considered expensive. But sunflower wood charcoal is in short supply. It's still a cold winter this year, and this price is already the cheapest. Can it be cheaper? At least it's 200 taels. If it gets any cheaper, I'll have to discuss it with the owner. I really can't make the decision. Chen Huai'an could see that this 7th miss was quite poor. 7th miss, let us forget it. I don't need that much anyway. I still want 3 bundles of fire roots. No need. I said I'll pay the bill. Here's the thing. Just record the account in my name. It will definitely not be a single cent less. Li Riyue said firmly. Chen Huai'an didn't pull back. He thought to himself, this girl could be dealt with. Chapter 52 Prepare firewood by snake blood, get an alchemy furnace, and start refining medicine. Thank you, 7th miss, for your generosity. If there's anything you need from me, Chen Lu, in the future, just let me know. It's just a little silver. However, I do have something I want your help with. Hearing Li Riyue's words, Chen Huai'an felt a surge of joy. After all, he had been trying every means to get close to the Li family during this time, but had no way in. Now that he had established a relationship with this 7th miss of the Li family, it would naturally be much easier to inquire about his master's wife later. 7th miss, please speak. 2 years ago, my mother caught a cold and sought many doctors, but was never cured. She's been bedridden for over half a year now. Since you were able to cure my brother's old ailment, perhaps you can also cure my mother's illness. When it comes to treating illnesses, one needs to observe, listen, ask, and feel. I must at least see the patient to determine if treatment is possible, Chen Huai'an replied. You probably still don't have a medical badge, right? In Fengling County, herbal gatherers need a gathering badge, and firewood collectors need a cutting badge. Chen Huai'an didn't have a medical badge while he was at the Shilin pharmacy, but as a member of the Lin family. Helping the owner with work was perfectly reasonable. As long as he didn't privately treat people outside, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules. No, Chen Huai'an shook his head. This is difficult. You are an outsider and have no medical qualifications. How can I bring you into the Li family? Li Riyue frowned slightly. What symptoms does she have? Cold limbs. The doctor said her pulse is weak and about to fade, Li Riyue detailed. This is caused by cold winds invading the body, damaging the vital energy internally, then prolonged illness affecting yang, leading to deficiency of spleen and kidney, and finally stagnation of qi and blood. It can be treated in 3 stages. First, use medicine to alleviate the symptoms, then apply acupuncture and medicine to treat the root cause, and finally, slowly nourish the qi in blood. For the first step, I will give you a prescription. If Lady Li finds relief, she can walk, and at that time, please invite her out of the residence, and I can treat her. Chen Huai'an replied earnestly. That sounds excellent. Please write me a prescription, Li Riyue said happily, thinking that her mother's illness finally had hope. The medicinal materials in this prescription are somewhat special. Even a Shilin pharmacy may not have them. Chen Huai'an frowned slightly. What should we do? Li Riyue, who had just seen hope, became anxious again upon Chen Huai'an's words. I remember, at Zhao Daqi's official family, there are such medicinal materials. I have some connections with him. Perhaps I can buy some. If it can cure my mother's illness, I would pay any price. Miss 7. It is my honor to treat the lady, so there is no need to mention money. I will prepare first, and in 10 days at the same time. At this place, if I can gather the medicinal materials, I will bring them all. All right, I'll wait for you here in 10 days. As noon approached, Li Riyue needed to rush back to the Li residence. Although she was a concubine's daughter, she lived in the inner city just like the legitimate heirs. Please wait a moment. I will send someone to count the firewood and palm charcoal, then deliver it to your residence. Li Fu, the manager of the wood market, respectfully said to Chen Huai'an, "No hurry. Do you know where blue-scaled snake blood is sold?" Chen Huai'an casually asked. "This item is only sold at the Huai market in the east of the city, but the quantity is very small and hard to come by." Li Fu replied, "Besides being in short supply, many families' young masters have peculiar preferences, such as drinking blood, so blue-scaled snake blood is also in short supply." Huai refers to poisonous snakes, and market refers to a shop. Not far west of the wood market, there is a blood market that specializes in selling blood. Most of it is human blood, with a little animal blood, and those gamblers who have lost everything often sell some blood. Under Li Fu's guidance, Chen Huai'an walked towards the blood market. Before he got close, the strong smell of blood assaulted him, making him feel nauseous. Chen Huai'an endured the discomfort and found the Huai market. Fortunately, they had blue-scaled snake blood, but it was a bit expensive. One bowl required 3 taels of silver. However, considering Li Fu's face, Chen Huai'an ordered 2 bowls and paid 5 taels of silver. Thus, the materials for refining the 9-turn Qi nourishing pill were all prepared. On the way back, he spent another 5 taels of silver to buy a 3-legged alchemy furnace, and without further delay, he immediately returned to his residence. At the hour of Shun, Chen Huai'an sat in a room in the backyard. This room had no furniture or decorations, 6 windows, 1 door, and a furnace that had just been moved in. The furnace was half a person tall, made entirely of bronze, engraved with star maps and thunder patterns. The lid had 9 lotus holes, and the belly was divided into yin and yang fire compartments, with a dragon cast on it, and the dragon head had a bronze ring, with an inscription saying it was made by the Demon Suppression Department. There's only a town marshal department in Fengling County. What is the Demon Suppression Department? I've never heard of it. This furnace looked like it had been used many times, still stained with murky blood and burnt remnants. Chen Huai'an scrubbed for a long time before it became somewhat clean. This is at least much more reliable than any clay pot. Alchemists are an extremely rare profession. Rare enough that there isn't a single one in the entire Fengling County. Of course, there are people who refine pills in the town marshal department, but they all use the most superficial methods, not even reaching the entry level. Alchemists have a complete system, ranging from 1st to 10th grade. Luo Yunshuang, before her rebirth, had reached the level of a 6th grade alchemist, just 1 step away from 7th grade pill emperor. She had a talent for alchemy that could be considered monstrous. However, she was still young and inexperienced, and many things she could not comprehend. Whether in cultivation or alchemy, they actually lead to the same result, following similar principles. Thousands of years ago, the ancestor of the Luo family from the central state Immortal court broke through shackles through alchemy. Luo Yunshuang is the only one in these thousands of years who has the potential to reach the height of the Luo family ancestor. Chen Huai'an took out cowhide paper. He had memorized the content, but when it came to actually refining pills, he instinctively checked again. After all, these materials were quite valuable, and he really did not have much confidence. The method of refining pills has been written in detail. It is just short of a personal demonstration. After preparing so many materials, if you can't even refine a single pill, you truly have no talent. And there is no need to work hard in this area in the future. Luo Yunshuang was placed in the corner of the room, staring at Chen Huai'an's actions with wide, watery eyes. First, heat the pot and furnace. It feels like refining pills is quite similar to cooking. Chen Huai'an started to add firewood. In his previous life, Chen Huai'an's father was a chef, and he learned quite a bit from him. His culinary skills were fairly good. He often thought that he would become a great chef in the future. However, before the college entrance examination, Chen Huai'an's father fell seriously ill, and later, Chen Huai'an enrolled in medical school. Unfortunately, before he could achieve anything, his father passed away from illness. Watching the alchemy techniques, Chen Huai'an suddenly recalled when he was a teenager, the first time his father taught him how to make fried rice. Chapter 53. The pill is successfully refined. Astonishing the Empress, bone tempering and body refining for a new life. Late at night, only the sound of the wind could be heard outside. In Yongchang Alley. In the second courtyard at the end of the alley, in the back room, on the east side, a faint fragrance wafted out, quickly blown away by the howling cold wind. In the corner of the room, a swaddled baby opened its eyes wide, looking shocked. How is this possible? Could he really be a prodigy? Although I provided him with detailed alchemy methods, it is impossible to succeed in one attempt, especially so perfectly. Luo Yunshuang found it hard to believe. When she refined pills, she also started with the 9-turn Qi nourishing pill, and her master personally demonstrated several times before she succeeded in refining a common pill. She initially thought that if Chen Huai'an could successfully refine one pill with so many materials, it would already show some talent. But to succeed in one go and produce a fragrant pill close to the quality of a spiritual pill, that was a bit outrageous. There are 10 grades of pills. The first grade is a common pill, the most ordinary, mainly used to lay the foundation for those who are new to martial cultivation, enhancing bones and increasing spiritual energy. The second grade is a spiritual pill, which has a fragrant smell when formed and can be used by those in the blood coagulation realm to enhance their cultivation. The third grade is a treasured pill, which begins to show faint pill patterns, while the fourth grade is a mysterious pill, with thundercloud patterns appearing on the pill body. The 9-turn Qi nourishing pill is originally a first-grade pill, and due to the limitations of its raw materials, it is impossible to become a second-grade pill. Yet, it now has a faint fragrance. It's fake. It must be fake. He might just be lucky. Even witnessing it with her own eyes, Luo Yunshuang still couldn't believe that such a gifted monster existed in the world. Without a master, without explanation, relying solely on some written descriptions. Although Luo Yunshuang wrote very detailed instructions, one still needs to practice first, right? How could one succeed on the first try? It seems that refining pills isn't that difficult. These materials are a bit excessive. It's a waste to just leave them here, since I'm free. I might as well refine them all, igniting the fire, opening the furnace, and throwing in the medicinal materials mixed with snake blood, rolling them into small balls. Half an hour later, the pill was completed. The quality was a bit lacking. Perhaps it was because he was too focused on cultivation while refining the pill. Although the Qi nourishing technique operated for a full cycle, the quality of the pill decreased somewhat. It was a bit of a loss. What is this? You were cultivating while refining pills? This little sick son is definitely not human. Could he be an undercover agent sent by the demon clan to our human clan? Oh no, I passed on the human techniques to the demon clan, causing a great disaster. This shouldn't be. I checked carefully. He should be a person, right? While Luo Yunshuang was still struggling, Chen Huai'an had already mixed all the herbs with snake blood and rolled them into small pills. What are you trying to do? You don't intend to refine them all at once, do you? This young man is too impatient and eager for success. When I was in my teens, I wanted the same thing, but in the end, my pills were ruined and the furnace exploded, and I suffered a backlash. I need to remind him. Forget it. A monster like him should face some setbacks and hardships. Otherwise, he might get too arrogant in the future. Anyway, he has already refined 2 pills, which is enough for a long time. And even if there is a backlash from these low-grade pills, it won't be too serious. At most, it will just explode the furnace. With that thought, Luo Yunshuang decided not to remind Chen Huai'an. Time slowly passed, and Luo Yunshuang felt a bit drowsy. After all, she was still growing, and her eyelids were fighting against each other, but she managed to stay awake with sheer willpower. An entire hour passed, and a burnt smell came from the pill furnace. Oh no! Chen Huai'an extinguished the fire, opened the furnace, and retrieved the pills. Out of 10 pills, 8 were good, 1 was ruined, and 1 was burnt. Acceptable, I suppose. After careful inspection, there are still 8 usable pills. Cough, what is going on? This is too unusual. Luo Yunshuang was greatly puzzled, but she was too tired to think and drifted off to sleep. Chen Huai'an took out a gourd, and, counting the 2 pills he had refined earlier, he carefully placed a total of 10 9-turn Qi refining pills into the gourd. It was too late today. He would take them tomorrow, a night without incident. And soon dawn arrived. Chen Huai'an got up early, fed the infant with beast milk, had breakfast himself, adjusted his breath, and practiced qi for a full cycle before swallowing one of the 9-turn qi refining pills. The pill went down like swallowing hot coals, and 9 streams of heat surged in his belly, slithering up his spine. Chen Huai'an closed his eyes and formed hand seals, starting to operate the qi refining technique, guiding the energy back into the Dantian vortex. Unknowingly, he had cycled through several rounds according to the qi refining technique. At this point, Chen Huai'an's bones were radiating a jade-like color. His muscles revealed golden threads, and his skin oozed a foul black liquid, refining bones and body. How could this be possible? Luo Yunshuang had already slept 2 cycles, and her consciousness had recovered days ago, allowing her to clearly sense Chen Huai'an's changes. After training the muscles, bones, and skin, a solid foundation for cultivation had been laid, and talent along with foundation determined the future cultivation limits. In the Luo family of the Central State Immortal Court, there were secret techniques that could refine muscles, bones, and skin to the extreme, laying the groundwork for future cultivation. Ordinary cultivators do not possess this secret technique, although there are indeed prodigies who have comprehended other methods and can also reach the extreme, but such cases are extremely rare. Training muscles. Reaching the stage of golden veins and jade tendons is the completion. Training bones, reaching the stage of mercury blood and silver marrow, is the completion. Training skin, creating the water fire immortal garment, is the completion. Golden veins and jade tendons, mercury blood and silver marrow, water fire immortal garment? How is this possible? I only taught him the qi refining technique, but did not impart the secret technique for refining bones and body. Could it be because of that pill? No way. Pills would never have such an effect. The events of these past 2 days have shattered Luo Yunshuang's preconceived notions, and no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't make sense of it. Wait, why is there a familiar aura? Is it that jade pendant? Wasn't that pendant shattered on Fulong Mountain? Too many strange things have happened recently. I might be a bit mentally disturbed. This little 6, if he really is of the human race, his future cultivation might even be on par with mine. Since ancient times, there have been more prodigies than stars in the sky. Yet 90 of them fall on the road to becoming strong. However, for now, he is still quite cautious in his actions. Once I regain my strength, I will take him back to the Central State Immortal Court and cultivate him well. His future potential is limitless. In the following days, Chen Huai'an's routine was very monotonous. Aside from eating, he was basically always cultivating. This 9-turn qi refining pill had not been fully digested even after 7 or 8 days. Until the 9th day, Zhao Shi hurried back to his residence, went to the backyard, collected all the herbs into some kind of treasure, and then hurriedly left. Chen Huai'an's mind stirred, and he entered his spiritual garden. The dragon scale vine was growing well, covering a small part of the cave wall, and the dragon scale grass, given by Zhao Baihu, had reached around 60 to 70 years of age. They were the slowest growing plants in Chen Huai'an's spiritual garden, growing about 10 years in reality for every day that passed. Moreover, they needed to be watered twice a day. Fortunately, the plants here did not attract pests, and there were no weeds in the soil, so the time spent each day was not much. He could manage them at noon and in the evening. In the spiritual garden, Chen Huai'an picked 5 herbs to prepare for Li Ruyue's mother. He told Li Ruyue that Zhao, she was the one who had them, just to avoid raising suspicion. Originally, these herbs were just for replenishing qi and blood, but after being planted in the spiritual garden, they became spiritual herbs that could revive the dead for ordinary people. As long as this herb was boiled into a soup, Li Ruyue's mother would be greatly improved. Of course, it was impossible to say she was completely healed. He wanted to see Li Ruyue's mother to get closer and facilitate his inquiries about his master's wife. I wonder how Master and Erguzi are doing now. It looks like it's going to snow again. Chapter 54, Returning in the Wind and Snow. Wind War is about to break out in November, also known as Winter Month. Just entered the Winter 9, and the night was hazy as heavy snow began to fall outside. In previous years, the river would only freeze when it reached the 3-9 and 4-9 phases, but this year it froze over a month early, already 3 feet thick. The snow also came early. However, After more than 10 days of bright sunshine, much of the snow on the ground had melted. But looking at the situation tonight, it seemed like another heavy snow was on the way. Inside Chen Huai'an's house, the heating stove was burning fiercely. He had now cultivated qi and had a certain resistance to the cold, but there was still an infant, so he naturally didn't dare to let the room get too cold. After all, with this condition, there was no need to let the child suffer. Chen Huai'an sat cross-legged on the bed, uninterested in cultivating, and kept an eye on the movements outside. Zhao Shi returned early in the morning, took away those herbs, and then never came back. I hope nothing happened. The little herbs shouldn't be of much concern to the town marshal division. Especially with Zhao Shi backing me up, it shouldn't be a big problem. But Zhao Shi was still not back. While he was pondering, there was suddenly some movement outside. Light footsteps crunched the snow on the ground without making much noise, but Chen Huai'an could already sense the faint sound in Zhao Shi's aura. Before long, there was a gentle knock on the door. Chen Huai'an flashed and opened the door. A chill rushed into the room with Zhao Shi, causing the charcoal fire's flames to flicker wildly. Coming to warm up? I have to leave soon. Zhao Shi entered the room and went straight to the stove, picking up the kettle sitting on top and pouring himself a cup of hot water. Chen Huai'an closed the door and waited for Zhao Shi to drink before asking, "Are we going to eliminate bandits?" "How did you know?" "This is top secret. Only the commander of the flag has the right to know." Zhao Shi widened his eyes. "Just a guess." "You actually guessed right. Tonight at midnight, we'll set off for Fengling Mountain to surround and eliminate the Black Dragon stronghold. You're going too?" "It's too late to run now," Zhao Shi replied with a bitter face. "What about Commander Zhao? If he's going too, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Fengling Mountain has its own rules. My master has already reached the Divine Sea realm and cannot enter Fengling Mountain. Otherwise, the monsters living in the mountain will act." "Monsters in Fengling Mountain? Are there any that exceed the Divine Sea realm?" "Of course, and the core of Fengling Mountain has dense spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation. That's why the monsters are reluctant to leave Fengling Mountain. But if someone surpassing the entry realm enters Fengling Mountain and threatens the fierce beasts there, those old monsters will take action." Zhao Shi explained. "The town marshal department is severely weakened, and with winter approaching, can we defeat the Black Dragon stronghold? It shouldn't be a problem. Your herbs have surprisingly good effects, and there have even been a few people who have shown signs of breaking through to the Qi refinement stage. In addition, the 3 neighboring counties have sent thousands of reinforcements, including at least 30 martial artists at the inside stage and several hundred at the blood condensation stage. Destroying the Black Dragon stronghold will be easy. Several hundred at the blood condensation stage? That's quite a lot." Chen Huai'an was somewhat surprised. In the entire Fengling County, there are no more than 30 people like Zhao Shi who have reached the blood condensation stage. To think the neighboring counties have hundreds, and they only send a token force. Of course, in Fengling County, martial arts are prohibited, but even if martial arts weren't banned, there wouldn't be too many strong practitioners, as the spiritual energy is too thin, which directly limits the speed of cultivation. Zhao Shi said with some helplessness, "By the way, this is the money for the herbs given by the town marshal department. The effect is excellent, so they gave a bit more. According to the split, I'll keep over 300 taels, and this 700 plus taels is yours." Zhao Shi took out the 700 plus taels of silver and piled it up on the ground like a small hill, which was also his purpose for this trip. Although the town marshal department has absolute advantages in strength, the Black Dragon stronghold has been operating in Ghost Cry Gorge for over 100 years. There's a possibility of falling into a trap and not being able to return. So he gave the money to Chen Huai'an first. "My over 300 taels of silver are under the bed in the east wing. If I can't come back, take it yourself." "Brother Zhao, don't say such ominous things. You will definitely succeed and achieve victory. I will wait for your triumphant return and host a celebration banquet for you at the Fengling Tower." "Huh, that's fine. But I'm tired of the food and drink at Fengling Tower. When I return, we should go to the Li family's flower boat for a good time." "Deal." "It's settled." While speaking, Chen Huai'an purposely took out some wine and heated it over the stove. "These 2 flasks of hot wine are for the road." Chen Huai'an poured the warmed wine into Zhao Shi's wine gourd. His gourd is quite a treasure, able to hold a lot, and also keeps it warm. After about half an incense stick's time, Zhao Shi hurriedly left. Chen Huai'an watched his departing figure with some emotion. Even someone like Zhao Shi, at the peak of the blood condensation stage and a recognized strong practitioner in Fengling County, is still constrained. To truly be unrestrained, not bothered by trivial matters, and not having to bow and scrape, one must at least reach the insight stage, or even the divine C stage. However, cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. Chen Huai'an gathered the pile of silver from the ground. This was the most money he had ever seen. And for the lowly commoners of Fengling County, they might not see this much money in their lifetime. 700-plus taels of silver weighs about over 2,000 steel coins, and Chen Huai'an didn't even waste time counting. He put it all into the hidden compartment in the wall. Sitting back on the bed, he closed his eyes slightly and entered the spirit garden, holding a ladle to water the dragon scale vine and dragon scale grass, trimming some branches and leaves. The herbs growing in the wild are not pruned, growing wildly, especially the quasi-spiritual herbs that require special environments and cannot be cultivated normally, which lack records on how to manage them. Chen Huai'an recalled some methods of cultivating herbs from his previous life. Overall, the results were quite good. After pruning, these quasi-spiritual herbs could indeed grow faster. In his previous life, when he was at a traditional Chinese medicine university, his mentor took him and a dozen other students to a base for planting herbs, where they stayed for a long time. Chen Huai'an learned some basics, able to transplant some simple and hardy herbs. Planting flowers and herbs is like raising children. It requires patience and love, careful nurturing, waiting patiently, and enjoying the process. His mentor once told Chen Huai'an that even though many technological and mechanized methods were used at that time, a lot of time and energy must still be invested in planting. Everything has a spirit. The water dragon scale vine and dragon scale grass trembled slightly without wind, as if responding to Chen Huai'an. After a while, Chen Huai'an's thoughts shifted, and he exited the spirit garden, starting to practice the qi refinement technique, circulating it for one cycle, then 2 cycles. Before he knew it, the sky had brightened significantly. The yard was covered in thick snow. This snowfall didn't last long, but it was heavy and intense. Looking around, it was all a vast expanse of white. Chen Huai'an placed the well-fed infant girl into the herb basket on his back and left his residence. Chapter 55, The Old Employer. Life hanging by a thread, the sun was shining brightly, with no clouds in sight. Although it was cold, there was no wind, making it a good day. The streets in the north of the city were sparsely populated, and it wasn't until he reached the firewood market in the west of the city that he occasionally saw a few hurried pedestrians, most of whom were heading to gambling houses. Ordinary families had prepared firewood long before autumn, and at this time, firewood was particularly expensive, with few buyers. As soon as Chen Huai'an arrived at the entrance of the firewood market, he saw Li Ruyue, dressed in a thick brocade, long robe with a mink fur cloak. Holding a warm stove, her face flushed from the cold. "Miss Seven, you came so early. Sorry to keep you waiting." Chen Huai'an arrived half an hour earlier than the agreed time, but to his surprise, Li Ruyue came even earlier. "Alu, I heard early this morning that the town marshal department's people left the city, and I thought you couldn't make it." Seeing Chen Huai'an, Li Ruyue was extremely excited, with tears welling up in her eyes. "I would go through fire and water, but I cannot break my promise to Miss Seven. Did you bring the herbs? My mother hasn't been able to eat lately. She can only drink some rice soup." Upon hearing Chen Huai'an's words, Li Ruyue's heart suddenly stirred. But her mother's situation was more important, and she couldn't care about her own thoughts. "I brought them. I had to plead with Officer Zhao for a long time." Chen Huai'an nodded and took out a brocade box from his bosom. Previously, Zhao Baihu had sent many items to Chen Huai'an, including the 3 dragon scale grasses, which were packed in this brocade box. The saying goes that people rely on their clothing. If the herbs were taken out directly, ordinary people wouldn't see their value. But if packaged in this exquisite brocade box made of imperial dragon wood, their worth instantly increased by tens of times. How much silver is this worth? Li Ruyue didn't dare to reach out to take it. After being extravagant once, she had discussed it with her elder brother Li Qingye for a long time before being exempted from 200 taels of silver, which was no small sum. Seeing this brocade box made of imperial dragon wood, Li Ruyue felt somewhat embarrassed. Just the box was worth 1,000 taels of silver. "Miss Seven, please take it and use it first. I won't accept a single coin." Chen Huai'an smiled slightly. Perhaps it was the increase in strength that changed his entire demeanor. This smile made Li Ruyue feel as if she was bathed in spring breeze, alleviating much of the surrounding cold. Not accepting money? This is such a precious thing. 10 days ago, Miss 7 sent charcoal to me. I did not refuse, so why should you be so polite? All right then. Thank you. If my mother recovers, I will surely repay you. Li Ruyue accepted the brocade box. No need for heavy rewards, but you must remember, after taking this medicine, if there is any improvement, please let Madame Li come find me as soon as possible. I need to use silver needle techniques to clear her meridians. Otherwise, over time, it could be counterproductive. Chen Huai'an quickly reminded her. After all, if they didn't meet soon, the illness would be directly cured by this medicine. I'll remember. When my mother shows improvement, I'll come and find you on Yongchang Street. Li Ruyue hurried back to deliver the medicine to her mother, not wanting to delay any longer. Chen Huai'an also quickly left the firewood market, planning to return home to continue his cultivation. Stone Monkey, where are you going? Just as he reached the north of the city, Chen Huai'an saw the hurriedly expressioned Ho Sanlang. Sir, I was just looking for you. Looking for me? What is it? The old employer is seriously ill, hanging by a thread. He wants to see you one last time. Seriously ill? Chen Huai'an frowned slightly. He was well aware that his relationship with Lin Baiyang was merely one of mutual exploitation, and in Lin Baiyang's eyes, he was always regarded as a subordinate. However, the Shilin Pharmacy held a monopoly over the herbal medicine industry in Fengling County, and if he wanted to cash in on his Lingpu herbs in the future, Shilin Pharmacy was an unavoidable link. At least until Chen Huai'an became a figure like Zhao Baihu, he still needed to have some dealings with Shilin Pharmacy. Moreover, Lin Baiyang was once his employer, and in order to maintain his reputation, he needed to pay a visit. All right, I will go over now. In a quarter of an hour, Chen Huai'an arrived at Lin Baiyang's residence. The main gate was tightly shut, and after lightly knocking 3 times, the usual doorman did not appear for a long time. After waiting for a moment, Chen Huai'an directly pushed the gate open with force. Having reached the Qi training realm, a mere door could not stop him. The maze in the courtyard had all been removed, allowing a clear view of the main house. The guards had been transferred to the town marshal division, leaving the large courtyard empty and desolate. Chen Huai'an did not stop his steps and walked straight into the main hall. Inside the hall, Bai Suanpan and Yu Mianhu looked anxious. Chen, Master Chen? Bai Suanpan was slightly taken aback upon seeing Chen Huai'an enter, not expecting that he, who had joined the town marshal division, would actually come back to take a look. Chen Huai'an was a member of the town marshal division, so Bai Suanpan and the others naturally had to be a bit lower in status. Where's old Master Lin? Chen Huai'an asked directly. In the back room. He is breathing more out than in. Take me there. All right. Bai Suanpan led the way and brought Chen Huai'an to the room where Lin Baiyang was. Having not seen him for half a month, Chen Huai'an could hardly recognize Lin Baiyang. He looked emaciated, with sunken eye sockets, completely a bag of bones. Alu. Lin Baiyang kept his eyes closed, but could sense that it was Chen Huai'an who had come. Boss, I am Chen Alu. Chen Huai'an quickly stepped forward, and Bai Suanpan immediately exited the room, closing the door behind him. My time is running out, Lin Baiyang said somewhat agitatedly. Boss, do not say too much. Chen Huai'an directly took a herb from his basket, picked up a tea bowl on the table, crushed it with a pestle, added some water, and fed it to Lin Baiyang. Cough, cough. Boss, how do you feel? Much better. But what exactly happened? Chen Huai'an finally asked. Alas, Lin Baiyang sighed. This family disgrace should not be spread outside. But now, you're the only one I can trust. The Shilin Pharmacy was the most important asset of the Lin family, previously controlled by the direct line, and as a branch member, he should not manage the Shilin Pharmacy. However, due to his father's favor and his own proficiency in managing it, he was exceptionally entrusted with it temporarily, to be returned to the main line later. But the main line is useless. Not long ago, they went to the gambling house in the West City and lost a considerable fortune. My father was furious and planned to abolish the main line. Among the 4 great families, the Zhao, Sun, and Li families were all thriving, with the Zhao and Sun families having 5 generations living together, with nearly 100 direct descendants. The Lin family only had the legitimate eldest son, second son, and daughter. The rest of the direct line, either died young or did not live past 30. As for the branch line, only Lin Baiyong, this sickly one, remained. The second branch is in the town martial division, obsessed with martial arts, unwilling to inherit the family business. If the main line is abolished, the family business may fall into my hands. I already knew that the main line sent someone to poison me, but I couldn't find any evidence. Lin Baiyong had managed the Shilin pharmacy for decades. Even if he really exchanged this industry back to the main line, they would not be at ease. Only with Lin Baiyong's complete disappearance could they feel secure. Now, with the town martial division going to Fulong Mountain, all my trusted confidants have been transferred away, giving him the opportunity. My death is not a pity, but the concubine I took has shown signs of pregnancy. Half a month ago, Lin Baiyong suddenly coughed several times, which was thanks to Chen Huai'an's treatment. I originally planned for you to train in the town martial division while I continued to lie low here. After you returned, with your assistance from my offspring, I could also confidently compete with the main line. But now, it seems I may not wait for that day. Lin Baiyong's expression darkened. After managing the Shilin pharmacy for so many years and having some knowledge of pharmacology, he knew that he had been poisoned to the marrow, and even divine beings could not save him. I can only hope that you remember the kindness from my rise here and protect my wife and children. Even if they have to live as commoners in the future, at least keep their lives safe. Chen Huai'an remained silent until then, slowly speaking. Boss, Alu is weak and powerless. Although I have joined the town martial division, I am merely a martial flag. If what you say is true, the main line will inevitably root out all threats, leaving no future troubles. How can I ensure the safety of your wife and children? That's it. It is fate. Lin Baiyong saw that Chen Huai'an said this, and the last shred of hope was completely extinguished. Alu believes that the safety of your wife and children should still be protected by you personally. What do you mean? Lin Baiyong reopened his eyes and looked at Chen Huai'an. Chapter 56. The struggle between legitimate and illegitimate children, retreating to advance. In the Lin Baiyong residence. In the back room, the door was tightly closed. Inside the room, there were only Chen Huai'an and Lin Baiyong, along with a baby girl sleeping in Chen Huai'an's herb basket. Alu, what did you mean by your words earlier? Is there still hope for me? Lin Baiyong asked somewhat incredulously. This time, the poisoning was severe. If he had not been cautious and prepared some life-saving medicines, he would not have lasted this long. The poison had entered his marrow, and even divine beings could not save him. He had waited for Chen Huai'an to come, merely to entrust his legacy, never thinking that Chen Huai'an could bring him back to life. The herbs Chen Huai'an planted in Lingpu could indeed save ordinary people who had not cultivated, but at most they could only extend life for a few days and could not eradicate the poison. Lin Baiyong's severe poison was extraordinary, but it was not without a solution. Boss, the poison has entered the marrow. The only way is to use poison against poison. There may be a glimmer of hope. Where can that poison be found? Lin Baiyong asked. I saw it before at the Zhao family's residence. It should be easy to obtain. However, once your poison is resolved, how will you face the main line? My people that I have cultivated over the years have all gone to Fulong Mountain, and now there is no one available. Otherwise, I would not have let him take advantage. Lin Baiyong had been planning for many years, but as a branch member, if he actively dealt with the legitimate line, it was a major taboo in Fengling County. Even if he resolved the main line, he could not establish himself here. Moreover, he could not find any evidence. The only way was to endure and wait for the main line to take action. At that time, he could justify his actions for self-preservation. This time, the main line poisoned him, and he already had evidence, but also trapped him in a deadlock. I now have evidence. If I can survive, when my people return from Fulong Mountain, I will take the evidence to find my father. Lin Baiyong replied. Boss, although the old master wants to abolish the main line, has he really taken action? If he truly had that intention, you would not have been poisoned, and during this period, the old master should not have come by, right? Chen Huai'an's series of questions left Lin Baiyong unable to respond. Lin Baiyong's expression darkened, as if he had already given up. The struggle between legitimate and illegitimate children has existed since ancient times, but it was not like the world where Chen Huai'an was. It was not uncommon to kill brothers and fathers for power and profit. In other places, Chen Huai'an was unsure, but at least in Fengling County, there had been no precedent for killing brothers and fathers. Even if Lin Baiyong were to become ruthless, he would not dare to do such a thing. If discovered in the future, the other three great families would not spare him. A father is a ruler. If the ruler orders a minister to die, the minister must die. The eldest brother is like a father. Moreover, Lin Baiyong is an illegitimate child. Even if the main line killed Lin Baiyong, aside from losing face, no one would oppose it. This was the unwritten rule of Fengling County. To infringe upon one's superior was a path to death. Lin Baiyong only wanted to use some means to have his father abolish the main line or weaken the main line, securing a way for himself in the future. As Chen Huai'an is an outsider, he cannot possibly concoct a scheme to kill Lin Baiyong's brother or father. If such a plan were to be leaked, his own life would be in jeopardy. Master, the only strategy now is to retreat in order to advance. Perhaps this will preserve our lives. How do we retreat to advance? The Sherlin pharmacy should rightfully belong to the direct line, so we must return it to them to ensure our survival. Hearing this, Lin Baiyong shook his head. Even if I return the Sherlin pharmacy to the main branch, they will never let me go. Why should I hand it over to them? What do you mean? The eldest daughter of the direct line is also part of the direct lineage. I have heard that 100 years ago, when the Leaf family was in decline, they entrusted the family assets to the eldest daughter for several decades before returning them to the direct descendants. Chen Huai'an spoke softly. Are you suggesting giving it to the eldest sister? The eldest daughter of the Leaf family is nearly 30 and still unmarried, although she is younger than Lin Baiyong. According to the rites, she must be addressed as eldest sister or big sister, and even if a younger illegitimate daughter were decades older, she would still not be referred to as sister. Currently, this is the only way. It all depends on whether the master can persuade the eldest lady. Chen Huai'an could only help to this extent. You truly are my lucky star. Your words have enlightened me. However, are you confident in removing the deadly poison from my body? Alu will go prepare the medicine right away and will return shortly. The poison in Lin Baiyong requires an even more toxic substance to counteract it, followed by a nourishing medicine for recovery. Although this can preserve his life, it will greatly deplete his lifespan, leaving him with at most a few more years. For him, this is enough. At least he can accompany his children for a while and plan a future for them. Chen Huai'an returned home and took out a box from a hidden compartment, which contained dried toads. He crushed the toad's body and boiled it into a soup over a high flame, then prepared some high-quality herbs before heading back to Lin Baiyong's residence. In Fengling County, the inner city is divided into 4 areas: east, south, west, and north. The southern inner city is where the head of the Lin family and the direct line reside, and compared to other areas, it is much quieter. Lin Baisong, from the main branch of the Lin family, was sitting in the hall, his eyes wide with anger. What? That lowly commoner went to Lin Baiyong again? What is Lin Baiyong's situation? Reporting to the master, Lin Baiyong has already captured the ghost Dr. Cho, and the gates are tightly closed. Only that Chen Lu has come in and out. It's that Chen Lu again. Last time he ruined my plans. I thought he was just a lowly commoner, and didn't he take him seriously? But unexpectedly, he has become a great nuisance. Master, that poison is lethal even to those who practice qi. He has been ill for a long time, and even if that Chen Lu has exceptional medical skills, it would be difficult to bring him back to life. We should have acted sooner to eliminate him and that sickly ghost together. Lin Baiyong indeed possesses some skills. He has managed the Sherlin pharmacy well, and Lin Baisong feels inferior. He believes that as the main branch, Lin Baiyong, who has been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin, will accumulate wealth only for himself, making him fearless. However, unexpectedly, a few days ago, he lost tens of thousands of taels of silver while playing with the Zhao family's young master in the West City. This is actually not a big deal. But the key is that during the games, he developed an addiction to a substance called fortune paste. If he goes a day without it, it feels like being gnawed by 1,000 ants, causing unbearable discomfort all over. This thing is only sold in the gambling houses in the West City. At first, it was given away for free, but later they started raising the price, and it has become increasingly expensive. Lin Baisong had no choice but to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs and reclaim the Sherlin pharmacy early. Otherwise, he would not be able to sustain his current expenses. How much silver is left in the treasury at home? Master, it has already run dry. Should we ask the eldest lady for some? She has been living in seclusion for years and has no source of income. It seems that her father hasn't given her much silver. How could she suddenly produce so much? Forget it. You go borrow some first. Once I reclaim the Shilin pharmacy, I will repay the debt. Chapter 57. Sitting in the courtyard, did the master come from heaven? In Lin Baiyang's residence. In the back room. After taking the medicinal soup sent by Chen Huai'an, Lin Baiyang felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if pierced by thousands of arrows and gnawed by countless insects. Several times he was on the verge of fainting, but Chen Huai'an administered restorative medicine to keep him alive. Such torture would have made ordinary people give up long ago, but Lin Baiyang gritted his teeth and persevered. Only after an hour did the pain gradually ease. Master, the poison has been completely removed. Without you, I would have perished. If this time I succeed, I will not treat you poorly. Master, rest well for a day. Once you regain your strength, we still need to meet the eldest lady. Seeing that Lin Baiyang's life was no longer in danger, Chen Huai'an prepared another medicinal soup and then left Lin Baiyang's residence. In such a struggle between the legitimate and illegitimate lines, getting too involved would only lead to being mired in it and ultimately dragging oneself down. Chen Huai'an only intervened to save Lin Baiyang's life. As for how to resolve the subsequent issues, he did not intend to get involved. If Lin Baiyang lacked the capability, even with Chen Huai'an's help, he might not be able to hold on. Moreover, Chen Huai'an was weak and had just begun practicing qi. Becoming too involved in such internal family disputes would be akin to wishing for an early demise. Returning to his own home, as usual, he circulated his qi, practiced the turtle breathing technique, the returning swallow technique, and the Iron Mountain support. For him, the Iron Mountain support was too simple, and he had mastered it through his own exploration, but there had never been any real combat opportunities. Time slowly passed, the sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had gone by, and it was the coldest days of winter. During this time, aside from practicing at home, Chen Huai'an also took the time to check on Lin Baiyang, where everything seemed to be going smoothly. He did not ask too much, but it appeared that Lin Baiyang had reached some agreement with the eldest daughter of the Lin family. The old master of the Lin family reclaimed the Shilin pharmacy and entrusted its management to the eldest daughter of the Lin family. While Lin Baisong from the main branch was confined, Lin Baiyang went from being the general manager to the assistant of the eldest daughter, inventorying the assets and beginning to gradually transfer them. Furthermore, he promised to give Chen Huai'an a shop, managed by his people, with all profits from the Shilin pharmacy divided equally, half for Chen Huai'an and half for the pharmacy. However, given that there were many matters concerning the Shilin pharmacy during this period, this matter would have to be postponed, and Chen Huai'an was not in a hurry. He met Li Ruyue's mother and performed acupuncture for her, establishing a familiar relationship. As for the matter regarding his master, he also did not rush to inquire, only mentioning that he would return in half a month for another acupuncture session. Regulating the body is a slow process, and gathering information requires a long line to catch useful fish. The most notable change was in Chun Mingming. She had progressed from cooing to occasionally uttering a few words, like "Dad, eat." Generally, a child around 7 or 8 months old can make similar sounds, but to articulate simple words usually takes around 12 months. Chen Huai'an tried to feed her some soft foods and pasta, but the little one was resistant and only wanted to drink milk. Fortunately, Chen Huai'an had some silver, so he could afford to supply her. Half a month had passed, but there was still no news from the town military division. In the town military division, from high-ranking officers to foot soldiers, most had gone to Fulong Mountain to suppress bandits, and he, as a leftover fish, was specially approved by General Zhao Baihu. After all, Chen Huai'an held the apprentice of Zhao Baihu, and this time the encirclement of Hailang Zai involved nearly 10,000 people, and one Chen Huai'an was insignificant. Chen Huai'an was idly cleaning the accumulated snow in the courtyard when an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, causing him to freeze, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Who is it? Chen Huai'an was startled, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Could it be from the main branch of the Lin family? I saved Lin Baiyang, and he holds a grudge, hiring a master to take my life? Chen Huai'an had considered this issue in recent days. But most martial artists in Fengling County had gone to Fulong Mountain, and there were few left who could be called upon. Chen Lu, do you know your crime? A strange voice echoed, unfamiliar to him. I don't know. Chen Huai'an forced himself to remain calm. The opponent's strength was far superior, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. I'll give you another chance. If you confess, perhaps I can leave you with a whole corpse. Chen Huai'an frowned slightly. In any case, he was going to die, so what difference did it make whether he had a whole corpse or not? Chen Lu, act properly, do the right thing, and have no regrets towards others. Good. Acting properly and doing the right thing. However, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Considering your character, I can let you ask a question before you die. I want to know the current situation of Zhao Shi, the head officer of the Jinwu Division. Chen Huai'an said casually. After all, if he was really going to be killed, knowing anything would be meaningless. Why ask this? Don't you want to know who wants to kill you? Back when I was still a lowly commoner, Officer Zhao saved me multiple times. He didn't despise my background and treated me as a brother. Now that the Jinwu Division has entered the mountains to eradicate bandits and hasn't returned for a long time, that's the only thing I'm worried about. As for who wants to kill me, what difference does it make if I know? Are you going to give me a chance for revenge? Interesting. As the voice fell, a figure leaped over the high wall and appeared in the courtyard. The head officer of the flags? Chen Huai'an was quite surprised. The person who scaled the wall was actually Zhao Baihu, the head officer of the Jinwu Division's White Tiger flag. How capable was Lin Baisong to invite the divine Sea Realm, Zhao Baihu? No. If Lin Baisong could make Zhao Baihu act, why would he still poison Lin Baiyang? While Chen Huai'an was lost in thought, Zhao Baihu stroked his beard, and the unmatched pressure disappeared without a trace. I came this time just to test the waters. Hearing this, Chen Huai'an was somewhat speechless. Was this old man just bored and seeking entertainment by picking on a small fry like him? The Jinwu Division's people have returned. The people of Heilongzhai are exceptionally cunning. They learned of the Jinwu Division's actions in advance and set numerous traps in the Ghost Cry Gorge. Our casualties were heavy, while the people of Heilongzhai had already left and are now nowhere to be found. An officer Zhao? Chen Huai'an asked. Severely injured, currently recuperating in the Jinwu Division. Zhao Baihu replied. The head officer came personally, surely not just to test a small person like me. You should know that the Jinwu Division has 5 major flags: the Qinglong flag, the Baihu flag, the Zhuke flag, the Xuanwu flag, and the Qilin flag. Each head officer has 3 direct disciples. The eldest disciple is meant to inherit the position of the head officer. The second disciple is responsible for the expenses of the flag, since despite the financial support of the 4 major families, the resources consumed in cultivation are immense. To be stronger than others, one must have connections. As for the third disciple, they serve as the coach within the flag, responsible for training and handling matters like eliminating bandits. Zhao Baihu briefly explained. Chen Huai'an understood this well. It was akin to a martial arts school. The eldest disciple is the true heir, serving the master and taking care of their needs, with the benefit of being the future successor. The second disciple is like a fundraiser for the school. The third disciple serves as a bouncer, ensuring that anyone who challenges must go through them, and also handling some unsavory tasks. However, Chen Huai'an didn't understand why Zhao Baihu was sharing this with him. Was there a deeper meaning? Chapter 58. Ant Nest Flooding. Even earthworms must be cut vertically. The head officers of the Jinwu Division were all over 100 years old, wanting to retire or focus on secluded cultivation or enjoy their old age. They initially thought this operation would succeed without any danger and send out their direct disciples to earn some military merit, hoping to smoothly inherit the position of head officer. However, gathering troops from 4 counties to enter the mountains and eliminate bandits ended up with them trapped in numerous traps. And they didn't even see a shadow of the Heilongzhai people. One of Zhao Baihu's 3 direct disciples died in battle, and 2 were severely injured. Now, they had to recruit new disciples and train them quickly, while the other 3 counties promised to send reinforcements to help protect Fengling County. Fengling County, being the most crucial transportation hub, was essential for the resource flow of the entire Jiangling prefecture, and there could be no mistakes here. The 4 major families were even more anxious about this. After all, Relying on others for protection required financial compensation, and over time, they might even demand a share of the profits. Therefore, it was urgent to reorganize the Zhenwu division and restore its previous strength. Sai, my direct disciple, is just too young. I can only let his father take his place for now. Once she can cultivate, she can come to me as a disciple. Zhao Baihu sighed. Chen Huai'an felt something was odd, but he didn't hesitate at all to be able to grab such a big thigh. Master, I come from a humble background and don't understand the rules. As for the T for paying respect to my teacher, my flag has no such rules. Even direct disciples are mostly raised freely. The master leads the way, but cultivation is up to the individual. I will only provide one method. How far you can go depends entirely on your own efforts. Disciple Chen Lu pays respects to master. Chen Huai'an immediately performed a deep bow. He had seen many novels and dramas before his rebirth, and this kind of scene usually required headbanging. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, the stronger the godfather, the stronger I become. The distinction between a master and a godfather is not much different. He already had a master. But in this world, having more masters means more paths. Since Zhao Baihu didn't mind, he didn't put on airs. He knocked his head 3 times, and the blue bricks on the ground shattered. But his forehead didn't even bleed, as he had completed the water and fire immortal garment, making him resistant to ordinary water and fire. Thus these ordinary blue bricks couldn't harm him. Get up. I can see you have some cleverness, and, more importantly, you have an exceptionally talented girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't take you as my disciple. Disciple is dull. Being able to enter Master-'s door is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Enough. I dislike sycophants the most. Have you practiced the Iron Mountain support I gave you earlier? Disciple practices diligently and has not been negligent. Kulme, attack me. Let's see how your results are. Disciple obeys. Chen Huai'an put down the medicine basket on his back and immediately assumed a stance. He stepped on the blue bricks. His left leg bent forward like a mountain chisel, muscles rippling on his shoulders, and his spine crackled like a tiger's tail whipping through the air, shaking the pine needles 3 zhong away to the ground. His waist twisted, creating a gust of wind, while his right shoulder surged forward like a cannon blasting a city. The core of the Iron Mountain support consists of 3 forms, continuously stacking 3 types of force to ultimately attack the enemy, achieving the effect of injuring and killing. Chen Huai'an activated his energy. The initial force was heavy as a mountain. The second force spun like a whirlwind, and the final force exploded like thunder. The blue bricks beneath his feet instantly turned to powder, and in the end, he flashed forward and collided with Zhao Baihu. Zhao Baihu stood firm like a mountain, not moving an inch, but inwardly he was shaken. I didn't expect this child to have such astonishing talent. 7 parts tiger form, 3 parts dragon intent. The proficiency of this Iron Mountain support is enough to deal with gas transformation into the internal organs of Qi cultivators. To unleash such powerful force from the most basic martial arts, only I could do it back then. Could it be that I've found a treasure? Alright, so barely passing. Disciple will definitely continue to diligently cultivate. I heard that not long ago, you helped the Lin family's sickly person deal with the Lin family's main branch? Master, disciple dared not. Lin Baiyang is my former employer. He was severely poisoned, and out of old feelings, I couldn't just watch him die. I only helped treat Lin Baiyang and did not have any enmity with the Lin family's main branch. Chen Huai'an quickly explained. What good is saying this? Don't you know that Lin Baisong wants to kill Lin Baiyang? Since you saved Lin Baiyang, you have already made an enemy of Lin Baisong. Disciple knows he is wrong. Wrong? What do you know is wrong? Zhao Baihu looked at Chen Huai'an, who was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Remember, you are my Zhao Baihu's disciple. Only I can say whether you are wrong or not. Yes, master. As a teacher, in addition to teaching how to cultivate, you must also teach how to be a person. Entering my door, you must first learn to be a person before cultivating. The world seems peaceful, but in reality, it's a dog-eat-dog situation, chaotic beyond measure. Therefore, one must never easily make enemies. If you do, you must be as ruthless as pouring boiling water into an ant's nest, cutting even earthworms upright. I, as your master, remind you. After all, Lin Baisong is from the main branch of the Lin family. Exterminating his entire family wouldn't be appropriate. I will take you there to let him dispel any unwarranted thoughts. After saying this, Zhao Baihu swiftly flashed and jumped over the wall, and Chen Huai'an hurriedly shouldered his medicine basket and followed suit. Why are you also jumping over the wall? This is not the behavior of a gentleman. What the master said is true. Zhao Baihu was walking when he suddenly paused. Do you know the difference between your jumping over the wall and my jumping over the wall? I am foolish, but I believe that my master is a powerful cultivator, capable of flying over rooftops and walls. This is the demeanor of a master. My behavior as an unskilled person. Jumping over the wall to enter the courtyard is like that of a thief, which is not the action of a gentleman and brings shame to the sect. Chen Huai'an replied sincerely. Bringing shame to the sect is indeed serious, but what you said is not wrong. You are indeed clever. 100 times better than your senior brother and Zhao Shi. I should have accepted you under my wing earlier. Zhao Baihu seemed quite satisfied with Chen Huai'an's response. This also made Chen Huai'an understand that Zhao Baihu did not dislike flattery or sycophancy, but simply did not like it to be too blatant. Following Zhao Baihu, Chen Huai'an remained silent as they entered the inner city. This was his first time entering the inner city. The streets were paved with jade, and between each brick seam, dust-avoiding pearls were embedded, so rain fell without touching the mud. The residences of the prominent families were situated in the 4 cardinal directions, with a market in the center, featuring all sorts of shops like fabric stores, medicine shops, and bookshops, but lacking brothels and taverns, which could only be found in the outer city. The Lin family's residence is in the inner southern city. I will first greet Lin Tiancheng, and then take you to find Lin Baisong. Lin Tiancheng is the old patriarch of the Lin family, that is, Lin Baiyang's father. Chen Huai'an waited outside the Li residence in the inner southern city, where a large iron plaque wrote the words Lin Mansion in big characters. At the entrance stood 2 enormous stone lions, vividly lifelike. This Lin Mansion is indeed grand. Chapter 59. Master Zhao is not fond of fighting, so he must resolve the conflict. Let's go. We're going to see Lin Baisong. Chen Huai'an waited in front of the Lin Mansion for less than half a stick of incense when Zhao Baihu walked out from the Lin Mansion. Lin Baisong's residence is located on the west side of the Li Mansion. Due to recent events, Lin Baisong had been put under house arrest, and even the servants and maidservants had been changed, decreasing from 100 to just over 20, leaving the entrance desolate, with even the accumulated snow at the door left uncleared. An immense force, like an invisible hand, pushed open the main door, and the servants in the inner courtyard hurried over to check. Where is Lin Baisong? The master is resting in the inner hall. Let him come out. Yes. Zhao Baihu usually stays in the town marshal office and rarely goes out, so the servants naturally did not recognize him, but upon sensing his aura, they knew he was a significant figure and quickly went into the inner hall. Lin Baisong came out wearing a long robe that trailed the ground, staggering as he walked, looking somewhat ghostly, resembling Lin Baiyang, who had been poisoned. Zhao! Master Zhao, why have you come? Lin Baisong, initially dazed, immediately sobered up upon seeing the people standing in the courtyard. This is Chen Huai'an, my newly accepted direct disciple. I heard there was some misunderstanding between you before, so I brought him to inform you. Huai'an, there's no misunderstanding. None at all. It's just the gossiping servants spreading rumors. I have never met a Lu, but I've heard of his reputation. He is a person of righteousness, and I've always wanted to get to know him, but have not had the chance. Lin Baisong quickly explained. No misunderstanding is the best. You are my nephew, so you should understand my temperament. I usually dislike fighting and prefer resolving conflicts. If there are any grudges or misunderstandings, sitting down together to have a good talk can turn major issues into minor ones. Zhao Baihu nodded in satisfaction. What you said is true. My current situation is all self-inflicted, and I cannot blame anyone, Lin Baisong said, lowering his head. Zhao Baihu scrutinized Lin Baisong and saw his problems, but chose not to say much. Since that is the case, I will take my leave. There are many trivial matters in the town marshal office. I bid you farewell, Master Zhao. Lin Baisong bowed. Zhao Baihu took Chen Huai'an and left Lin Baisong's residence, quickly exiting the inner city and heading towards the town marshal office. That Lin Baisong is under the influence of a drug called fortune ointment, Zhao Baihu said in a deep voice. Fortune ointment? What is that? Chen Huai'an was slightly taken aback. This thing was only recently discovered. We have studied it for a long time and believe it is related to the Luo Tian Outer Dao. Luo Tian Outer Dao? I have heard senior brother Zhao mention it before. Those from the Luo Tian Outer Dao keep some poisonous creatures, the most common of which is the Luo Yin toad. Once the Luo Yin toad reaches a certain level of strength, it secretes a hallucinogenic venom. If a small amount is mixed with some herbs, it can make people addicted. Even those who cultivate qi cannot resist it. Zhao Baihu sighed. Addicted? Can it be cured? As long as the number of times consumed is not too many, there is still a possibility of withdrawal. And what about Lin Baisong's situation? It can be treated, but if you have made an enemy of him, curing him may lead to trouble. As the master and disciple conversed, they arrived at the town marshal office. This was Chen Huai'an's first time visiting the town marshal office. The black rock built high walls, and the large iron gate was engraved with the Siege emblem. 2 stone lions stood at the entrance, their eyes glimmering with red crystals, and beside them stood a black stone tablet. Marshal Town 8 desolates, demons, and evils punished. All who enter this gate build a city with bones, use impure blood as ink, and eternally record their oath. The most important line at the bottom was already blurred. Before Chen Huai'an could examine it closely, Zhao Baihu had already pushed open the large door and walked in, prompting Chen Huai'an to hurriedly follow. Inside the courtyard, the ground was paved with blue bricks, and the vast martial training ground was empty, with 5 statues standing in the distance, imposing in stature, one of which was Zhao Baihu beside Chen Huai'an. On the east side was the armory, and on the west side was the archives building, with a bronze bell hanging from the eaves, ringing softly in the cold wind, like the lament of wronged souls. The main hall served as the office area, with the 5 main flags taking turns to preside, and behind the main hall were the independent areas for each of the 5 flags. Below the main hall, there were dungeons, a library, an alchemy room, and a secret passage leading to the inner city. The back courtyard was the residence, with each of the 5 main flags having a large mansion, the chief flag officer having a small mansion, and the small flag officers having row houses, while the martial flags had several large dormitories. In addition, there was a large medicinal garden. Zhao Baihu took Chen Huai'an through the main hall, intending to head to the White Tiger Hall, when they happened to encounter an old man with white hair and beard. Chen Huai'an glanced over and noticed that the man was also one of the 5 statues standing outside. Is this your disciple? The old man glanced at Chen Huai'an with a hint of disdain in his tone. Chen Lu, preparing to take him as a direct disciple. I remember now. He is from a lowly background as a herb gatherer. You, this sickly cat, your eyesight is getting worse. If my disciple beats him too badly, I fear it will be embarrassing for you. Damn it, my disciple can pin your useless disciple to the ground with one hand tied behind his back. All right, it's settled then. There is still a month until the end of the year. I'll see how you wrap this up. Just don't be cowardly when the time comes. Whoever is cowardly is the grandson. The loser calls the winner grandpa. Good, let us see. Chen Huai'an stood by, watching the 2 old men argue, completely bewildered. When they arrived at the White Tiger Hall with Zhao Baihu, he cautiously asked, Master, who was that just now? The chief of the Xuanwu flag, Sun Wangba. Do you 2 have a grudge? A grudge over a wife, irreconcilable. Zhao Baihu angrily sat down in a chair. What bad luck, just returned and ran into this old bastard. A grudge over a wife? Chen Huai'an heard this, and sensed there was a shocking story behind it. But since his master did not elaborate, he, as a disciple, did not dare to ask. This is no secret. Back then, the 3rd daughter of a Li family was exceptionally beautiful and talented. Both I and that old bastard pursued her at the same time. Zhao Baihu said. Chen Huai'an stood respectfully beside him. Master, back in the day, you must have been full of vigor and talent, unmatched by anyone else. You certainly wouldn't lose to that person. Of course, I'm 100 times stronger than that old turtle. In the end, no one was chosen. So why is there a grudge over a wife? If it weren't for him putting Miss Li San in a dilemma, would she have left Fengling County? It's a pity that he sacrificed himself for the stability of the 4 great families. Every new year, the heads of the 4 great families will host a banquet in the inner city, and at that time, our 5 major banners will bring our disciples along, and there will be a competition among the disciples. If we win, there will be plenty of rewards. Of course, the rewards are secondary. The main thing is to gain face. The disciples are just starting out, so it shouldn't be a problem. The disciples participating in the competition are all at similar levels. And it's a contest for newly accepted disciples. In fact, you are already ahead by a large margin. Zhao Baihu is more confident than Chen Huai'an. Just from the Iron Mountain support technique that Chen Huai'an demonstrated in the morning, Zhao Baihu is 90% sure that he can make Sun Xuanwu call him Grandpa. Of course, to be safe, I'll teach you a few more moves. Chapter 60. Personal Teaching, Entering the Room. Medicinal bath like a new face Iron Mountain support is the most basic martial skill, with its full name being 8 extremes shaking the mountain. Master demonstrated it, and you need to watch closely. In the Zhenwu division, Zhao Baihu personally demonstrated the 8 extremes shaking the mountain, leaving Chen Huai'an dumbfounded. Zhao Baihu did not use any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength. He smashed the ironwood support post into powder. The training posts in this Zhenwu division are made from 100-year-old ironwood, which ordinary Qi cultivators cannot break even with their full strength. Master is too strong. Relying on physical power alone, he could probably kill someone at the blood condensation stage in an instant. The disciple truly has his eyes opened. It turns out martial skills can be used this way. No one in the entire Fengling County possesses Master S strength. Chen Huai'an watched Zhao Baihu's demonstration closely, his praise never ceasing. Zhao Baihu initially only wanted to demonstrate once, but under Chen Huai'an's admiration, he ended up demonstrating over 10 times in one go. If he were to use the spiritual energy within him, half of the Zhenwu division might be destroyed. After demonstrating over 10 times using just his physical strength, Zhao Baihu was already sweating profusely and panting. All right, that's enough for today. As my personally taught disciple, you are already a major banner officer, but your strength is too low for now. Let's just have you act as a minor banner officer for the time being. Old Biao, Zhao Baihu called out. Yes, sir. An amiable-looking old man quietly walked out from the side door of the White Tiger Hall, his steps light, making it hard for Chen Huai'an to discern his strength. Take him to the back courtyard of the White Tiger Hall. Yes, sir. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Zhao Baihu's figure flashed and disappeared. You can call me Uncle Biao or Old Biao. You are the master's personally taught disciple. Yes, Uncle Biao. Let's go. The accommodation in the back courtyard has already been prepared for you. 10 days ago, Zhao Baihu had already decided on this personally taught disciple and began preparations then. Chen Huai'an respectfully followed Uncle Biao through the White Tiger Hall to the back courtyard. The back courtyard was large, featuring rows of single-story houses, a 2-story small loft, tree-lined paths, rockeries, and flowing water, with beautiful scenery resembling a paradise. Entering the third 2-story small building on the east side, it was extremely clean, spacious, and bright, with exquisitely carved furniture. The tables and chairs looked like they wouldn't cost less than a few hundred taels of silver, and Chen Huai'an was worried about breaking anything and not being able to afford it. Young Master 6, this is your residence. You can rest on the second floor after practicing and tiring yourself out. The bedding has been replaced with new ones. Thank you, Uncle Biao. Aside from the hall on the first floor, there were 2 side rooms. One had a writing desk, hung with ancient paintings, and a bookshelf filled with ancient texts, along with the 4 treasures of the study, all top-quality items. The other room contained a large wooden tub, presumably for bathing, and at that moment, the tub was filled with more than half a tub of water, steaming pleasantly. Young Master 6, according to the Master's orders, some medicinal herbs have been added, and clean clothes are also prepared. By the time you finish washing, it should be time for dinner. I'll help keep an eye on this child for you. The effects of this medicinal bath are somewhat special, so don't let the child get hurt. Thank you, Uncle Biao. Old Biao sat in the hall holding the baby girl, while Chen Huai'an closed the door and entered the medicinal tub. Wow, this feels really comfortable. What do they put in here? It smells so good. Chen Huai'an brought his hand, which was soaked in the medicinal water, to his nose and sniffed carefully. As a herbalist, he could identify most herbs, but he couldn't distinguish the herbs used in this medicinal bath. Could they be some sort of spiritual herbs? Chen Huai'an didn't think too much about it. He closed his eyes and directly began to practice the Qi cultivating technique. Originally, the effects of his 9 turns Qi refining pill had not yet been fully absorbed. But this medicinal bath stimulated the potential within him, and after a full cycle, he absorbed all the medicinal effects, significantly increasing the spiritual energy in his dantian. This was much stronger than the results he had after days of hard practice. If he wanted to improve his strength quickly, he had to take medicinal baths. Chen Huai'an really wanted to get this prescription. As long as he obtained the prescription and the herbs, he could take medicinal baths every day. His cultivation speed would surely soar. The water in the tub had cooled down, so Chen Huai'an stood up, dried himself with a soft towel, and changed into a new set of clothes. The icy silkworm robe revealed cloud patterns, and the dark leather was adorned with a silver buckle shaped like a tiger's head around his waist. The lower part was split and revealed frost-white silk, and as he walked, it seemed like snowflakes were swirling, yet there was not a sound of dragging. Chen Huai'an's foundation was already good. After practicing muscles, bones, and skin, combined with the miraculous power of the nameless jade pendant, he retempered his body, achieving golden tendons and jade veins, mercury blood and silver marrow, water and fire immortal clothing, resulting in a drastic change in his temperament. However, he usually wore coarse linen clothes, and even though he had several hundred taels of silver, his attire remained the same, so no significant changes were visible. People rely on their clothes, and Buddhas rely on gold adornments. Now that he had changed his outfit, it was as if he had become a different person. He was on par with the former Zhao Little Banner officer, undoubtedly a handsome young man. After the medicinal bath, Chen Huai'an stepped out of the small room and glanced at the baby girl, who was already asleep in old Biao's arms. Younger Master 6, dinner is ready. The master has already gone over. I'll take care of this girl. You should hurry and eat, old Biao said softly. Thank you, Uncle Biao, Chen Huai'an politely replied, not daring to keep his master waiting, and quickly made his way to the southern hall, where only Zhao Baihu was present. And the table was filled with various dishes he had never seen before. Master, I'm late. Zhao Baihu looked Chen Huai'an up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Looks better than your ugly, big senior brother. How does the medicinal bath feel? Zhao Baihu asked. My whole body feels transparent, and I feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. Of course, it's 100-year-old dragon's blood, plus over 70 years of fragrant spirit grass. Chen Huai'an hadn't heard of fragrant spirit grass, but he could certainly smell the pleasant aroma coming from his body, almost as if he had been pickled. These herbs must be quite precious. You spent a lot, master. Not too much, just 100 taels of silver. You can pay old Biao by tomorrow noon. But after that, it will incur interest. Is it that expensive? Expensive? This doesn't even account for the value of the prescription. Old Biao's hard work in boiling the medicine alone is worth it. Just half a cup of 100-year-old dragon's blood costs 50 taels of silver. The total cost of the materials is over 200 taels. Considering our master-disciple relationship, I only ask for half of that. If I were to sell this medicinal bath, there would be countless people fighting over it for 1,000 taels. I was short-sighted. All right, let us hurry up and eat. It will all get cold soon. These dishes were specially made for you. Does this also cost money? These aren't expensive, just over 60 taels. With the medicinal bath and dinner combined, it would be cheaper. So I'll only charge you 150 taels. Make sure to pay old Biao by noon tomorrow. After that, interest will start to accumulate. Zhao Baihu kindly reminded. Chen Huai'an sat down at the dining table, feeling a myriad of emotions. Perhaps this was the true beginning of his cultivation journey. The few hundred taels of silver he had saved would be spent in just 3 to 5 days. Just as he had become rich, he would have to revert to being a poor man. Chen Huai'an felt bitter inside and turned his sorrow into appetite, eating like crazy. After all, with 50 taels of silver, he had to eat back 70 taels. Chapter 61. To cultivate, first make money. Burp. Chen Huai'an was already full, but there was still a lot of food left on the table. Master, can I take this to go? I'll save for breakfast tomorrow. Look at you. The conditions for joining my White Tiger banner are much more relaxed, but to become my personal disciple Zhao Baihu, you must be someone of great potential. Though it is said that a gentleman does not rely on tools, one must first become a tool. Chen Huai'an listened to Zhao Baihu's convoluted words, feeling a bit confused, but still nodded earnestly. Since ancient times, those who have succeeded in cultivation were all built on mountains of gold and silver. If I were to spend my family fortune, I could cultivate a few in the blood condensation realm or the entry realm, but what would that accomplish? In the end, they would become useless and foolish. They would only know to stretch out their hands for food and become stuck in their ways. Therefore, if you want to cultivate, you must first be resourceful and have the ability to make money. Either have a large family fortune or find a way to make it yourself. I can support you for a time, but I cannot support you for a lifetime. Well, I can no longer provide for you. Who will you turn to for medicinal materials? Didn't you used to be the head of the Lin family's medicinal gathering team? You should have made quite a bit of profit. No need to pretend to be poor with me. Zhao Baihu said, taking a sip of tea. Master is right. Since ancient times, there has been a principle of disciples showing filial piety to their masters, but there has never been a case of a master giving to a disciple. It's good that you have this awareness. Without money, what use is cultivation? You might as well return to your medicinal gathering team early. Zhao Baihu was very satisfied with Chen Huai'an's attitude. You're not from one of the 4 great families, and you haven't changed your surname to join a powerful faction. So making money is a bit difficult for you. By the way, didn't you help that Lin Baiyan recently? Ask him for a pharmacy. You could earn quite a bit in a year. Zhao Baihu changed the topic and continued speaking. Chen Huai'an had heard this from Lin Baiyan before, but hadn't paid much attention to it. However, now that his status had changed and he had a backing, asking for a pharmacy in light of his master was not unreasonable. Plus, it would provide a place for his medicinal herbs. The medicinal materials for cultivation not only include herbs, but also the essence blood of demonic beasts. These things cannot be grown in the spirit garden, and the expenses are considerable. The disciple understands. This is the Qi cultivation technique. I see that your dantian already has chaotic energy. You must practice diligently in the future. If you have any questions, go ask Old Biao. I need to enter seclusion for a while. After Zhao Baihu finished speaking, he got up and left the main room. Chen Huai'an wanted to pack up, but was met by a group of servants who came in and took away the leftover dishes, making him feel a bit pained. He quickly ate a couple more bites. At night, he returned to the attic, and Old Biao handed the baby girl over to Chen Huai'an. Young Master Lu, this child is really too well behaved. She doesn't cry or make a fuss, and she is quite adorable. Yes, this girl only cries when she needs to relieve herself or when she's hungry. She is very easy to soothe. Chen Huai'an nodded. It's getting late. Young Master Lu should rest. If there's anything, you can find me anytime. Okay, thank you, Uncle Biao. After sending Old Biao away, Chen Huai'an was free and began to look over the Qi cultivation technique that Zhao Baihu had given him. Although it was also a Qi cultivation technique, it was vastly different from the one Chen Huai'an had practiced before. The methods of cultivation were similar, but the main difference lay in the details. The Qi cultivation technique presented on the sweat towel could transport spiritual energy throughout the body's meridians and then converge in the dantian, enhancing the body and also filling the dantian, whereas Zhao Baihu's Qi cultivation technique merely absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy into the dantian, failing to strengthen the body. And the cultivation speed was an order of magnitude slower. Chen Huai'an did not hesitate at all and chose to continue practicing as he had before, putting Zhao Baihu's Qi cultivation technique aside for now. In fact, entering the town marshal division was most beneficial to Chen Huai'an in terms of his change in status. He no longer had to toil as he had before, fearing that others would discover his cultivation. Secondly, he could learn some martial techniques with Zhao Baihu as his master to guide him. Previously, Zhao Wuling's guidance was beneficial for a lifetime, but he couldn't demonstrate it personally. However, after watching Zhao Baihu's demonstration, Chen Huai'an understood it more deeply. It seemed he needed to visit the Lin family tomorrow. The little silver he had was simply too easy to spend. He should also contact the Li family. Chen Huai'an contemplated as he placed the baby girl on the bed and sat at the bedside, beginning to circulate the Qi cultivation technique. Phew, that was a good sleep. Luo Yunshuang opened her eyes. Today, she drank with great enjoyment. The milk of demonic beast was hundreds of times better than any beast milk or spirit milk. If it weren't for her tiny body, she could probably break through to Qi cultivation now. Of course, in pursuit of perfection, she must first reach the golden tendon and jade veins, mercury blood and silver marrow, and water and fire celestial garments before attempting to break through Qi cultivation. Huh? Who is this guy? Little Yozi? No way. Just after one sleep, he has changed his appearance? Luo Yunshuang widened her eyes, looking at Chen Huai'an, who was cultivating beside her, somewhat surprised. People rely on their clothes, and horses rely on their saddles. First looks, and then attire. Chen Huai'an's outfit highlighted him as quite handsome and rugged. Moreover, after entering the town martial division, there seemed to be some kind of magic. Chen Huai'an immediately shed that common air, perhaps influenced by Zhao Baihu's imposing demeanor during their conversation, or maybe the medicinal bath had some effect. It smells nice. Luo Yunshuang sniffed the air. The subtle fragrance on Chen Huai'an made people unconsciously want to approach him. My vision is never wrong. Little Yozi is a piece of uncut jade, and with proper polishing, he will surely become something great. What was that Iron Mountain strike? 8 extremes shattering mountains. What's so great about it? Let me help you improve it. Having eaten and slept well, Luo Yunshuang became spirited and crawled to the bedside, dipping a brush in ink on the paper Chen Huai'an had prepared and began to write. She modified the most critical technique in martial arts, the shattering mountain style, into the collapsing mountain style. Punch out, and mountains will collapse and the earth will crack. This instantly elevated the martial art to several levels. Not bad. It's enough for little Yozi to use in the sea of spirit realm. I'll give him a few stronger martial techniques later. After wiping her little hand on a nearby silk handkerchief, she crawled back into her blanket. She indeed had many powerful martial techniques, capable of overwhelming mountains and destroying the heavens. But if Chen Huai'an were to possess these techniques and be discovered by someone with ulterior motives, he would be at risk of exposure. Moreover, such martial techniques require guidance. Relying solely on written descriptions would not yield results. If he practiced incorrectly and fell into demonic paths, it would render him completely useless. The environment here is quite good, except that the spiritual energy is still thin. Everything else is quite nice. However, how will little Yozi make money? The future expenses will be astronomical, and he has no background. That stingy master of his can't provide much either. Luo Yunshuang pondered to herself. Achoo! Just as Zhao Baihu was about to enter seclusion, he suddenly sneezed. I've killed all my enemies. How can anyone still speak ill of me? Zhao Baihu frowned. Chapter 62. Being accomplished without arrogance, being wealthy without extravagance, is a sign of someone capable of great things. Early morning, the weather was fine. Chen Huai'an placed the baby girl in a medicinal basket and then carried it on his back. Dressed in the specially made fine clothes of a small flag officer from the town martial division, carrying a tattered medicinal basket looked quite odd. But Chen Huai'an had grown accustomed to it. He felt uneasy leaving the baby girl at home, yet it was inconvenient to carry her in front of him. It'll be better when you grow a bit, Chen Huai'an said, and quietly left the town martial division with the baby girl. In the northern part of the city, in front of the Lin Baiyang residence on Yongchang Street, dozens of guards armed with dark iron swords and wearing soft armor stood at the gate. Such a large display? Wasn't Lin Baisong already under house arrest? Chen Huai'an stood in front of the Lin Baiyang residence and the leading guard, seeing Chen Huai'an's attire and the badge hanging at his waist, quickly approached to bow respectfully. I greet you, young flag officer. Before Chen Huai'an could ask anything, the main gate slowly opened, and a young boy ran out quickly. Young flag officer Chen, the young lady requests your presence. The young lady? Chen Huai'an's thoughts raced. The only one who could be referred to as the young lady in the Lin family was the legitimate eldest daughter. Although he had never seen her, he had learned about her through Lin Baiyang. It was said that Lin Qianlu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, was renowned as a great beauty in Fengling County back in the day, and many talented youths from the other 3 prominent families admired her. Intermarriage among the 4 great families was an unwritten rule. However, Lin Qianlu fell in love with a lowly fisherman. Naturally, old Master Lin tried every means to obstruct this, but Lin Qianlu was stubborn and insisted on being with the fisherman even if it meant leaving the Lin family. Later, Lin Baisong came up with an idea to find a courtesan from the Fengyula to seduce the fisherman. The courtesan, skilled in all arts of music and dance, dazzled the fisherman, who had never seen such grandeur, and he immediately succumbed. Upon learning this, Lin Qianlu abandoned her thoughts of staying with the fisherman. Lin Baiyang told Chen Huai'an that the fisherman reappeared at Lin Qianliu's residence 6 months later, where he was turned into a human stick his hands and feet cut off, eyes, nose, mouth, and tongue gouged out, kept alive in a jar, sustained by high-quality soup and medicine. As for the courtesan from Fengling, Lin Baiyong only said her fate was even worse, without elaborating on how dire it was. Afterward, Lin Qianlu secluded herself in her boudoir, and now, having long passed the age for marriage discussions, she remained single. As a bastard child, Lin Baiyong had a low status in the Lin family. During festivals, he gave Lin Qianlu quite a bit of silver, and she occasionally offered some guidance. The accountant Bai Suanpan and the foreign affairs manager Yu Mianhu were originally people from Lin Qianlu's household. Knowing these details, Chen Huai'an concluded that Lin Qianlu was a person of great ambition, which was why he suggested Lin Baiyong retreat to advance, giving the Shilin pharmacy to Lin Qianlu, perhaps to save his own life. Moreover, Chen Huai'an felt that the matter of the Lin family's first branch was also closely related to Lin Qianlu. Following the young boy, Chen Huai'an entered the main hall of the Lin Baiyong residence. In the main hall, apart from Lin Baiyong, there was only a woman in her 30s, mature and graceful, with a dignified demeanor. After leading Chen Huai'an in, the young boy immediately withdrew. "I greet you, Old Master Lin and Young Lady Lin." Chen Huai'an's tone was respectful, but it felt strange to refer to the Lin family's legitimate eldest daughter in such a manner. However, this was usually how unmarried daughters were addressed within families. "So, you are the young flag, Officer Chen?" Lin Qianlu looked at Chen Huai'an, her voice very gentle. "I dare not. Young lady, please just call me a Lu." You are quite handsome and seem clever. You are now a young flag officer in the town military division, so you should carry yourself with some authority. That authority is for outsiders to see." Chen Huai'an had come this time to do business. After all, nothing was more important than having money in hand. One who achieves success does not become arrogant, and one who gains wealth does not become extravagant. That is someone capable of great things. Lin Qianlu nodded. "You flatter me. Baiyong has told me about the previous matters. Your life was saved by you, and you promised to let you manage a pharmacy. Today, you have come for this matter, right?" A Lu comes from humble beginnings and originally had no qualifications to manage a pharmacy. But now that I have entered the service of General Zhao and become a direct disciple, the expenses for cultivation are immense and hard to bear. My master has asked me to find a means of livelihood, which is why I recalled Old Master Lin's words. Chen Huai'an's response mainly aimed to present his master Zhao Baihu to gain some standing. The day before, Zhao Baihu had taken Chen Huai'an to the inner city. So Lin Qianlu was not surprised to learn that Zhao Baihu had taken Chen Huai'an as a direct disciple. Otherwise, how could she have mentioned the pharmacy matter? Then, what kind of pharmacy do you want, and how do you plan to manage it? Since Chen Huai'an entered the main hall, it had been Lin Qianlu speaking, while Lin Baiyong quietly sat to the side without saying a word. Only at this moment did he speak to explain to Chen Huai'an, there are many ways to manage a pharmacy. It can be registered under your name, managed by the Lin family, with a 50-50 income split. Most young members of families manage their businesses this way after entering the town military division. Alternatively, you can manage it yourself, find a shopkeeper, and gather herbal gatherers yourself, using the Shilin pharmacy's name, with a 30-70 income split. However, if there are any issues with the products sold, you must resolve them yourself and cannot affect the Shilin pharmacy's reputation. The second option yields more money but requires more effort. Additionally, currently, the only available pharmacy in Fengling County is in the west of the city. Apart from that, there are 3 in Fengling County, 1 in Anyuan County, and 1 in the far Jiangling County capital. The pharmacy in the west of the city has not generated much profit in recent years, while those in Fengling County are more profitable, but the cost of transporting herbs is considerable, and one has to deal with the local families and authorities, which requires a significant amount of silver each year and can be quite troublesome. Chen Huai'an had saved Lin Baiyong's life, so he reminded him a bit more. For Chen Huai'an, having an external advantage like the Lingpu, the best way was to manage it himself with a 30-70 split with the Lin family, and choose a pharmacy in another county to avoid being discovered. However, with his current strength, traveling to another county would be time-consuming and dangerous, which would also delay his cultivation. Ultimately, Chen Huai'an chose the pharmacy in the west of Fengling County. The west of the city was the Li family's territory. mainly dealing in gambling and entertainment venues. If someone really wanted to buy medicine, they would mostly go to the south of the city, which was further away but offered better quality than that in the west. Do you want to manage it yourself, or entrust it to the Lin family? Lin Qianlu asked gently. In response to the young lady, could the Lin family manage the pharmacy while I provide the herbs? I come from Chenjia village and know many skilled herbal gatherers, and I also have some experience. All right, then what about the split? Lin Qianlu nodded. How about 80 to 20? Chen Huai'an asked. What? Lin Baiyong was somewhat surprised. Even if he managed it all himself, the minimum would be a 70 to 30 split. Yet Chen Huai'an proposed an 80 to 20 split. Since the establishment of the Shilin pharmacy, there had never been such a precedent. Chapter 63. Young Lady Lin's Generosity. Young Flag Officer Chen returns loaded by Yang. Go to the treasury and fetch 5,000 taels of silver, and send it to the residence of Chen Xiaoqi as a small token of congratulations for him meeting a good teacher. Lin Qianlu is generous, and this is also out of consideration for Chen Huai'an and Zhao Baihu. Of course, since Chen Huai'an has become Zhao Baihu's direct disciple, his future potential is limitless. Miss Lin has spent a lot. I'm truly humbled. Before coming here, Chen Huai'an never expected that Lin Qianlu would be so generous. 5,000 taels of silver is something he would never have seen in his life as a herbalist. With this money, Chen Huai'an won't have to worry about the costs of medicinal baths for a while. Fengling County is small, but not too small, with hundreds of thousands of residents. Yet in a sense, it is also not large, as everyone lives in their own circles. You are a small flag officer of the town marshal division, a direct disciple of General Zhao, and also the head of the herbal picking team for my Lin family. In the future, the Lin family may have requests of you. So I hope you will lend a helping hand out of consideration for our past friendship. Lin Qianlu said leisurely. If it is within my capabilities, I will certainly do my utmost. 5,000 taels of silver in exchange for a promise is definitely a great deal for Chen Huai'an at this moment. As for the future, he was uncertain, but without this 5,000 taels, the upcoming cultivation expenses would truly be difficult to manage. Miss Lin, it's getting late. If there are no further instructions, I won't take up any more of your time. Yes, you're now a small flag officer of the town marshal division, busy with official duties, so I won't keep you for lunch. When you have time, come to my residence. I will definitely treat you well. Thank you, Miss Lin. In a few days, I will surely pay a visit. Having received the benefit, Chen Huai'an did not wish to delay any further and immediately took his leave. After watching Chen Huai'an leave, Lin Qianlu's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. He is an interesting person. Eldest sister. Isn't 5,000 taels a bit too much? Although Baiyong also valued Chen Huai'an, 3 members of the herbal picking team had already been separated, and the medicine shop's profits were split 80 to 20, which was enough sincerity. Giving 5,000 taels on top of that was unexpected. Zhao Baihu is indeed very strong. But the Lin family also has direct descendants in the town marshal division serving as general flag officers. Even if they are not as powerful as Zhao Baihu, their status is not too different. These are small amounts of money. Just consider it as building good relations. Father is getting older and has become somewhat muddled but still clings to the fish market and meat shop. At his age, he should be enjoying his twilight years. Lin Qianlu did not mind the 5,000 taels given away. Instead, she mentioned the other 2 businesses of the family. The Lin family's pharmacy is the largest, covering 7 counties in Jiangling Prefecture, with branches even in the county town, but its total profits do not match those of the meat shop and fish market, which are located solely in Fengling County. The relative profit margins of the fish market and meat shop are higher in Fengling County. Aside from the martial artists of the town marshal division consuming a lot of herbs, not much is sold daily. As for the medicinal herbs supplied to the town marshal division, after accounting for the costs of the herbalist and maintaining the blade-wielding team, it barely breaks even. Regarding the pharmacy branches in other counties, due to long-distance transportation, hiring escorts, and the protection fees required in various places, they can only earn a meager profit. On the other hand, the fish market and meat shop have a relatively higher consumption volume, and occasionally, when the market is good, prices can be raised, allowing butchers and fishermen to be squeezed a bit. The old master of the Lin family has always kept these 2 businesses in his own hands. employing only his trusted aides. The fish market and meat shop are the old master's lifeblood. He cannot easily let go. Bai Yang said, "Nothing is impossible." Lin Xianlu narrowed her eyes and continued, "Didn't you recently get a dragon scale vine and give it to young Master Zhao?" "Yes." "Young Master Zhao has already started his retreat," Bai Yang quickly replied. "Then write a letter to young Master Zhao." "Write a letter?" Just as Bai Yang was halfway through his sentence, Lin Xianlu had already taken out a letter from her sleeve. "I've already written it for you." After leaving Lin Bai Yang's residence, Chen Huai'an hurried to the firewood market in the West City. Some time ago, Li Ruyue had rented a separate courtyard in the northern part of the firewood market, telling her father that she wanted to let her mother recuperate. And then she moved into the courtyard with her mother. This courtyard is somewhat humble. Far from the residence Chen Huai'an has on Yongchang Street in the north of the city, but it is not bad for temporary living. He had already treated Li Ruyue's mother, Sun Lan, 3 times with silver needle techniques, and she had now started taking medicine for conditioning. In fact, Sun Lan's illness had already healed, but Chen Huai'an had exaggerated the hidden dangers of the illness as he had not yet obtained the information he wanted. In front of Sun Lan and her daughter, he appeared to be an honest man, saying little. In reality, he was an honest man who spoke little. After all, having lived 2 lives, speaking too much truth rarely ends well. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Huai'an gently knocked on the door of the separate courtyard where the Li mother and daughter lived. Coincidentally, Li Ruyue was planning to return to the Li residence in the inner city to visit her father, as she had not been back for 2 or 3 days. "Are you a Lu?" Looking at Chen Huai'an, who had changed into a different outfit and whose demeanor had changed significantly, Li Ruyue had some difficulty recognizing him. But the medicine basket behind him was too familiar. "Miss Li, I've been quite busy these past few days and really haven't had the time," Chen Huai'an said with a hint of apology on his face. "It's all right. My mother has been in much better spirits lately. And I guess you're now a small flag officer of the town marshal division?" Seeing Chen Huai'an's current appearance, Li Ruyue felt her emotions suddenly become chaotic for some reason. After talking for a while, she finally noticed the badge at Chen Huai'an's waist and was a bit surprised. Chapter 64, Curing Old Illness. Sun Lan talks about the past, different doors, moon like floating water fate. In a separate courtyard in the West City, Li Ruyue has over 20 servants keeping the place spotless. Chen Huai'an followed Li Ruyue to the residence of her mother, Sun Lan. The 4 great families of Fengling County have maintained intermarriages for profit. The current old master of the Li family, Li Wenyuan, married the legitimate daughter of the Sun family. And Sun Lan was originally a maid brought by the legitimate daughter of the Sun family, Sun Choyu, who later changed her surname to Sunday. Due to her outstanding looks and clever handling of matters, she was greatly favored by Li Wenyuan and Sun Choyu. 20 years ago, she became a concubine, and 2 years later, she gave birth to Li Ruyue. Now in her 40s, Sun Lan still possesses charm and speaks and acts with great propriety, leaving no flaws to be picked. Congratulations, young Master Lu, on your promotion to Small Flag Officer. You will soon be addressed as Sir Small Flag Officer. Sun Lan was inside, trimming potted plants. Although it was the dead of winter, the flowers in the house bloomed brilliantly, as she loved to tend to these flowers and plants. "Lady Li, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate to have been recognized by General Zhao and to be taken in as his direct disciple despite my lack of talent." "General Zhao? Direct disciple? In that case, young Master Chen's future is limitless." Sun Lan was somewhat taken aback, having been in the Li family for so many years. She was already well-versed in the affairs of the 4 great families. The general flag officer of the town marshal division is none other than Zhao Baihu, who is one of the strongest in Fengling County. However, over the past decades, he has only accepted 3 direct disciples, and now he has rarely accepted this outsider in front of her. This speaks volumes about Chen Huai'an's exceptional capabilities. Moreover, through several interactions, Sun Lan also realized that Chen Huai'an is certainly not an ordinary person. He just happened to be lucky. "How has Lady Li been feeling lately?" Chen Huai'an asked. "I feel completely at ease. I should be fully healed. I'll apply the silver needle technique 1 or 2 more times, and it should be fine." "That would not do. You're now a small flag officer of the town marshal division and a direct disciple of General Zhao. How could I trouble you?" Although Sun Lan was called Lady Li, she had once been a servant of the Sun family. Even after being taken as a concubine by Li Wenyuan, her status remained lowly. However, due to Li Wenyuan's affection, Sun Lan had a somewhat higher position in the family, and she also had a daughter, Li Ruyue, who was well-behaved and understanding. After leaving the Li family's door, her status was slightly higher than that of a small flag officer in the town marshal division. Not much different from that of a junior flag officer, but absolutely much lower than the identity of Zhao Baihu's direct disciple. Madam Li, there's no need for that. Here, there are no small flag officers from the town marshal division, only Miss Li's friend, Chen Lu, Chen Huai'an said earnestly. Standing beside him, Li Ruya's face, which had just lost its flush, instantly turned red again. Ruya, mother, what's wrong? Chen, the junior flag officer, needs some time to administer the acupuncture. You should return home and inform the master. This is serious. All right, I'll go back now. Li Ruya nodded obediently, glanced at Chen Huai'an, then gracefully stepped back and closed the door. Thank you for your trouble, junior flag officer. Madam Li, you are too polite. Please lie down first. Chen Huai'an took out the silver needles and slowly pierced them into Sun Lan's acupoints. Junior flag officer, if you want to ask anything, just ask. After this acupuncture session, I will return to the Li residence and may not come out again. Sun Lan said softly with her eyes half closed. She had been in the Li residence for so many years, relying on her quick wits and ability to read situations to gain her master's favor, which was much higher than that of other maidservants. After several interactions, she could tell that Chen Huai'an had a purpose. Rest assured, junior flag officer. I know what should be said and what should not be said. Actually, this matter is something I am helping my master inquire about. Regarding the recent situation of the Li family's great-aunt, Li Qingyao, Chen Huai'an asked. Zhao Wuling was also one of Chen Huai'an's masters. So what he said was not a lie. As for others, they would subconsciously think it was Zhao Baihu who inquired. Li Qingyao was the legitimate daughter of the Li family, who was supposed to marry Zhao Wuling, the third son of the Zhao family, and they were quite compatible, having grown up together. However, Zhao Wuling later committed many outrageous acts, and this marriage was called off. At that time, Zhao Baihu, as the elder brother, supported Zhao Wuling. But unfortunately, Zhao Wuling's actions undermined the foundation of the four great families controlling Fengling County, making it impossible for him to continue. After Zhao Wuling was deposed, everyone thought he was dead. Li Qingyao attempted to commit suicide several times, but was saved by the Li family. Later, it was Zhao Baihu who visited Li Qingyao once, which helped her calm down, and she eventually locked herself in the depths of the Li family estate. When all this happened, Sun Lan was still with the Sun family. And after entering the Li family, she had heard some bits and pieces about this great-aunt of the Li family, but she knew very little. Moreover, the old master of the Li family had explicitly prohibited discussing Li Qingyao, so Sun Lan only knew that Li Qingyao currently lived in the inner city, in the Xingtsue building of the Li family's back courtyard. The great-aunt has lived in the Xingtsue building for decades without ever coming out. Is she still alive? She should still be alive, but I have never seen her. Sun Lan told Chen Huai'an everything she knew. Thank you, Madam Li. These matters are not particularly confidential. The people of the Li family generally know them. However, the matters regarding the great-aunt are considered taboo and cannot be discussed casually. What I have said today also carries the risk of being punished by the master and madam. Lu was aware that if there were any future tasks. Before Chen Huai'an could finish, Sun Lan raised her hand, interrupting him. Junior flag officer, I have only one request. Madam Li, please speak. In the future, we should meet less with Ruya. Sun Lan hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and looked pleadingly at Chen Huai'an. Chen Huai'an had no feelings for Li Ruya to begin with, and thought that Sun Lan was concerned about her background. Without hesitation, he agreed. Soon after, Chen Huai'an left the annex and headed to his residence on Yongchang Street. After noon, Li Ruya hurried back to the annex, looking worn out. Did the junior flag officer leave? Yes. What did he say? Nothing much. When I came in, I saw the servants outside packing their things. Well, now that my illness is better, I don't need a rest here anymore. I should move back to the residence as soon as possible. No more acupuncture? No need. The mother and daughter exchanged a few simple words. Li Ruya was also a clever person and noticed that her mother-esque expression was not quite right. Mother, is there something wrong? From today onwards, do not meet with the junior flag officer. Sun Lan said seriously to Li Ruya. Why? Li Ruya had just turned 18 and was at the age of budding feelings. In Fengling County, the hierarchy is strict, and the most important thing is the matching of social status. Different identities and statuses lead to different perspectives and thoughts. Even if you were together, it wouldn't be happy. Mother, although I am favored by father, I also know I am a concubine's daughter. The junior flag officer was once a commoner, but has now been elevated from a wandering household to a respectable family. Li Ruya argued anxiously. As children of a prominent family, marriage is not up to you. But if you really like someone, and he is a respectable person, I would do everything I can to arrange it for you. But the junior flag officer is not someone you can aspire to. Is it because he has become a junior flag officer? He is now a direct disciple of the chief flag officer Zhao, which is a privilege only the direct descendants of the 4 great families receive. In that position, he will be highly regarded. In the future, he will either be above thousands or die in silence amidst countless jealousy. Besides, there is the matter of Chen Huai'an inquiring about Great Aunt Lin Qingyao. Although Sun Lan did not know what Chen Huai'an intended to do, she had a premonition that he would not be too settled. Your mother also went through your age and understands a young girl's thoughts best. The junior flag officer has a reputation as a benevolent person and is also quite handsome. His talent for cultivation must be extraordinary, otherwise, the chief flag officer Zhao Wunti have taken a liking to him. Such a person is destined to be beyond your reach. If you want to blame someone, blame your mother for not giving you a good background. Chapter 65. A natural herbalist in front of Chen Huai'an's courtyard on Yunshuang Street. 7 or 8 people stood, some of whom looked like porters, shivering in the cold wind. Is the junior flag officer back at the town marshal division? Ho Sanling glanced at the tightly closed door. Previously, he had soaked in the herbal medicine provided by Chen Huai'an, and his health had improved significantly. Since Chen Huai'an left by Keiju, their herbal baths had stopped, and their meals had also dropped to a low point, with them barely able to fill their stomachs each day. In reality, their situation was much better than ordinary herbalists, as they at least had a warm place to stay. However, compared to before, the difference was too great. None of the 5 members of the herbal gathering team forgot about Chen Huai'an. This time, Lin Xinlu ordered 3 people from the herbal gathering team to be dispatched to Chen Huai'an, and the chosen ones were Guodachuan, Ho Sanlang, and Wu Yu. So they accompanied the people delivering silver to Chen Huai'an's courtyard. Before leaving, the employer specifically instructed them to deliver the silver to the junior flag officer's residence. Guodachuan shook his head, but they waited there for nearly an hour without seeing Chen Huai'an's figure. I wonder how the junior flag officer will arrange for us in the future, Wu Yu said softly. When we were in Baikeju, the junior flag officer treated us well, so I think he won't treat us poorly. Ho Sanlang speculated. But people can change. He was the head of the herbal gathering team before. Although his position was above us, he was still an herbalist. Now, he is the junior flag officer of the town marshal division, someone we can only look up to, Wu Yu said worriedly. Moreover, practitioners need money to cultivate, he added. Originally in a good mood, Guodachuan and Ho Sanlang's enthusiasm instantly plummeted after hearing Wu Yu's analysis. Our position determines our attitude toward actions. They suddenly realized that Chen Huai'an had reached an unattainable height. We are just lowly wandering households, only with a bit more skill than ordinary herbalists. But no matter how capable we are still commoners. We're commoners. Life is not in our control, and matters are not up to us. In Fengling County, there's only one junior flag officer, Chen. We can only leave it to fate. Hoping that the junior flag officer can grant us a place to stay and some food to eat would already be a great kindness. Guodachuan sighed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and everyone was starting to struggle. What if I go check the town military office? Ho Sanlang suggested. Are you looking for death? You lowly commoner, dare to approach the town military office even a step, and you'll be executed. Guodachuan immediately reminded him sternly. But if we keep waiting here, we'll soon freeze to death. Ho Sanlang trembled as he spoke, while Wu Yu had fallen silent, tightly closing his eyes, frost already hanging from his eyelashes. This damned weather. Guodachuan looked up, and snowflakes began to fall. When did you arrive? I thought it would be later before you could deliver. A voice, like heavenly music, rang in everyone's ears. Little banner officer. Ho Sanlang's eyes widened as he hurriedly saluted, his frozen body unable to move, and he fell directly into the snow. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come inside to warm up. Chen Huai'an raised a hand, using his strength to help the staggering Ho Sanlang up. He opened the courtyard gate, and everyone followed Chen Huai'an into the large compound with 3 entrances and exits. 3 boxes of silver were placed in the east wing, and Chen Huai'an gave a few hundred copper coins as a reward for the porters, sending them back to report to their employer. Guidachuan, Ho Sanlang, and Wu Yu followed Chen Huai'an into the main hall. Previously, when Chen Huai'an was alone, he stayed in the east wing and had visited a few times. The empty main hall only had a few chairs. Chen Huai'an sat in a chair and glanced at the 3 men, who were as quiet as mice. From now on, I will be staying at the town military office for a while, so you will stay here. You can spend this 5 taels of silver. No need to be overly frugal. There is a medicinal garden in the back courtyard that needs careful tending, and apart from that, don't slack off on your work. After this winter, I will take you up the mountain to gather herbs. We've known each other for a while. You know my character. I will never mistreat you. You don't need to worry about food and clothing, but the premise is that you must show me your worth. I don't keep idlers. Now, these 3 men counted as his true subordinates, and it was only right to establish rules. As for whether they had other motives or were spies sent by the Lin family, Chen Huai'an didn't care. As long as they could complete the tasks he assigned, that was enough. Rest assured, 6th Master, we will do our utmost. The 3 replied earnestly. Chen Huai'an's main purpose for returning this time was to take away the alchemy furnace, which had cost a significant amount of money. The town military office had a dedicated alchemy pavilion, with various sizes of alchemy furnaces, even possessing a special flame called earth core fire for alchemy, which was perfect for the task. However, each time one visited the alchemy pavilion, a fee of 2 taels of silver was required. And unless it was a particularly precious elixir, the fee would not even cover the cost, making it better to use one's own alchemy furnace. Before leaving the residence, Chen Huai'an went to the back courtyard to check on the herbs he had planted before. Some high-value herbs had difficulty surviving after being transplanted, especially now that it was cold and freezing. However, the herbs in the back courtyard were thriving. These had been cultivated from seeds in the spirit garden and then planted in the back courtyard's medicinal garden, although lacking the technological advantages of his previous life. These herbs had survived, perhaps because they were seeds cultivated in the spirit garden. Tigerbone grass? It can actually be cultivated? How was that possible? Wu Yu, following Chen Huai'an, also arrived in the back courtyard. Not just Wu Yu, but Guidachuan and Ho Sanlang were equally shocked. In the past, the medicinal herbs of Fulong Mountain could be said to be inexhaustible, and no one thought of planting them themselves. However, as time passed, the number of herb gatherers increased. And aside from the core areas and some extremely dangerous places, most of the herbs on Fulong Mountain had been harvested clean. Since more than 100 years ago, the Lin family had begun researching cultivation, but after several decades, aside from a few worthless herbs that could be grown, any herb that was helpful for cultivation, even the lowest grade ones, could not be cultivated. The Lin family had poured massive amounts of manpower, resources, and finances into this effort, with the other 3 major families also doing their utmost to assist, but ultimately, it ended in failure. Since then, no one in Fengling County had engaged in herb cultivation. But in Chen Huai'an's back courtyard's medicinal garden, so many herbs had actually grown. 6th Master, did you plant all of these? Guidachuan looked at Chen Huai'an in disbelief. What is wrong? Chen Huai'an didn't find it particularly strange. How did you do it? We also looked at Chen Huai'an. It requires some special ritual methods. Chen Huai'an casually replied. The Lin family previously issued a bounty. If anyone could grow herbs, they could go to the Lin family to claim 10,000 taels of gold. Ho Sanlang quickly said, there was such a thing? Chen Huai'an was unaware of this. That was something from 20 or 30 years ago. And after a long period of failures, the 4 major families in Fengling County had completely given up. Of course, I just wonder if that bounty still stands. Guidachuan nodded. Forget it. These are just clever tricks, not worth mentioning. Chen Huai'an shook his head. Upon hearing this, the 3 no longer said much and carefully approached to check, fearful of damaging the herbs. They're not that delicate, Just water them regularly, and trim the branches and leaves. Chen Huai'an explained as he demonstrated briefly. However, since each type of herb had different habits, some required certain distinctions. In the basket on Chen Huai'an's back, Luo Yunshuang carefully looked at the medicinal garden and was somewhat surprised. This little Liuzi actually has some skill. He managed to keep dragon whisker grass alive in a place like this. Recently, due to a backlash from her spiritual consciousness, Luo Yunshuang had no time to pay attention to what Chen Huai'an had done. She only remembered that he had planted some herbs. But those seemed no different from wild grass in her eyes. However, dragon whisker grass was different. It was a quasi-spiritual herb that could help cultivators break through to Qi training. Based on Luo Yunshuang's experience, the reason why medicinal herbs could not be cultivated in Fengling County was simple. The spiritual energy here was too thin. In areas rich in spiritual energy, under certain conditions, spiritual energy clusters would form, like an invisible tornado, creating strong suction to gather all the surrounding spiritual energy. Most of the spiritual energy in Fengling County had been absorbed by Fulong Mountain. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, it was impossible for herbs that could aid cultivation to grow here. How strange. How did he manage to do this? Is he a born herb gatherer? Luo Yunshuang pondered secretly. In the central state Immortal court, there were also herb gatherers, but they gathered spirit herbs instead. As cultivation levels increased, ordinary spirit herbs became ineffective, necessitating the use of rarer and more precious spirit herbs for medicinal purposes. Such spirit herbs were always sought after, but hard to find. People from prominent families like Luo Yunshuang devoted nearly all their energy to cultivation, and the spirit herbs they needed came from herb gatherers. There were also some herb gatherers who understood cultivation techniques and would cultivate spirit herbs in areas rich in spiritual energy. However, cultivating spirit herbs required long-term care and management, with a time cost that was too high, often taking hundreds of years and needing the efforts of 2 or 3 generations, but at least it was safe. The Immortal core of the main body had many immortal gardens. Once he regained his strength and returned to the Immortal court, he could hand those immortal gardens over to little Liuzi to manage, which would be much better than leaving them in the hands of those useless people. Luo Yunshuang began to plan a future development path for Chen Huai'an. Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an had already told Guidachuan and the other 3 the precautions for cultivating these herbs, and they each took notes. You stay here. I will come back to check in a while. There are plenty of houses in the back courtyard. Feel free to choose. Just don't go to the east wing. Chapter 66. Immortals and Officials. Legends of the Central State. As evening approached, Chen Huai'an, accompanied by several porters, returned to the town military office, carrying the alchemy furnace and 3 large boxes. Due to the restrictions of the town marshal division, outsiders were not allowed in, so the porters could only leave the items at the door. After giving them some money, Chen Huai'an moved the furnace and boxes to his residence himself. After a day's work, Chen Huai'an had a bountiful harvest, 5,000 taels of silver, a pharmacy, and he had also gathered news about his masteress wife, at least confirming that she was still alive. Little 6th Master, dinner is ready. Lao Biao knocked on the door a few times and called out. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Huai'an dragged the 3 boxes of silver under the bed, took the infant girl, and went downstairs, following Lao Biao to the back hall, where a large table of dishes awaited. Master said these are all nourishing foods that are good for the body. I can't finish them all myself, so Uncle Biao should have some too. Little 6th Master, my old body is like a bottomless clay pot. No matter how many good things I pour in, I can't keep them, and it just wastes good intentions. Besides, I've already eaten. Seeing Lao Biao politely decline, Chen Huai'an said nothing. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, saving his appetite for this feast. After all, he had spent his own silver on it, and missing even a bite would be a loss. Uncle Biao, I eat slowly. If you have something to do, go ahead. If not, just sit here and rest your feet. Seeing Uncle Biao standing by, Chen Huai'an felt a bit embarrassed. It was already night, and there was nothing else to do. Little 6th Master, let me watch the girl for a while, so you can eat in peace. All right. Chen Huai'an handed the infant to Lao Biao, who took out some beast milk prepared for her and sat down to feed her. These dishes are really good, but I wonder what they all are? While eating, Chen Huai'an asked tentatively. That steamed blood from the Red River, over 50 years old. I've eaten quite a bit myself. Back then, I was young and inexperienced. Without your level of composure. After eating it, I rushed to the fragrance pavilion and fought for 3 days and nights. It was truly chaotic. After all, Zhao Baihu had accepted Chen Huai'an as a direct disciple. So as long as it didn't involve the core secrets of the town martial division, Lao Biao had nothing to hide. No wonder after eating last night, my blood was boiling. And it took me a night of practicing the qi cultivation technique to calm down a bit. Chen Huai'an scooped a large piece of steamed blood with a spoon. Some people are just naturally suited for cultivation, able to focus entirely. Lao Biao looked at Chen Huai'an, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Chen Huai'an didn't feel much about it. After all, in his previous life, he had seen too many teachers and those who practiced dark arts. After being reborn, his greater need was to solve the problem of survival, struggling at the bottom. There was only one way out. Constantly improving his strength was the only way to survive and live like a person. Chen Huai'an had one more life than others. Although it was only a little over 20 years, he had seen far more than the people in this world, and his way of thinking was naturally different. Uncle Biao, they say that the top 3 grades of immortal cultivation families, court officials, and royal relatives really exist, right? Of course they exist. Immortals and officials. That's conferred by the Central Continent South Immortal Court, which is not trivial. Once you reach the Divine Sea realm, you can receive the Immortal Court's conferment. And those who cultivate to higher realms can go to the Central Continent to face the saint without kneeling or bowing. Divine Sea realm? So, Master has already been conferred? Chen Huai'an asked. Not really. The old Master is a bit too old, and even if he goes to the Central Continent, he won't gain much. He also doesn't want to leave home. However, little Sixth Master is clever and might go further, if there is a chance. You must leave Fengling County and go to Jiangling Prefecture, Qitian Mansion, or even the Central Continent South Immortal Court to have a look. Lao Biao, S.I. sparkled. Must one leave Fengling County to cultivate? Of course. If you want to go further in your cultivation, you must leave this place. Master also cultivated outside back in the day. The old Master has been to Qitian Mansion and has traveled to a few other states. Over 20 years ago, due to some reasons and the hopelessness of a breakthrough, he returned to Fengling County and re-entered the town martial division. Lao Biao nodded. With a powerful figure like Master here, those from the Black Dragon Village, even if they attack, it would be like seeking death, right? In Fengling County, even those in the blood condensation realm are considered strong. Someone like Zhao Baihu in the Divine Sea realm has the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Can a mere Black Dragon Village produce such a strong person? Chen Huai'an did not believe it. According to common sense, the people of Black Dragon Village would never shake Fengling County. With the old Master station here, they would turn to ashes as soon as they came. This point was also clear to the people of Black Dragon Village. But if they colluded with the people from the Luo Heavenly Outer Path, then it was hard to say. Moreover, the old Master was indeed getting old. Lao Biao sighed. Chen Huai'an nodded. If it were just the Black Dragon Village, it wouldn't be a concern, but with the addition of the Luo Heavenly Outer Path, the situation became uncertain. Soon, Chen Huai'an finished his dinner, even cleaning the plates thoroughly. Lao Biao glanced at them and felt that tonight he could tell the servants not to wash the dishes. Little Sixth Master, rest for half an hour, then we can start the medicinal bath. Today, I added a spirit herb, so it will cost an extra 3 taels of silver. 3 taels of silver? What herb is so expensive? Chen Huai'an felt a bit pained. Didn't Little Sixth Master just receive 5,000 taels from the Lin family? It's only 3 taels more. Lao Biao had already lulled the infant to sleep. Chen Huai'an sighed. Even if the town martial division was severely weakened, he still had a good grasp of the entire Fengling County. He had just collected 5,000 taels from Lin Qianlu in the morning, and now he immediately knew about it. As for his inquiry about Sunlawn, Chen Huai'an was a bit unsure. With Fengling County currently in turmoil, there shouldn't be many idle people to deal with such matters, right? He had a bit of a lucky mindset, even if the matter came to light. He had his master, Zhao Baihu, backing him. His top priority was still cultivation. Splash! Chen Huai'an entered the wooden tub, this time directly feeling the spiritual energy swirling around him. Lao Biao stood at the door, following Zhao Baihu's instructions. and pointed out a few key points regarding the qi cultivation technique. However, the qi cultivation technique Chen Huai'an got from the sweat towel was far superior and more detailed. So he just listened with one ear, continuing to operate the great Zhou Tian according to the technique on the towel. Little sixth master. The master has instructed that you Shun Ti leave the town marshal division recently. Things are a bit chaotic outside. Below the town marshal division, besides the dungeon, there is also a library with many books that are not available outside. If you have nothing to do, you can go there to pass the time. I've placed the key to the library on the table in the main hall. Okay, thank you, Uncle Biao. Lao Biao explained the key points of the qi cultivation technique in detail, then placed a set of keys on the table before leaving. Chen Huai'an operated the great Zhou Tian in the wooden tub. After this period of cultivation, he had shortened the time of one great Zhou Tian to half an hour. At this point, the medicinal effects in the tub had been completely absorbed. After drying himself, he went to the main hall to get the keys, went up to the second floor room, sat by the bed, and closed his eyes slightly. He appeared in front of his spiritual garden. Most herbs in Fengling County cannot be cultivated artificially, but the branches or seeds cultivated here can mostly survive when taken outside. The medicinal fields behind the town marshal division had fallen into disrepair. If they could be utilized to plant some herbs, whether sold in the town marshal division or taken to pharmacies outside, it would be a considerable income. The problem was how to explain that I can cultivate herbs. Chen Huai'an found it a bit difficult. He had previously casually dealt with Guodachuan and the others, saying he knew some refining techniques which could fool those three. But the people from the four major families were all old foxes. Would they believe him? Opening his eyes, he took out the pharmaceutical cannon from the herb basket and browsed it carefully for a while. Chen Huai'an then went to the study and wrote a line of small characters on a blank page. Feed the spirit with blood, nourish the soul with energy, refine 3 times, and purify 9 times. Only then can one obtain the medicine to communicate with the soaking seeds in blood and then nurturing them with spiritual energy. Heating them at low temperatures with charcoal, these seeds can be planted in the ground. Chen Huai'an wrote this method himself, making it seem quite credible. If anyone asks how I can grow them, just say it's a secret technique passed down from my ancestors. This method can also be freely given to the Lin family, but it requires the blood of my Chen family members, and only 1 extraction of essence blood is allowed per month. A second extraction would have no effect and requires a month of recovery. After much thought, Chen Huai'an finally came up with a reason, although there are still some flaws. He has Zhao Baihu backing him, and besides, buying only low-grade herbs won't attract the attention of those in power. He also wants to make some silver. If he really starts cultivating, the 5,000 taels he has won't last long, and without income, he'll soon be in dire straits. In the following days, aside from cultivating, Chen Huai'an went to the back mountain of the town's marshal office to reclaim wasteland and turn over abandoned herb gardens. Occasionally, he would visit the library beneath the town's marshal office to browse through a book of strange tales, and his days were quite leisurely. The library of the town's marshal office is extraordinary. The paper used cannot be burned by fire or wet by water. Even someone like Chen Huai'an, who has reached the qi refining stage, cannot tear a page no matter how hard he tries. Of course, this is what Lao Biao told him. Chen Huai'an wouldn't dare to try it himself. If he tore it, even with Zhao Baihu protecting him, there would be no threat to his life. But he would still bear a huge debt. Carrying a baby girl, Chen Huai'an entered the library, which has 2 rooms, one filled with martial arts manuals and the other with strange tales. He had already browsed through the manuals. Lao Biao had told Chen Huai'an that the qi refining technique and the 8 extremes shaking the mountain taught to him by Zhao Baihu are already the strongest techniques in martial arts in the entire Fengling County. There is no need to study others, as that would only waste time. After looking through several martial arts techniques, he indeed found them to be, as Lao Biao said, it's not about having many martial arts techniques for self-defense and killing. It's about refining one technique to perfection. Mastering one martial art to completion is far more powerful than mastering 10 to only the entry or major level. The Travels of the White Tiger? Could this be something my master wrote himself? The library has nearly 100 bookshelves filled with countless texts. Chen Huai'an casually picked one up and began to flip through it. The Daxiao Immortal dynasty has 5 great states. Yunzhu in the north, Ningzhu in the west, Qizhu in the south, Qingzhu in the east, and the central state of Zhongzhou. The Immortal Court governs the 5 states, commanding the 8 wildernesses, bestowing the path of longevity to the universe, and flourishing the Great Way. The beginning is vague, mostly filled with praise. I didn't expect my master's flattery to be so skilled. What is flattery? Our Zhongzhou Immortal Court eliminates demons and maintains the peace of hundreds of millions of people. Hearing Chen Huai'an's evaluation, Luo Yunshuang was quite displeased. No wonder the Immortal Court dares to delegate such power. Fengling County doesn't even have an official office. The Zhongzhou Immortal Court controls the spiritual veins of the world. After reaching the Divine Sea realm, one must go to the Immortal Court for an official title. Otherwise, one cannot continue to cultivate. All resources are in the hands of the Immortal Court. In places like Fengling County, they only need someone to collect taxes regularly. And who cares about the lives of the common people? Chen Huai'an does not pity those at the bottom. He just climbed up from the bottom and understands the difficulties involved, which is why he feels this way. If he didn't have the spiritual garden, the techniques left by that mysterious person, or hadn't he met his first master Zhao Wuling, he wouldn't be where he is today. Normally, someone like him would never find a path to cultivation. It is precisely because of this that the world is stable enough. Only those with evil ways are considered troublesome. Chen Huai'an's thoughts passed through his mind, but he did not voice them. He continued flipping through the book in his hand. The later sections detailing mountains, rivers, and strange events captivated him. It turns out there are also herb gatherers, fishermen, and alchemists in the Zhongzhou Immortal Court. It seems I cannot abandon the skill of herb gathering. If I have the chance to go to Zhongzhou in the future, even if I fall on hard times, I will still have a means of making a living. He used to think that once he left Fengling County, there would be no more herb gatherers, and that the legendary Zhongzhou Immortal Court was filled with immortal beings. But after reading this book, he realized that every place has its own hierarchy, and even the Zhongzhou Immortal Court is no exception. With a master present, how could they let you be a mere herb gatherer in the Immortal Court? That would be such a waste of talent. In a short 10 years, or at most 20, I will return to the peak. And then my 5 imperial masters will also be your masters in the future. Luo Yunshuang was still thinking about making Chen Huai'an a marquis and a general, but unfortunately, she couldn't speak, and Chen Huai'an couldn't hear her. The snippets from the travelogue allowed Chen Huai'an to understand more about this world. However, those matters were still too distant for him. He could only glance at them to relieve his boredom. In just 2 days, it would be the 12th month, and Chen Huai'an encountered a bottleneck in his qi refining dantian. Once he surpasses it, he can channel energy into his organs. He has the methods for cultivation, but no matter what, he couldn't get the hang of it. Zhao Baihu went into seclusion, so Chen Huai'an had to seek help from Lao Biao. Has young Master 6 already refined his qi dantian? Lao Biao was somewhat surprised. After all, in his view, Chen Huai'an had not been cultivating for long. Although he had heard Chen Huai'an say he felt the presence of qi, he still subconsciously thought Chen Huai'an was only practicing muscle or bone refining, and that being able to sense qi might be due to exceptional talent. Yes, before entering the town marshal office, I practiced with senior brother Zhao for a while, and at that time, I had already completed skin refining. Chen Huai'an nodded. No wonder the master made an exception to accept you as a direct disciple. Lao Biao resumed his usual demeanor and nodded slowly. Since you can already refine qi in your dantian, channeling it into your organs should be a natural progression. You are currently not getting the method right mainly because the qi in your dantian is not pure enough. The path of cultivation requires solid foundations, and the recent medicinal bath have made your progress too fast, leading to an unstable foundation. Lao Biao analyzed. Then how do I resolve this? Chen Huai'an asked. Given your current situation, there are 2 ways to break through to channeling qi into your organs. Lao Biao pondered for a moment and then looked at Chen Huai'an. The first is to continue operating the qi refining technique to circulate the small circulatory system, solidifying the qi in your dantian. As long as the qi in your dantian is sufficiently abundant, it can flow naturally to your whole body. This method takes time and is relatively slow. The second is to refine qi attracting pills, using the power of the pills to draw qi into your organs. In all stages below the entry threshold, pills can assist breakthroughs. If one pill is not enough, then take 2. If 2 are not enough, then take 10. Taking pills is a shortcut, but it may leave some hidden dangers for future breakthroughs. How to choose depends on your own decision. Lao Biao explained in detail. Uncle Biao, then how do we refine qi attracting pills? Chen Huai'an inquired. If young Master 6 needs them, I happen to have them ready. They are 1,000 taels of silver each. Hearing this amount, Chen Huai'an's pupils dilated slightly. During this time, with his daily medicinal baths and meals, he had spent nearly all the 5,000 taels that Lin Qianlu gave him. Even counting the alchemy furnace in his possession, he couldn't come up with 200 taels. Lao Biao's opening price was 1,000 taels, which was indeed a bit overwhelming for Chen Huai'an. Lao Biao noticed Chen Huai'an's predicament. If you want to refine them yourself, I can give you the formula, but you won't save much money. By the way, this formula is not to be passed on. Only the master's direct disciples can see it. Moreover, once refined, it can only be consumed by oneself and cannot be sold otherwise. Lao Biao's voice suddenly halted. Understood. I still want to take a look at this formula. All right, I'll go get it for you. Lao Biao did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the main hall. After about the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Lao Biao returned, holding a piece of paper. I transcribed the recipe for the qi gathering pill. You just watch here and burn it after you finish. Chen Huai'an nodded and took the note. The recipe for this qi gathering pill is quite simple. With only 3 types of herbs and half a cup of black tiger blood, which must be from a spirit creature level. Alu took note of it. Chen Huai'an returned the note to Lao Biao, who took out a fire starter and burned it directly. If you can gather all the materials, I can help you refine the pill. Just give me a processing fee of 5 taels of silver. This price is quite fair, and Chen Huai'an simply nodded. Thank you, Uncle Biao. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Otherwise, it can easily breed inner demons. Lao Biao reminded him. Your cultivation speed is rare even in the entire Fengling County. You can take a proper rest. Although there is the grand competition of the 5 flags in the new year, you don't need to worry about it. The Lord does not value this. Chen Huai'an truly did not care about this grand competition, and if Lao Biao hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten. Uncle Biao, can you tell me about this grand competition? You know, I come from humble background and have little opportunity to learn about such things. As Chen Huai'an spoke, he moved a chair and placed it behind Lao Biao. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lao Biao felt an indescribable fondness for his demeanor and behavior. If he had had such cleverness back in the day, he might have held a position in the town marshal office by now. Lao Biao was considered a servant of Zhao Baihu. Although his strength was decent, his status was evident, and the people of the Baihu flag treated him politely. But it was superficial. However, Chen Huai'an remained consistently respectful and occasionally brought some herbs for his health. During this time, with nothing to do, he also enjoyed coming to chat with Chen Huai'an and help take care of the girl. The new year is the beginning of the year, the most important day. Fengling County will hold the most lively celebration activities, with various wonderful performances, and the most important event in the inner city is the competition of the 5 flags. Although it is somewhat performative and requires restraint, there are still casualties every year. According to tradition, Jiangling Prefecture will send officials to inspect each county. And the grand competition of the 5 flags is also an opportunity to showcase the strength of the county's younger generation. Those who win will receive generous rewards, and their respective flags will gain a lot of resources. The competition is for new disciples who have just entered this year. Zhao Baihu has high expectations for his disciples and has not accepted new disciples for over a decade. This is equivalent to giving up the competition, but the other 4 flags are fiercely competing. This year might be the most intense one. First, the incident with the Black Dragon Stronghold has caused quite a stir, and this competition needs to serve as an inspiring event, also to show the officials that Fengling County's younger generation has potential. Second, Jiangling Prefecture has a new governor, and as the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. Those officials have also changed. Naturally, they want to make a good first impression in front of the new officials. Third, the 3 neighboring counties have stationed troops here, and they will also be invited to the inner city to see the strength of Fengling County's younger generation. The four major families have discussed that the rewards for this competition will include rare pills and magical weapons that have been treasured for decades as rewards for the winners. Are there any rules for the competition? There are no specific rules, as long as no hidden weapons or poisons are used. The competition will start 4 days in advance, and there will only be one match on the New Year's Day to determine the winner. This year's rewards are particularly good. If little Lu can win, he might quickly catch up to little Shi. Really? What are the rewards? Chen Huai'an was somewhat curious. You will know when the time comes. Lao Biao, who usually speaks openly, was being cryptic this time. However, you need to be careful of the Qinglong flag and Zhuke flag. The new disciples from these two flags were accepted at the beginning of the year and are both considered once-in-a-century talents. The two flag leaders treat them like treasures, and no one knows what their strength is yet. According to past experiences, these newly accepted disciples are usually at most at the Qi training stage, and they will use some special methods to forcibly enhance the disciples' levels. There are many ways to enhance strength. Relying on talent to cultivate step by step is the slowest but most solid method. Or, using drugs to hasten growth will have a significant impact on the future cultivation potential. Of course, if using rare materials combined with appropriate techniques, the impact will be greatly reduced, but these things are somewhat wasted on disciples with average talent. In most cases, crude methods and inferior drugs are used to forcibly enhance strength. The Lord has always scoffed at this when little Shi was about to get married. The Lord didn't even let him participate in the grand competition. The Lord once said that little Shi was the most talented among his direct disciples. So he had to lay a solid foundation. Just practicing muscles to skin took more than 9 months, and practicing Qi took as long as 2.5 years. At that time, Zhao Shi used the best medicine and endured a lot of hardship to establish a solid foundation. Nowadays, Chen Huai'an's daily medicinal meals and herbal baths are all of the highest quality, maximizing the potential of his body while having no adverse effects on future cultivation. Others, when reaching the bottleneck of Qi entering the Dantian, occasionally take pills that cost a few taels of silver. But further cultivation to the blood condensation stage becomes an insurmountable obstacle. The Qi gathering pill prepared for Chen Huai'an is a genuine spiritual pill, guiding the spiritual energy into the organs with almost no side effects. Lao Biao said he felt a bit thirsty, and Chen Huai'an handed him the freshly brewed tea. Lao Biao took the cup and took a sip. What was the level of newly accepted disciples during past competitions? Chen Huai'an asked. At most, they were at the 3rd level of Qi training, Qi condensing. However, those with higher levels might be less proficient in martial skills, like little Lu, who has perfected the 8 extremes shaking mountain technique. That is something only disciples who have been in the entry stage for 7 or 8 years can barely achieve. As long as little Lu fully exerts his martial skills, a gap of 1 or 2 small levels is not a concern. Lao Biao was full of confidence in Chen Huai'an. Chapter 68. Buying spiritual herbs in the south of the city. Buying tiger whips in the west of the city, Chen Huai'an got the recipe for the Qi gathering pill and began to think about gathering the herbs. Approaching the 4th day of winter, although there had been a few sunny days without seeing snowflakes, the temperature was really low. Chen Huai'an estimated it to be at least minus 20 degrees. In one day, it would be the 12th month, and the new year was getting closer. If the rewards were really not good, the other 4 flags wouldn't be so eager to fight for the first place. However, Zhao Baihu, with his high level, looked down on and had no need for those things. Zhao Baihu didn't care about the small rewards of the grand competition, but Chen Huai'an still valued them, as his family background was not wealthy, and even a fly's leg was considered a meat dish. He wrapped an extra layer of cotton quilt around the baby girl and placed her in the newly made medicine basket. Chen Huai'an slung the basket over his back and walked out of the town marshal office. This medicine basket was personally woven by Lao Biao using the same silver iron vine. Although it was quite heavy, it was very sturdy. Chen Huai'an pulled with all his strength, and it showed no signs of damage. Now that he had reached the Qi training stage, this bit of weight was nothing, and he considered it a workout. Leaving the town marshal office, the first place Chen Huai'an went to was the residence located on Yongchang Street. Guo Dachuan and the others had cleaned the residence very well, and there was a large jar in the yard with several koi fish inside. These were caught by fishermen who broke the ice on the Chishui River and netted them from there. There were a total of 6, about 20 years old. Considered precious fish. If cooked, they could strengthen the body for ordinary people. Wu Yu bought them purely for appreciation, as he felt they had a good meaning. Chen Huai'an returned this time without informing anyone. He glanced a few times in the front courtyard and main hall. The windows were bright and clean, and quite a few decorations and pieces of furniture had been added, making it look somewhat lively, but he didn't see Guodachwan and the others. Continuing towards the back courtyard, he finally heard voices. How could this happen? Another failure. Yeah, why won't the new seeds we bought sprout in the same piece of land? Could it be because the weather is too cold? But those medicinal herbs are growing just fine, and there seems to be no problem. Sixth Master didn't say anything about it. His seeds used a special refining method that ordinary people can't learn. Let's just give up. We can only give up. We should take care of the herbs planted by Sixth Master first. If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to explain it to him. Sixth Master has never been stingy with our food and clothing. He spends so much money just to support the 3 of us, and I don't feel secure here. I can't eat with peace of mind. Me too. This person is so ungrateful. When there was nothing, we hoped to have a meal. But now that we have food and shelter, we're even more afraid. It just feels like we don't deserve our position. The 3 of us haven't done anything and are still worried. The 3 were talking in front of the medicinal field when they suddenly heard footsteps. They turned their heads in unison and stood up in panic. Sixth Master, you are here. Has anything happened recently? Chen Huai'an nodded and walked slowly to the medicinal field. In response to Sixth Master, these herbs are ready for harvest. Guodachwan replied respectfully. Ho San Lang went to bring a stone bench and placed it beside Chen Huai'an, while Wu Yu bowed and stood aside. How much can we sell these for? We calculated yesterday. If we sell them at the medicine shop, after deducting the commission, we can get 300 or 400 taels. Guodachwan answered. Only 300 or 400 taels. Chen Huai'an frowned slightly. A few months ago, 800 or 900 taels would have been a fortune for him. But now 300 or 400 taels no longer seemed impressive. These herbs should be dug up and sent to the shop in the west of the city. Yes, Sixth Master, Guodachwan replied. Sixth Master, if we sell this batch of herbs, what should we plant in this large medicinal field? We have tried many herbs, but none have survived. Wu Yu asked respectfully. I have prepared the seeds, and they have all been refined. Just manage them according to the previous methods. Chen Huai'an took out a bag of seeds and a dozen herb seedlings from the medicinal basket. You all get busy. I still have some matters to attend to. After Chen Huai'an finished speaking, he didn't delay any further and left the courtyard, heading straight for the south of the city. Approaching noon, he arrived at the shop of Shilin Pharmacy in the south of the city. Lin Xiang wore his characteristic smile, though he looked much older. Sixth Master, you are here. From the lowly Alu to Chun Baotou, Little Lu Gu, and now Chun Xiaoqiguan, in less than 2 months, Chen Huai'an had undergone tremendous changes. In his view, these 2 months felt long. He had entered Fulong Mountain 4 times, encountered Zhao Wuling while administering medicine, met people from the Luo Tian Dao during the Mid-Autumn Festival, entered the Zhenwu Division, and paid respects to Zhao Baihu. Each event was perilous, as if walking on thin ice. And he had only reached the position of Chun Xiaoqiguan, achieving the completion of the 8 extremes shaking mountain technique. In Lin Xiang's eyes, however, he had been at this shop for over a decade, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The changes in Chen Huai'an were so drastic that it felt like a different world. He had recently wanted to adopt him as a son, but now he had become someone Lin Xiang could barely look up to. Uncle Xiang, do you have these 6 medicinal herbs? Chen Huai'an pulled out a list with the names of 6 herbs, 3 of which were his main purpose for this trip. These are all spirit herbs. Lin Xiang glanced at the list. That's right, my senior brother, Zhao Dakiguan, went to Fulong Mountain to eliminate bandits and got injured. So he asked me to buy some spirit herbs for him. Chen Huai'an nodded. We do have them, but they are quite expensive. The Tianqing orchid starts at 500 taels, and the others are also above 300 or 400 taels. Lin Xiang frowned slightly. So expensive? My senior brother has limited funds. Are there any cheaper ones? Chen Huai'an felt a bit troubled. There are cheaper ones, but they are useless. What do you mean? In response to Sixth Master, these 6 all belong to the quasi-spirit herb level, which requires over 50 years to be effective. The shop has a few 10-year-old ones. Those thoughtless, impatient youngsters pick them. So they are cheap, just a few taels for a token, but they are useless after all. Lin Xiang sighed. The herbs have been dried and are still stored in the spirit box, preserved quite well. Lin Xiang answered, I want these 10-year-old ones. It's better than nothing. I'll take them back to show my senior brother, just to fulfill my duty. Chen Huai'an replied with a smile. If Sixth Master wants them, I can sell them to you. But if these herbs are ineffective, I won't trouble Uncle Xiang. I trust Sixth Master's character completely. Please wait a moment. I will get them for you. After about half a stick of incense, Lin Xiang brought out 5 brocade boxes. Sixth Master, there are no younger Tianqing orchids. The Tianqing orchid was originally not one of the 3 herbs. Chen Huai'an included it to confuse. The Tianqing orchid is the most important. Just pack these 5 for me. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Huai'an decided to buy these 5 herbs. Sixth Master, a total of 67 taels. Can you make it cheaper? This price is too high. I really don't have that much authority. Can't you lower it by a single tael? Then let's make it 66 taels for good luck. 65 it is. These ineffective herbs can't be sold. If you can't make a decision, I will ask Lord Lin, but to disturb Lord Lin for such a small matter. No. Sixth Master, then let's settle for 65 taels. Lin Xiang gritted his teeth. Chen Huai'an paid the money and took the herbs. He knew that even selling for 60 taels would still leave Lin Xiang with a profit, but being too harsh could draw attention. Although he was short on money now, it wasn't to that extent. Moreover, buying herbs worth 8 or 900 taels for just 65 taels was a huge profit. Of course, this had to be matched with his spirit field. If it were someone else, they would have to honestly pay 8 or 900 taels to buy the herbs. Or else they would have to wait a year and a half for their cultivation to break through. With the 3 herbs complete, only the half cup of black tiger blood remained. Chen Huai'an wandered around the south of the city for a while. There were shops selling beast blood, but the quality was far inferior to those in the west of the city, and that black tiger blood was from a fierce beast realm, which he couldn't refine into a spirit monster. With no other choice, he headed west. Sixth Master, you are here. The manager, Li Fu, was wrapped in a tattered coat. Shivering, he suddenly saw Chen Huai'an walking by with a medicinal basket. Such people needed to have 100 eyes. As the saying goes, eyes watch 6 directions and ears listen to 8 sides. If they lacked this ability, they would surely face dire consequences for neglecting the masters. So, as soon as Chen Huai'an appeared, Li Fu noticed him and quickly approached with an exceptionally respectful attitude. Sixth Master, what would you like to buy today? My senior brother, Zhao Dakiguan, went to Fulong Mountain to eliminate bandits and got injured. He asked me to get some black tiger bones to help him recover. Black tiger bones? The meat shop has them. Let me take Sixth Master there. Are they from the spirit monster realm? If they are from a fierce beast, they are useless. Of course. Li Fu quickly replied. Lead the way. After walking a few hundred steps, they arrived at the meat market next to the blood market. Li Fu instructed, and the boss immediately took the 2 to a nearby storage room. Several corpses of spirit monsters were frozen solid. In winter, it was a natural cold storage. But it wouldn't work in summer. The black tiger killed last week is definitely from the spirit monster realm. How much for a leg bone? Chen Huai'an asked. 300 taels. Can you spare some black tiger blood? My senior brother wants to steam it. No problem. What about the black tiger whip? My senior brother wants to supplement his health. This costs 100 taels of silver. This thing is used by the children of noble families for brewing wine. It was booked as soon as it arrived. If Sixth Master wants it, no? If Sixth Master's senior brother wants it, I can cut off a piece. All right. A total of 400 taels of silver then? That's right. Just put on my senior brother, Zhao, the Great Flag officer's account, to be paid back by the end of the month at the latest. Chen Huai'an doesn't have that much silver in his pocket. After Guadachuan and the others sell the herbs they planted, Chen Huai'an will make up this deficit. Since the bandit suppression ended, Chen Huai'an only learned from Master Zhao Baihu that Zhao has returned and is recuperating, but he hasn't met him yet. He asked Old Biao once, but Old Biao was vague, so Chen Huai'an didn't inquire further. There hasn't been a precedent for credit here, Sixth Master. Now there is, right? But Li Fu can't make decisions for 400 taels of silver. A mere 400 taels, no need for credit. Consider it a gift for Officer Chen. A voice suddenly rang out from behind, and even Chen Huai'an, who had reached the Qi training stage, did not notice it at all. Chapter 69. The heart of the young lord is with his nephews. Chen Huai'an relieves his worries. West of the city, at the meat market, Li Chenglang, shaking his folding fan, walked to the warehouse where the black tiger's corpse was stored. Young Master 6, you have arrived. Upon seeing Li Chenglang, Li Fu quickly bowed to greet him. Ha! Officer Chen, it's been a long time. I almost didn't recognize you. Li Chenglang looked at Chen Huai'an. I have met young Master 6. Chen Huai'an nodded. The person in front of him was indeed the sixth son of the Li family, Li Chenglang. Wrap these items carefully for Officer Chen. If there's even the slightest mistake, it will be a heavy crime. By the way, I remember there's a beast Dan inside this black tiger. Wrap it up as a meeting gift for Officer Chen. This gift is too precious. I cannot accept it. Chen Huai'an quickly declined. At that time, you treated my illness well, and I never got to thank you. I heard from my sister that you cured Aunt Sun's old ailment a few days ago, so I naturally have to express my gratitude. The beast Dan is rare. Even a magical beast, Dan, is worth several hundred taels of silver. The black tiger bones and black tiger whip just now were already 400 taels. And with the addition of the beast Dan, it would be nearly 1,000 taels of silver. There's never been a free lunch in the world. Even if there was, it would be a trap. Although Chen Huai'an had helped Li Chenglang with his illness, it was only a verbal thank you at that time. Perhaps because Chen Huai'an became Zhao Baihu's direct disciple, it was merely polite on the surface and not worth such a valuable gift for friendship. If Officer Chen is willing, shall we go to the fragrant pavilion for some tea? Li Chenglang suggested. The county of Fengling has 4 famous places for entertainment, and the fragrant pavilion is one of them, which Chen Huai'an had never been to, having just received something worth 400 taels plus a beast Dan. If he refused again, it would seem ungrateful. Besides, Chen Huai'an wanted to follow these upper-class people and see the world. Respectfully, I will comply. Chen Huai'an replied. Ha! Good. Officer Chen, follow me. After Li Chenglang finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the fragrant pavilion on the east side. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the fragrant pavilion, one after the other. As soon as they reached the entrance, a luxurious fragrance wafted towards them. Upon entering the fragrant pavilion, the temperature instantly rose, and the girls inside were dressed quite revealingly. This place was similar to the brothels Chen Huai'an had seen in historical dramas, with 3 floors. The first floor featuring a stage where a few girls were singing and playing, but there weren't many customers yet. Young Master 6, you have come. The matron, heavily made up, hurried to greet Li Chenglang as he entered. A private room has been reserved for you. Which girl would you like today? We are discussing serious matters today, so there's no need to arrange for the girls yet. Chen Huai'an, following behind Li Chenglang, slightly stiffened his smile. What does it mean to come here without even hearing a little tune? Officer Chen, let us go upstairs first, Li Chenglang said, leading Chen Huai'an to a private room on the 3rd floor. The matron personally brought over the finest tea and then left after closing the door. There are too many people outside. It's really not a place to talk. Li Chenglang took a sip of tea. It's also fate. I am the 6th in my family, and you are called Chen Huai'an, and your temperament suits me quite well. Young Master 6, if you have any orders, just let me know. Officer Chen is indeed clever. No wonder he can become the direct disciple of General Zhao. I do have something I want to ask you to help with. Please speak, young Master 6. I will do my utmost. Chen Huai'an replied earnestly. First, taste this tea. It's the top-grade spirit tea that only the direct descendants of the 4 great families are qualified to drink. Li Chenglang personally poured a cup for Chen Huai'an. Thank you, young Master 6. Good tea. Chen Huai'an took a sip and wiped his mouth. Oh no, that tea is poisoned. In the medicine basket, Luo Yunshuang yawned. Her expression suddenly froze, and she immediately detected an unusual smell. The tea contained a deadly poison, one that only the Luo Tian outer path would use. Just as Luo Yunshuang was about to cry out in warning, she found that Chen Huai'an had already drunk the tea. Fortunately, the main body has an antidote method. Sigh, just a moment of dozing off, and my little Yozi has been poisoned. Daring to poison someone against me, you have already paved your own path to death. Luo Yunshuang turned her head and glared fiercely at Li Chenglang. Li Chenglang was completely unaware of this, and upon seeing Chen Huai'an drink the tea, he smiled knowingly and continued, Since you have become General Zhao's direct disciple, you should participate in the New Year's 5-flag competition. Yes, coincidentally, my little nephew is also participating in this year's New Year's competition. You don't know, my little nephew is clever and quick-witted since childhood, and he has the potential for cultivation. My father and elder brother have high hopes for him. Li Chenglang said this with a smile, making it seem like the uncle-nephew relationship was quite good. An elder brother is like a father. Then this nephew and I are like brothers. Chen Huai'an was momentarily stunned as he listened to Li Chenglang. They had tea talk during their previous meeting, and he had only heard Zhao remind him that Li Chenglang had a nickname called Crazy Tai Sui, who was ruthless and quite mad. Now, this madness was indeed well-deserved. Does young Master 6 mean for me to lose to young Master Li during the competition? Chen Huai'an tentatively asked. His master Zhao Baihu was not interested in any competitions. Chen Huai'an wanted to strive a bit because there were rewards. If what this young Master 6 offered was good enough, then losing wouldn't matter. Not at all. Since ancient times, those who can achieve great things must endure some hardships to become refined. My big nephew has had it too easy since childhood. If he doesn't experience hardships, how can he bear the family business? During the competition, it would be best if you could cripple his dantian. Just leave him a breath. Sigh. This is unavoidable. My elder brother is busy every day and has no time to educate the child. As the uncle, I can only put in some effort. This is also for the continuation of the Li family. Li Chenglang sighed. Listening to his words, Chen Huai'an's body stiffened. If he didn't agree to this, knowing such an important secret, could Li Chenglang let him live? But if he agreed, that would be the direct eldest grandson of the Li family. The future heir of the Li family, ruined by his hands. Would the Li family let him go? Even with Zhao Baihu's protection, could he ensure safety for a moment, let alone for a lifetime? Even a tiger can doze off. How much more so for Zhao Baihu, who was over 100 years old? Damn it. Stubbornness has led me into a dead end. Chen Huai'an cursed this madman 1,000 times in his heart. However, he still wore a smile. Young Master 6, worrying and toiling for your nephews, exhausting your energy, earns my respect. It's just that my strength is limited. I have just reached the bone refining stage. And with only a month left, how can I possibly compete with young Master Li? You can rest assured, in the 5 Flags Grand Tournament, it is only stipulated that hidden weapons are not allowed, so it is permissible to use some medicinal pills before entering the arena. This blood chi pill can maximize your physical potential and allow you to reach the realm of chi training. Most of the Li family study sword techniques, while the Zhao family excels in spear and fist techniques, which can effectively restrain the martial skills of the Li family. This is the essence of the Li family's sword techniques, which clearly outlines all the flaws. With these 2 treasures, what is there to worry about winning? Li Chenglang took out a small square box containing a pill and a book of secrets and placed them on the table. Then how do I explain the origin of this pill to my master? Chen Huai'an asked. It is well known in Fengling County that you came from the Lin family and even cured that sickly person, helping him to have descendants. It would be reasonable for Lin Baiyong to give you a pill, right? You can rest assured, I have already spoken to Lin Baiyong. There will be no problems. What side effects does this medicine have? After use, you will achieve the realm of chi training and spirit gathering for half an incense stick's time, followed by 3 hours of complete weakness. Aside from that, there are no other side effects. If I act so ruthlessly, the Li family will retaliate. In the 5 Flags Grand Tournament, life and death are not to be discussed. This is a rule. It's not like there haven't been deaths among the direct descendants. Moreover, your master is Zhao Baihu. My master is over 100 years old. He can't protect me for long. Chen Huai'an said worriedly. He is at the Divine Sea realm. Even if he passes away, it will be at least a decade before that. By then, the Li family will already be under my control. What is there to fear? Besides, in a while, it is uncertain how many families will remain in Fengling County. Li Chenglang's words gave Chen Huai'an a vague sense of unease. He also realized that what he said had some issues. As long as this matter can be accomplished, 50,000 taels of silver will be enough for you to live in luxury, even if you go to another place. Chen Huai'an pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Very well. Since that's the case, I might as well tell Officer Chen that the tea just now has been poisoned. Poisoned? Chen Huai'an's eyes widened. Li Chenglang had long been watching Chen Huai'an, and even if Chen Huai'an had not come with him today, he had made many preparations. Fame is a dangerous thing. Once one gains a reputation and becomes valuable for exploitation, they will be targeted without them even realizing it. Chen Huai'an, being of low status, wanted to survive or live better, must climb up, and with his identity, every step upward would inevitably attract countless people's attention. Officer Chen, you can rest assured. I have only one virtue. I keep my word. Shortly, the black tiger bones along with a deposit of 10,000 taels will be delivered to the entrance of the town marshal office. By the way, this poison is very special. Even Zhao Baihu of the Divine Sea Realm cannot cure it. Don't try to test it lightly. Your life is your own. And Officer Chen is a smart person, so I want to say more. Li Chenglang stood up, patted Chen Huai'an on the shoulder, and walked out. Chen Huai'an sat in the chair for a moment, took a pill from the medicine basket, swallowed it, and then walked out. From the moment he entered the town marshal office, he had already made these preparations. Until he reached the highest point, life and death were not in his hands. Despicable, daring to threaten my little sixth. With such petty tricks, how dare he bring them out? Tonight, I will surely resolve this poison. Luo Yunshuang quietly lay in the medicine basket, having heard all the conversations, and a surge of anger rose in her chest. But why was little six so calm? Could it be that he could detoxify himself? Also, what did he just swallow? It shouldn't be an antidote. Luo Yunshuang was filled with suspicion. Chapter 70. Starting the furnace to refine pills, qi entering the organs. Luo Tianweido, slaughtering villages and exterminating households. In the fragrant-seeking pavilion, Chen Huai'an, carrying the medicine basket, walked out of the private room, where an old man stood at the entrance at the peak of the entry realm. My apologies, Officer Chen. Before Chen Huai'an could react, the old man took his hand and placed his fingers on Chen Huai'an's pulse. Indeed, he has been poisoned. The old man released his hand, stroked his beard, and smiled at Chen Huai'an, saying, Officer Chen, take care. Chen Huai'an ignored him, slowly descending the stairs and leaving the fragrant-seeking pavilion. Are you sure? Li Chenglang changed to another private room, having already removed his clothes. Hearing footsteps outside, he asked, in response to the master, I have already checked the pulse. The poison has entered the marrow. The old man respectfully replied from outside the door. That's good. Although he drank it in front of me, this person is very shrewd. I still worry about any mistakes. Master, those people can only rely on themselves after the new year. If they truly had the ability to break into Fengling County, they would have done so long ago. In this Fengling County, as long as the 5 great flags are not dead, the sky will not fall. All right, you keep watch outside. I need to practice. The cold wind howled. Half an hour ago, it was bright and sunny, but now dark clouds covered the sun, and it seemed like it would snow again. Chen Huai'an did not go anywhere else, but headed straight back to the town marshal office. Upon arrival, the Li family servants had already waited outside the town marshal office for a long time, 3 to 5 zhang away. 6 boxes of silver, 2 black tiger bones, a small barrel of black tiger blood, and a piece of black tiger whip stored in a box. Chen Huai'an had the people in the town marshal office receive these items and move them to his residence, giving the black tiger bones to old Biao for recovery. Returning to his room, Chen Huai'an quickly closed the door, his face turning ashen. He immediately took several more pills to feel somewhat better. Chen Huai'an had been alert since he followed Li Chenglang and had already prepared himself before entering the fragrant-seeking pavilion. When Li Chenglang asked him to drink the tea before speaking, he felt that the tea must be problematic, so he did not actually drink it. Instead, he blocked it with his sleeve and poured it into his sleeve. After Li Chenglang finished everything, Chen Huai'an stood there in a daze. Taking advantage of Li Chenglang's exit, he consumed a poison pill he had prepared earlier. This was an extra pill made when he used poison against Lin Baiyang. Chen Huai'an thought of the possibility that Li Chenglang would send someone to check. He just did not know whether they could detect what kind of poison he had been affected by. He was also taking a gamble. If Li Chenglang did not send someone to check, or if they could not detect it, he could survive. If discovered that he was not poisoned, he would have to fight to the death. He could sense that Li Chenglang's cultivation was above the blood condensation realm. and the old man guarding the entrance was also unlikely to be below that realm. If it came to a real fight, the chances of him leaving alive were very low, but he had no other choice. If he really drank that poison, he would most likely be dead. Fortunately, Chen Huai'an's poison had evaded the other party's inspection. After taking the antidote, he rested for more than an hour before expelling the residual poison from his body. He must quickly improve his strength. This matter must be resolved before or around the new year. Among the 4 great families, any direct descendant has an extraordinary status in Fengling County. Li Chenglang is one of them, especially since he manages part of the Li family's industries and is deeply favored by Old Master Li. Ordinary people would not dare to oppose Li Chenglang even if they had the courage of a bear. But Chen Huai'an knew that if this person was not eliminated, he would be in danger after the new year. Should I tell my master Zhao Baihu? What good would that do? With just a few words from me, Old Master Li could kill his own direct 6th son? Chen Huai'an planned to resolve this himself, but this matter needed to be carefully considered. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and slowly closed his eyes. He really was not poisoned. He could actually guess that person wanted to harm him. Such meticulous thinking was like those old monsters who had lived for decades. Luo Yunshuang looked at Chen Huai'an and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only she had been as cautious back then, she would not have been plotted against. However, everything has its pros and cons. Her death and rebirth may not be a bad thing. At least, with her previous foundation, she could establish a more solid base for her cultivation. And since she had not yet reached the Divine Sea realm, she could start refining her consciousness. Time slowly passed, and Chen Huai'an seemed to be cultivating, but in reality, he had already appeared in the spirit garden. The growth rate of these spirit herbs was much slower than that of ordinary medicinal herbs. Chen Huai'an transplanted the 5 10-year-old medicinal herbs into the spirit garden. After a while, they only grew to about 20 years old, although they could be used after 50 years. To be safe, Chen Huai'an waited until they reached 100 years before carefully harvesting them. He started the furnace and began refining pills. The sky outside had brightened, and only then did Chen Huai'an take 300-year-old spirit herbs, mix them with black tiger blood, knead them into pills, and put them into the alchemy furnace. The refining methods for pills below the blood condensation stage were quite similar. After a busy morning, he finally refined a pill. Something was off. I remember the herbs he bought were 10 years old. How could he have refined a pill? What happened after just a nap? Luo Yunshuang stared wide-eyed at the qi gathering pill in Chen Huai'an's hand, puzzled. As the saying goes, a clever woman can't cook without rice, but Chen Huai'an, with no rice, actually managed to make a meal. No, the more I think about it, the hungrier I get. Just as Luo Yunshuang was about to open her mouth to cry and remind Chen Huai'an, he had already anticipated her action and stuffed a bottle of beast milk into her mouth. Drink up and don't make noise. I need to start cultivating. Chen Huai'an also changed Luo Yunshuang's diaper and finally placed her on the bed. He then sat by the bed, swallowed the qi gathering pill, and began to operate the qi cultivation method. Cultivating often made one lose track of time. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet felt like only a moment. Moreover, while operating the great circulation, Chen Huai'an experienced a fleeting moment of enlightenment. But the feeling vanished too quickly for him to grasp. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in his dantian had already entered his organs, continuously strengthening his body. He also broke through to the second realm of qi cultivation. Cultivation isn't that difficult, Chen Huai'an murmured to himself. Even the exceptionally talented Luo Yunshuang felt a bit jealous of his cultivation speed. If he could be taken back to the central continent's immortal court, his cultivation speed would be unimaginable. Luo Yunshuang secretly sighed. Next, Chen Huai'an returned to his daily monotonous cultivation, stabilizing the realm of qi entering his organs, continuously accumulating spiritual energy within. He had already consumed the 3rd qi gathering pill. No way. Does this pill also have a tolerance? Chen Huai'an could clearly feel that its effects were far from before. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of the 12th month, known as the Hunt Festival in Fengling County, a day to honor ancestors and pray for harvests and good fortune. In previous years, activities involved organizing hunts in the mountains for game to be used as offerings, but this year's situation was special and had to be canceled. Although the hunting activity was canceled, the necessary rituals and festive atmosphere remained, bringing some joy and warmth to the cold Fengling County. Little child, don't be greedy. After the 8th day of the 12th month, it's the new year. Luo Yunshuang's body had also grown a bit faster, now half an inch taller than when Chen Huai'an first entered the Jinwu division. She had also gained a little weight, looking chubby and white, seemingly marinated in beast milk, exuding a milky fragrance. Even the bathwater she used had a strong milk scent. Now, with Chen Huai'an's help, she could stagger a few steps. Dressed in tiny red tiger shoes and a floral coat, she looked quite festive. Old Biao visited Chen Huai'an more frequently. Originally, he had little spirit in his old age, always lifeless, but since seeing this little one, it seemed his life had been revitalized. In Chen Huai'an's past life, the 8th day of the 12th month was also a festival. He planned to go out and join the fun. Just as he wrapped the baby girl in swaddling clothes and stepped out the door, old Biao hurriedly passed by. He had been in the Jinwu division for a while, but had never seen old Biao so flustered. Uncle Biao, what happened? The people from the Luo Heavenly Outer Dao are slaughtering villages. What? Slaughtering villages? Chen Huai'an immediately became tense. His first master, the old man Zhao Wuling, and Chen Ergu were all in Chen family village outside Fengling County. He had just received news that the people from Black Dragon Stronghold had already slaughtered 7 villages within Fengling County, and there was not a single survivor in any of them. All the villagers died in a horrific manner, a result of those Luo Heavenly Outer Dao's methods. No time for explanations. The Lord has ordered everyone from the White Tiger flag to gather at the White Tiger Hall. All right, I'll head over now. Chen Huai'an nodded. Wait a moment, this might be dangerous. Let Ming Ming stay. I'll help watch her. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, she might get hurt. Old Biao suggested. That works. Chen Huai'an weighed the pros and cons and nodded. What? Dangerous? Then I can't leave my true self behind. My consciousness has recovered somewhat. If there's real danger, I can still help. You can't leave me behind. Wow. The baby girl started crying loudly, her voice piercing enough to be heard even at the White Tiger Hall. Chen Huai'an wanted to hand the baby girl to old Biao, but she clung tightly to Chen Huai'an's arm as if she had grown there. This little one has eaten too well. Her strength is like that of a calf. Old Biao couldn't pull the baby girl off Chen Huai'an. The baby's hand was getting tired, so she simply bit down on Chen Huai'an's arm. Ah, Uncle Biao, forget it. I'll take her with me. The master is still waiting. That's fine, just be careful. Uncle Biao reminded. The baby girl returned to Chen Huai'an's arms and immediately stopped crying. You're such a clingy little one. Chen Huai'an pinched the baby's chubby face. This has happened 1,000 times. I'm considering your safety, yet you keep underestimating me. Once I regain my strength. Chen Huai'an didn't know the baby's current thoughts and directly put her into the medicine basket, quickly heading towards the White Tiger Hall. By the time he arrived at the White Tiger Hall, there were already hundreds of people there, each with an impressive demeanor, standing tall, waiting for Zhao Baihu to give orders. Chen Huai'an quickly scanned the crowd, but did not find Zhao Shi among them. Chen Lu, fall in and stand straight. Zhao Baihu said coldly, his brows slightly furrowed. The situation was urgent. Even Zhao Baihu, who was in seclusion, had to interrupt his retreat. Chen Huai'an shivered and quickly stood in line. Chapter 71. The once lowly Chen Lu, now the esteemed Chen Qiguan. After half a month, the Jinwu division recruited quite a few martial flags, all from the 4 prominent families, with more financial resources than ordinary people, and their training was not slow. The White Tiger flag had over 500 members, organized into 5 major flags. Chen Huai'an was the small flag officer of the 3rd major flag, temporarily assigned 8 people, all personally designated by Zhao Baihu. These 8 were Zhao family servants, adopted sons from both legitimate and illegitimate lines, making it easier for Chen Huai'an to manage. Otherwise, if they were a few legitimate heirs, even if they were illegitimate, he might not be able to command them. After all, just entering the Jinwu division required some time to hone and eliminate the bad habits from their past pampered lives. But the current situation was special, and there wasn't much time. The city of Fengling and the neighboring 3 counties had troops stationed for support, and the Jinwu division needed to protect the villages. The general flag officer of the Qinglong flag, Lin Qinglong, had gone to Jiangling County for reinforcements. as long as Fengling County sent people. These scattered Luo, heavenly outer Tao would not be a concern. Protecting the villages, on one hand, was a matter of duty in maintaining their image. On the other hand, they also knew the methods of these Luo, heavenly outer Tao. Their village slaughtering was not just for the thrill of killing, but for ritualistically refining poisonous beasts and toxic herbs. If they succeeded in their rituals, Fengling County would certainly suffer. Beneath the collapsing nest, even the 4 prominent families might not be able to preserve themselves. Using small flags as units, guard each village. If you discover someone from Heilongzai, do not engage in combat. Directly send a distress signal. Once I see it, I will go personally. Remember, preserve your life first. Zhao Baihu reminded them. This is considered the last strength of Fengling County. The 4 major families will leave only the legitimate eldest sons and a few direct descendants to inherit the family business, sending the rest of the qualified individuals into the Townwu Division. For at least a short period, the Townwu Division cannot withstand too much pressure. Other small flag officers received the information about guarding the villages and went to the armory to select weapons. Chen Huai'an, as Zhao Baihu's direct disciple, naturally received special treatment and was assigned the task of guarding Chenjiakan, with weapons that Zhao Baihu had sent in advance, much better than those of the major flag officers. With a longbow slung across his shoulder, a gun in one hand, and a medicine basket on his back, Chen Huai'an rode a tall horse and set off from the Townwu Division with 8 martial flags, heading east at a rapid pace. Not long ago, there had been a heavy snowfall. Inside the city, people were cleaning, and there wasn't much snow to be seen. However, outside the city, in many places, the snow was nearly half a meter thick. Fortunately, the horses of the Townwu Division were well trained, and the fodder they were fed was exceptional, allowing them to move through the snow without any loss of speed. However, the 8 individuals following him were not qualified to ride horses and had just begun their training. Chen Huai'an was worried about the old man and Chen Ergu, so he let the 8 of them walk slowly behind while he rode ahead. In less than half an hour, he arrived at Chenjiakan. Head of the family, there's a person riding a white horse at the village entrance. It seems to be from the Townwu Division. Someone from the Townwu Division has arrived. We can finally stop worrying. Oh, we preserved our lives, but our wealth. The old woman glanced at the house, which already had no valuables left. According to custom, when the gentlemen from the Townwu Division came to patrol the village, they were to be presented with money, considered the hard-earned money of the martial flag lords, which was collected from the entire village, with each household contributing. If there was no money, or if someone was unwilling to pay, having an unmarried daughter serve a martial flag lord for one night, if the martial flag lord was reasonable, could exempt them for financial obligations. Wang Yuhu, with his house bearer, had sent his daughter to the Lin family as a servant just to get some money for winter. Winter wasn't even over yet, and the money was almost spent. With neither money to offer nor a daughter to serve, if the martial flag lord got angry, it would mean the end of their lives. Wait a minute, did you just say he was on horseback? Wang Yuhu quickly asked. The old woman nodded, a tall horse. Very impressive. It's over. This is really over. Wang Yuhu's heart sank completely. Ordinary martial flags had no right to ride horses, even the offspring of the 4 major families, as long as they were of martial flag status, could only ride inferior horses. To be able to ride a tall horse meant that, at the very least, he was a small flag officer. This was not something that could be resolved with loose change. Head of the family, don't just stand there. Hurry out to greet him. If you delay, you'll lose your life. Life? It's already gone. Wang Yuhu felt as if his heart was dead. But he still pulled on the coarse hemp clothes from the earthen Kong and put on a raincoat, although this was a type of rain gear. It also had some insulating effect. As a lowly commoner, he couldn't afford cotton clothes and could only use this to keep warm. By the time Wang Yuhu stepped out, the gentleman from the Townwu Division, riding the white horse, had already arrived at his doorstep. Master, Wang Yuhu hurriedly knelt on the ground, burying his head in the snow. Wang Shu, there is no need for such formalities. Wang Yuhu's body stiffened. This voice sounded very familiar, but he couldn't recall when he had ever been able to associate with a lord from the Townwu Division. He must have heard it wrong. It must be a mistake. Maybe he wasn't even talking to him. Wang Yuhu didn't dare to move an inch. Usually, even when walking on the street, if they encountered someone from the Townwu Division, they had to avoid them. Who would dare to look up? Just a glance could cost them their lives. After all, Commoners were not considered human. Seeing this, Chen Huai'an didn't say much and rode towards Chen Erge's house. When he arrived at the village entrance and saw that some rooftops were still emitting steam, he knew that Chen Huai'an had not yet been slaughtered, so he relaxed. It had been more than 2 months since he left the village, and everything around had not changed at all. Head of the family. The lord from the Town Wu division has left. Left? Wang Yuhu raised his head and looked at the person on the white horse, who was now stopped at a distance, in front of Chen Erge's house. That back was both familiar and strange. This lord from the Town Wu division is indeed impressive. Wang Yuhu sighed, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed he could still live for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, several curious villagers approached. I never expected that our Chen Huai'an could produce such a prominent figure. It truly brings glory to our family. Once spring comes, we must have Master Chen revise the family genealogy. Not long ago, he had heard that Chen Huai'an had made a name for himself in the city, becoming the head of the Lin family's medicine gathering team. He thought he had reached the pinnacle of a commoner's life. But who would have thought he had shed his status as a wandering household and become a respected individual? And in the blink of an eye, he had even become a small flag officer in the Town Wu division. This was undoubtedly the first time in the history of Fengling County. Listening to the villagers talk, Wang Yuhu was somewhat confused. Uncle Chen-san, what do you mean by that? Didn't you see who that person was? Uncle Chen-san pointed in the direction of Chen Erge's house. I wouldn't dare to look. Wang Yuhu frowned. Could it be that someone from Chen Huai'an has made it out? How could that be possible? It's Chen Huai'an. What nonsense are you talking about? That's Chen, the small flag officer. If anyone hears you call the name of the small flag officer directly, even 3 heads wouldn't be enough to lose. Even Uncle Sen wouldn't be able to do it. Someone nearby reminded Uncle Chen-san. Yes, I misspoke just now. Uncle Chen-san quickly slapped himself several times, leaving 5 red marks on his face. Chen, the small flag officer. Hearing this, Wang Yuhu was completely stunned, his mind blank. Back then, when Chen Huai'an's father went up the mountain to gather herbs and fell to his death, Chen Huai'an was left all alone with no food at home. He had even gone to Wang Yuhu to borrow some, but at that time, Wang Yuhu still had some money. It was only later, when fishing became difficult and taxes began again, that he ended up like this. Unfortunately, Wang Yuhu thought Chen Huai'an would never be able to pay him back, so he did not lend him any food. Instead, it was Chen Erge who gave Chen Huai'an the little coarse flour his family had. Moreover, Wang Yuhu directly went to find Chen Huai'an to break off the engagement he had made years ago, sending his daughter Erhua to the Lin family as a servant. I truly let my greed blind my eyes. Wang Yuhu regretted immensely. Head of the family, this is our fate. Even if Erhua had really married the small flag officer, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy it. Indeed. Wang Yuhu sighed and turned to look again at Chen Erge's house. If he had lent Chen Huai'an some food back then, he wouldn't be worse off than Chen Erge's family now. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Chen Erge's house had expanded its yard to twice its size, and the earthen house had been transformed into a brick and tile house with a row of 5 rooms. In the yard, there was even a side room, and beside it, a big yellow dog was being raised. Chen Huai'an dismounted, pushed open the door to the yard. Although it was smaller than his own residence, it was still clean and tidy, with no accumulated snow. The big yellow dog immediately became alert and started barking. Approaching noon, Chen Erge was preparing lunch. Hearing the dog barking, he came out to take a look. The Town Wu division, the martial flag lord. Chen Erge's mind went blank, thinking he had done something wrong, and he hurriedly knelt down to worship. Erge, it's me, Alu. Don't you recognize me? Before he could kneel down, Chen Huai'an quickly moved in front of him and grabbed Chen Erge. Hey, Alu, what's going on? Impersonating a martial flag of the Town Wu division is a crime that can implicate 9 generations. Chen Erge's voice began to tremble. Since winter began, there had been several heavy snowfalls, and the villagers had rarely gone out. Chen Erge's family had no worries about food and drink, and since the house had been repaired, they hadn't even left the yard. As for the news about Chen Huai'an, it had stopped at him becoming the head of the Shirley medicine shop. What is there to impersonate? I am now a small flag officer in the Town Wu division. Chen Huai'an's response left Chen Erge stunned for a moment, unable to react. Change his surname? No. Then let's go inside. My lunch is almost ready. Where's my master? Inside the house, everything is fine. As Chen spoke, he led Chen Huai'an into the house. However, the room was empty. Where's the master? Perhaps he heard the commotion outside and hid. Old sir, it's a Lu who has come. There are no outsiders. After Chen finished speaking, a few tiles on the ground in the southwest corner of the room shifted, and Chen stepped forward to help lift the tiles. When the house was being renovated, I dug tunnels in several rooms in case someone comes. The old sir has a hiding place. You really are meticulous. I learned it all from a Lu. I dug this tunnel myself, so it took a bit longer. I plan to dig directly to the village outskirts. I estimate it will take a year and a half. As Chen spoke, the old man had already climbed out from below. Lu, you entered the town marshal division? The old man looked incredulous. Chapter 72. One force overcomes 10 meetings. Just a direct line, just cut it in Chen family village, in Chen house. A table full of steaming dishes. Although they didn't look great, their taste was appetizing. Chen was perceptive and knew that since the master and disciple were meeting, some words needed to be exchanged. Not yet full, he found an excuse to step out. With no outsiders in the room, Chen Huai'an briefly recounted the events of this period, including the matter of Li Chenglang, something he hadn't even told Zhao Baihu. At that time, when I passed on my insights to you, I never expected you would reach this point. The future is promising. Hearing that Chen Huai'an had already reached the stage of energy entering the organs, the old man's face revealed a satisfied smile. You don't need to go through so much trouble regarding Li Chenglang. The old man changed the subject. Chen Huai'an had prepared many plans during this time to deal with Li Chenglang and mentioned them to the old man. One force overcomes 10 meetings. As long as your strength is sufficient, just go and cut him down directly. All those twists and turns only waste your cultivation time and energy. The old man glanced at Chen Huai'an. Just cut him down? But he seems to be at the blood condensation stage. Chen Huai'an quickly replied, So what? You have already comprehended my crossing the forest and returning technique and perfected 8 extremes, shaking the mountain. A mere blood condensation stage is like an ant. The old man's dantian had been destroyed, but after some time of recuperation, he had regained some spirit, and his tone conveyed a sense of disdain for the world. Back when I first cultivated, I dared to confront the late blood condensation stage head-on. Among the 4 great families, most are rabble, preying on the common people, indulging in debauchery, and their cultivation is all obtained through external forces. What ability do they have? Find a moonless and windy night, sneak into the other courtyard, and just slaughter them all. Recently, that Luo Tian outlaw has been causing a stir, right? Just leave some clues pointing to Luo Tian outlaw. The Li family is not like the Lin family. There are at least 10 direct descendants, and Li Chenglang is just one of them. The old man spoke lightly, making Chen Huai'an almost think that Li Chenglang was some lowly figure. Hey, this old man's temperament is too much like my father. It's a pity his dantian is destroyed. Otherwise, he could also be brought back to the Central State Celestial Court. Luo Yunshuang, who was placed on the Kong by Chen Huai'an, couldn't help but recall her biological father upon hearing the old man's tone. That kind of pride, with a world strong, are all seen as ants, remains unshaken even when at the bottom of the valley. If it were 10,000 years ago, when martial arts flourished, such a talent would have certainly left a significant mark in history. Unfortunately, in today's world, it is difficult, and the buried talents are as numerous as carp crossing the river. Luo Yunshuang sighed, turned over, and picked up the milk gourd with her chubby little hands. Let us drink to your unrecognized talent. She began drinking by herself. There is something I forgot to remind you earlier. Pills are merely aids for cultivation, and you must not rely on them too much, or else it will be harmful to your future cultivation. The old man thought that Chen Huai'an could at most reach the qi refinement stage in this life, but unexpectedly, just over a month later, he reached the stage of energy entering the organs, which was even slightly better than he was back then. If you can use less, then use less. Chen Huai'an nodded. It's not that I want to let you take them, but they need to be distinguished. Some inferior pills are made from herbs that are too young or through incorrect refining methods, resulting in excessive impurities, which will accumulate in the body and become obstacles to future cultivation. If you can obtain a 100-year-old spirit herb coupled with superb refining skills, it will be fine to eat more. Back then, when I achieved some success. I went to Fengling County to train and fortunately met a pill master from the Central State Celestial Court, who was 100 years older than me and became a friend across generations, imparting many insights into pill refining. At that time, I focused solely on martial arts and had no interest in pill refining until I returned to Fengling County, stirred up the stagnant water a bit, and ultimately had my dantian destroyed. I ended up in that muddy alley with nothing to do, so I began to study pill refining methods. I've gained some insights. That person called himself a pill master, but in reality, his pill refining skills still had some flaws. Chen Huai'an listened attentively to the old man's words, while Luo Yunshuang, who was drinking milk, suddenly had a strange expression. Pill master? This old man actually knows a pill master. In the Central State Celestial Court, there is only one pill master, who is one of Luo Yunshuang's 5 imperial teachers. The pill master is a rare talent in pill refining who appears once in a millennium. The total number of pill refiners in the entire Central State does not even compare to one of the pill master's fingers. You dare to criticize and say the pill master's theories have flaws? If it weren't for the fact that I can't speak right now, I would definitely argue with you. Feeling her master being belittled, Luo Yunshuang's stomach suddenly surged with unnamed anger, and she could only gulp down the beast milk to suppress her temper. During this time, while I was here idling with nothing to do, I rewrote my previous insights on pill refining, which may be useful to you in the future. The old man walked to the cabinet, pulled out a partition board, and took out 2 books. However, the quality of the paper is not very good, and after flipping through them a few times, they might fall apart. Thank you, master. Chen Huai'an stood up and bowed to accept them. I also have a soul-piercing nail here, which can break through protective chi, and even a chi refinement martial artist cannot resist it, but it requires the blood condensation stage to use. The pill that Li Chonglang gave you, give it to me. I'll help you refine it again, which can reduce the backlash effects. If you take it at the chi refinement stage, it can temporarily give you the strength of the blood condensation stage. Originally, the old man only hoped that Chen Huai'an could help inquire about Li Qingyao's news, but as they interacted more, he grew increasingly fond and valued this disciple, treating Chen Huai'an as his own. Master, if there is a chance. My master is in the depths of the Li family's courtyard. If possible, please convey a message to her, telling her that I am doing well and she must not bring her out. I am now a dead man, but she can at least live a peaceful life in the Li family. There is no need for her to suffer with me. I have already delayed her for most of her life. The old man sighed deeply. Just as Chen Huai'an was about to say something, the door outside was pushed open, and Chen Ergu quickly walked to the door, knocking a few times first. What's wrong? Chen Huai'an went to open the door and asked. The martial flags from the town martial division have come and said they want to collect money. Every household must pay at least 800 coins. And 2 families couldn't come up with it and have already been killed. Chen Ergu replied, What? Such a thing exists. Chen Huai'an was furious, said something to the old man, and then directly left Chen Ergu's courtyard, heading towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, 2 households, 7 corpses lay in the snow, staining only a small patch of snow red, which then froze. This time, it was the little flag officer himself who came to protect the village. This is the blessing you have accumulated over hundreds of years. This money cannot be less by even a penny, and you must also offer at least 30 unmarried women, or even 1 less won't do. A martial flag of the town martial division stood at the village entrance, speaking arrogantly. Below, nearly 100 villagers knelt on the ground, trembling, both from the cold weather and from the imposing presence of the martial flag lord. If this money is short by even a single coin, have you seen what happened to those 2 households? He continued speaking when suddenly he spotted a person on a white horse galloping from a distance. It's the little flag officer. The 8 martial flags, upon seeing Chen Huai'an on horseback, immediately changed their expressions dramatically. Their faces were filled with ingratiating smiles, devoid of any authority. What are you doing here? Chen Huai'an glanced at the 7 corpses on the ground, tightening his grip on the spear. He returned to Chen family village to protect his villagers, and such behavior was no different from those outside the law. Lord, collect your hardship fee. Who allowed you to collect it? This has always been the old rule. The martial flags were confused not understanding what had gone wrong to anger the little flag officer. Could it be that they collected too little? That makes sense. This little flag officer is a direct disciple of the chief flag officer Zhao, and he should at least start at 1 or 2 silver coins. Just because it has always been this way, does it make it right? Chen Huai'an took a deep breath. Lord, what do you mean? The martial flags were perplexed. Chen Huai'an scanned the kneeling villagers. I am Chen Lu, the little flag officer of the town martial division. For this village protection, I will not collect a single coin, nor do I require any unmarried women as offerings. You can all go back, just as usual. Disperse. Chen Huai'an waved his hand sharply, and although the villagers remained anxious, who would dare disobey the little flag officer's orders? The villagers dispersed, leaving only the 8 martial flags, looking at each other in confusion. Chen Huai'an knew that talking reason with them was futile. The way of the world had deeply rooted ideas and thoughts. Within Fengling County, in the hundreds of villages, Chen Huai'an could imagine that those places with the town martial division were likely reenacting the same scene just now. Chen Huai'an could not manage it all. He just didn't want to see such behavior in front of him. The martial flags of the town martial division had always been uninvolved with the common folk, and this common folk were good families, while these lowly villagers were not considered people. Bury those corpses. From today onwards, you are not allowed to harm any villagers, nor take any items. You could divide this silver. Be obedient for the next few days, and once we return safely to the county, I will have rewards. Chen Huai'an threw some silver coins over. He rode back to Chen Ergu's house. The 8 martial flags still couldn't figure out Chen Huai'an's intentions, so they had to comply. Half an hour later, they arrived at Chen Ergu's house, and Chen Huai'an grouped them into 4s, assigning them to stay in the 2 households that had just been destroyed. In the following days, the 8 martial flags did not offend the villagers at all, while Chen Huai'an continued to stay at Chen Ergu's house, spending his days cultivating and discussing martial techniques and alchemy insights with the old man. Chen Huai'an soon felt that his internal energy had filled up, and as his realm advanced, the power of the Qi training technique became even more apparent. The old man also knew some archery and spear techniques, which are considered the Zhao family's unique skills. With a foundation in martial arts, Chen Huai'an quickly mastered them. In this not-so-long time, Chen Huai'an's strength grew significantly, until the night of the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, when dark clouds covered the moon. Chen Huai'an, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. The blood condensation stage. From the outside law, the old man was not asleep, but leaning against the wall, writing something on paper by the candlelight. It should be. Those guys, their strength isn't much, but they are very insidious. If you reach the Qi training realm, killing someone in the blood condensation stage shouldn't be a big deal. Just be careful not to be ambushed. They all have poisonous insects and beasts on them. I know. I will meet them. Chapter 73, Night Battle with the Outside Law, Little Flag, Officer, Chen Faces 3. In Fengling County, Chen Family Village, outside the village. A group of 3, all dressed in black and wearing masks. That town martial division is too disgusting. The black-clad person at the back muttered, looking somewhat timid. Time waits for no one. Reinforcements from Jiangling County will arrive within 2 days, and we must take the risk. If there are town martial division people in the village, we will retreat immediately. The leading martial brother pondered for a moment and issued an order. During this time, most villages have hidden martial flags from the town martial division. As long as someone from the outside law appears, they never take action, directly firing a penetrating arrow. Soon after, strong practitioners from the Qi condensation stage and even the divine C stage arrive, and then they easily cut down these outside law people, causing heavy casualties. The soul-eating grass brought by the outside law has not yet fully matured. Further cultivation of sacrificial animals requires a long time, and with Lin Fu dead, they have no one to use. They can only resort to the simplest and most brutal method, directly killing people and using a lot of blood and flesh to feed the soul-eating grass. Initially, things went relatively smoothly, but once the town martial division mobilized, they found it increasingly difficult and could only try their luck in searching for villages without the town martial division, as there were simply too many villages around Fengling County. Martial brother, isn't this too close to Fengling County City? What do you know? This is called darkness beneath the lamp. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. No, it's actually safer. Second brother, you go scout ahead. Yes. Ollie is the weakest among the three, having just entered the Qi training stage and not even having time to cultivate poisonous insects. If there are indeed people from the town martial division hiding in the village, he would definitely not be able to escape. As for the other two, one is at the small success stage of blood condensation, and the other is at the perfection stage of blood condensation. As long as the town martial division reinforcements do not arrive immediately, they might have a chance to escape. Ollie carefully entered the village with a long knife, searching for a while, but not sensing any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Just as he turned around to inform the two at the village entrance, a young man with a long bow slung over his shoulder and a long spear in hand appeared behind him without him noticing. Ghost! Ollie was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. Before he could scream, the spear flashed with cold light. Thud! Ollie stared wide-eyed and fell to the ground. Ghost? Do I look that scary? Chen Huai'an touched his face, shot a few more times to confirm the person was dead, and then searched the man's body. You a poor wretch, still calling me a ghost? What a waste of time. Chen Huai'an shook his head and directly used his wings to rush to the village entrance. Why hasn't Ollie come back yet? It should be fine. After such a long time, I haven't seen anyone inside signaling. Wait for another half an incense stick. If Ollie hasn't come out, we will retreat. Safety is the priority during this critical period. Ollie has come out. Why does it feel like Ollie has grown taller? Marshall brother was still puzzled and instinctively stepped back, but Ollie quickly approached. Ollie, there are no town martial division people inside, right? Thud. Before the person could finish speaking, a long spear shot out from the black clothing, directly stabbing into that person's heart. Not good. The Marshall brother beside him, who had been on guard, quickly distanced himself. However, he did not immediately flee, because this person had not shot a penetrating arrow to request reinforcements, and he was just a small martial artist at the Qi training stage. No, it really is the Qi training stage. How could he have killed two Qi condensation practitioners? Let's retreat. The Marshall brother's mind raced, and he immediately decided to retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Huai'an moved swiftly, took down the longbow on his body, strung an arrow, and shot 4 or 5 arrows in quick succession. The arrows, forged from dark iron, were wrapped in spiritual energy, targeting the Marshall brother's back heart. Clang, clang, clang. The Marshall brother swung his long knife, knocking down the arrows. What is going on? Why is the power of these arrows so strong? Although the Marshall brother knocked down the arrows, his hand holding the long knife also felt the backlash, with a tearing sensation in his tiger's mouth. Chen Huai'an was not in a hurry. While maintaining the distance to chase, he quickly took arrows from the quiver and bent the bow to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew like meteors chasing the moon. And even Wu Gu, with his blood condensation realm strength, found it hard to cope. The force was too strong. If he continued to be pursued, he might not escape. Wu Gu immediately changed direction and rushed towards Chen Huai'an. Not running away? Chen Huai'an had no intention of engaging in close combat. Luo Tian's outer path was adept at using poisonous insects for ambushes. If he got too close, being hit by the thrown insects would be painful. Even if he didn't die, he'd lose some skin. He felt his body lighten and soared like a swallow. Although he was at the Qi training level, his speed was something Wu Gu at the blood condensation level couldn't catch up to. Damn, he wasn't even at the Qi training level. Wu Gu had just slightly lost focus, and the person who had been right before him had vanished. Chen Huai'an didn't have the ability to become invisible. It was just that the dark clouds obscured the moon, and wearing black clothes allowed him to blend into the surroundings, making him hard to detect with the naked eye. With the aid of the turtle breathing technique, Wu Gu couldn't even sense his aura. This was insane. Wu Gu was already drenched in cold sweat and turned to flee again. Several arrows shot through the air once more. This back and forth continued, and Wu Ji's mental state was on the verge of collapse. What kind of hero is this, playing tricks and scaring people? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. If you have the guts, come out and fight me to the death. Even if I die, I accept it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hero, please spare me. I whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it. Come out. I'll fight you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No wonder he S at the blood condensation level. He S really hard to kill. It's been so long, and I still haven't shot him dead. Chen Huai'an stood in the shadows, constantly changing positions, drawing his bow and shooting at Wu Ge. When the arrows ran out, he casually picked up a few more from the ground. Just kill me already. After a long while, Wu Ge's psychological defenses finally crumbled, and he stopped resisting the arrows coming at him. Hud, hud, hud. After a period of hard training, Chen Huai'an had perfected his aim, and 5 arrows pierced Wu Ji's limbs and Dantian. What is your purpose for coming to Fengling County? Although Wu Ge was completely incapacitated, Chen Huai'an still remained vigilant in the darkness. Just kill me. I'll never speak. Wu Ge faced death without fear. He had endured much pain in his pursuit of cultivation. Still a tough guy. What methods do you have? Chen Huai'an smiled faintly. You know what it feels like to stay awake for 10 days and nights in a pitch-black room where you can't see your hand in front of your face? The small dark room is very quiet, with no sounds, but if you feel the slightest bit drowsy, silver needles will stab into your bai wei and shanzhong acupoints. The most painful points that can keep someone awake, and Chen Huai'an spoke slowly, like a terrifying pervert. During the earlier battle, Wu Ge had already been psychologically broken by Chen Huai'an's attacks. Now, hearing Chen Huai'an's description, he could already imagine himself in that dark room. I'll talk. I'll say everything. Can someone make it quick for me? That depends on what you say. We are here to find the saintess. What saintess? Decades ago, our Taoist lord of Luo Tian's outer path fought a battle with the emperor of the Central Continent's Immortal court, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. And those people from the Immortal court began slaughtering our Luo Tian's outer path. Our protecting Tao king took the newborn daughter of the Taoist lord and broke through layers of pursuit to escape into Qizhou, but her whereabouts are unknown. 6 months ago, Granny Ling used millions of lives as a sacrifice for a divination, and the result indicated that the saintess is in Chishanfu, Fengling County. To avoid being discovered by the Central Continent's Immortal court, we split into 2 groups. The higher-ups launched a surprise attack on the Immortal court, while people below began secretly searching for the saintess's whereabouts. Wu Ge poured out everything, hoping for a quick death from Chen Huai'an. Then how do you know who the saintess is? Chen Huai'an asked. The saintess carries the Tao seed of the Taoist lord within her, and her arm bears the mark of Luo Tian's outer path. Wu Ji's voice suddenly stopped, and he instantly lost his breath. Chen Huai'an immediately became alert and quickly retreated, not noticing anything unusual around him until dawn. In fact, what this person said wasn't classified information. The Central Continent's Immortal court already knew about Luo Tian's outer path searching for the saintess, but the current Immortal court had no time to deal with these evil cultivators. The distance from the Central Continent to Fengling County was too far, and many messages had not yet arrived for various reasons. Soon, a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness. Chen Huai'an called the 8 martial flags to the outskirts of the village. Seeing the corpses on the ground, the 8 of them were stunned. Is this really the so-called outer path person? Yes, I killed them all. Search them and see if there are any clues on them. Although they have been dead for a while, they might have hidden weapons or poisons on them. So be careful. Chen Huai'an reminded. The 8 first checked the body that had been stabbed by a spear, and as Chen Huai'an expected, it was just a poor wretch with only 5 taels of silver. A worthless broken knife and a palm-sized rag bag. No hidden weapons at all. As for Wu Ge, Chen Huai'an asked the martial flag who had come to Chen family village for the first time and killed 2 villagers to check the body. As soon as he got close, he collapsed to the ground. Poison. Wu Ge was about to reveal more information about the saintess, but the poisonous insects he carried suddenly exploded, taking him away. The area was contaminated by the poison, and even those at the Qi training level could get poisoned if they got too close, while Chen Huai'an and these 8 martial flags were merely beginners in muscle training. Now, there were only 7 left. The others looked on in horror. Such a powerful person must be above the Qi training level. How could he have been killed by Chen Xiaoqi? And Chen Huai'an was too lazy to check the items on that person. At most, they were just silver, of little use to him, and they might poison him, which was not worth it. Chen Huai'an circled around Wu Ji's corpse with a long spear. Bury this place with some soil, and also remind the villagers not to approach here. Yes, Lord Xiaoqi, the 7 did not dare to be negligent. Chen Huai'an returned to Chen Erge's house, and briefly explained the situation to the old man. Just 3 people, and only one at the blood condensation level took so long. I was worried that the blood condensation level person would use poison for an ambush, so I used long-range attacks to wear him down, which took longer. Chen Huai'an replied, "Well, being cautious is fine, but remember that delay can lead to changes. Sometimes getting caught up in a fight can also put you in danger. Depending on the situation, you must act decisively and kill swiftly." The old man reminded him, "I will remember. After killing 3 people from Luo Tian's outer path, there should be some gains, right?" The old man asked. "Don't mention it. They were all poor wretches. The strongest one was covered in poison, and I didn't dare to touch him. By the way, master, what is this rag bag for?" Chen Huai'an took out the palm-sized burlap bag from his sleeve. The old man took it, examined it for a moment, and said, "This is a treasure bag used by cultivators to store things. Don't underestimate this thing. It can hold quite a few items. Practitioners in Fengling County almost all have one." "Really? But I've never seen one. In our poor place, martial arts aren't too popular, so it's naturally rare." "How do you use this thing?" Chen Huai'an asked. "How to use it? Will there be any treasures inside?" "You need to reach the aperture realm to use it normally. At the Qi training level, you can still use some methods to manage it, but it's a bit troublesome." Chapter 74. Turtle breathing shakes the mountain. The Li family's young master and his unusual brother. What strength does our little flag officer have? He can silently kill these evil cultivators. I don't know. He should be above the Qi training level. After all, he is the direct disciple of the Grand Flag Officer. After the several martial flags dealt with the 3 corpses from Luo Tian's outer path, they prepared to return to the village. Slap! In the distance, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky, creating a dazzling white light. This was the cloud-piercing arrow of the town military division, used to signal for help. Crack! Crack! Even further away, cloud-piercing arrows were exploding in the air at the same time. This group of rogue cultivators from the Luo Tian Outer Dao was actually attacking the village simultaneously. The flag officer and the senior flag officer might be overwhelmed. Fortunately, we are with Officer Chen. Although Officer Chen has a bit of a strange temperament, he has been quite good to us. Just as everyone entered the village, they suddenly saw Chen Huai'an riding a white horse coming out. Young flag officer. Several martial flags immediately bowed in salute upon seeing Chen Huai'an. Keep an eye on the village. This is a cloud-piercing arrow. If anyone attacks, use it immediately. Chen Huai'an tossed 2 cloud-piercing arrows to a martial flag in front of him. In this operation, each junior flag was issued 3 cloud-piercing arrows, which could be immediately released by lighting with a fire stick. As a direct disciple of Zhao Baihu, Chen Huai'an was given 6 cloud-piercing arrows. Among them, 3 arrows were special, releasing yellow smoke for a long time, allowing Zhao Baihu to differentiate them. If several cloud-piercing arrows were released simultaneously, he would certainly come to save Chen Huai'an first. Chen Huai'an carried those 3 special cloud-piercing arrows with him, rode his white horse, and directly left the village. Huanggo, with over 1,000 households, had a population far exceeding that of Chenjia village, located about 40 to 50 miles away. Trained ordinary horses would take half an hour to gallop there, while Chen Huai'an's white horse took only a quarter of an hour. By the time he arrived in Huanggo, a thin mist of blood had already risen in the air. Only a blood condensation realm? It could be worth a try. Chen Huai'an dismounted, his figure flashing as he entered the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he saw severed limbs and broken bodies everywhere, with fresh blood still steaming. Boom! Deep in the village, it seemed there was a battle going on. Chen Huai'an activated his turtle breathing technique, using his wings to enter the village. Cultivating qi and condensing spirit? Looks like my luck is good. The black-clad, evil cultivators of the Luo Tian Outer Dao looked at the man not far away. "I am Li Wei, the direct great-grandson of the Li family from Fengling County. If you kill me, the Li family will not spare you." "Direct great-grandson? Li Wei? You actually know me? Then all the more reason to kill you. Your life is worth 10,000 taels of gold." Hearing this, Li Wei's heart sank. Who wants my life? Go to the underworld and ask King Yama. Boom. Before that person could make a move, a strong wind blew from behind. Sensing danger at that moment, He immediately turned around, but it was already too late. There were no fancy techniques. Just an ordinary-looking punch that contained all the essence of the 8 extremes shaking the mountain technique. This martial skill had been perfected by Chen Huai'an. Although it was at the Qi training stage, it was enough to shake a blood condensation realm cultivator. More importantly, he had been using the turtle breathing technique, so the opponent had not detected him. In this sudden attack, the opponent had no time to mobilize their internal spiritual energy to defend. And the Luo Tian outer Dao was not skilled in body refinement techniques. With one punch, Chen Huai'an pierced through the man's heart. Li Wei was horrified, but having trained in the town military division for several months, his reaction was not slow. He swung his long knife, and together with Chen Huai'an's sneak attack, he directly decapitated the man. The severed neck sprayed dark red blood. He was dead beyond recovery. "Who are you?" Li Wei trembled slightly, gripping his long knife and looking at Chen Huai'an. Chen Huai'an lifted the black robe covering his head and removed his mask. Town military division. White Tiger Flag Junior Flag Officer, Chen Lu. "You are Chen Lu?" Li Wei found it hard to believe. "How did you come here?" "I was stationed at Chanjia village and saw so many distress signals, so I came to take a look." "I see. These evil cultivators actually attacked at the same time." Li Wei, having survived a disaster, still felt a bit of fear. There shouldn't be many people left in this village. Let them go to Chanjia village. Young Master Li can return to the town military division first. I will check the next village. This Huang-Go had become a hell on earth, and it could not accommodate people for the time being. Chen Huai'an bent down and started searching the headless corpse. "Treasure bag. Worth it." Chen Huai'an felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly left the village, mounted his white horse, and headed to the next village. Watching him leave, Li Wei was stunned for a long time before reacting, immediately calling the remaining villagers who could still move to hurry to Chanjia village. The cold wind howled, and soon dusk fell. In one day, Chen Huai'an visited 5 villages, 3 of which were empty. Either they had already been rescued or had been slaughtered, with the evil cultivators gone. The turtle breathing technique, combined with the 8 extremes shaking the mountain, was simply a divine skill for sneaking attacks and killing while looting. Chen Huai'an looked at the 3 treasure bags in his hand and sighed. He had also killed 2 blood condensation realm evil cultivators from the Luo Tian outer Dao, using the turtle breathing technique to conceal his aura, spreading his wings, darting in close, and delivering a powerful punch from behind, achieving great success. Of course, he could only dare to deal with blood condensation realm opponents now. If he encountered someone in the entry realm, he would flee without hesitation. During this time, he had been continuously practicing his techniques and martial skills, first under Uncle Biao, and now under the old man, with their guidance leading to a rapid increase in strength. But the biggest problem was the lack of practical combat experience. No matter how strong the theory or how hard one practiced, without experiencing life and death battles, it always remained just empty talk. This time, it provided him with a chance for real combat. He originally thought he should be considered strong among those of the same realm, but he didn't expect to be able to kill across realms. Of course, this was mainly due to the combination of his 2 techniques allowing for sneak attacks, and the Luo Tian outer Dao primarily practicing evil and poison techniques, with poor close combat ability, which allowed Chen Huai'an to maximize his advantages. Besides creating an opportunity for practical experience, he also needed some money, and these treasure bags were naturally an opportunity for him to get rich, so he couldn't let it go. "That's enough. The other villages are too far away. By the time I get there, the flowers will have wilted." Chen Huai'an urged his horse and returned to Chanjia village. It had been decades since Chanjia village had been this lively, with several hundred more people. There were many dilapidated old houses in the village, now uninhabited, but they could barely accommodate people, which was much better than freezing to death outside. Chen Erga's family had a lot of firewood and charcoal, and they generously shared a portion, providing short-term relief. "Brother Chen, you're back." As Chen Huai'an rode back into the village, he saw someone waiting for him at the entrance. Young Master Li, you didn't return to the town military division? Chen Huai'an was a bit surprised, as he thought that this person had already returned to Fengling County. "Thanks to Brother Chen's intervention, I was able to survive. This great kindness will never be forgotten. If there is anything needed in the future." Young Master Li is being too polite. We are comrades, and this is what we should do. What, young Master Li? I'm a bit younger than Brother Chen. If you don't mind, how about we become sworn brothers? Li Wei quickly said. Although I am a direct disciple of the Chief Flag Officer Zhao, my background is humble. In front of outsiders, you can call me whatever you want, but when it's just us, we are brothers. Respecting your wishes. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to have such skills. I heard many rumors before, but they all seem to be false. Rumors? What rumors? Chen Huai'an asked. Just nonsense, empty talk. Best not to mention it. Li Wei was taken aback, realizing he had spoken out of turn, and quickly shook his head. Although Chen Huai'an was already a good family son, he had previously been a wandering commoner. He hadn't become a servant, changed his surname, and just entered the town military division. Zhao Baihu was one of the top experts in all of Fengling County. And even the disciples of the other three major families were eager to become Zhao Baihu's disciples, but could not. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Huai'an had become Zhao Baihu's direct disciple. Who wouldn't be envious? Who wouldn't be jealous? If this jealousy could kill, Chen Huai'an would have died tens of thousands of times already, including Li Wei. They all had a strong hostility towards Chen Huai'an before. When they heard others slandering Chen Huai'an, they would echo a few words. However, people can change. At the moment of life and death for Li Wei, when he was hanging by a thread, it was Chen Huai'an who appeared in time and killed a powerful enemy at the blood condensation realm with one punch. This strength, this courage, this boldness was enough to earn Li Wei's respect, not to mention that he saved his life. You also just joined the town marshal division this year, right? Chen Huai'an casually said. That's right, I joined the town marshal division in May as a direct disciple of the Qilin banner, under General Li. Li Wei nodded and replied with a smile. I know your sixth uncle, young Master Li Chenglang. Upon hearing the name Li Chenglang, the smile on Li Wei's face froze. My uncle usually behaves erratically, and although he seems mad, he is actually exceptionally clever. The two exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and the sky had already darkened. Brother Li, it's getting late. There's no place to stay in this remote village, and Huanggo village is gone. You might as well return to the town marshal division early. It's much safer than staying here. That's fine. Brother Chen, take care. We'll meet again in the county town. When that time comes, I'll host a gathering at the Xuanxiang Pavilion for some drinks. Upon hearing Xuanxiang Pavilion, Chen Huai'an felt a bit apprehensive, but still nodded with a smile. All right, let's gather again in the county town. Li Wei waited for Chen Huai'an in Chen family village, not for anything important, just to express his gratitude for saving his life. After parting with him, Chen Huai'an immediately went to Chen Erge's house. I might not have much time left here. These are the medicinal pills I usually use for cultivation, and there's still some left. You take them. Chen Huai'an handed 3 qi induction pills and refining qi pills to Chen Ergu, along with 10 taels of silver, all of which were looted from those evil cultivators. Alu, we're brothers, so no need for so many formalities. You should cultivate well, Undermaster. The world is chaotic, and you will need these sooner or later. Keep those weapons too, just in case. During this time, Chen Huai'an discovered that Chen Ergu had already reached the bone refining stage. After all, with the old man by his side, cultivation progressed naturally. Now, even the pills for the qi refining stage were prepared, and how far he could go depended entirely on his own fortune. As for the weapons, they were all looted from evil cultivators and held little use for Chen Huai'an. Besides, there were also 2 books of evil techniques and a brocade box containing a toad, all of which Chen Huai'an carefully put away. The next morning, as dawn broke, 2 martial flags from the town martial division rode in on poor horses at the village entrance. Lord Chen, reinforcements from Fengling County have arrived. The general has ordered all patrol officers and martial flags to return to the town martial division immediately. Chapter 75, Guarding the Golden Mountain, Not Moving a Hair. Killing evil cultivators, transforming herbs into cash. The winter's cold, starting from the winter solstice, lasts for 81 days, marking the coldest time of winter. In previous years, by the 6th of winter, it was no longer so cold. However, this year's 6th of winter was still bone-chillingly cold and hard to endure. Early in the morning, Chen Huai'an rode a white horse, leading 7 martial flags, back to Fengling County, Town Marshal Division. Chen Family Village was not far from the county town. And Chen Huai'an was the first to return to the town marshal division from the White Tiger banner. Zhao Baihu, with great authority, sat in the White Tiger Hall and looked at the unscathed Chen Huai'an, somewhat surprised. The nearby villages have basically been attacked. How is your Chen family village unharmed? Reporting to Master, last night, 3 evil cultivators from the Luotian outer Dao ambushed Chen family village. 1 was at the blood condensation realm, and 2 were below the Qi refining stage. They have all been eliminated. Chen Huai'an reported to Zhao Baihu alone. You killed them? Thanks to Master's guidance. The disciple has made some minor achievements and was fortunate enough to kill the evil cultivators. Chen Huai'an replied. Before Zhao Baihu went into seclusion, Chen Huai'an had just entered Qi induction. Due to the evil cultivators from the Luotian outer Dao slaughtering nearby villages, he had to stop his seclusion. At that time, he wasn't in a good mood and didn't pay much attention to Chen Huai'an. Now, upon closer inspection, he found that Chen Huai'an had already integrated Qi into his organs. More importantly, he had actually killed an evil cultivator at the blood condensation realm with the strength of the Qi refining stage. Such strength could only be achieved by one person in Fengling County, but unfortunately, that person had already been crippled. Well, as my disciple, this achievement is not worth boasting about. Remember to be humble. The disciple will remember. How did you defeat them? Tell me in detail. Zhao Baihu became interested. Chen Huai'an simply described the situation, omitting the role of the turtle breathing technique and simplifying the battle process. There was a bit of luck involved. You must not become complacent because of this. That evil cultivator at the blood condensation realm was merely poorly trained. Change your opponent, and this approach may not work. Yes, the disciple has just started and does not dare to be complacent. If it weren't for Master's guidance, the disciple would surely have died facing an evil cultivator at the blood condensation realm. Make sure not to tell anyone about this. Zhao Baihu specifically reminded. When the New Year competition comes, astonish everyone. I want to see the spectacular expressions of those old fellows. Zhao Baihu seemed to think of something happy and laughed to himself. Master, the disciple has one more thing to report. What is it? While I was in Chen family village, I saw some comrades from the town marshal division firing the cloud-piercing arrow without authorization to rescue others and killed 3 more evil cultivators at the blood condensation realm. Killed 3 more? Yes. I found 4 of these bags on them. Please take a look, Master. Chen Huai'an carefully presented 4 treasure bags. Zhao Baihu looked at the treasure bags in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. You little rascal, are you secretly practicing some evil techniques behind my back? I wouldn't dare. Chen Huai'an quickly said, bowing. Zhao Baihu scrutinized Chen Huai'an, pondering. He received guidance from the martial spirit and has a deeper understanding of martial arts. That's normal. With this thought, he no longer cared and, with a thought, checked the contents of the treasure bags. So many herbs? Did these evil cultivators strip the Fulong Mountain bear? Are these the spiritual herbs from Fulong Mountain? Chen Huai'an looked confused. There are a few spiritual herbs, but not many, and 2 pieces of dragon scale vine. They aren't refining any poisonous insects or evil beasts. Why did they switch to collecting herbs? Perhaps they're also herb gatherers in Heiling's Eye? Chen Huai'an speculated. It's possible. Zhao Baihu nodded in agreement. He had already reached the divine sea realm. These herbs were of decent quality, but not worth his attention. You are currently in the Qi refining stage, and these herbs are just what you need. Use what you can, and you have a medicine shop, right? Sell the rest, or trade for other cultivation resources. Master, I am unworthy and dare not accept these. If Master thinks they are useless, I will exchange these herbs for silver and present the silver to you. Do you think I lack this little bit of silver? I just want you to understand the difficulty of cultivation and the scarcity of wealth. Master's intentions are kind. The disciple will remember. All right, you can rest now. Give these treasure bags to Old Biao. Let him help you sort out what you can use, keep those, and convert the rest into silver for yourself. Thank you, Master. Chen Huai'an respectfully exited the White Tiger Hall. In the spacious White Tiger Hall, only Zhao Baihu remained. Damn, I really hit the jackpot, or rather 2 treasures. My daughter's talent might even surpass mine. I can finally hold my head high. Let you old cronies open your eyes. In the main hall, with no one else around, Zhao Baihu unabashedly burst into laughter. In the backyard of the town marshal division, in front of Chen Huai'an's door, Old Biao was sitting on a small stool, reading a book. Over the years, he had followed Zhao Baihu to cultivate his mind and body, and apart from Zhao Baihu's matters, he paid no attention to anything else. But in recent days, he had been a bit distracted, no matter what he did, without Chen Huai'an beside him to show concern or occasionally flatter him. Without the little girl to tease, he couldn't hear her laughter or cries. He felt that the food had no taste, the book was unreadable, and he couldn't muster the spirit for anything he did. Could that kid have drugged me? Old Biao muttered to himself. Biao uncle. As soon as Old Biao's voice fell, a familiar voice rang out from the front yard. He looked up and saw Chen Huai'an entering quickly with a medicine basket on his back. Young Master Lu. Seeing the familiar figure, Old Biao stood up directly. Uncle Biao, it must be much quieter lately without Lu's disturbances, right? Young Master Lu is joking. Uncle Biao, take a look at this. This is a bag of treasures? Where did young Master Lu get this from? It doesn't seem like it's from the town military division. Old Biao took it and examined it closely. I killed a few evil cultivators from the blood condensation realm and found it on them. Blood condensation realm? Evil cultivators? Did you kill them? Old Biao was slightly taken aback, feeling he had misheard. Yes, they weren't very strong, but Master said this matter cannot be mentioned to outsiders. And you're not considered an outsider. Chen Huai'an briefly explained again. If it weren't for needing these herbs to appear reasonably, he definitely wouldn't have mentioned killing those in the blood condensation realm. Over the years, Old Biao had seen a lot. But someone from the qi refining realm killing those in the blood condensation realm was still unprecedented. He had only heard of an extraordinary genius appearing in Fengling County who had done such a thing, but there had been no news of him afterward. Old Biao always felt that such an outrageous matter must have been fabricated by someone, but he never expected that someone could actually achieve it. Uncle Biao, I can't open this. Can you help me see how to get it out? Old Biao was still in shock when Chen Huai'an reminded him. In fact, Chen Huai'an had already learned how to open it from the old man, but he couldn't disclose that information yet. Otherwise, Zhao Baihu would know that the old man was in the outer city and hadn't died, even though Zhao Baihu seemed to have no ill intentions. Chen Huai'an didn't dare to let him suspect anything. There was no way. Who told him he had no money right now? Sometimes, even with a mountain of gold, he couldn't spend a single penny. Otherwise, how could he explain the herbs? He couldn't collect herbs now, and he only had so many planted. And those 6 boxes sent by Li Chenglang, which he told outsiders were small gifts of gratitude for treating his illness, actually contained 10,000 taels of silver. If he took them out to spend, how could he explain that? Even if he really did thank Chen Huai'an for treating him and rewarded him with a few dozen taels, giving over 10,000 taels, who would believe there was nothing amiss? Moreover, the Li family's financial management was very strict. The 10,000 taels from Li Chenglang didn't come through proper channels and couldn't be accounted for openly. During this time, Chen Huai'an felt very uncomfortable being unable to use the silver mountain he had, but now he could finally convert part of it. Based on his estimates, the herbs produced from the spiritual garden could sell for at least 2,000 taels, and if he reported a bit more on the books, it could reach 2,500 taels. After all, it was normal for herbs to be more expensive in winter. The main reason he didn't dare to take out more herbs was that it would easily raise suspicion. The 4 bags of treasures were all filled with herbs, packed to the brim. Old Biao took out the herbs, filling half the yard and heaping them into 3 small mountains. Young Master Lu, you've been working hard and fought several battles. You should go inside and rest. I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you. Just leave these matters to me. All right, thank you. Uncle Biao. Chen Huai'an felt very reassured about Old Biao, and even if Old Biao secretly kept some, it didn't matter. After all, most of the herbs weren't worth much. It was mainly about the quantity, and they were going for a quantity over quality approach. A quarter of an hour later, the medicinal bath was ready, and Chen Huai'an placed the infant girl on the bed. In these past few days, Luo Yunshuang had been surprisingly quiet. Initially, she had some opinions about the old man, but after hearing his insights on alchemy, she gained many realizations. Now, she had plenty of time. Due to her small body, she couldn't cultivate, so she spent a lot of time thinking. While she was thinking, Chen Huai'an had gone out to kill an evil cultivator from the blood condensation realm. And she wasn't surprised at all, as Luo Yunshuang was the one who understood Chen Huai'an's strength the best. Later, she took a nap. And when Chen Huai'an left her at Chen Erge's house, She was worried all day. Fortunately, he returned safely and learned that he had killed 3 evil cultivators from the blood condensation realm. This young Master Lu's aptitude is only slightly inferior to mine. What he lacks the most now is spiritual energy. If he could find a place rich in spiritual energy, his cultivation speed would surely improve. Luo Yunshuang pondered for a long time. In the 5 states of the world, the mountains and rivers' spiritual veins are all controlled by the central state's immortal court. Although Qizhou is remote, there are still a few spiritual veins. Thousands of years ago, a rebellion occurred in Qizhou, claiming to be the Qihong tribe. At that time, the immortal court's emperor personally led 1,000,000 troops to suppress it, eliminate the rebels, and destroy the Qihong, to set an example and prevent further rebellions in Qizhou. All the spiritual veins in Qizhou that could be moved were taken back to the central state, and those that could not be taken were sealed on the spot. Those sealed places are all recorded in the central state immortal court's Chen Huai'an, which Luo Yunshuang had carefully looked at before. But she couldn't recall the location of the spiritual veins in Fengling County at the moment. It seemed to be near Fengling County, but where exactly? Chapter 76, Dual Cultivation of Martial Arts. The path is long. A father's love is like a mountain. Raising a daughter is a long journey. Chen Huai'an soaked in the medicinal tub, feeling incredibly comfortable, and unknowingly fell asleep. During his time in Chenjiakan, he had been diligently seeking advice from the old man on martial arts and alchemy, like a sponge desperately absorbing water. Then he continuously killed a few evil cultivators from the blood condensation realm. Although it seemed simple with one strike, every sneak attack required him to be fully alert, mobilizing all his spiritual power and pushing his martial skills to the limit, which took a huge toll on his physical strength and energy. He slept for a long time, only waking up when the sky darkened. The water in the medicinal tub hadn't cooled down. Old Biao would come to heat it every half hour. As soon as Chen Huai'an woke up, his stomach began to rumble. After getting out of the tub, drying off, and changing into new clothes, Chen Huai'an walked to the main hall where old Biao was feeding the infant girl. "Young Master Lu, have you rested well?" "Yes. I didn't expect to sleep for so long." Chen Huai'an nodded. "Dinner is ready. I'll have someone bring it over." "Has Master eaten?" "He has eaten and has already gone to the main hall." This time, the matter of the evil cultivators from the blood condensation realm is quite serious. It has alarmed the officials in the county city, and they have sent many people from the town demon suppression division to prepare for a thorough eradication. Their strength is far above the town military division, so when they move, the town military division will recall all the martial flags outside. These matters clearly had nothing to do with Chen Huai'an. There were increasingly more martial flags in the back hall. Old Biao thought Chen Huai'an liked peace and quiet, and since his dishes were specially prepared, he had the servants bring them to Chen Huai'an's residence. "Uncle Biao, have you eaten?" "I've already eaten." "Young Master Lu, eat while it's hot. It's cold now, and it will cool down soon." Chen Huai'an nodded and began to eat on his own. To be able to contend with evil cultivators from the blood condensation realm, young Master Lu's martial skills must have improved again. This is all due to Master and Uncle Biao's excellent guidance, allowing me to progress rapidly. Young Master Lu is too humble if someone lacks comprehension. No amount of teaching would be useful, old Biao said, while wiping the milk stains from the infant girl's mouth. Logically speaking, those in the blood condensation realm should be much stronger than me in the qi refining realm. How could those evil cultivators be like paper? Chen Huai'an was somewhat puzzled. Although he had taken the initiative by using the turtle breathing technique for sneak attacks and perfected the 8 extremes shaking mountain technique, it seemed to him that this could at most heavily injure the evil cultivators in the blood condensation realm, yet he had directly killed them in consecutive encounters. Actually, you can only understand this when you reach the blood condensation realm. However, young Master Lu has exceptional talent. Understanding this now is also good for early preparation. Hearing old Biao's words, Chen Huai'an immediately became interested and listened attentively. All laws in the world, though different paths, ultimately lead to the same destination. But before standing at the highest position, the paths are all different. For example, these cultivation methods are divided into martial cultivation and Taoist cultivation. What is martial cultivation? What is Taoist cultivation? Chen Huai'an asked. Martial cultivators focus on body refinement. After completing qi training, They continuously strengthen their bodies with spiritual energy, using martial skills to confront enemies. To break through to the entry realm, one must fill the 9 divine orifices of the physical body with spiritual energy to become battle orifices and achieve an indestructible body. Upon reaching the divine sea realm, a chi sea forms in the dantian, allowing the release of chi energy to create protective energy. Dao cultivators, on the other hand, focus on spirit refinement. After chi training, refining the spirit consciousness leads to the blood condensation realm, where spiritual energy is introduced into the spiritual platform to achieve the entry realm, greatly enhancing perception abilities. They confront enemies using Dao techniques, manipulating wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and countless spells. If one can reach the divine sea realm, they can expand their sea of consciousness, enhancing the power and control range of their Dao techniques, even being able to manipulate objects to kill enemies. The so-called immortals in the central court refer to those who have achieved success in cultivation. However, upon reaching the divine sea realm, one needs to receive a talisman from the immortal court. Otherwise, even if one has achieved something, they're merely akin to a wild fox sin, unworthy of the title immortal. Uncle Biao explained this in detail to Chen Huai'an. These words were things Chen Huai'an had never heard before. Even the old man had not mentioned them, only imparting some martial skills. It seems that in the later stages, it might be that cultivation of Dao is stronger, but that can't be said. Although Dao cultivators can ride clouds and mist and fly swords to behead in the same realm, as long as a martial practitioner gets close, few can defend against them. Both Dao and martial cultivation have their strengths and weaknesses. Dao cultivation emphasizes talent and is extremely difficult to enter 1 in 10,000. Especially in our area where spiritual energy is thin, it's even less likely. But once one enters, cultivation is somewhat easier than martial cultivation. As for martial cultivation, as long as you have medicinal materials or can endure hardship and pain, you can enter. However, once you do, advancing further becomes exceedingly difficult. But as long as one achieves something, they are often better than Dao cultivators of the same rank. After listening quietly for a while, Chen Huai'an had a new doubt. What if one practices both martial and Dao cultivation? As mentioned earlier, all methods under heaven lead to the same goal, and human strength has limits. Focusing on one method might allow one to reach the peak, while dual cultivation is a second-rate option that may not allow mastery of either. However, some exceptionally talented individuals choose to practice both selectively, for example, reaching the entry realm in martial cultivation and then focusing on Dao cultivation. In the early stages, their physical strength is strong, giving them an advantage in combat. 9 out of 10 cultivators in the world mostly specialize in one aspect. Besides cultivating their methods, they also need to refine their martial skills and Dao techniques. Human time and energy are limited, making it hard to be thorough. Only a few exceptionally gifted individuals choose the path of dual cultivation, like the master of the Central State Immortal Court. Luo Yunshuang in her past life walked the dual cultivation path, but her martial cultivation just reached the divine sea realm, while her Dao cultivation was much higher. Little Yozi, don't listen to this old man-ass nonsense. With me around, I will definitely help you walk the path of dual martial cultivation. Your talent in martial arts is no problem. As for Dao cultivation, even if you're a bit dull, I will carve a gap for you. Luo Yunshuang thought confidently that as long as there are higher aspirations, Dao cultivation is a shortcut. But in terms of practical combat ability, the abnormal physical capabilities of martial cultivation can definitely save a life at critical moments. If she had advanced further in martial cultivation back then, even if someone ambushed her, she could have withstood the attack with her physical strength. Fortunately, her spirit consciousness was powerful, and with the cultivation method and the power of that jade pendant, it allowed her to be reborn after death. Luo Yunshuang had already regarded Chen Huai'an as a trusted subordinate and a capable assistant for her future return to the Immortal Court, so she would naturally do her best to help him. However, Chen Huai'an was still in the early stages. Prematurely exposing him to those cultivation methods would do more harm than good. Now was the time for him to lay a solid foundation, and how far he could go depended on how strong that foundation was. As for Chen Huai'an, he also had his own plans. He would definitely strive for dual martial cultivation. If that was truly impossible, then he would first pave the way for martial cultivation. Uncle Biao, is the master also a martial cultivator? The old master is a genius. Although he entered through martial cultivation, after arriving in the county city, he also learned Dao techniques, making him a dual cultivator. When I followed the old master back then, he was quite impressive, but what a pity, what a pity. What is there to pity? This matter is the old master's private affair and is not convenient to discuss. If little Liuzi goes to Fengling County for training in the future, you must not say you are the old master's disciple. Otherwise, it will surely bring disaster. Old Biao reminded quietly. Thank you, Uncle Biao, for the reminder. Lu remembers. Chen Huai'an sighed inwardly. Now he had two masters, both of whom were like brothers. One turned Fengling County upside down, only to have his dantian destroyed, while the other seemed to have caused quite a stir in Fengling County, neither of whom were peaceful characters. By the way, I've picked out those medicinal herbs for little Liuzi. The unusable ones are all in the treasure bag. Little Liuzi's strength.Chen enough yet, so he can't use such items. Tomorrow morning, I'll take the treasure bag directly to the West City, to the pharmacy under little Liuzi's name, and give those medicinal herbs to the shopkeeper to sell. Old Biao suddenly remembered the matter of the medicinal herbs. Chen Huai'an nodded, but with so many medicinal herbs, given the sales volume of the pharmacy in West City, it was likely to take until the following year to sell them all. Uncle Biao, now that I'm in charge of the pharmacy, do you think we should hold an opening ceremony or something? Chen Huai'an asked. An opening? The children of the four great families, if they take on some enterprises, some will make it grander. If little Liuzi wants to do it, I can help you arrange it. No need. I have some people outside that I can instruct, and they can handle it. Just deliver the herbs to the pharmacy. Chen Huai'an didn't want to attract any attention, but if the pharmacy was lukewarm, it would be difficult for him to realize his money. The first step was to exchange the medicinal herbs for money, and secondly, to launder the 10,000 taels of silver from Li Chenglang, both of which needed to go through the pharmacy's accounts. When the 3,000 taels turn into 6,000 taels, as long as the pharmacy's business is booming, even if it's just on the surface, Zhao Baihu won't be able to check the accounts. Although this might inevitably attract jealousy, as long as Zhao Baihu, this cheap master, is there to shield him, he could stay and cultivate in the town martial division without anyone being able to touch him. At most, he would give a bit more money to his master, treating it as a filial gesture, which is also the custom of Fengling County and even the entire Fengling County. Once he had money, he could buy better beast blood for medicinal baths, and he could also find better beast milk for Ming Ming, laying a good foundation for this little one. In the future, when I am kind to her, she will be filial to me, and I can send her to my master for proper cultivation, even if my future limits are not enough. I can rely on her to support me in my old age. Chen Huai'an thought, picking up the drowsy infant girl. Ming Ming, you're Daddy's daughter. Daddy loves you the most. You must be filial to Daddy in the future. Chen Huai'an had seen many ungrateful people in his past life, not to mention adopted sons and daughters. Even biological children often mistreat their parents. In his view, there's only one reason for this: inadequate education. What children become in the future is largely determined by their parents' education and their example. So, Chen Huai'an wanted to start educating properly now. Ugh. Luo Yunshuang had just drunk the beast milk and had not digested it yet, vomiting most of it out. You get away. You make this master sick. Luo Yunshuang almost suffocated after hearing Chen Huai'an's nauseating words. Huh? Why did you vomit milk? Did you sense my deep fatherly love? Chapter 77. Chen Huai'an plans the pharmacy opening. Zhao Baihu tests the achievements of his disciples. Just as dawn broke, with the sun not yet risen, Chen Huai'an put on his clothes, carried the sleeping infant girl, and left the town martial division, heading to Yongchang Street. Guodachuan and the others were still living in Chen Huai'an's residence, spending their days cleaning the yard, tending to the medicinal garden, and practicing herb-picking skills. Chen Huai'an climbed over the wall into the yard and arrived at the back house, where Guodachuan and the others were having breakfast. Sixth young master, you've come. Chen Huai'an glanced at the dining table, which had steamed coarse rice and a plate of shredded radish. Is the silver running low? There is still plenty. Guodachuan replied respectfully. Then eat something better. It's about to thaw, and if you don't take care of your bodies, how can you go into the mountains to gather herbs? Yes, sixth young master. I've prepared a batch of medicinal herbs, quite a lot, so they might not sell out in a short time. Therefore, I plan to do some simple repairs on the pharmacy in the West City and reopen. Make a bigger spectacle out of it. Bring in all kinds of troops and acrobats. You all go help organize it, even if it means spending money to hire some people to line up outside the pharmacy. Additionally, spread the word that the new store is opening and will sell a piece of dragon scale vine. The new pharmacy will be called Huai'an Pharmacy. Promote it everywhere. It's close to the firewood market, so buy some extra firewood. Anyone who spends 500 coins on medicine that day will receive a cart of firewood. Chen Huai'an simply gave some examples. Firewood? Sixth master, isn't that a bit of a loss? I, Chen Lu, run a pharmacy not for profit, but to benefit the people. Chen Huai'an said with righteous indignation. Sixth master, we understand your noble intentions. Guadachuan and the others became even more respectful. Bring me some paper. Chen Huai'an thought for a moment and decided to write down everything he could think of in detail, so they would have a basis. Membership? Silver member. Gold member? Sixth master, what does this mean? There is no explanation below. Discounts based on the amount of silver spent in the pharmacy. The more spent, the greater the discount. Additionally, there is a pre-deposit system. If you deposit 3 taels of silver in the pharmacy, you'll receive 50 coins, which can be used when purchasing herbs. You'll help keep an eye on things for a few days after reopening. After a while, have the shopkeeper hire a few more people, and then you can come back. Chen Huai'an explained patiently. A place selling medicine can also hold deposits? We have to give them money for it? Is that feasible? Guadachuan found it somewhat unreliable. Just do as I say. Remember to find more people to promote it. We need everyone in Fengling County to know that there is a Huai'an pharmacy opening in the West City. Chen Huai'an reminded them again. In the back, in a medicinal basket, Luo Yunshuang was originally in a daze, not fully awake. But after hearing Chen Huai'an's strange ideas, she was instantly alert. What kind of operation is this? Chen Huai'an knew that the 3 of them would find it hard to accept, so he spoke slowly and in detail. Luo Yunshuang understood Chen Huai'an's intentions even faster than the 3 men. What is this young Lu thinking? I really want to pry open his head and take a look. Are these ideas even humanly possible? It looked quite absurd, but there was also a hint of reliability. If his methods truly work, I could let him manage the Xianbao Pavilion of the Xianting, and wouldn't see the money flow in? The Xianbao Pavilion is the largest commercial association in Zhongzhou Xianting, with a wide range of operations and branches in all 4 other states. Its existence has given the Luo family enough financial power to support generations of emperors in their cultivation. However, the current Xianbao Pavilion is no longer as it once was. Luo Yunshuang's father led 1,000,000 troops to eliminate the evil cultivators of the Luo Tian's outer path, incurring unimaginable expenses. Before that, he had fought against the Kairig in the south, the Qinggui in the east, and the Baidi in the west, and after years of war, the Xianbao Pavilion was barely able to sustain itself. The turmoil had also caused the Xianbao Pavilion to run into financial difficulties, and tax collections were becoming increasingly challenging. Since taking the throne, Luo Yunshuang had been looking for someone capable of revitalizing the Xianbao Pavilion, but the people in the Xianning were all focused on cultivation. And even the pavilion master had been in seclusion for years, leaving no one suitable to take on such a responsibility. She now planned to observe how effective Chen Huai'an's method would be. The strategies Chen Huai'an used were marketing techniques from his original world, which had already been used extensively. He wasn't sure if they would be effective here. Moreover, engaging in business and making money was not his main focus. He still needed to devote most of his energy to cultivation. After instructing the 3 men, Chen Huai'an left his residence and went to Lin Baiyang's house. Lin Baiyang had entrusted most of the operations of the Shilin pharmacy to Lin Qianlu, but he still held some influence and had connections within the pharmacy. Greetings, Master Lin. Alu, what brings you here today? Lin Baiyang was quite surprised to see Chen Huai'an visiting. I wanted to come see you for a long time, but the town marshal division has been busy exterminating bandits outside the city. I've been tied up there and haven't had the chance to come. I hope you forgive me. That you can visit this powerless old man shows your intentions. Lin Baiyang had basically lost his power, with only a few household servants left to guard the place. The medicinal map of Fulong Mountain in the back hall had long been taken away by Lin Qianlu. In the past, when he managed the Shilin pharmacy, many young masters and gentlemen would visit, but now, more than half a month had passed, and Chen Huai'an was the first visitor. The warmth and coldness of human relationships could be so stark. This made Lin Baiyong feel a hint of guilt. Chen Huai'an had treated his illness and saved his life. Of course, this guilt stemmed mainly from Chen Huai'an's change in status. If he were still a lowly commoner, even if he had become a respectable person, Lin Baiyong would have taken it for granted. This was a deeply ingrained way of thinking. How have you been lately, master? I brought some herbs to help you regain your health. You are too kind. I'm already feeling much better. Lin Baiyong smiled as he spoke. He was indeed quite satisfied now. Lin Qianlu had left him some assets, and over the years of managing the Shilin pharmacy, he had accumulated quite a bit, enough to live comfortably for several generations. Having preserved his life, and with his concubine now over 2 months pregnant, he was quite content. In my life, I have done many foolish things, but promoting you to head of the herb-picking team was the wisest decision. I remember your kindness, master. Seeing you in good spirits today puts me at ease. It's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. It's almost noon. Why don't you stay for lunch before you leave? No need. The town marshal division has many matters to attend to. Then I want to keep you. Just as Lin Baiyong rose to see him off, Chen Huai'an had already reached the door. By the way, master, I had someone repair the pharmacy in the West City. When we choose a good date for reopening, I hope you'll grace us with your presence. Reopening? That's easy to arrange. I will definitely go in person to give you face. Thank you, master. After saying this, Chen Huai'an left Lin Baiyong's house and returned to the town marshal division. Within 2 days, news of the West City pharmacy reopening quickly spread throughout Fengling County. In the town marshal division, Chen Huai'an was practicing marksmanship with Lao Biao. Whoosh! An arrow, with great force, sliced through the air, suddenly shooting towards Chen Huai'an. Bang! Chen Huai'an quickly swung his gun and knocked the arrow down. The arrow was filled with murderous intent. Had Chen Huai'an hesitated for even a moment, he would have suffered severe injury, if not death. Lao Biao, watching from the side, was drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't even reacted. This was the town marshal division. How could someone break in here to commit murder? Meanwhile, Chen Huai'an's hands had gone completely numb, with a tearing pain running through his arms. Not bad. That reaction is acceptable. Before he saw the person, he heard their voice. Zhao Baihu had climbed over the wall into the backyard. Greetings, master.